Chapter 1 Having a baby right away is not a good idea. Inside a luxurious Chinese-style villa, Yi Yunqing was wearing a light blue nightdress and fuzzy slippers, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes that showed an unmistakable hint of sleepiness. Uncle Pei, isn't school not starting until tomorrow? Why are you going to school so early? After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, she slouched down in a dining room chair, resting her lotus-like arms casually on the back of the chair. Pei Xiuyan is 30 years old, a professor at the University of Aster, the heir to the future Pei Group, and Yi Yunqing's nominal husband. They came together 2 years ago due to a family marriage alliance, but Yi Yunqing was still young at the time and was very resistant to sex after marriage, so although the two were under the same roof, they did not have the status of husband and wife. Pei Xiuyan's high, straight nose is framed by rimless glasses, and a high-end suit perfectly outlines his perfect figure. School will start soon. How's your homework coming along? Pei Xiuyan's voice was low, with a unique masculine magnetism that was very sexy. Yi Yunqing playfully stuck out her tongue, waiting for you to come back and teach me. To put it bluntly, she just didn't write it. Pei Xiuyan showed a pampered expression, reached out and ran his hand through Yi Yunqing's hair. He always treated her like a child. After all, there was an age difference of nearly 8 years. They say that people can still grow at the age of 20, but I haven't, probably because you kept petting my head. Yi Yunqing slowly stood up and compared herself to Pei Xiuyan. Her self-confidence was immediately frustrated. She was 1.6 meters tall, while Pei Xiuyan was 1.85 meters tall, and she was only a little bit above his shoulders. Pei Xiuyan glanced down with a faint smile hidden in his eyes. Drink more milk. You also told me to eat more papaya last time, but it didn't help at all. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips and did not reply. Yi Yunqing sat down in a chair with a thump, and in front of Pei Xiuyan she did not need to pay attention to any lady etiquette. After all, they knew each other too well. Pei Xiuyan glanced at his watch and saw that it was almost time, so he tidied his tie. Hey, wait a minute. Yi Yunqing got up and ran into the bedroom, then took a pink hair tie and handed it to Pei Xiuyan. Wear it, it's a bit of a married man's self-awareness, okay? If nothing goes wrong, they will be together for the rest of their lives, and there is absolutely no chance of divorce. Yi Yunqing wants to cultivate their relationship as a couple. They can't just live a dry life. Pei Xiuyan took the pink headband and put it on his wrist. He guessed that the little girl had watched some short videos again and was inspired. I spoke to your instructor, and she said that the homework is not much and it is very simple. I will come back in the evening to check it, and if I can't finish it, I will tell your instructor directly that you haven't finished the homework. Pei Xiuyan raised his eyebrows slightly, then ignored the angry Yi Yunqing and walked straight out of the house. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan's back. They went to the same school, except that he was responsible for scientific research and occasionally gave lectures to students, while she still had a year to go before graduating. Pei Xiuyan was driving a Bentley and, while waiting for the traffic lights to change, glanced at the pink hair ribbon on his wrist and looked helpless. A child's heart is fickle. Today she likes this, but tomorrow she might like something else. When she has completely thought things through and made up her mind, it won't be too late to consider their relationship. Yi Yunqing took a bath after breakfast, then obediently sat in the study to do her homework. Pei Xiuyan said he would check it in the evening, so he would definitely check it. After working hard for a while, Yi Yunqing picked up the tablet next to her and started surfing the internet. She worked hard for an hour and surfed the whole day. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was Pei Xiuyan's phone number. Hello, Uncle Pei. What's wrong? Yi Yunqing suppressed a smile. She had just watched a particularly funny video. Pei Xiuyan was standing in the school corridor. Hearing the other person's good mood, he hesitated for a moment. Yunqing, Grandma called and said she's coming over tonight. Could you ask Auntie Qin to get ready? Yi Yunqing froze for a moment. When she thought about Pei Xiuyan's grandmother coming, her scalp tingled. The old lady was getting old and always urged her to have a baby quickly. At first, they could discuss it, but this year she seemed to be making things difficult for her. She couldn't tell her that Pei Xiuyan and she slept separately. After all, the interests of the two families were linked. The Yi family had a company problem 2 years ago, and it has not been back on track until now, and they still need the Pei family's help. Her father left when she was very young, and her mother had to raise her alone while also supporting the entire company. That was why she had married Pei Xiuyan without complaint, even though they had never met before. Great, I'll get ready right away. Remember to come back early. Bye. Yi Yunqing still acted very happy. After all, if she and her grandmother did not get along, it would only be Pei Xiuyan who would be in trouble. Pei Xiuyan was brought up by her grandmother and they have a very deep bond. Moreover, her grandmother was born into a scholarly family and was exceptionally strict about many things. Pei Xiuyan hung up the phone and walked into the meeting room. She had originally decided to work overtime, but now it seemed that she would have to go home early. Yi Yunqing busily tidied up her desk, then changed into an elegant lilac long dress and applied light makeup to her delicate little face. Grandma is very conservative and wants her granddaughter to be like the ladies of the past. She has never been defeated in the etiquette department, so it is difficult for her to find fault with her. Auntie Qin is the only person in the family who serves them in their daily lives and knows that the old lady is coming, so she is busy buying groceries. Yi Yunqing quickly took Pei Xiuyan's pillow to her room, including his usual laundry. It took almost an hour of tossing and turning before Yi Yunqing stopped. In front of the villa, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the gate. A lady dressed in a beige limited edition high-end suit got out of it. She was Pei Xiuyan's grandmother, Ho Xiuji. Despite her age, she was still full of energy. Yi Yunqing pretended not to know and sat elegantly in the garden, sipping tea and reading the book of songs. No one would have thought that not long ago, she was still sitting in her pajamas in the study surfing the internet. Yunqiang, Grandma is here to visit you. Ho Xiuji carried an expensive leather bag and looked very amiable. Yi Yunqiang put down her teacup, slowly got up and bowed. Hello, Grandma. Ho Xiuji smiled and said, Come here, let Grandma take a look. Yi Yunqing walked slowly towards Ho Xiuji and said with concern, Grandma, you've had a long journey, let me help you inside and rest. She pretended to be very tired, she just hoped that Pei Xiuyan would come back soon, he was her savior now. Ho Xiuji held Yi Yunqing's hand and smiled, I'm not tired, I just wanted to come and see you, have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? Yi Yunqing lowered her head and said apologetically, her cheeks faintly red, Xiuyan took me for a checkup, the doctor said there was nothing wrong. She's talking nonsense. What's the point of her having a checkup? Is she and Pei Xiuyan trying to make a baby without having sex? In other words, if she gets pregnant now, can the baby be Pei Xiuyan's? Ho Xiuji frowned, her face looking a little bad. They'd been married for 2 years, and Yi Yunqing's stomach hadn't moved at all. Pei Xiuyan was already 30 years old. If they didn't have a child now, when would they? Grandma knows that you focus on your studies, but it's not too late to continue your studies after the baby is born. Ho Xiuji patted the back of Yi Yunqing's hand and said earnestly. Yi Yunqing nodded with a smile, Grandma is right, and Yunqing will listen to Grandma. It is absolutely impossible for her to give up going to school and stay at home to have a baby. Anyway, Pei Xiuyan will naturally speak for her when he returns. She can just agree now, she can't argue with her elders after all, and after all, Grandma is also doing what's best for Pei Xiuyan. Chapter 2 Yi Yunqing is about to cry. Uncle Pei, come back soon. Yi Yunqing sat with Ho Xiuji on the sofa in the living room. Her grandmother didn't say anything, so naturally she didn't say much either. Yunqing, this time I'm not leaving, and I don't know if you'll be annoyed with me. Ho Xiuji smiled. Yi Yunqing couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If she didn't force her to have a baby, her grandmother could live however she wanted, but her grandmother's purpose in coming was to force her to have a baby. Grandma will be there to keep you company in the future. Yi Yunqing smiled and put her arm around Ho Xiuji's. Ho Xiuji was a little unhappy that Yi Yunqing didn't want to have children, but otherwise she was very satisfied. Grandma, I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Yunqing slowly got up. Ho Xiuji nodded. Yi Yunqing walked to the bathroom, closed the door, leaned against the wall, took out her phone, and sent a text message, Uncle Pei, when are you coming back? Pei Xiuyan was explaining a problem to the instructor when he saw the phone light up. He glanced at it, then apologetically looked at the instructor, that's it for today, if there's anything you don't understand we can continue tomorrow. The little girl must be waiting anxiously at home, he could imagine her expression right now. Okay, Professor Pei. The instructor let out a sigh of relief. Professor Pei was gentle and refined, and was kind to everyone, but when lecturing, he was exceptionally strict. During the 1.5 hours, her palms had been covered in a thin layer of sweat. Pei Xiuyan organized his materials and then got up to leave the office area. Because the school was about to start soon, it was not deserted, and from time to time, people would greet Pei Xiuyan. Hello, Professor Pei. The young male instructor greeted him enthusiastically. Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly in response. When he reached the garage, Pei Xiuyan just opened the car door when he heard someone call out to him from behind. Professor Pei, don't rush off, the school year starts tomorrow, let's get together. The person speaking was Jiang Wan, the instructor in charge of Yi Yunqing's class. Pei Xiuyan leaned against the car door and shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't today, I have something urgent to take care of. If he went out for a drink and then went home, the little girl would probably cry in desperation. Jiang Wan was about to say something else, but when she saw the pink hairband on Pei Xiuyan's wrist, she revealed an understanding look. Then we'll go first, goodbye Professor Pei. Pei Xiuyan, goodbye. As she watched Pei Xiuyan drive off in his Bentley, Jiang Wan's eyes darkened. This was the youngest professor at the university, and one of the school's benefactors. He was rich, handsome, and talented, but unfortunately he married young. Pei Xiuyan looked at his phone, which was constantly lighting up, and his mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. The deep eyes beneath his glasses also had a hint of a smile. Yi Yunqing, Uncle Pei, don't you want your little bitch Pei anymore? Yi Yunqing, crying JPG. Pei Xiuyan took the opportunity to send a text while waiting for the signal light. Yi Yunqing hesitated for a long time before going out. Her grandmother couldn't stop talking about giving birth to a baby, and she didn't know what to talk about. Ho Xiuji sat on the sofa admiring the view outside the French windows. When she saw Yi Yunqing come back, she didn't ask her why she had been gone for so long, but pointed her finger up. What kind of flower is that? It looks so familiar to me. Yi Yunqing looked in the direction of Ho Xiuji's finger and saw a field of scarlet bougainvillea, which the florist had recently transplanted. This flower can be used in medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, but if you want to get pregnant, keeping this kind of flower is not a good idea. Tomorrow, tell someone to get rid of it. Ho Xiuji's face darkened and her tone of voice rose considerably. Yi Yunqing lowered her head. In fact, if she had been spoken to nicely, she would have accepted it, as it was not a big deal anyway, but it was this kind of attitude that left her feeling uncomfortable. Don't blame Grandma, you've been married for 2 years and there's still no news of a baby. As Grandma, I'm just looking out for your best interests. As she spoke, Ho Xiuji took Yi Yunqing's hand and gave it a pat. Yi Yunqing smiled awkwardly. Her grandma was right. Next, Ho Xiuji took all the incense in the room and threw it away in the trash, and then sent someone to buy a new batch. Yi Yunqing's heart was so uncomfortable, but she couldn't show it. Pei Xiuyan parked the car in the garage and walked quickly towards the villa. Yi Yunqing heard the door open and her savior had finally returned. She quickly walked towards the door. Honey, you're back. Pei Xiuyan curved his lips and reached out to stroke Yi Yunqing's head. Yi Yunqing obediently took out her slippers and placed them on the ground, then put Pei Xiuyan's leather shoes, which he had taken off, into the shoe cabinet. Grandma. Pei Xiuyan walked over, putting his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist. This was not the first time they had acted together, and they had already developed a good rapport. Yi Yunqing's delicate face flushed faintly, and the places touched by Pei Xiuyan's hands felt as if they were burning, making her heart beat faster. Ho Xiuji smiled and patted the seat next to her. Xiuyan, I have already discussed it with Yunqing, and we will be living here from today onwards. Pei Xiuyan sat on the sofa, his long legs naturally crossed, and Yi Yunqing obediently sat next to him. Yunqing had been raving about bringing you over to live with us, and she couldn't be happier that you'll be living here. Pei Xiuyan said seriously. Yi Yunqing shouted in her heart that the heavens were going to destroy me, but there was nothing she could do about it. She couldn't let Pei Xiuyan drive her grandmother away. Ho Xiuyan couldn't stop smiling. I don't know if I'll be able to help you take care of the baby with this body of mine. Grandma. Pei Xiuyan's voice dropped. Okay, I won't say any more. Grandma will definitely live a long life and see the birth of my grandchild. Ho Xiuji stood up with a smile. Pei Xiuyan and Yi Yunqing stood up with her. I'll be living next door to you, do you mind? Ho Xiuji asked. Yi Yunqing's smile froze on her face. Grandma living next door meant exactly what it meant. How was she going to spend the night? As long as Grandma likes it. Pei Xiuyan helped Ho Xiuji back to her room to rest. After all, she was getting on in years and should pay more attention to her rest. After returning to her room, Ho Xiuji sighed. If I had known that Yunqing didn't want to have a baby, Grandma would never have agreed to this marriage. Yunqing is still young, there is no rush to have a baby. Pei Xiuyan did not pick up on the rest of the words. Ho Xiuji frowned slightly, her voice a little dissatisfied. She's young, but you're 30 years old. I'm at an age where I might not wake up if I fall asleep. Pei Xiuyan's expression was helpless. He hadn't even kissed the little girl, and even if there was a baby, it would probably be a few years from now. You've had a tiring day, go rest first, and call me when dinner is ready. Ho Xiuji lay on the bed, looking tired. Pei Xiuyan covered Ho Xiuji's quilt and then left the room, gently closing the door behind him. Uncle Pei. Yi Yuncheng pouted. Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket and hung it over his arm, whispering, "It's okay, I'm here." "Have you finished your homework?" Yi Yuncheng then remembered that she had to go back to school tomorrow, but she still hadn't finished most of her homework. Uncle Pei. Yi Yuncheng tugged on Pei Xiuyan's shirt, pleading with him. If he didn't help her, she definitely wouldn't be able to finish her homework. This was the advantage of having a professor husband. Pei Xiuyan lowered his gaze. She was still a child herself, and it was indeed a bit hard for her to let her have a baby. Chapter 3 She can't do anything, but she's number one at acting. Pei Xiuyan held a cup of coffee and sat next to Yi Yuncheng, watching her do her homework with a frown. "You're not thinking straight." Pei Xiuyan casually took a pen and wrote the solution on a blank notebook. Yi Yuncheng's mind was suddenly enlightened. The question, which had seemed difficult, was easily solved according to Pei Xiuyan's method. "Uncle Pei, what about the baby?" Yi Yuncheng had been worried about this question. If she kept refusing to have a baby, would her grandmother let them get a divorce? "Yuncheng, you have to be serious when doing your homework," Pei Xiuyan said sternly. Yi Yuncheng continued to do her homework with a pout. At that moment, her phone rang. It was her classmate and best friend, Li Mirei. "Yi Yuncheng, hello." "Li Mirei, Yuncheng, help. I can't finish my homework." "Have you finished? Lend it to me to copy." Pei Xiuyan sat quietly sipping his coffee, wondering if this was how college students finished their homework these days. Yi Yuncheng said in an exaggerated, crying voice, "I thought you had finished and were going to let me copy it." Li Mirei let out a wail, "Heaven is going to destroy me." "And did you know that Professor Pei is already married? I actually took his elective course because it was close to home, and now I have a ton of homework. I haven't touched a word of it. It's killing me. Lust has clouded my judgment, sister." Yi Yuncheng quickly changed the subject, "Then go do your homework quickly. Professor Pei is always strict. If you don't finish it, he'll just give you a failing grade." Li Mirei laughed twice. "I'll teach you a trick, sister. I just sent an email to Professor Pei saying that my brother has a serious case of hemorrhoids and can't get out of bed. My parents are both at work and can't take care of him, so I haven't finished my homework. As for why it's hemorrhoids, it's because this disease is incurable, so I can continue using it next time." Yi Yuncheng stood up with her phone in her hands. She tried several times to interrupt Li Mirei, but the other person kept talking non-stop, and she simply couldn't stop her. Pei Xiuyan took off his rimless glasses and pinched the middle of his eyebrows. Yi Yuncheng sighed. This time it really seemed like the heavens were going to destroy Li Mirei. As time passed, Yi Yuncheng had just hung up the phone when the door to the study was knocked on by Auntie Qin. "Mrs. Yi, Mr. Pei's dinner is ready," Auntie Qin said softly as she stood in the doorway. Yi Yuncheng then remembered that she hadn't finished her homework yet. She looked up at Pei Xiuyan with pleading eyes. "Uncle Pei." Pei Xiuyan stood up helplessly. "Do your homework in your bedroom tonight. Uncle Pei is the best." Yi Yuncheng stood up happily. The two of them walked down the stairs side by side. Ho Xiuji had already gotten up, and there was a middle-aged woman standing next to her, about 40 years old. It looked like she was a nanny who took care of her daily needs. "This is Auntie Song, she will take care of me from now on." Ho Xiuji sat in the main seat. Yi Yuncheng smiled and greeted Auntie Song, while Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly and sat down. "Xiao Song, go and bring the soup from the kitchen over here, be careful not to spill it," Ho Xiuji said anxiously. Auntie Song nodded and walked towards the kitchen, and the smell of Chinese medicine spread throughout the dining room. Pei Xiuyan's face fell. "This is a recuperation prescription that I got from a famous Chinese medicine doctor. It needs to be taken before meals." Ho Xiuji finished speaking and looked at Yi Yuncheng. Pei Xiuyan took the medicine from Auntie Song's hands and, before Ho Xiuji and Yi Yuncheng could react, he gulped it down. Yi Yuncheng hurriedly took out a napkin and wiped the corners of Pei Xiuyan's mouth. It made her feel sick just to smell it, let alone drink it. "Grandma, let's eat, or the food will get cold." Pei Xiuyan's voice was low, and the pupils behind his glasses were cold. It made Yi Yuncheng feel cold inside, as he rarely showed such a look. Ho Xiuji knew that her grandson was angry, but she didn't say much and began to eat quietly. Yi Yuncheng's heart was warm. Age had its advantages, being mature and stable, and it could give her a sense of security in critical moments. After dinner, Pei Xiuyan and Yi Yunqing returned to the bedroom. Yi Yunqing's bedroom had a pink bed, pink cabinets, and even the curtains were pink, in stark contrast to Pei Xiuyan's black, white, and gray bedroom. "Uncle Pei, are you going to take a shower now?" Yi Yunqing opened the cupboard door and took out Pei Xiuyan's pajamas from inside. Pei Xiuyan glanced at them and whispered, "Yunqing, where did you put my shorts?" Yi Yunqing was a little embarrassed and casually pointed to the drawer at the bottom of the cupboard. "They're in there, help yourself." Pei Xiuyan squatted down and opened the drawer, only to find it full of Yi Yunqing's underwear. No, it's in the drawer next to it." Yi Yunqing's face had turned red and was about to bleed. Pei Xiuyan took out a pair of black shorts and pajamas and walked towards the bathroom. Looking at the pink bathtub, he chose to take a shower. Yi Yunqing sat in a chair, busy catching up on his homework, and didn't even know when Pei Xiuyan came out of the bathroom. Pei Xiuyan was wearing black pajamas, the collar slightly open to show off his healthy complexion. He wasn't wearing his glasses, and his long eyes made his face even more profound. "How much is left?" Pei Xiuyan asked in a low voice, leaning on the table with one hand. Yi Yunqing was startled, and when she turned her head, she saw Pei Xiuyan's almost perfect profile, and she took a breath. Pei Xiuyan took the pen and wrote down the next solution method on the blank paper. "I'm going to have a small meeting in a while, so if there's anything you don't understand, I'll teach you after the meeting." Yi Yunqing nodded obediently. Pei Xiuyan sat on the chair in the bedroom, with the computer on his lap. He was about to initiate a group video call, but was stopped by Yi Yunqing. Wait a minute. Yi Yunqing got up and walked over, extended her small, white hand and buttoned the top button of Pei Xiuyan's pajamas. Pei Xiuyan gave a faint smile. Yi Yunqing blushed. "Don't let anyone see." "Okay." Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly. Yi Yunqing stretched, and Pei Xiuyan was actually holding a meeting in German, and she could only understand roughly what he was saying. "Looks like he'll be busy for a while." Yi Yunqing opened the closet and took out her pajamas, then walked to the bathroom. When she returned, Pei Xiuyan had already finished the meeting and was sitting in a chair reading his emails. "Yunqing, can you please change into some pajamas?" Pei Xiuyan looked up and pushed his glasses. Yi Yunqing looked down in confusion. She was wearing a purple Donald Duck nightgown, the length of which just covered her thighs. "Uncle Pei, what's wrong with these pajamas?" Yi Yunqing puzzledly spun around in front of Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan put down the computer. "The pajamas are very nice, it's my problem, I don't have enough self-control." His words caused Yi Yunqing to blush again, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened, especially the sentence "I don't have enough self-control" paired with his deep voice. It was just too deadly. Yi Yunqing quickly opened the closet and took out the pajama pants from inside to put them on. Pei Xiuyan's gaze was burning. Yi Yunqing was petite, with a baby face and delicate features that were impeccable. When she sat still, she looked like the most exquisite doll in a display cabinet. "Yunqing, are you asleep?" Ho Xiuji knocked on the door. Yi Yunqing tidied her pajamas and opened the door. Ho Xiuji glanced at Yi Yunqing and said, "What's with the clothes? Tomorrow, Grandma will take you out. Get ready, it might take the whole day." Ho Xiuji said. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan for help, and she had forgotten to say that she had promised her grandmother to give birth at home and go to school. Pei Xiuyan stood up and put his arm around Yi Yunqing's shoulders. "Grandma, Yunqing is going to start school tomorrow, I'm afraid I can't go out with you." Yunqing promised her grandmother that she would go to school after giving birth to the baby, right Yunqing? Ho Xiuji smiled, but her face was not happy. "I don't agree," Pei Xiuyan said, and his arm tightened. Ho Xiuji's face was not very good. "No, I want to go out and play with Grandma tomorrow, not go to school." Yi Yunqing began to pout. Pei Xiuyan had a helpless expression. "Grandma didn't want to go to school in the first place, relying on you to spoil her, but this is not okay, I'm counting on her to help me after graduation." Ho Xiuji didn't know what to say for a while. If she doesn't let Yunqing go to school, no one will help Pei Xiuyan in the future, and let her go to school. When will this child be able to? Yi Yunqing let go of Pei Xiuyan and took Ho Xiuji's arm. "Grandma, I want to go out and play with you. There's so much work at the company, I don't want to help. Just let Pei Xiuyan come alone." Between her great-grandson and her grandson, Ho Xiuji chose the latter. She still cares for her grandson. "You go to school well, and when you have a holiday, Grandma will take you out to play again." Yunqing is obedient. Ho Xiuji patted the back of Yunqing's hand to comfort him. Yi Yunqing looked disappointed, and looked at Pei Xiuyan with a pout. Okay. After Ho Xiuji left, Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan a victory sign. Pei Xiuyan lifted the quilt and got into bed. Tomorrow was the opening ceremony of the school, and he had a lot to do. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan suspiciously. Uncle Pei, but you have to bear with it. Pei Xiuyan didn't understand what Yi Yunqing was talking about, and looked confused. Honey. Yi Yunqing's voice was light and dreamy. As if that wasn't enough, Yi Yunqing also shook the bed twice, making a slight noise. Pei Xiuyan's slender fingers placed themselves under his nose to stifle a smile. Yunqing, don't make a scene, the soundproofing in the house is very good, you can shout your lungs out and the neighbors won't necessarily hear. Yi Yunqing stood stupidly by the side of the bed, looking at Pei Xiuyan, then hurriedly covered her face and squatted down. How come she didn't know about this? Okay, go to bed. Pei Xiuyan's voice carried an unhidden smile. Since getting married, his life had no longer been dull and boring. With her, he looked forward to coming home from work every day. Yi Yunqing pounced onto the bed, rolled around, grabbed the corners of the quilt, and covered herself up tightly. She was really too embarrassed to be seen by anyone. Yi Yunqing poked her head out. The room was pitch black. Uncle Pei, I can't sleep without my blindfold. Pei Xiuyan switched on the bedside lamp. It's in the bedside table on your side, whispered Yi Yunqing. Pei Xiuyan looked in the bedside table. There was no blindfold. Impossible. Without a second thought, Yi Yunqing fell on top of Pei Xiuyan and started searching, but there really wasn't one. Pei Xiuyan pinched his eyebrows. Was the little girl challenging his patience? Yi Yunqing pouted. She remembered it was in the bedside table. How could it be gone? I remember now, I asked Grandma to throw it away. She said it couldn't be used because it had a special fragrance. Yi Yunqing wanted to cry but had no tears. Pei Xiuyan pulled the quilt over and wrapped Yi Yunqing in it. I will have a good talk with Grandma about this. No, Grandma is only looking out for our best interests. It's getting late, good night. Yi Yunqing held the quilt and didn't know how long it took before she fell asleep. Pei Xiuyan was not doing much better. Although he had good concentration, he was also a normal man. If he didn't want to, he was afraid he would have to go to a men's hospital for treatment. Yi Yunqing was sleeping drowsily when she heard someone call her. Her legs were draped over Pei Xiuyan's body, her arms were around his waist, and her forehead was pressed against his chest. Don't make a noise, I haven't slept enough. Yi Yunqing said, then grunted in dissatisfaction. Pei Xiuyan sighed. Yunqing, if you don't get up, you'll be late, and today is your first day of school. Yi Yunqing looked up dazedly. Good morning, Uncle Pei. Good morning. Pei Xiuyan whispered. Yi Yunqing reacted for a while, and then pushed Pei Xiuyan away. Pei, Uncle Pei. Pei Xiuyan took the glasses next to him and put them on, then walked towards the bathroom. The little guy insisted on hugging him to sleep yesterday, but when he woke up in the morning, he turned ruthless. Yi Yunqing followed him into the bathroom, and then she saw a scene that made her blush. She quickly closed the bathroom door. Oh my God, she had forgotten such an important thing. Pei Xiuyan washed up and walked out, and Yi Yunqing's face was still red. Haven't you already seen it? Pei Xiuyan said seriously. At first, Yi Yunqing didn't understand what Pei Xiuyan was talking about. After she figured it out, she was so embarrassed that even cold water couldn't cool her down. Chapter 4 Don't dare to think, can't think. Pei Xiuyan sat in a chair eating breakfast slowly and methodically, while Yi Yunqing was perfunctory. Compared to this exquisite breakfast, she preferred the egg soup pancakes from outside the school. Should we go to school together? Pei Xiuyan wiped his mouth and stood up. Yi Yunqing shook her head. She didn't want anyone to know about their relationship before she graduated, lest there be gossip. Pei Xiuyan picked up his jacket and put it on, while Yi Yunqing fastened his tie for him, leaving a red mark on his neck in the process. Pei Xiuyan tilted his head slightly to match hers, putting an arm around her waist with one hand to prevent her from losing her balance. Uncle Pei, have you ever been confessed to? Yi Yunqing's face turned red as she asked. Pei Xiuyan was young and accomplished, good-looking and rich, so in theory he shouldn't have no first love, but she had never heard him mention it. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and said in a low voice, yes, but I rejected them all. I am very conscious of being a married man. Yi Yunqing sighed and gave up. Asking too much is just asking for trouble. What you need to know will be revealed in time. Pei Xiuyan patted Yi Yunqing's head and said, I support freedom of dress, but if I remember correctly, your first class is gym class, and it will be very inconvenient to wear a skirt, especially a short one. Yi Yunqing didn't even remember her own classes. She nodded, then went back to her room and changed into a blue and white tracksuit with a cute duck embroidered on the back of the top. Yi Yunqing's youthful aura was something Pei Xiuyan didn't have. Pei Xiuyan sometimes worried that over time she would find him too old. Yi Yunqing left the villa in her own minicar. Before her grandmother arrived, she planned to apply for boarding school. Getting up early was too painful. Half an hour later, Yi Yunqing got out of the car. She had just walked to the entrance of the campus when she was tightly embraced from behind. "Yunqing, please help me, I'm exhausted," said Li Mirei wearily. Yi Yunqing smiled and said, "I'll buy you an egg soup pancake, let's walk." "I was ready to go to bed yesterday, but guess what?" Professor Pei replied to me late at night, rejecting my reasons for requesting leave, and telling me to finish my homework on time. Li Mirei sat on a chair with an egg soup bun in her hands, her face full of disillusionment. She had copied all night and hardly slept. Yi Yunqing ate in small bites. She didn't dare say it, but when she was babbling on yesterday, Pei Xiuyan was sitting next to her listening. Li Mirei leaned against the table, her appearance unkempt, one hand around Yi Yunqing's shoulder. "She heard that this year's opening ceremony will still be Professor Pei speaking, so accompany me." "Didn't you say he was married?" Yi Yunqing looked at Li Mirei in surprise. "She can't still be in love with him, can she?" Li Mirei shook her head. "She's a starstruck fan. I bet there are more than just freshmen in the auditorium for the opening ceremony." The campus was bustling with activity. Groups of 3 or 5 people gathered together chatting. Yi Yunqing took Li Mirei's arm and they entered the auditorium. It was still early before their first class started. In the backstage lounge of the auditorium, Pei Xiuyan was chatting with a few professors. "Hey, I don't know what I've done to deserve this. My wife is a high school teacher and I'm a university professor, but yesterday, watching my daughter do her homework, I got so angry that my blood pressure went up." A middle-aged man said helplessly. One of the old professors shook his head. "My grandson is in the 2nd grade of elementary school, and his math grade is the lowest." Pei Xiuyan listened silently. Although he doesn't have any children yet, he has a little girl at home who also refuses to do her homework obediently, which also gives him a headache. "I heard that Professor Pei got married, but we didn't know about it, and we didn't even get to drink at the wedding banquet." A young teaching assistant half-jokingly said, noticing the red mark on Pei Xiuyan's neck. The atmosphere changed as soon as these words were spoken. Everyone knew that Pei Xiuyan was not only a professor at the University of Aster, but also the heir to a top 100 company in the world. It was only normal that they were not invited to his wedding. But to single him out and say that was a bit awkward. Pei Xiuyan smiled faintly. "We haven't held a wedding yet, my wife wants to wait 2 years. I don't know if I'll have the chance, the little girl might change her mind at any time." At this time, Pei Xiuyan's phone rang. It was the company secretary calling. He looked apologetically at the crowd. "Excuse me, I'll go out and take the call." "President Pei, the company has an important document for you to review, is this a convenient time for you?" The secretary whispered. Pei Xiuyan raised his hand and glanced at the time. "Okay, send it to Aster." As soon as the phone call ended, the entrance music in the auditorium started playing, and he straightened his suit before walking in. The auditorium was full of people, and as Li Mirei had expected, they weren't all freshmen. Yi Yunqing found a remote seat and rested her head on Li Mirei's shoulder. "I really don't know what's so interesting about this. I might as well take a nap." She yawned. "We were in junior high school together, and I sometimes wonder if you'll be able to get married in the future. You're not proactive when it comes to men, so what's the point of living?" Li Mirei finished speaking and looked up at the stage. Despite her words, when Pei Xiuyan spoke, Yi Yunqing couldn't help but look up at the stage. He stood straight, dressed in a high-end suit that made him look refined and elegant, and his voice was deep and magnetic. "Freshman 1, I plan to take this professor's elective course, and he's very eye-catching. Freshman 2, I'll sign up too, his lectures must be really interesting." Pei Xiuyan's opening speech was very lively and interesting, and it drove the atmosphere in the entire auditorium. As a result, he gained the attention and favor of many students. Li Mirei snorted lightly, still too young. She was just like them when she first started. She signed up for Professor Pei's class directly in her sophomore year. As a result, she failed to earn enough credits to pass Professor Pei's class after just one class. She is a living example, and there are also homework assignments. After Pei Xiuyan's speech, the auditorium burst into warm applause. "Oh, why did Professor Pei marry young? I can't bear this blow. Li Mirei hugged Yi Yunqing's waist with a very exaggerated expression. Yi Yunqing took out his phone, found Pei Xiuyan's WeChat, and sent a message. Yi Yunqing, Uncle Pei, where's the pink headband I gave you? I don't see you wearing it. Yi Yunqing, distressed JPG. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the message. He had taken a shower yesterday and left the pink hair tie on the sink. This morning, Yi Yunqing suddenly barged in, and he was too busy teasing her to remember such an important thing. Pei Xiuyan, I'll pay attention next time. Yi Yunqing pouted, so unhappy. Just because of this, he had unintentionally hooked up with his girl. Li Mirei pulled Yi Yunqing towards the gym. Yunqing, tell me, what is Professor Pei like in bed, such a refined person? Don't talk nonsense, what's the point of talking about this? Yi Yunqing's ears turned red. Li Mirei looked at Yi Yunqing in surprise. Yunqing, you're too innocent, you're blushing. Yi Yunqing blushed not because of Li Mirei's words, but because she imagined what Pei Xiuyan would look like in bed. Chapter 5 Yi Yunqing was angry. The two were walking towards the gym when they happened to encounter Pei Xiuyan chatting with a woman. The woman was tall, wearing a short skirt that showed off her long, pale legs. She was wearing a casual blazer, and you could see the beautiful view without having to bend over. Wow, this must be Professor Pei's wife, she has a great figure, comparable to a supermodel. Afterwards, Li Miru looked down at herself, then at Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing pinched Li Miru's waist, bringing up the wrong subject. She had already been trying very hard to eat papaya and drink milk. Pei Xiuyan's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the document, and his secretary Jiang Nan stood by, beaming. Congratulations, President Pei, this was the most difficult cooperation the company has ever had, and I never thought you would solve it so easily. Jiang Nan's voice could hardly hide her excitement. Pei Xiuyan nodded, I'll keep the contract for now. I'll go back to the company tomorrow myself, you can go home first. Jiang Nan nodded, but the next second she leaned forward, and Pei Xiuyan instinctively reached out to support her. I'm sorry, Mr. Pei. Jiang Nan's face was not very good. She had worked for a day and a night without having time to rest, and she was also a little hypoglycemic. Pei Xiuyan let go of Jiang Nan and said sternly, you don't need to go to the office tomorrow, just rest well. Jiang Nan smiled happily, then I'll go home first, thank you, President Pei. Yi Yunqing led Li Mirei towards the gym, expression indifferent, as if what she had just seen had nothing to do with her. Once inside the gym, Li Mirei lay directly on the mat, while Yi Yunqing stood against the wall. Yunqing, what's wrong with you, you've looked different since the beginning. Li Mirei asked with sleepiness. Yi Yunqing couldn't say that she was unhappy to see her husband chatting and laughing with another woman in such an intimate manner. It's nothing, you go to sleep first. Yi Yunqing crossed her arms and looked thoughtful. In the morning, she had said that she was conscious of being a married woman, but after just a short while, she had forgotten all about it. At the same time, she was also caught up in deep self-doubt. If it wasn't for the alliance, Pei Xiuyan wouldn't have chosen her. Yunqing, my dear, I've finally found you. The sausages I brought you will get cold. Yi Yunqing's eyebrows curved, revealing a sweet smile as she reached out to take the sausages and nibbled on them. Li Mirei opened her eyes dazedly and reached out. Fengxi, where are my sausages? Fengxi handed Li Mirei the half of the ham sausage that was left. Why are you so lifeless? The three of them had been classmates and best friends since junior high school, and they had also agreed to apply to the same university. She hadn't finished the homework assigned by Professor Pei, so she stayed up late to finish it. Yi Yunqing suppressed a smile. Fengxi suppressed a smile as well. She refuses to take the path to heaven. I tried to persuade her at first, but she wouldn't listen. Professor Pei looks refined and gentle, but he is ruthless with his students. Don't stop me, let me love him. Li Mirei's hand was stretched forward, with an exaggerated expression of facing death with equanimity. Yi Yunqing covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Fengxi nudged Yi Yunqing with her shoulder. My boyfriend's younger brother has a crush on you, give him a chance, add you as a friend. You never approved it. Yo, having a boyfriend is great. Li Mirei said sourly. Fengxi tilted her head proudly. Yes, we are. We've already decided to get married after graduation. No thanks, I'm not interested, Yi Yunqing responded indifferently. She was already married, and no matter what Pei Xiuyan was like, she would not get involved with another man. She had been chased after by a few guys before, and she had rejected them all directly, without any hesitation. Fengxi sighed and patted Yi Yunqing on the shoulder. You'll become a nun after graduation. If she doesn't even fancy Professor Pei, the rest of the school must seem like mere mortals to her. After saying this, Li Mirue stood up and walked over to Fengxi. Give me the WeChat ID of that handsome guy, I'm single. Fengxi gave Li Mirue a kick. She had just been shouting about loving Professor Pei, and she was completely out of it. The three of them were chatting and laughing, when a male classmate walked over to them. Fengxi waved, He-wei. Li Mirue nudged Yi Yunqing with her crotch, regret it, right? He's so handsome. Yi Yunqing gave a small smile, she liked mature and steady guys who could teach her homework. He politely nodded to Yi Yunqing and Li Mirue, then looked at Fengxi, sister-in-law, my brother said his phone didn't charge, he went to class, please don't be angry. Fengxi rubbed her nose a little embarrassedly. If Yi Yunqing said no, there would be no room for negotiation. But since the person was already here, she couldn't just let them go. Hui's gaze fell on Yi Yunqing. At the time, he was sitting in the car and saw a girl by his future sister-in-law's side, so he glanced over, and the result was that he was hooked. Yi Yunqing knew that Hui was looking at her, but she didn't look up. She just stood quietly, listening to them talk. Li Mirue took out her phone, since he is Fengxi's younger brother, he is my younger brother, so come on, add him as a friend. Hui took back his gaze, awkwardly took out his phone, added Li Mirue's WeChat, and then looked at Yi Yunqing, add a WeChat, we are all friends. If it was just Hui talking to her, she would have definitely refused, but Fengxi was there, and she couldn't lose face in front of her, so she had no choice but to reluctantly take out her phone. The four of them chatted for a while longer, and Li Mirue suggested going out for dinner after gym class, since they didn't have any classes afterwards. I can't, I have things to do when I get home. Yi Yun said indifferently. She still had her grandmother at home, and since she didn't have any classes, she naturally had to go back and keep her company. Li Mirue and Fengxi knew that Yi Yunqing's family situation was special. Before, they had endless cram classes and extracurricular studies, and now they are even busier. They have rarely gathered since they started college. Look at my poor little baby. Fengxi said, reaching out and poking Yi Yunqing's face. It's no big deal. It can wait until after dinner. Hui chimed in. Yi Yunqing gave Hui an apologetic look, I'm sorry, next time. Fengxi glared at Hui, how could he be so insensitive, he was so different from his brother. Li Mirue had already planned to go home and delete his friend, apart from looking good, his emotional quotient was too low. Seeing this, Hui had to stop talking, Yi Yunqing was someone he definitely wanted to win over, he liked to challenge the impossible. After gym class, Yi Yunqing directly snuggled up to Fengxi's back and pouted, I don't want to go, I'm bullying you, carry me. Fengxi carried Yi Yunqing for a few steps, have you been secretly dieting? How come you're so light? Yi Yunqing pretended to be sad and sniffed, when I get fat, I get a fat face, and when I get thin, I get a thin chest, I'm going to cry. As a result, these words happened to be heard by Hui, who was waiting at the door. His mouth curled up, so this was how Yi Yunqing's personality was. Chapter 6 Uncle Pei, come back soon. After school, Yi Yunqing said goodbye to her friends and went to the parking lot. She had wanted to send Pei Xiuyan a text message asking him to come home early, but after thinking it over, she gave up. As she arrived at the front door, Yi Yunqing's phone rang. It was a text message from Pei Xiuyan, telling her that he had to work overtime that night. Yi Yunqing sighed. After unlocking the phone with her fingerprint, she saw Ho Xiuji sitting on the sofa, reading the newspaper. Grandma. Yi Yunqing smiled and walked over. Ho Xiuji took off her glasses and handed them to Auntie Song next to her. Yunqing is back, have you had lunch yet? Yi Yunqing smiled and sat next to Ho Xiuji, put her arm around her shoulder and said coquettishly, not yet, I want to have lunch with you. Ho Xiuji smiled and patted Yi Yunqing's head. Grandma will take you out to eat. Look at how skinny you are, you must not be eating properly. After saying this, Ho Xiuji looked at Auntie Song beside her and said, tell the driver to come over and book that Hong Kong-style restaurant. Yi Yunqing took out her phone and recorded a video, saying, honey, Grandma is taking me out to dinner, jealous? Ho Xiuji couldn't stop smiling, this little girl was really pleasing, if only she could have a baby soon. Grandma, I'll go change. Yi Yunqing stood up after finishing speaking. Ho Xiuji nodded. Yi Yunqing changed into a mid-length dress with an ink painting style. Her long black hair was fixed with a hairpin, simple and elegant. Ho Xiuji took Yi Yunqing's hand and they walked out of the villa. The car was waiting at the gate. Yi Yunqing opened the car door and held it with her hand. Grandma, take it easy. Not long after the car left the villa, Yi Yunqing received a voice message from Pei Xiuyan. Good girl. Yi Yunqing listened back and forth several times, then the corner of her mouth rose. Pei Xiuyan's voice was perfect for a voice control. Ho Xiuji smiled without saying a word. At first she was worried that the two of them would not get along, but now it seems that she was worried for nothing. Yi Yunqing put her phone back in her bag and then quietly looked out the window. What if Pei Xiuyan fell for someone else? The car stopped at a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant. Yi Yunqing helped Ho Xiuji walk in. "Hello, Ms. Ho, please follow me," the manager said politely. Yi Yunqing knew that when her grandfather was alive, he often brought her grandmother to this restaurant. After her grandfather passed away, her grandmother often came alone, and what she ate obviously no longer mattered. After going up to a private room on the second floor, Yi Yunqing put her handbag aside. Ho Xiuji sat in a chair. "It's the same as always." "Okay, Ms. Ho." The manager withdrew. "Your grandfather especially likes their crispy squab." Ho Xiuji let out a long sigh. Yi Yunqing sat quietly and listened. Ho Xiuji hardly moved her chopsticks, but took a few bites of the roast squab. Yi Yunqing wasn't very hungry either, so after a few bites, she put down her chopsticks and said, "Grandma, I'm full." "You're too thin, and your body won't be able to handle it when you get pregnant." Ho Xiuji then gave Yi Yunqing 2 more shrimp dumplings. Yi Yunqing had no choice but to eat it. "Here, try this fish ball." Ho Xiuji kept on serving Yi Yunqing, who was already full but had to choke it down. "Grandma, I really can't eat anymore," Yi Yunqing said after swallowing the last piece of chicken thigh meat. Ho Xiuji slowly got up. "Grandma will take you for a walk." The ultimate pleasure is to lie down on the bed after a good meal. Yi Yunqing wanted to cry but had no tears. She didn't want to go shopping. Yi Yunqing supported Ho Xiuji. Apart from the tea house, they had only walked a few steps when they heard someone call her from behind. "Yunqing, what a coincidence." He Hui ran up to Yi Yunqing with a smile. Yi Yunqing's face fell. Did she know him well enough to call him so affectionately? It was annoying. Ho Xiuji frowned slightly. "This is Yunqing's grandmother, right?" "Hello, my name is He Hui, I'm Yunqing's classmate," He Hui said, extending his hand. Ho Xiuji lowered her eyebrows and glanced at him, then said indifferently, "Yunqing, let's go." Yi Yunqing glared at He Hui. How could there be such a nuisance? "I guess Grandma isn't going to be happy." He Hui shrugged helplessly. He had just gone up and said hello, so what was the big deal? "Grandma, I don't know him, he's so familiar, I really dislike him," Yi Yunqing explained after they had walked a little way. Ho Xiuji nodded slightly and didn't say much more. When they arrived at the mall, Yi Yunqing was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. Her grandmother took her to several lingerie shops, buying lingerie that was as revealing as possible, which was simply impossible to wear. After they got back in the car, Yi Yunqing's cheeks were red. "Yunqing, your grandmother is only doing this for your own good." Ho Xiuyan took Yunqing's hand. Although she was old, she knew better than Yunqing in some things. "Thank you, Grandma." She wasn't going to wear them anyway, and they would just be gathering dust in the back of her closet. After returning to the villa, as soon as the door opened, Yunqing could smell the strong smell of Chinese medicine. Ho Xiuji sat on the sofa and said, "Jean, go to the car and hang the clothes you bought in Yunqing's closet, and take out her pajamas and throw them away." Yi Yunqing's mouth opened in surprise. "Grandma, no." "Listen to your grandmother, you can't go wrong," Ho Xiuji said sternly. Yi Yunqing wanted to cry, but there were no tears. When would this day end? Wearing those shameful clothes was better than letting her die. Grandma is too overbearing to the point of making people uncomfortable, but Yi Yunqing can't say anything. Auntie Song walked up to Yi Yunqing with a bowl of herbal medicine. "Drink it while it's hot, this is a prescription from an old Chinese medicine doctor that Grandma asked for, there's no way it can go wrong." As she said this, Ho Xiuji took the medicine, picked up a spoon and prepared to feed it to Yi Yunqing herself. Yi Yunqing clenched her fists, but in the end opened her mouth and drank the medicine. "Grandma, I'm a little tired, I'll go to my room and rest first." Yi Yunqing stood up after finishing the medicine. Ho Xiuji nodded with a smile, and when Pei Xiuyan was at home, she would protect him, so when he was not at home, there was always a way. Soon after Yi Yunqing returned to her room, Ho Xiuji followed Auntie Qin into the room and replaced all of her pajamas. Before leaving, Ho Xiuji also opened the chest of drawers to check it before leaving with peace of mind. Yi Yunqing covered herself with a quilt. She had just drunk the herbal medicine and was constantly feeling nauseous and wanting to vomit. Just then her phone rang. Yi Yunqing glanced at the number and wiped away her tears. "Hello, Mom." Yi Yunqing's voice was full of sobs. The person on the other end of the line could clearly hear that something was wrong. "Yunqing, what's wrong?" "Mom's back in the country and will come visit you tomorrow." Yi Yunqing couldn't stop the tears from flowing. In the end, she covered the phone and cried out. It was nothing, but when she heard her mother's voice, she couldn't help it. The person on the other end of the line was extremely anxious. "Yunqing, tell your mother what's wrong. Did that brat Pei Xiuyan bully you? Be a good girl, and I'll pick you up tomorrow. Be a good girl, and let's stop crying." Yi Yunqing wiped away her tears and sniffed. "Mom, I'm fine with Xiuyan, I just miss you. I'm so happy to hear that you're coming back." She didn't want to worry her mother, who was already tired of having to support the company on her own. Chapter 7 Pei Xiuyan coaxes his wife. In the airport, a middle-aged woman with beauty and temperament, holding her phone, her eyes slightly red, is Yi Yunqing's mother Jiang Chen. At that time, Yi's capital ran into problems, and the Pei family agreed to help, but only on the condition that the two families would marry. She refused at the time, saying that she could never sell her daughter, but Yunqing agreed, saying that she would marry no matter what. She knew that her daughter was marrying for her sake. Just hearing her daughter cry, this mother's heart felt like it had been ripped open, and it couldn't stop bleeding. She couldn't wait a moment longer. Although Yi's family had not yet recovered, she must have other options. She must get her daughter back. Yi Yunqing lay under the covers, her stomach churning. She had forced herself to eat a lot and drink Chinese medicine, but she was in so much pain. Pei Xiuyan was a little worried, but the school had started and he couldn't leave for a while, so he took the opportunity to call Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing saw that the caller was Pei Xiuyan and hung up decisively. Pei Xiuyan stood in the corridor, glanced at the time, and then made another call, but it was still hung up. His brows furrowed slightly, and then he sent a text message to Yi Yunqing. "Yunqing, why didn't you answer the phone?" Yi Yunqing glanced at it and didn't reply. She just didn't want to answer it. "Professor Pei, the president wants to see you," the teaching assistant politely said. Pei Xiuyan felt a vague unease in his heart, and he went upstairs and knocked on the door of the president's office. The president was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a beer belly and a smile on his face. When he saw Pei Xiuyan come in, his smile became even wider. "Professor Pei, you've come at the right time, I have something to discuss with you," the president said, making a gesture to invite him to sit down. Pei Xiuyan sat down on the sofa slowly. "The school has hired a young tutor, and I need you to take a look at him," the principal said as he took out the information on the two tutors from the file and handed it to Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan looked it over carefully, then nodded. "Okay." The principal got up and was just about to pour tea when Pei Xiuyan stood up. "The principal has something at home, I'll go back first," Pei Xiuyan said in a low voice as he held the information in his hands. In fact, he still had a lot of work to do, and now it seemed that he would have to take his work home. Yi Yunqing was just about to fall asleep when the door was knocked on again. "Yunqing, Grandma's coming in." Ho Shouji held a medicine packet in her hand. "This is good for soaking in the bath. Grandma will put it in the bathtub for you, try it tonight." Yi Yunqing sat on the bed, she was going crazy, she wanted to give birth right there as Pei Xiuyan had done. "Don't dislike Grandma, children of Xiuyan's age are already in kindergarten." Ho Shouji sighed after she finished speaking. Yi Yunqing forced a smile. When Pei Xiuyan arrived at the door, he noticed that his mother-in-law's car had just stopped. "Mom." Pei Xiuyan walked quickly over. Jiang Chen didn't give Pei Xiuyan a good look. She looked gentle and refined, but she actually bullied her daughter. Pei Xiuyan pushed his glasses. "Mom, when did you get off the plane? Why didn't you call in advance, so I could pick you up?" Even though Jiang Chen didn't give Pei Xiuyan a good look, Pei Xiuyan remained respectful. "Xiuyan, Yunqing has been spoiled by me since she was young and doesn't know any better. I came here today to take her back." Jiang Chen's face turned cold. Pei Xiuyan's eyes darkened. The little girl must have suffered some grievance at home, no wonder she didn't answer the phone when he just called. The two of them entered the villa in silence. Ho Shouji was sitting on the sofa. When she saw Jiang Chen arrive, she smiled and greeted her. "Yunqing's mother, come and sit." "Mom, I'll go upstairs and get Yunqing to come down. She'll be really happy to know you're here." Pei Xiuyan went upstairs. He was very confident in everything, except for Yi Yunqing. Pei Xiuyan knocked twice on the door. "Yunqing, can I come in?" Yi Yunqing heard Pei Xiuyan's voice and sat up dazedly, putting on her fuzzy slippers and opening the door. Pei Xiuyan saw that Yi Yunqing's eyes were swollen, obviously from crying, and he took her slender arm and drew her into his arms. Yi Yunqing was startled, and her earlobes instantly turned red. She whispered, "Uncle Pei. It was my inconsideration that made you suffer." Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and deep, full of security. Yi Yunqing was speechless for a long time. She was really quite aggrieved, but her grandmother was doing what she thought was best for Pei Xiuyan, and she knew that in her heart, so naturally she didn't say much. "Mom is downstairs, saying that she wants to take you back." Pei Xiuyan's arm tightened. Yi Yunqing pressed herself against Pei Xiuyan, and her heart beat faster involuntarily. She could clearly smell the unique tea fragrance on him. Pei Xiuyan let go of Yi Yunqing, reached out and took her slender, white, delicate hand, and they went downstairs together. Yi Yunqing looked down. His hands were warm, with clearly defined finger joints. As a hand controller, she couldn't help but stare at them some more. Pei Xiuyan's lips curled up. The little girl would often stare at his hands, collarbone, waist, and legs, lost in thought, but as soon as he got close, she'd look away. "Mom!" Yi Yunqing saw Jiang Chen quickly release Pei Xiuyan's hand and run over. Jiang Chen smiled and held out her hand. "How old are you, still acting like a child?" Pei Xiuyan asked Auntie Qin to pour 2 cups of black tea and asked her to prepare a cup of hot milk for Yi Yunqing. "Mrs. Pei, I came this time." Before Jiang Chen could finish her sentence, Yi Yunqing whispered in her ear, "Mom, I haven't seen you for half a year, so just stay with me for a couple of days." Pei Xiuyan let out a long sigh of relief. Ho Xiuji smiled and said, "What did I just say? Their marriage is going great. If you bring Yunqing home, then Xiuyan will have to go too, and I'll be left all alone in this empty house." Jiang Chen smiled and stroked Yi Yunqing's hair. There were some things that weren't suitable to say in public. She could tell at a glance if her daughter was being treated unfairly. Jiang Chen nodded. She had chosen the spokesperson for the product not long ago, but the other party was posted online for having an unkempt private life, and their company's products were questioned along with it. Yi Yunqing saw Jiang Chen's sad expression, and then looked at Pei Xiu again. Pei Xiuyan gave Yi Yunqing a reassuring look. Yi Yunqing smiled, stood up, pulled away from Pei Xiu's arm, and sat directly on his lap. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips. Jiang Chen glared at Yi Yunqing, shameless. What's there to be ashamed of in a legal marriage? After saying that, Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiu a kiss on the cheek that made a sound. Ho Xiuji laughed, while Jiang Chen shook her head helplessly. Pei Xiuyan was having a hard time. If he had known, he would have worn casual clothes. Chapter 8 Heartless Professor Suffers. After dinner, Jiang Chen did not stay behind. She was relieved that her daughter was fine, and there was still a lot of work waiting for her at the company. After seeing Jiang Chen off, Yi Yunqing walked back with red eyes. Ho Xiuji was frowning, and Jiang Chen had obviously come in a huff. It was obvious what Yi Yunqing had said. She just wanted her to get better and have a baby as soon as possible, but she didn't have to make it sound like she was trying to harm her. Pei Xiuyan put a gentle hand on Yi Yunqing's shoulder. "Mom won't be going abroad again for a while, so you can visit whenever you're not teaching. If I have time, I'll go with you. Yunqing, if you are unhappy with what Grandma did, you can just say so." Ho Xiuji had her hands behind her back and her face was not looking good. Yi Yunqing walked over to Ho Xiuji with a smile, held out her hand and put it around her arm. Before she could say anything, Pei Xiuyan spoke first. "Grandma, it's me who never wanted children, it has nothing to do with Yunqing." Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and carried an innate calmness. Ho Xiuji stopped in her tracks and looked at Pei Xiuyan, then sighed and didn't say anything more. Yi Yunqing helped Ho Xiuji back to the room. "Yunqing, whether you want a child or not, it's still up to the woman to decide. Xiuyan has to teach students and take care of the company, so he'll inevitably get tired. You should take the initiative." Ho Xiuji sat on the bed and persuaded her. Yi Yunqing blushed, nodded slightly, and of course she knew what her grandmother meant. Pei Xiuyan stood at the door of the room waiting. When he saw Yi Yunqing come out, he reached out his hand, but unexpectedly, Yi Yunqing avoided it. Pei Xiuyan withdrew his hand and followed Yi Yunqing's footsteps. "If you're angry, you can tell me." Yi Yunqing ignored Pei Xiuyan. There was no one else around, so she didn't need to put on an act. Once they entered the room, Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket, his expensive watch, and loosened his tie. Yi Yunqing leaned against the desk, her eyes fixed on Pei Xiuyan's hands and collarbone. Was this not blatant seduction? She wasn't falling for it. Pei Xiuyan crossed her legs, and the eyes behind her glasses carried a hint of cunning. This was the little girl's usual hobby. Now you can talk about why you're angry, Pei Xiuyan said gently. Yi Yunqing put her arms around her chest, and she was more than unhappy. I saw you flirting with another woman at school today, and you were misunderstood by other students. She is your wife. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips and fell into deep thought. Then she remembered that the secretary had come to the school in the afternoon to deliver a contract, and Yi Yunqing might have seen her at that time. Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly. I admit my mistake and will correct it. Seeing Pei Xiuyan's good attitude, Yi Yunqing nodded with satisfaction, and her face was not as tense as it had been. Pei Xiuyan stood up and patted Yi Yunqing's head. Be good, I still have work to do, I'll go to the study first. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan's wrist. With such a nice wrist, it would be a shame not to help with a hair tie. Pei Xiuyan went to the study. Yi Yunqing opened the drawer and took out a bunch of messy little accessories from it. The pink color was too showy, and Pei Xiuyan definitely wouldn't like it, so she made a black one. There was an extra red heart on the black hair tie, which was a bit tacky, but not ugly. Yi Yunqing lightly engraved her initials on it, then nodded with satisfaction as she picked it up. Pei Xiuyan held a video conference, then dealt with his students' homework, and finally looked at the data. It was already past 9 when he finished. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyebrows, then got up and went back to his room. Yi Yunqing sat on the bed, hugging the tablet and smiling so carefree that it was beyond words. Pei Xiuyan opened the closet and took out his pajamas. Yunqing, it's time to get ready for bed. Yi Yunqing's face instantly turned red at the thought of the closet full of pajamas. She had just looked at them and none of them could cover her completely, but she couldn't sleep in a skirt, it would be so uncomfortable. Pei Xiuyan had his shower, and his forehead was still dripping. His face was stern and lustful, and it made Yi Yunqing a little dazed. This man's body proportions were like a male model, and his face was so good-looking. He had lost the childishness of youth, and there was an added touch of calm and elegance. Pei Xiuyan smiled at the corner of his mouth and walked over to Yi Yunqing, leaning over and whispering, "Do I look good?" Yi Yunqing didn't expect Pei Xiuyan to ask this, so she subconsciously nodded, then blushed and moved back a little. I'm going to take a shower. Pei Xiuyan smiled. Yi Yunqing opened the closet and then quickly closed it again. How could she have forgotten about this? She looked at Pei Xiuyan and said, "Uncle Pei, I can only wear yours." Pei Xiuyan nodded. He had just seen it, and it was not a style that he thought the young girl would like. It was obviously the handiwork of her grandmother. Yi Yunqing took a set of white pajamas from Pei Xiuyan and entered the bathroom. When she came out, Pei Xiuyan's smile grew even wider. Because he was a little taller than Yi Yunqing, her clothes were loose on her, and her pajama pants were rolled up. Yi Yunqing shook her sleeves. Wow, Uncle Pei, I thought we just had a height difference. Pei Xiuyan's throat swelled, and his legs unconsciously crossed together. Living together really tested his resolve. Yi Yunqing tugged at the waistband of his pants and climbed into bed, his collarbone faintly visible. I'll be right back. Pei Xiuyan grabbed the car keys and went downstairs. Yi Yunqing couldn't sleep without his eye mask, so on the way back he went out of his way to buy one, but forgot to take it when he got out of the car. Yi Yunqing felt warm in her heart as she held the eye mask. It turned out that Pei Xiuyan had remembered many small details. If not, how could you say that having a senior age has its advantages? Thank you, Uncle Pei. Yi Yunqing knelt on the bed and hugged Pei Xiuyan's waist. Pei Xiuyan reached out and turned off the light. Out of sight, out of mind. Yi Yunqing slipped under the covers with the eye mask on. Good night, Uncle Pei. Good night. Pei Xiuyan's voice was a little hoarse. Yi Yunqing turned her back to Pei Xiuyan. She liked to sleep hugging a doll or a pillow, so her bottom was sticking out. Pei Xiuyan shifted back a little. His body's instinct was uncontrollable, but he was afraid of scaring the little girl if he was too hasty. Yi Yunqing slept until late at night. Because her pants were too big, she couldn't keep holding onto them while she slept, so she kicked them off long ago. Pei Xiuyan covered Yi Yunqing's quilt twice, but she didn't appreciate it. One leg was exposed, and her hand was tightly hugging his waist. In the morning, Yi Yunqing's leg was trapped between Pei Xiuyan's legs, otherwise her fidgeting was really torturous. Yi Yunqing forced her eyes open, then closed them again, back and forth several times, before finally opening her sleepy eyes. Pei Xiuyan took the glasses next to him and put them on. You have morning classes, if you don't get up soon, you'll be late. He knew her schedule better than she did. Yi Yunqing rested her head against Pei Xiuyan's chest, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Chapter 9 Professor Pei, are you really a man of few words? Pei Xiuyan was shaving while Yi Yunqing stood next to him brushing her teeth drowsily, looking as if she might fall asleep at any moment. If grandma doesn't come, I want to live in the dormitory, Yi Yunqing said, rinsing her mouth. Pei Xiuyan was glad that his grandmother had come, otherwise he would only be able to see the little girl once a week. Although they were in the same school, they didn't meet very often. For his elective classes, Yi Yunqing refused to sign up for anything, and he couldn't force her to do something she didn't like. Pei Xiuyan was still dressed in formal attire, meticulous. Yi Yunqing was wearing a light brown patchwork doll dress, with white on the left side of her waist, her skin faintly visible. Inside, she was wearing white safety pants, just above the knee in length. Ho Xiuji frowned at the sight. Yunqing, this outfit. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist. I chose it for her this morning. What do you think of my taste, Grandma? Ho Xiuji held back the rest of her words. She had wanted to let Yi Yunqing change into something else, but if her grandson liked it, then it was fine. Yi Yunqing sat down in a chair with a smile, drank a glass of milk, and ate a hard-boiled egg. Pei Xiuyan ate slowly. He didn't need to punch in when he went to work, so he naturally wasn't in a hurry, and it didn't matter if he went at noon. Yunchang, you're going to be late. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the time and said lightly. Yi Yuncheng drank the last sip of milk and then licked his lips. Then I'll go first. Saying this, he leaned over and kissed Pei Xiuyan on the cheek. Ho Xiuji sat on the sofa and watched. The relationship was so good, it didn't make sense. Could it be that Xiuyan really didn't want a child? Yi Yunqing suddenly thought of something and sent Pei Xiuyan a text message. Uncle Pei, the hair tie is on the desk, I made it myself, take it with you. Pei Xiuyan took a picture of his wrist. He had already upset the little girl yesterday, so how could he make the same mistake twice? Yi Yunqing listened to the car music and her mouth curled up. As soon as the car stopped, she saw Hiwi standing at the school gate holding a bouquet of roses. She took a deep breath. What bad luck! Fengxi and Li Mirui were holding a pancake fruit in their hands and saw Yi Yunchang waving at her. Yi Yunchang smiled and walked over. Hiwi handed the roses to Yi Yunchang. It's okay if you don't accept them, I'll work on it slowly. Yi Yunchang nodded politely and then walked around Hiwi to Li Mirui. Here, yours, I added eggs for you. Li Mirui handed the pancake fruit to Yi Yunchang. Yi Yunchang had little appetite and didn't eat much. After taking a couple of bites, she handed it to Fengxi. Fengxi took it. Their elective courses were different, and the place Fengxi was going to later happened to have puppies raised on campus. Hiwi followed Yi Yunqing with the flowers in his hand. I wanted to invite you to dinner yesterday, what were you doing walking so fast? Yi Yunqing smiled and didn't answer, taking Li Mirei's arm and walking quickly a few steps. Fengxi tugged Hiwi's sleeve. You can't do it like this, Yuncheng doesn't like it, you have to change your approach. Hiwi nodded. It had been very simple for him to woo girls before, flattery and money, and he would get them in a month at most. Of course there were times when it didn't work, but as long as you were persistent and showed your concern and affection, it was only a matter of time before you got the girl. He had already bet with his friends that he would win Yi Yunqing over within a month and take her out to dinner with his buddies. If he failed, he would be humiliated. Yi Yunqing drove a Mini and didn't carry a designer bag, so she must be of average to above average financial means. For this type of girl, a bag or cosmetics would be most suitable. Li Mirei looked at Yi Yunqing with a pout. I have a class with Professor Pei later, and I can't make up for missing a class. Yi Yunqing silently mourned for Li Mirei in his heart. At the beginning, Pei Xiuyan had even asked her, but she had refused, joking that she would never seek death. The three went their separate ways to take elective classes. Yi Yunqing's bottom had not even warmed up when his phone rang. It was Li Mirei's. Needless to say, she had recorded Pei Xiuyan's class video. Yi Yunqing watched the video in silence. Pei Xiuyan is a very attractive man, tall and straight, with a high and straight nose wearing rimless glasses. He looks gentle but not stuffy. In the next class, Yi Yunqing watched the video that Lini had sent several times. Every time, she praised whose husband this was, so handsome. After class, Yi Yunqing sat on a chair on the basketball court. She came with Fengxi because her boyfriend was on the basketball team. Fengxi made no secret of her admiration. Her husband is awesome, so handsome. Yi Yunqing sat next to her, blushing for her. After all, there were quite a few people watching, and when she shouted, everyone's attention was drawn to them. He stood on the court threw a kiss at Fengxi, causing a stir among the few people watching the game, and naturally there was envy as well. Yi Yunqing took out her phone and sent a message to Pei Xiuyan, asking him if he could play basketball. She had only been in elementary school when he went to college. Pei Xiuyan was busy in the lab. After reading the message, he pursed his lips. He had played basketball for a while, but then he focused on his studies and never touched it again. Yi Yunqing waited until she heard Pei Xiuyan's voice reply. She stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom. Bring me a bag of potato chips when you come back." "Phone," she said. Yi Yunqing took her phone and walked towards the bathroom. While other people were relaxed about it, she had to run to the bathroom when she heard a voice message. She put the phone to her ear and listened carefully, but all she heard was a single word, "See you." She sighed. Professor Pei really was a man of few words. Pei Xiuyan was a completely different person at school than he was at home. Yi Yunqing put away her phone and went to the convenience store to buy Feng Shi 2 bags of potato chips. On the way back, she encountered 2 classmates, and she smiled and said hello. The 2 nodded at her and left. Before Yi Yunqing could go far, she heard derisive laughter behind her. "Keep your voice down, don't let her hear you. I heard that when she was in high school, she was already with a 50-year-old man." Yi Yunqing laughed to herself. When her family's chauffeur came to pick her up, it became known that she was being supported by a 50-year-old man. To be honest, it was just envy. Those who wronged her knew even better than she did how wrong she was. Feng Shi saw Yi Yunqing come back. "You don't look well, are you not feeling well?" "No, I just got up too early and I'm a bit sleepy." Yi Yunqing had a class in the afternoon, otherwise she would have gone home. The thought of going home and having to face her grandmother made her heart rise in resistance. It was fine to just talk about it, but she really didn't want to drink that awful herbal medicine anymore. Feng Shi held a potato chip up to Yi Yunqing's mouth. "If anyone bullies you, you must tell us. We can't do much, but we can protect you. Girl friendships are just like that. If you bully my sister, I'll bully you back." Yi Yunqing leaned against Feng Shi's shoulder. When she was in high school, she was being bullied, but she had the support of Li Mireille. Otherwise, she would have probably dropped out of school or gone abroad. Chapter 10 Slap in the Face. In the afternoon after school, a red Ferrari pulled up in front of the school gate. A man in sportswear got out of the car, holding a large bouquet of roses in his left hand and a Burberry gift box in his right. Yi Yunqing turned to leave when she saw this. He stepped forward and stopped in front of Yi Yunqing. "Yunqing, I don't need you to agree right away, I just ask that you give me a chance to pursue you." There were many students leaving school at this time, and not a few of them knew Hui and Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing felt very embarrassed. "Yunqing, just say yes to Senior He." A female classmate heckled from the side. Hui handed the roses to Yi Yunqing. He just didn't believe it wouldn't work. Pei Xiuyan was walking towards the laboratory building with some documents in his hands when he saw a crowd gathered at the school entrance. He was about to leave when he saw Yi Yunqing's figure. He stopped in his tracks and stood at a distance, watching. Yi Yunqing let out a long sigh and looked at Hui with a troubled expression. "I'm sorry, Hui, you're very good, but I already have a boyfriend." Hui frowned. He had asked his future sister-in-law about this, and she said that Yi Yunqing had been single since birth, and not only did she not have a boyfriend, she didn't even have a single male friend around her. Yi Yunqing must have said that on purpose, to discourage him. "Yunqing, I told you, I don't expect you to agree to me right away, I just want you to give me a chance. If it really doesn't work out, I won't continue to bother your life." Hui looked at Yi Yunqing earnestly. Yi Yunqing took out her phone, found Pei Xiuyan's WeChat, and sent a voice message. "Honey, I'm almost done with school, let's have dinner tonight." The onlookers looked on with a show-watching expression. They heard that Yi Yunqing had long been supported by a man in his 50s, and Hui was really pitiful. Pei Xiuyan walked towards the experimental building. It didn't surprise him that Yi Yunqing had a suitor. After all, she was very outstanding. After receiving the voice message, Pei Xiuyan very cooperatively replied with a yes. Yi Yunqing received the reply and was a little worried. What if the other students could tell it was Pei Xiuyan? But after looking at the seconds, she saw that her uncle Pei was a man of few words, and at most he would only say one word. Hui heard the voice of a man, and his face changed. His future sister-in-law had actually lied to him, making him lose face. For this confession, he had driven out all the cars in his family and spent 30,000 yuan on gifts. Some people around him couldn't help but laugh out loud, and there were also small talks. From the sound of it, they must be quite old. So the rumors aren't unfounded. Yi Yunqing put her phone back in her bag, nodded politely at He Hui, and then walked around him towards the parking space. Can't these people keep their voices down when they gossip? He Hui froze in place, not knowing whether to go or stay. At that moment, a female classmate with light makeup and round glasses walked up to He Hui. He Hui, there you are, your brother is still waiting for you at the basketball court, let me take you there. He Hui looked at the female classmate next to him, as if they were from the same department, and they hadn't spoken much before. He Hui casually threw the roses into the trash can, and the Burberry gift box went in with them. Let's go. He Hui pretended to be relaxed, but in fact, he was heartbroken. These 30,000 yuan were his half-semester's allowance. It seems that he still has to ask his brother for it. He has to give it to him even if he doesn't want to, because his future sister-in-law is so unreliable, introducing someone who has a boyfriend to him. The crowd gradually dispersed. The three girls who had just whispered to each other walked over to the trash can and took out the gift box. Chapter 11 Pei Xiuyan protects his wife. Yi Yunqing had just arrived home when she received a call from Fengxi. Fengxi had never expected He Hui to do something so outrageous as to court her at the school gate. At the time, he had said that he would just give it a try, and if it didn't work out, then so be it. And since Yi Yunqing had been single for a long time, she had given He Hui her contact information. Yi Yunqing smiled, as long as he doesn't keep pestering me. Fengxi hesitated for a moment. Yunqing, do you really have a boyfriend? Yi Yunqing thought about it. Well, I already have a boyfriend, I just haven't had time to tell you guys yet. Fengxi was silent, then her voice was cold. Okay, Yi Yunqing, you have a boyfriend and you're hiding it from us, are we still sisters? There are no classes tomorrow, so you can bring him over so we can meet him. Yi Yunqing choked. If she really brought Pei Xiuyan over, she was afraid that she would not be able to eat anything, and the shock would be enough to fill her stomach. Yi Yunqing made a random excuse. He is quite busy at work, and he went abroad on a business trip yesterday, and he won't be back for a while. After hearing this, Fengxi mostly understood. Yi Yunqing probably made up a boyfriend because she was afraid that she would gossip with He Hui. Yi Yunqing smelled a strong herbal medicine smell after unlocking the phone with her fingerprint. She frowned and said, I'm hanging up, before putting the phone in her bag. Ho Xiuji was sitting on the sofa reading a book when she saw Yi Yunqing come back and gave a wink to her Auntie Song sitting next to her. Grandma. Yi Yunqing sat on the sofa, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Ho Xiuji could tell that Yi Yunqing was unhappy, but this was her task. No woman could avoid giving birth, and sooner or later she would have to go through this. Yi Yunqing gagged as she drank the medicine. Grandma, I'll go do my homework first. Ho Xiuji nodded, picked up the book next to her and continued reading, her attitude obviously not as good as it had been a few days ago. Yi Yunqing went upstairs, ate a candy, opened the closet and wanted to change clothes, but she found that all the clothes in the closet had been changed. All her cute clothes were gone, replaced by mature and sexy types. She took a deep breath, then took out a black strapless short skirt from inside. Her delicate collarbone was clearly visible, and her already slender waist looked mature and seductive against the black. Yi Yunqing knelt on the bed, picked up her phone, took several sexy photos, and then posted them to her circle of friends, setting it up so that her grandmother and Pei Xiuyan could see them. Pei Xiuyan was too busy to check his phone until 2 hours later, when he sat in a chair, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and saw that Yi Yunqing had posted something. He clicked in to take a look, pursed his lips in a smile, and realized that this was obviously not the little girl's style of dress. He then revealed an expression of helplessness. The more Grandma did this, the more Yi Yunqing resisted. Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and pinched the middle of his eyebrows with his long fingers. This was not a solution to the problem. Yi Yunqing wore a short skirt and hung out everywhere, and deliberately sat on the sofa to video chat with friends, listening to the other party, who seemed to be a man. In fact, Yi Yunqing just opened a certain voiceover software and clicked on whatever she wanted to listen to. Ho Xiuji frowned when she saw this. This was not what she had intended. Yunqing, you can wear these clothes when Xiuji comes back. I've already taken your clothes to the dressing room downstairs. Ho Xiuji had to give in. With heavy makeup and every move oozing femininity, Yi Yunqing sat on the sofa, beaming, I'm so tired of those cute clothes, thanks Grandma. Ho Xiuji looked at Yi Yunqing unhappily. Yi Yunqing flicked her hair and got up, taking her handbag with her. Grandma, I've made plans to go shopping with my classmates, so I won't be back for dinner. She said this and deliberately bent down to change her shoes, not even bothering to put on her panties. Ho Xiuji angrily slammed her book down on the coffee table, got up and went back inside. She thought she was a good girl, but she was so angry that she couldn't breathe, and her head felt dizzy. Yi Yunqing didn't want to fight back either. After all, she was her grandmother, but her recent actions were really unacceptable. Changing her clothes, making her drink Chinese medicine, it was just a matter of time before she was seen in bed with Pei Xiuyan. If this continued, it would show her to be too stupid, and the days ahead would be even more difficult. Yi Yunqing drove the car to a parking space not far away and stopped. She didn't plan to go out dressed like this anyway. Some sisters looked good in it, but it didn't suit her. It wasn't until nightfall that she yawned and rubbed her eyes as she drove home. Pei Xiuyan arrived home at 9 o'clock in the evening. Ho Xiuzhi had been locked in her room the whole time. Yi Yunqing didn't care about her. After all, she wasn't the one who had gone too far, and even if Pei Xiuyan returned, he wouldn't do anything to her. Mr. Pei, the old lady hasn't eaten dinner and has been locked in her room the whole time, Auntie Song said anxiously. Pei Xiuyan knocked on Ho Xiuzhi's door. After waiting for a long time, there was no response from inside, so in the end, she had to ask Auntie Qin to get the spare key to the house. Ho Xiuzhi was lying on the bed with a pale face, apparently having fainted. Yi Yunqing's room door was open. She knew that Pei Xiuyan had returned, but she didn't expect her grandmother to faint, so she was scared and ran downstairs barefoot. Pei Xiuyan called 120, and the ambulance arrived quickly. Yi Yunqing's eyes were red. She didn't think that things would be so serious. If she had known, she would not have acted recklessly. Pei Xiuyan sat on a hospital bench. Yi Yunqing was wearing slippers, her hair was a little messy, and most of the lipstick on her lips had come off, making her look a little disheveled. Uncle Pei, I didn't mean to do it. I should have discussed it with Grandma properly, I shouldn't have angered her. Yi Yunqing felt aggrieved in her heart, but Grandma was indeed angered by her. Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket and draped it over Yi Yunqing's shoulders. His voice was low. Yunqing, I don't mean to blame you, and you don't need to blame yourself for this. After spending 2 years together, he knew Yi Yunqing's character. If he hadn't pushed her too hard, she wouldn't have acted like this. Grandma just really wanted him to have a child, but she was getting old after all. But now it really wasn't the right time. After all, Yunqing was still young, and it was a marriage of convenience, and their relationship was at an awkward stage. It's a bit difficult for her to have a child, and he is older than her. She still has many options in the future. Yi Yunqing thought that Pei Xiuyan would scold her, but she didn't expect him to not only not do so, but to comfort her instead. She knew that Pei Xiuyan was brought up by her grandmother, and their deep affection was naturally needless to say. Uncle Pei. Yi Yunqing took Pei Xiuyan's arm and her voice choked up. From now on, whatever Grandma says is what it is, I won't be silly. Don't cry, this is my problem, I didn't handle it well. Pei Xiuyan's voice was much gentler. The more Pei Xiuyan did this, the more Yi Yunqing blamed herself, her tears couldn't stop flowing. What if something happened to Grandma, what would she do? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's small, cold hand and patiently comforted her. Grandma will be fine, be good, don't cry. Yi Yunqing cried with a jerk. I'm sorry to Grandma and I'm sorry to Uncle Pei. Pei Xiuyan had no experience in comforting a girl, and Yi Yunqing rarely cried. When she was unhappy, a few words of comfort would do the trick, but now it had him a little flustered. I know. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing's shoulders and patted her twice gently. Fortunately, Ho Xiuzhi was just old, and her blood pressure was a little high, which was considered a kind of geriatric disease. After returning to the ward, Yi Yunqing took Ho Xiuzhi's hand. Grandma, don't be angry, Yunqing didn't mean it. Ho Xiuzhi's voice was a little weak, and it seemed that she knew that she had scared her grandson quite a bit. Yunqing, Grandma is at this age, maybe I'll close my eyes one day, and before I go, I just want to hug my great-grandson. I just want to see the Pei family have an heir, so that when I go to the next world, I can also meet the ancestors of the Pei family. The older generation's way of thinking is deeply rooted. There are 3 kinds of unfilial conduct, and not having any descendants is the greatest. Yi Yunqing let out a long sigh. As long as she couldn't give birth to a child, there would be no solution to this matter. Pei Xiuyan put the straw in the cup and held it to Ho Xiuzhi's mouth. Grandma, I've hit a bottleneck in my experiment and I've been very busy lately, so it's not Yunqing's problem at all. Ho Xiuzhi sighed. What experiment? You've been busy for 2 years. In the middle of the night, Pei Xiuyan asked Yi Yunqing to go back and rest, but she refused and stayed in the hospital ward the whole night. In the morning, Yi Yunqing's face was pale, and dark circles were clearly visible under her eyes. She washed up briefly, forcing herself to wake up a little, and then fed Ho Xiuzhi breakfast. Pei Xiuyan sat beside her, almost having not slept at all that night. He reached out and brushed his hair back. then took off his glasses and closed his eyes. Xiuyan, Yunchang is enough here. Aren't you busy at school? Go ahead and get back to it. Ho Xiuji said with a heartache after finishing breakfast. Pei Xiuyan opened his eyes with a hoarse voice. I have already taken leave. No matter how busy I am, your health is more important. He got up to wash up, then sat back down on the sofa, slightly tired. Ho Xiuji originally planned for Pei Xiuyan to leave, and for Yi Yunchang to go and check up on her. If it really wasn't Yi Yunchang's problem, she wouldn't push her. Yi Yunchang poured a glass of water and handed it to Pei Xiuyan. I'm here, the doctor said that grandma can be discharged after 2 days of observation, so you go ahead and get busy. Pei Xiuyan took the water and then slightly shook his head at Yi Yunchang. This is a hospital, if he leaves, grandma might make some request. In the morning, Pei Xiuyan received more than 10 phone calls, either saying this is not right or that won't work. Pei Xiuyan did not show any impatience and explained one by one on the phone. Yi Yunchang leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep without realizing it. She had hardly slept at all yesterday, worrying and blaming herself. Pei Xiuyan changed his position so that Yi Yunchang could sleep more comfortably. At this time, Ho Xiuji spoke up. Xiuyan, tell grandma the truth. Why don't you want children? Pei Xiuyan pushed his glasses and then whispered, Grandma doesn't believe me, I don't want a child. Do you believe this is the truth? It's useless to force Yunchang. If she runs away, forget about the great-grandchildren. Ho Xiuji looked at Pei Xiuyan hesitantly. Are you? Well, yes. Pei Xiuyan nodded. There was no choice. In order for the young girl to have a stable life, it was fine to admit it, as long as he knew whether it would work or not. Yi Yunchang was asleep, but when Pei Xiuyan moved, she woke up. Hearing him admit that he couldn't do it, she almost laughed out loud, and her shoulders trembled slightly. It was impossible for her not to be moved when a man said he couldn't do it in order to protect her. Ho Xiuji's face was wonderful to behold. It turned out to be her grandson's problem after all. So? Ho Xiuji didn't know what to say. Pei Xiuyan's expressionless face was a trampling of male pride, but there was nothing she could do. So grandma, be nice to Yunchang. If she runs away, I'm afraid I won't even be able to get a wife. Fortunately, she's young and doesn't know much. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and his expression serious, so no one would doubt that he was lying. Ho Xiuji's mouth hung open for a long time before she nodded, and she really couldn't let her run away. Although the Pei family did not lack money, and there were many people who wanted to marry into the family, the Yi family was actually not poor. Yi Yunchang was a filial and well-behaved child. If they got divorced and found another person, knowing that Pei Xiuyan was not up to it, they might cause trouble. Can that still be cured? Ho Xiuji asked in a low voice. Yi Yunchang's face turned red with embarrassment. Pei Xiuyan gave an ambiguous response, and Ho Xiuji sighed for the umpteenth time. Yi Yunchang's hands were clenched tightly around Pei Xiuyan's clothes, and her lips were so bloodless from biting them. Pei Xiuyan was afraid that she would laugh out loud and reveal the secret, so he pinched her waist, which made Yi Yunchang's face wrinkle in pain, and she immediately stopped laughing. Yi Yunchang lay on Pei Xiuyan's lap, and the sense of security he gave her made her feel exceptionally at ease. She had never actually wanted to divorce him. Once you get married, it's for life, and he couldn't run away. Pei Xiuyan massaged his temples. If he couldn't do it, he wouldn't feel so hard now. The little girl was lying in his lap, and as long as he looked down, he could see an endless view. He was also a normal person, and a normal man who had been single for 30 years. Before, when he was busy at work, it passed, but now that he lives with Yi Yunchang, he really worries that he will scare her one day. Yi Yunchang wrapped his arms around Pei Xiuyan's waist and once again fell into a deep sleep. The smell on him was very nice. He didn't deliberately spray men's perfume, but had a faint smell of shower gel. Ho Xiuji didn't know what to do for a moment. Pei Xiuyan must have seen it in private. She didn't have the same connections as he did, and if it could be cured, he would have cured it long ago. The more she thought about it, the more panicked Ho Xiuji became. She looked up at Yi Yunchang and suddenly had an idea. Yi Yunchang was uncomfortable sleeping in one position, so she grunted and changed to another. Pei Xiuyan reached out to stop her, afraid that she would accidentally fall off the sofa. Yi Yunchang's hand was placed randomly, and she fell asleep without knowing it, occasionally pinching it. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunchang's hand away, but after a while she put it back on. He had to take her jacket off to cover it up, and if she hadn't been sleeping so soundly, he would have suspected that she was doing it on purpose. If Yi Yunchang was awake, he would be too embarrassed to even look, let alone reach out and pinch her. Chapter 12 Let's go on a date, Professor Pei. Ho Xiuji stayed in the hospital for 2 days. Yi Yunqing was worried, so he took an extra day off to stay at home and take care of his grandmother. It was after 10 o'clock at night, and Yi Yunqing was distracted as he looked at his phone. He was secretly worried. It was already this late, and Pei Xiuyan had not returned yet. He didn't reply to his text messages. In the end, Yi Yunqing couldn't help but call Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan was sitting in an office chair, with a half-finished cigarette clamped between his long, slender fingertips. He didn't have a strong smoking habit, and only lit up when he was tired or when he encountered a problem that he couldn't solve for the time being. "Hello, Yunqing." Pei Xiuyan's voice was a little hoarse. Yi Yunqing held the phone. "Uncle Pei, it's almost 11, are you coming back?" Pei Xiuyan gave a nod. He had not planned to go back, but the thought of Yi Yunqing waiting for him at home made him get up, grab his jacket and go out. Yi Yunqing hung up the phone, then timed her entry into the kitchen. She skillfully heated the pan, then prepared to make Pei Xiuyan a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Although her cooking skills were not superb, she could fry some homestyle dishes, make dumplings, and make noodles. Unlike most spoiled brats who only know how to demand things, Yi Yunqing is more down to earth. After a while of busy cooking, Yi Yunqing, who heard the door open, walked out of the kitchen, holding chopsticks in her hand and wearing an apron. She looked at Pei Xiuyan with a smile on her face. "Uncle Pei, I've made the noodles, do you want to try some?" Pei Xiuyan hung up his suit jacket and walked over to Yi Yunqing, patting her on the head. "Of course I want to try your cooking." Yi Yunqing was wearing a long-sleeved nightdress with cherry blossoms, her hair simply held back by a barrette, with a few wisps falling over her shoulders. She placed the noodles on the dining room table and handed Pei Xiuyan the chopsticks. Pei Xiuyan's experiment had hit a bottleneck. It had been half a month, and there had still been no breakthrough. Although he didn't show it, he was actually a little annoyed. Yi Yunqing sat in a chair, resting her hands on her chin. "Uncle Pei, tomorrow is Saturday, let's go to the movies." Pei Xiuyan put his cuffs and tie clip aside, loosened his tie slightly, and spoke in a low voice. "Yunqing, I've been a bit busy lately." Pei Xiuyan did not wear his glasses. Those deep eyes carried an apologetic expression. It was a pity that the little girl had finally managed to ask him to the movies, but he had no time. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan. She was not at all clear about the experiment, but Pei Xiuyan had been coming home very late recently, so she asked Li Mireille about it and learned that the experiment had hit a bottleneck. "I took the 6th level violin exam last year, and I'm still not proficient in the first movement of the third student concerto in G minor. No matter how much I practice, I make mistakes, so I went out and played." Yi Yunqing winked playfully at Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan curled his lips. "What do you say, Professor Pei, do you want to give it a try?" Yi Yunqing took out her phone and waved it in front of his eyes. Pei Xiuyan's thin lips parted slightly. "Okay." Yi Yunqing nudged herself next to Pei Xiuyan. "I don't like art films, and there aren't any superhero movies lately. There is a horror movie, though. You can watch it with me, I'm scared to watch it alone." Pei Xiuyan nodded. "Uncle Pei, this is perfect." Yi Yunqing stood up, overjoyed. The first step in getting closer: watch a movie together. Then find a horror movie, and when scary scenes come on, hide in Pei Xiuyan's arms. Yi Yunqing gave a smile of triumph. Pei Xiuyan could do nothing but bow his head and continue eating his noodles. The little girl didn't know what she was thinking, but she was smiling like a cat in spring. Yi Yunqing took a shower and lay in bed, one leg draped over Pei Xiuyan's body. Watching a movie generally didn't require any strategy, but she discovered that there was even a haunted house next to the movie theater. Tomorrow's task is to sneak into Professor Pei's arms. Pei Xiuyan took out the blindfold and handed it to Yi Yunqing. "It's getting late." Yi Yunqing obediently put her phone aside, then her face flushed as she leaned towards Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan turned sideways. This was the most torturous time. As the saying goes, what you think about during the day you dream about at night, and Yi Yunqing dreamed about sneaking into Pei Xiuyan's arms all night, and when she woke up her face was red to mention. Pei Xiuyan had already gotten up. Seeing Yi Yunqing still in bed, confused, he smiled tenderly. "Still not up? Didn't you say the train left at 9? Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan. He was wearing a white shirt, the cuffs of which he had rolled up to show off the lines of his firm arms. His long legs were encased in black trousers, and she couldn't help but stare. Pei Xiuyan gave Yi Yunqing's forehead a little tap, then changed to a pair of glasses with a silver chain. Yi Yunqing was unremarkable, but he was particularly attractive, and his gaze kept wandering back to Pei Xiuyan. This was the kind of person that Zai Jinyu was talking about, right? Yi Yunqing was wearing black and white sportswear with a panda pattern embroidered on it. His hair was braided into two pigtails, and he wore a panda ear hairband, which made him look playful and cute. Professor Pei helped carry the backpack. Yi Yunqing took out a small green cloth bag with red beans, with a hemp rope tied to it, and a bamboo-shaped doll hanging on one side. Pei Xiuyan curled his lips and took the bag, slung it over his shoulder. Yi Yunqing took his arm, smiling happily and brightly. Let's go. Yi Yunqing sat in the passenger seat, clenching his fists and making a starting motion. Pei Xiuyan put the bag aside, then started the car and rushed to the cinema. Yi Yunqing connected the car stereo and listened to the earthy music, probably the same as the one used by the square dancing aunties, very rhythmic. While waiting for the signal, Pei Xiuyan glanced at Yi Yunqing sitting in the passenger seat. She was slightly nodding her head to the music, and her fingers were tapping her leg from time to time. It was obvious that she must be in a good mood at the moment. Let's go eat first, Pei Xiuyan said in a low voice. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan. Uncle Pei, have you never eaten from a street stall before? I have. Pei Xiuyan replied seriously as he focused on driving. This surprised Yi Yunqing a little. She had almost never seen Pei Xiuyan eat snacks, nor had she seen him stop at the snack stalls outside the school gate, so she had thought that he never ate. The car pulled up in an underground car park, surrounded by several large shopping malls in the busiest shopping plaza. Yi Yunqing took Pei Xiuyan's arm and went to the snack street behind the mall. There were fried stinky tofu, rolled pancakes, and sour and spicy noodles for sale. Pei Xiuyan frowned slightly. He had eaten it before, but he didn't like the smell, but seeing that Yi Yunqing was in such high spirits, he could only accompany her. Yi Yunqing didn't buy anything with a particularly strong smell. After all, she wanted to snuggle up in Pei Xiuyan's arms. She bought a burnt cracker, and Pei Xiuyan shook his head. Compared to this, he would prefer a bowl of light congee. Yi Yunqing took a bite. It was spicy. She held out her hand and fanned her mouth. Pei Xiuyan took her into the coffee shop and ordered a cup of warm milk. Uncle Pei, I want iced milk tea, Yi Yunqing said after taking a sip of the milk. Pei Xiuyan nodded and went next door to buy her a cup of milk tea with a small amount of ice. Yi Yunqing ate as she walked. After she had eaten her fill, she remembered that Pei Xiuyan was still hungry, and she felt a little embarrassed, so she took him into the tea house. Pei Xiuyan sat in a chair, sipping tea, quietly watching the people come and go outside the window. Yi Yunqing rested her chin in her hand. Generally speaking, people with a little money wouldn't disdain such a date. They would usually choose to go to a concert, have dinner at a fancy restaurant, and then go back to a presidential suite for intimate communication. She can go to the fanciest restaurant, but she can also eat at a street stall. People should be down to earth. Uncle Pei, I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Yunqing took her handbag and left. After about 5 minutes, the food was served, but Yi Yunqing had not returned. Pei Xiuyan frowned. Yi Yunqing was so embarrassed that she wished she could die in the bathroom. She was not allowed to go in there, so she usually kept her supplies in her handbag, but today she had changed handbags and did not bring it. She wanted to cry but had no tears. How could such a ridiculous thing happen to her? And she had also drunk iced milk tea, which would normally give her a stomachache, so this was just icing on the cake. Pei Xiuyan sent Yi Yunqing a text message. Yunqing, what's wrong? Yi Yunqing held the phone, her embarrassed face turning red. She typed and deleted the words, deleted and typed again. This was how the first date went. Oh no. Pei Xiuyan received the text message and was first taken aback, then got up and walked over to the convenience store nearby. He then selected what he thought was more appropriate, paid and walked out. He didn't feel this was an embarrassing situation. Inside the restaurant, Pei Xiuyan found the waiter and said, "Excuse me, could you please help me deliver this to my wife? She's in the bathroom." "Thanks." The waiter knew what it was as soon as he took it in his hands, and then nodded with a smile. Marrying a man like this must be very happy. Pei Xiuyan stood far away and waited. Yi Yunqing walked out with a red face, and then she was a little embarrassed and didn't dare to look at him. "I'm sorry, Uncle Pei, I usually bring it with me, I'm not always like this, She really wanted to prove that she was not a senile girl, she just forgot. Pei Xiuyan didn't know what was there to explain, so he gave a smile and stroked Yi Yunqing's head. Yi Yunqing sat in the chair and drank the hot soup. "If you don't feel well, you should go home first," Pei Xiuyan said gently. Yi Yunqing shook her head like a rattle. They had finally gone on a date, and she didn't want to go back like that. Pei Xiuyan ate his breakfast, and it seemed that he would have to spend more time with her, seeing how aggrieved the little girl was. After eating, they went to the cinema. Yi Yunqing was excited and thrilled. It didn't matter what they watched, as long as the ghosts came out, she would dive into Pei Xiuyan's arms. But what she didn't expect was that the horror movie she chose was actually comedic, and the ghosts made everyone around them laugh. Pei Xiuyan watched intently, while Yi Yunqing pouted, knowing that she shouldn't have chosen this movie. Halfway through the movie, Yi Yunqing took the initiative to reach out and tug Pei Xiuyan's shirt. "Let's go play in the haunted house." She was not going to give up until she achieved her goal. Pei Xiuyan's legs were crossed, and she was watching the movie with a very serious expression, as if she was thinking about something. Yi Yunqing had to keep her mouth shut when she saw this. When the movie was over, Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing with apologetic eyes. "Yunqing, I'm afraid I have to go back to school first." Yi Yunqing obviously didn't expect Pei Xiuyan to say that, and after a moment she nodded, "Okay." In the car, Yi Yunqing rested her chin in one hand and looked out the window. She was no longer as excited as she had been when they first arrived, and although she hadn't achieved her goal, she was still a little disappointed. But she couldn't blame Pei Xiuyan. After all, he had said he would go to the movies with her, and they had. Pei Xiuyan felt a little bad about it. "Next Wednesday, you don't have class, let's go to the haunted house." Yi Yunqing nodded, and her childish nature came to the fore at this moment. Pei Xiuyan walked Yi Yunqing home. "I'll be back late tonight, don't wait up for me, go to bed early." Pei Xiuyan handed Yi Yunqing her bag. Yi Yunqing nodded again without saying a word. Pei Xiuyan went to the university and went straight to the lab. A few students saw this and didn't dare to bother him. It was dark before Pei Xiuyan stopped, and the bottleneck had been broken through, much to the excitement of the students. "Professor Pei, you haven't eaten dinner yet, let's go out for a drink," a male student on the side suggested. The other students followed suit. Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and took out the glasses cloth to wipe the lenses. The little girl is still angry at home, he has to hurry back. "You guys go ahead, I'll pay for the meal." Pei Xiuyan smiled as he put on his glasses. Naturally, the students were happy, and the young teaching assistant on the side also followed them out of the lab. On the way back, Pei Xiuyan bought a warm treasure. Yi Yunqing had been listless all day, and even when Feng asked her out, she politely declined. She wasn't angry with Pei Xiuyan, but with herself. It was a hard date, and they ended up watching an ugly movie, and Pei Xiuyan even had to buy supplies for them, which was embarrassing. Pei Xiuyan went straight upstairs when he got home. Yi Yunqing was lying on the bed, holding a textbook in his hands and reading. Whenever he came across something he didn't understand, he would draw a circle around it. As a result, the book was full of circles, and his already depressed mood became even more irritable. Hearing the door open, Yi Yunqing quickly put the book under his pillow and then closed his eyes. Pei Xiuyan didn't turn on the lights and took off his glasses before entering the bathroom. After about 10 minutes, Pei Xiuyan walked out of the bathroom, wrapped only in a towel, his firm figure on full display, his abdominal muscles clearly visible, but not in an exaggerated way. He walked over to the bed and sat down, his voice a little hoarse. "Yunqing, are you still angry?" Yi Yunqing opened his eyes and looked at Pei Xiuyan with half his head exposed. "Uncle Pei." The voice was so full of grievances. Pei Xiuyan propped himself up on one hand, leaned slightly forward, and placed a kiss on Yi Yunqing's forehead. "You don't feel well, I'll stay home with you tomorrow and not go anywhere, how's that?" The place where she was kissed felt as if she had been burned, and Yi Yunqing shyly hid under the covers. Pei Xiuyan got into bed and placed his large hand on Yi Yunqing's stomach. "Uncle Pei, I'm so embarrassed." Yi Yunqing poked her head out. It was too hot under the covers, and it made her gasp for breath. Yi Yunqing looked quite bold, but in fact she had the heart of a thief but not the courage. Chapter 13, Be a Good Husband. Pei Xiuyan suppressed a smile. What was going through that little head of hers? He just wanted to cover her stomach, and he wasn't about to run a red light over it. Yi Yunqing's heartbeat was loud and clear as if it were beating on a drum. She could clearly feel the heat behind her. For 2 years, their relationship had always been lukewarm. Pei Xiuyan didn't take the initiative to speak, and Yi Yunqing didn't know how to either, so the two of them just dragged on. In the morning, after breakfast, Yi Yunqing lay in bed with her legs straight and pressed against the headboard. Pei Xiuyan was wearing pajamas, his legs naturally crossed, and he was intently reading a magazine. "Uncle Pei, you promised me last night that you wouldn't go anywhere today and stay home with me." Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan nodded. Yi Yunqing smiled twice, revealing a flattering expression. I'm a little bad at my major. Not a little, but most of it. Pei Xiuyan put down the magazine and said, "Come here." As soon as the subject of study was mentioned, Pei Xiuyan's attitude immediately changed, and his expression became much more serious. Yi Yunqing quickly got out of bed, then picked up the computer on the nightstand and walked over. Pei Xiuyan was lecturing seriously, but Yi Yunqing's mind was completely not on his studies. Yunqing. Pei Xiuyan's expression was serious, and his voice dropped. Yi Yunqing pouted, "Uncle Pei, it's not my fault, you didn't wear your clothes properly." Pei Xiuyan used one hand to button up his pajamas, then continued lecturing with a serious expression. Yi Yunqing stopped fooling around and listened attentively. Suddenly Pei Xiuyan's phone rang, so he patted Yi Yunqing's head and nudged his chin. Yi Yunqing got up with a smile and handed Pei Xiuyan the phone on the nightstand, and glanced at it on the way. Pei Xiuyan took the phone and connected it. A voice came from the other end, presumably at the airport. "Hello, Xiuyan, I'm back in the country. Do you have time? Can you come pick me up?" A light-hearted female voice came from the other end, and it seemed like she was in a good mood. Pei Xiuyan said in a deep voice, "I'll have my driver pick you up." The meaning behind his words was obvious. He didn't have time. He had promised to stay home with Yi Yunqing for the day, and he would definitely keep his word. The girl on the other end of the line obviously didn't expect Pei Xiuyan to say that, and she was silent for a long time before speaking. "Forget it then, I've already returned to China, I'll treat you to dinner when I have time." "Okay," Pei Xiuyan said indifferently. The girl heard Pei Xiuyan's voice sounding a little distant, so she didn't continue speaking either, said goodbye and hung up the phone. Yi Yunqing, who was close by, heard it very clearly. "Uncle Pei, how about? In college, she wanted to chase after me." Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing and said. Yi Yunqing froze, then shook her head. "No, I really shouldn't pick it up." Pei Xiuyan curled his lips, reached out and touched Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing was a little jealous when she heard that someone had chased after Pei Xiuyan, but then she thought, Pei Xiuyan is so outstanding, it makes sense that someone would chase after him. There's one right next to her. "Uncle Pei, be honest, before we got married, did you have any ex-girlfriends or ambiguous relationships?" Yi Yunqing lowered her head after she finished speaking, her cheeks slightly flushed. Pei Xiuyan could tell that Yi Yunqing cared about this very much, so he shook his head slightly to deny the claim. "I was very busy when I was in school, and even busier after graduation." Yi Yunqing swung her little legs, and her slippers made a friction sound on the floor. "You can't lie to me, I'll take it seriously." Pei Xiuyan's arm tightened. "Lying to your wife?" Pei Xiuyan paused for a moment and continued, "I don't think it's a wise choice." Yi Yunqing lowered her head, her calves swinging faster, her ears tinged red. Pei Xiuyan wrapped his arms tightly around Yi Yunqing's waist. The little girl was so cute, he wanted to eat her up, but he was afraid that she was too young and she would regret it in the future, so he could only bear it. Yi Yunqing pouted and whispered, "I asked you to watch a horror movie with me yesterday, and I was hoping to find an opportunity to sneak into your arms, but it didn't work out." Yunqing. Hearing Pei Xiuyan's slightly hoarse voice, Yi Yunqing tilted her head up and her lips were sealed shut. His kiss was a little strong, completely contrary to his personality. Yi Yunqing awkwardly responded. This was her first kiss, and also their first. After the kiss ended, Yi Yunqing lay on top of Pei Xiuyan. "Uncle Pei, do you like me? What do you think?" Pei Xiuyan teased Yi Yunqing on purpose. Yi Yunqing shook her head, she didn't know. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and remained silent. At the engagement banquet, the young girl toasted elegantly, without the slightest hint of rudeness from beginning to end. Even though it was their first meeting, she was also poised and talked eloquently. Over the next 2 years of living together, he had seen her mischievous and naughty side, as well as the effort she made to not make things difficult for him. He was not a saint, and it was hard for him not to be moved by such a young girl. Yi Yunqing suddenly felt uncomfortable, and hurriedly got up and ran to the bathroom. Pei Xiuyan curled his lips, then looked down at his pajamas and helplessly got up to change. "Uncle Pei, save me." Yi Yunqing sat on the toilet. "No need to live anymore, pass away in place, and then change to live on another planet." Pei Xiuyan asked in a deep voice, "Where is it?" "You have to pull out the ladder under the wardrobe, and there is a cute pink box inside." Yi Yunqing covered her face and said. Yi Yunqing, a 22-year-old girl with dementia, is not running anymore. Pei Xiuyan changed into a set of pajamas, then opened the bathroom door with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yi Yunqing covered her face, and she reached out with one hand to catch it. Pei Xiuyan went downstairs and made Yi Yunqing a bowl of brown sugar water. Ho Xiuji frowned slightly when she saw it. Xiuyan, why are you cooking yourself? Just leave it to Aunt Roan. Grandpa taught me to care for my wife. Pei Xiuyan whispered as he carried the brown sugar water. Ho Xiuji smiled and glared at Pei Xiuyan. Hurry up and go. Pei Xiuyan took the brown sugar water and went up to the mouth. Ho Xiuji shook her head helplessly. The Pei family is full of infatuated people. Chapter 14, Yunshan is about to cry. Yi Yunshan's delicate little face was covered with visible blush. She sat by the bed, her hands holding the edge of the bed, her legs dangling, rubbing against the floor. Pei Xiuyan handed Yi Yunshan the brown sugar water. Slowly, it's a bit hot. I don't know what's wrong, I always make a fool of myself in front of you. Yi Yunshan held the brown sugar water and looked at the ginger floating on top. She let out a long sigh. It didn't matter who she made a fool of herself in front of, why did it have to be Pei Xiuyan? Pei Xiuyan loosened the collar of his shirt and, as usual, looked gentle and refined. It's okay, in front of me, you just need to be yourself. Yi Yunshan sipped the brown sugar and water, and a small doubt arose in her heart. Pei Xiuyan should be so gentle to everyone, right? Uncle Pei, let me ask you a question, don't be angry, okay? Okay. Pei Xiuyan leaned back in his chair after he finished speaking. Yi Yunshan looked at Pei Xiuyan, her hand holding the bowl tightened. She spoke in a low voice, obviously not confident. Apart from me, has Professor Pei ever been so gentle to anyone else? Pei Xiuyan crossed his legs and tried his best to restrain himself. The young girl cared about how he looked, and she was even cuter. You are the first person besides family. Yi Yunshan looked into Pei Xiuyan's calm eyes and quickly lowered her head and gulped down the ginger soup to hide her joy. Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and put them on the table. He got up and walked over to Yi Yunshan. His voice was slightly low. Yunshan. I won't ask such childish questions again. Yi Yunshan lowered her eyebrows, her voice unable to hide her joy, and her long eyelashes trembled lightly. Pei Xiuyan leaned over and whispered in Yi Yunshan's ear, everything about me belongs only to you. Yi Yunshan turned her head and kissed lightly on Pei Xiuyan's side of the face, then she fell directly onto the bed, turned her face and buried it in the bed, all in one go, so embarrassed. Pei Xiuyan smiled, shy. Yi Yunshan dangled her little feet and threw off her slippers. Uncle Pei, you help me with my homework. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the table and then picked up his phone and dialed Yi Yunshan's instructor. Hey, Monday, be sure to check the students' homework, it's very important. Pei Xiuyan's tone was serious, not like he was joking. Yi Yunshan couldn't believe it as she turned her head to look at Pei Xiuyan. She hadn't planned to write it anyway, and the instructor wouldn't check it anyway, but as a result of his phone call, she had to write it even if she didn't want to. Pei Xiuyan hung up after a few polite words, his expression serious. I think we need to have an in-depth discussion about learning. He mainly wanted to change the subject. Yi Yunshan could handle it, but he couldn't. No, I don't want to discuss this. Yi Yunshan pouted. Whenever the subject of studying came up, Pei Xiuyan would change into a stern face. Pei Xiuyan looked over Yi Yunshan's homework and sure enough, not a single word had been written. Yunshan, come here, finish your homework. I'll teach you what you don't know. Yi Yunshan took a deep breath. What was it like having a professor in the family? It meant that whenever you wanted to slack off, he would be watching you, and only you. Pei Xiuyan pulled away the stool and Yi Yunshan sat down. Over the next day, Pei Xiuyan did as he said and didn't go anywhere. They had wanted to read, watch TV and play games together, but it turned into catching up on homework. Yi Yunshan stretched, threw her pen into the pen holder, and should have known she shouldn't have mentioned homework. Chapter 15 Yi Yunshan cried. She had to comfort Pei Xiuyan. He got up and patted Yi Yunshan's head. His gaze fell on the other person's pale face, and his smile carried a hint of affection. After dinner, I'll stay home with you and watch a movie. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshan's eyes lit up instantly. She folded her hands together and looked at Pei Xiuyan with anticipation. Can we watch a big anime movie? I hear it's really exciting and great. Okay. Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly. He had no objection to what to watch, as long as she liked it. At dinner, Yi Yunshan sat next to Ho Xiuji, and Pei Xiuyan, who usually sat next to Yi Yunshan, changed his usual position. His knuckles were clearly defined as he held the chopsticks, his eyebrows gentle as he occasionally offered her some food. It's because you're a picky eater that you're not growing tall. Pei Xiuyan said, placing the scrambled eggs into Yi Yunshan's bowl. Yi Yunshan's long, dark eyelashes trembled, and her pink lips pursed slightly. She was a little unhappy. She liked all kinds of eggs, but she didn't like scrambled eggs. They had too much oil and were too greasy. Pei Xiuyan caught Yi Yunqing's little movement, raised his hand and pinched the other person's delicate, fair face. His voice was gentle and affectionate. Be good, listen. Ho Xiuji, who was standing nearby, looked at Yi Yunqing with a gentle smile. She didn't say much, but her gaze made Yi Yunqing's face unconsciously blush. At this time, the doorbell rang. Yi Yunqing looked up and looked in the direction of the door. It was so late, who could be here? Auntie Song opened the door. The woman in front of her had a graceful figure, with long, wavy black hair, fair skin, red lips, and seductive eyebrows and eyes. Her form-fitting red long dress had a high slit, and the seductive parts were held together by a black belt. The white of her skin, the black of the belt, and the red of the long dress were very impactful colors, making her whole person look flamboyant and dazzling to a shocking degree of beauty. This beauty, however, made Ho Xiuji frown. She was still dressed like that, as if she had just come from a brothel. She was the woman who had called earlier. She and Pei Xiuyan went to the same university and had been chasing after Pei Xiuyan for a long time, but unfortunately she had never succeeded. Hello, Grandma. In her slender, white hands, Xuelai was holding a gift box that looked very expensive. Ho Xiuji nodded and smiled faintly. She liked Yi Yunqing more than rules. Auntie Song took the gift from Xuelai's hands and put it aside. Yi Yunqing politely stood up. Pei Xiuyan frowned and stood up as well. Introduce, my friend Xuelai, this is my wife Yi Yunqing. He put his hand on Yi Yunqing's shoulder. Xuelai smiled and held out her hand. Hello. Yi Yunqing shook her hand and then said, Auntie Song, go prepare a pair of chopsticks. No need, I ate when I arrived. Xuelai said, then sat down next to Ho Xiuji. Grandma, I haven't seen you for many years, and you look even younger. You young people chat, I'm a bit tired, I'll go back to my room first. Ho Xiuji stood up, obviously unwilling to pay any attention to Xuelai. Yi Yunqing was a bit worried, and helped Ho Xiuji up, saying, Grandma, I'll take you back to your room to rest. Ho Xiuji patted the back of Yi Yunqing's hand. This silly girl, she actually let another woman be alone with Pei Xiuyan. Yi Yunqing didn't know Xuelai's identity, so she didn't think much of it. Pei Xiuyan sat in a chair. Auntie Song, please help me make a pot of tea. Auntie Song nodded. Xuelai looked up at Pei Xiuyan, her gorgeous red lips opening and closing as she said, Your wife doesn't look old, I didn't think you'd like this kind of thing. Pei Xiuyan smiled, and a gentle expression appeared on his warm and handsome face. She's very nice. I'm back this time to work at the same school as you, so please take care of me in the future, Professor Pei. With that, Xuelai extended her hand. Pei Xiuyan nodded politely. There's no need to take care of me, we're all colleagues. Xuelai propped her face on one hand, her long hair draped over her shoulders, a smile curving the corner of her mouth. Pei Xiuyan, is there a need to reject me so urgently from 1,000 miles away? I have no intention of doing anything. At this time, Yi Yunqing walked out of the room. I'm back, where were you guys talking about? She said as she sat next to Pei Xiuyan and placed her hand gently on his leg. Grandma has already gone to rest. We were talking about work. In the future, I will be working at the same school as Xiuyan, and I want him to take care of me a little more, but he is just as impersonal as when he was at school. Xuelai said, flirtatiously flicking her long hair, then glanced at Pei Xiuyan with dissatisfaction. Yi Yunqing realized that Xuelai was the woman who was chasing after Pei Xiuyan after he had sent Ho Xiuji back to her room. It might not be a good thing to ask him to look after me. For example, today, when he was with me, he didn't forget to educate me. After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, he squeezed Pei Xiuyan's leg firmly. Humph, I don't care. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's hand without showing any emotion, whereas educating you, it is clearly for your own good. He really likes to educate people. That's how it was at school, and I never expected that it hasn't changed at all over the years. Xuelai imitated Pei Xiuyan's sitting posture, with a smile on her face. Yi Yunqing gave a sweet smile, worthy of him. Yi Yunqing had no intention of responding to Xuelai's obvious provocation. Pei Xiuyan didn't want to make his little girl angry, so he stood up. It's getting late, Yunqing still has class tomorrow, I'll let the driver take you back. Xuelai's face changed. He had thought that this time he would return differently, but he never imagined that he would already be married. Yi Yunqing took Pei Xiuyan's arm. Let's see Miss Shui off. No need, my driver is outside. I'll go back first. See you at school on Monday. With that, Xuelai winked at Yi Yunqing and turned around to leave. Yi Yunqing had never lost her manners in front of outsiders, and even if she was dissatisfied, she would never show it. Yun Chang. Pei Xiuyan reached out and put his arm around Yi Yun Chang's waist. Shall we go watch a movie upstairs? Sure. Yi Yun Chang smiled and followed Pei Xiuyan upstairs. She had no right to make a scene, and it wasn't a wise choice to do so at this time. Pei Xiuyan looked down, her face was clearly red with anger, but she was holding back. During the movie, Yi Yunchun leaned against Pei Xiuyan's chest and watched intently. There was nothing sensational about the movie, just some relatively inspiring scenes, but Yi Yunchun burst into tears. Pei Xiuyan pressed the pause button and turned to look at Yi Yunchun. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Wah. Yi Yunchun threw herself into Pei Xiuyan's arms and cried sadly. Pei Xiuyan gently comforted Yi Yunchun. It's okay, Yunchun, don't cry, what's wrong? He was a little at a loss, why was she crying for no reason? Yi Yunchun cried, her shoulders trembling lightly. She was already pale, and with this crying, the corners of her eyes and the tip of her nose were stained red, her eyelashes were stained with tears, and she was beautiful like rain falling on peach blossoms, beautiful and delicate, and it made people feel pity. Pei Xiuyan frowned slightly and gently embraced Yi Yunchun in his arms. This was the first time he had made the little girl so sad. I won't let her come to the house again in the future. It's okay, don't cry anymore. Pei Xiuyan didn't think that Yi Yunchun had cried so sadly because of the movie. Uncle Pei, will you leave me? Yi Yunchung's voice trembled as she looked at Pei Xiuyan with tear-filled eyes. In her opinion, Shuelai has a good education, is not bad-looking or built, and seems to come from a good family. She felt a sense of crisis from the bottom of her heart. This feeling was unfamiliar, and she was scared. Pei Xiuyan cupped Yi Yunchung's face in his hands, his voice low and his expression serious. No. Yi Yunchung's eyes were red, and she rubbed against Pei Xiuyan coquettishly, her tone soft. You scared me, ooh. This sweet and pouty remark made Pei Xiuyan's heart melt. His eyes were deep and dark, and his Adam's apple uncontrollably rolled up and down his throat. Thinking that it was inconvenient for the person in his arms right now, the lowered eyelashes trembled, and he ultimately suppressed the urge in his heart. Chapter 16, Professor Pei's Online Teaching. Yi Yunchun leaned on Pei Xiuyan's arm, sniffling, and his small body shook with each breath, obviously from crying too hard. Be good, don't cry. Pei Xiuyan's hand patted Yi Yunchung's shoulder lightly. He wasn't very good at comforting people and couldn't think of anything else to say. Yi Yunchun turned around, her little face flushed, her big, watery eyes staring at Pei Xiuyan, her voice soft and tender. I don't want to upset Uncle Pei, but I'm scared inside, and I feel suffocated. Pei Xiuyan leaned over, tugged the quilt, and covered Yi Yunchun tightly. His voice was low but gentle. You are my wife, and this will never change from now until we grow old. Don't be afraid. Yi Yunchun rubbed against Pei Xiuyan's chest like a spoiled child, and her slender arms rested on Pei Xiuyan's waist. We've been married for so long, and I've always been the one to take the initiative. Pei Xiuyan rested his forehead against Yi Yunchung's. He was afraid that she was young and would regret it in the future. It was also a family marriage, and if he treated her badly from the start, he would scare her away. Without waiting for Yi Yunchun to say anything, Pei Xiuyan's not-so-gentle kiss fell, even a bit domineering and aggressive, the complete opposite of his personality. After all, he was usually always polite and gentle. Yi Yunchung's hands tightened around Pei Xiuyan's pajamas, her heartbeat pounding like a drum, deafening. Her mind went blank. Seeing this, Pei Xiuyan let go of the little girl in his arms. Yi Yunchun raised her hand and touched her already red lips. Uncle Pei, What's wrong? Pei Xiuyan asked in a low voice. His self-control seemed so fragile in the face of Yi Yunchun, almost indefensible. Yi Yunchun shyly hid under the covers, her forehead resting on Pei Xiuyan's broad chest, her voice muffled as she said, No, I don't know what's wrong, I feel strange. Pei Xiuyan probably already guessed, I'll hug you to the bathroom. No, it's not that kind of thing, I just feel. Yi Yunchun was embarrassed to continue. Pei Xiuyan first froze for a moment, then laughed. Silly girl, it seems that Yunchung's biology doesn't quite pass. Yi Yunchun poked her head out from under the covers, and her hand lightly passed over a certain place on Pei Xiuyan. Uncle Pei seems to have passed, and he will definitely find a way to solve it, right? Pei Xiuyan didn't expect that he would be flirted with by Yi Yunchun in return. He gave a spoiled smile, extended his hand, and gave Yi Yunchung's forehead a little tap. If I can't solve it, Yunchun is so smart, so why don't you help me think of a way? Yi Yunchun blushed, she had just been a little too bold, and it was only now that she remembered to be shy. It was too late, she turned her back to Pei Xiuyan. Go to sleep, I have to go to class tomorrow. Pei Xiuyan tucked the corners of the quilt, put his arms around Yi Yunshin's waist, and closed his eyes. Yi Yunshin muttered, "You're too close, I can't sleep." Pei Xiuyan opened the bedside table and took out a disposable eye mask and earplugs from inside and handed them to Yi Yunshin. His voice was hoarse, "Don't think nonsense." How could he not think nonsense? The heat and breathing from his back were simply unbearable, especially accompanied by the nice smell of Pei Xiuyan's body wash. It was too much. I don't know how long it took before Yi Yunshin fell asleep in his thoughts. Early in the morning, Yi Yunshin got up and walked dazedly to the bathroom. Pei Xiuyan was shaving. Yi Yunshin wrapped her arms around his waist and, with the lethargy of someone who had just woken up, called out, "Uncle Pei." Pei Xiuyan smiled, patted the back of Yi Yunshin's hand lightly, and said in a voice full of affection, "Good girl." Yi Yunshin rubbed against Pei Xiuyan's body before leaving. After Pei Xiuyan finished washing up, he left the bathroom and changed his clothes. Yi Yunshin looked in the mirror and washed her face with cold water. She was so sleepy, and her head was spinning. Getting up early for class was the most torturous. She tied her hair into a simple ponytail, curled the ends with a curling iron to make it look playful and cute, and then took a pair of clear glasses without prescription from the accessories box to compare the size with. She felt that they were about right before she left the bathroom. Pei Xiuyan was dressed in a suit, with silver-rimmed glasses, sitting in the lobby drinking coffee and reading the morning paper. Yi Yunshin ran out in slippers, glanced around, then returned to the bedroom. She had deliberately chosen a little black dress, white lace socks, and flat shoes. Pei Xiuyan put down the newspaper and glanced at the expensive watch. He got up and walked towards the kitchen, took out the thermos from the cupboard, and made a sandwich and hard-boiled egg himself. Yi Yunshin finished tidying up and went downstairs. She glanced at the time and panicked, "Uncle Pei, I'll go first, I'm going to be late." Then she picked up the car keys and was about to leave. Pei Xiuyan sighed and handed Yi Yunshin the lunchbox. "At this hour, there is no time to buy breakfast at school and bring it with you." Yi Yunshin took the lunchbox and gave Pei Xiuyan a kiss on the cheek while standing on tiptoe. "Uncle Pei is the best, I'll go first." Auntie Qin, who was tidying up the hall, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pei Xiuyan picked up the car keys and walked towards the garage, and Yi Yunshin had already driven off. While waiting at the traffic lights, Yi Yunshin saw Pei Xiuyan's car in the rearview mirror. He was driving a red Ferrari sports car today, which he normally wouldn't drive and would just let gather dust in the garage. Pei Xiuyan was holding the steering wheel, looking at the Mini in front of him and flashing his double blinkers. His lips were pursed slightly, and he was clearly in a good mood. When they arrived at school, Yi Yunshin got out of the car and saw Pei Xiuyan walking over from the parking space across the street. She was about to say hello, but then thought better of it. After all, this was school. It was fine to flirt at school, but Pei Xiuyan's status was special and obviously not quite right for this. This was a situation that must be handled with care, or it would be bad. Pei Xiuyan was about to speak when he saw the little girl, who looked like she had been stepped on, running as fast as she could with the lunchbox in her hand. He glanced at the time and let out a silent sigh. The little girl's habit of sleeping in seems to need to be corrected, otherwise how can she go without breakfast every day? Yi Yunshin sat down on the chair out of breath. She was not late, but she also did not have time to eat breakfast. Pei Xiuyan did not have any classes in the morning, so he went directly to the laboratory. As soon as he opened the door to the laboratory, he saw Xuelai chatting with a few students. When he saw Pei Xiuyan, Xuelai got off the table and walked over to him. "I thought you would never be late." Pei Xiuyan nodded politely and then put on his gloves and got to work. Seeing this, the students stopped joking around. Xuelai put on his gloves and walked over to Pei Xiuyan. He didn't know what he had done to offend him, but the usually polite and courteous man had actually lost his temper. It wasn't until noon that Pei Xiuyan stopped working. "Professor Pei, would you like to go for a cup of coffee together?" Xuelai leaned back against the table and took off his gloves. Pei Xiuyan glanced down at his phone, then looked up and shook his head at Xuelai. "Sorry, I have a class this afternoon." Even if he didn't have a class, he wouldn't go because he was a married man. Especially when he knew that the other person had other intentions, he couldn't go anymore. Chapter 17, Professor Pei is too serious. Yi Yunshin was preparing to go back to the company to see Jiang Chen after class. After all, she had returned to China for a while, and she had never been able to find the time to visit her. She also wondered how the company spokesperson matter was being handled. Before she could even step out of the campus, she was taken by the arm by Li Mireille. She looked listless, as if her soul had been sucked out of her. "What's wrong?" Yi Yunshin smiled with curved eyebrows. Li Mirei rubbed against Yi Yunqing's arm. Yunqing, will you accompany me to Professor Pei's class? I heard that he is in a bad mood today, I'm so scared. Yi Yunqing froze for a moment. How did she not know that Pei Xiuyan was in a bad mood? When she left in the morning, she saw that he was fine. Yi Yunqing glanced at her phone and saw that she had plenty of time, so she agreed directly, I'll go to the store and buy something to eat. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Li Mirei struck a triumphant pose, my Yunqing is the best. Let's go, help yourself to whatever you want. With that, she led Yi Yunqing towards the store. Yi Yunqing bought a cup of sugar-free milk tea. Although it was soulless, she couldn't afford to get too fat, for fear that Pei Xiuyan would find her unattractive. After all, Pei Xiuyan's figure was simply perfect, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, with the perfect golden ratio, not inferior to a male model. After paying, Li Mirei looked at Yi Yunqiang. Yunqiang, you're smiling like a spring cat, is it because your boyfriend is going back to China? Yi Yunqiang shook her head and said that a lie would require 100 lies to cover it up, and she was about to cry. He couldn't return to China for a while, he was quite busy. Li Mirei rubbed Yi Yunqing's fair face. I really didn't expect it, you actually have a boyfriend, I thought you would become a nun as soon as you graduated. Yi Yunqing lowered her head and nibbled on the roasted sausage she had just bought, her face turning a little red. She didn't expect that she would get married so early either. Pei Xiuyan was getting ready for class and happened to see Yi Yunqing and Li Mirei. Professor Pei. Li Mirei greeted Pei Xiuyan first when she saw him. Yi Yunqing was holding a milk tea in one hand and a roasted sausage in the other, and she accidentally burned her mouth. She let out a hiss and looked up at Pei Xiuyan. Hello, Professor Pei. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and nodded with a smile. Li Mirei took Yi Yunqing by the arm and said, Professor Pei, this is a friend of mine. She admires you very much and would like to attend one of your classes. Yi Yunqing blushed, not knowing what to say. The deep eyes behind the glasses looked at Yi Yunqing, and he said in a low voice, okay. As usual, he was as stingy with words as ever. Li Mirei, in an attempt to get close to him, pulled Yi Yunqing behind Pei Xiuyan. I sent her your class before, and she regretted it so much, saying that if she had known that Professor Pei's class was so good, she would have chosen you in the first place. Yi Yunqing took a sip of milk tea, her face turning red as if it was about to bleed. Really? Pei Xiuyan's mouth curled up, his voice was pleasant and full of magnetism. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan, meeting his gentle eyes. She nodded slightly and whispered, yes, I regret not taking Professor Pei's class. The three of them walked together towards the classroom. You go ahead and reserve a seat for the student, I'll wait for the teaching assistant to bring the class materials over. Pei Xiuyan stopped in the hallway. Li Mirei's blabbering mouth finally shut up. Okay, Professor Pei. You go ahead and reserve a seat for me, I have a question I want to ask Professor Pei, after all, this is a rare opportunity. Yi Yunqing handed Li Mirei the bag of snacks. Li Mirei didn't think much of it, after all, Yi Yunqing wasn't in this class, and it was rare to see Professor Pei. It was still early, and it was lunchtime, so there were hardly any people. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan, her cheeks flushed. Pei Xiuyan pinched Yi Yunqing's face. After being married for so long, how could she still blush when she saw him? She looked like an apple, and the person looking at her couldn't help but want to take a bite to quench his thirst. Can I have a sip of your milk tea? Pei Xiuyan asked tenderly. Yi Yunqing froze for a moment, and then handed the milk tea to Pei Xiuyan's mouth. She remembered that he didn't drink milk tea. What he drank most was tea, followed by coffee, and occasionally a little wine. Pei Xiuyan's lips fell on the straw and he didn't drink. Yi Yunqing looked away, drinking a milk tea, why is it so attractive? Pei Xiuyan leaned over and whispered in Yi Yunqing's ear, if you weren't shy, I wouldn't have kissed the straw. Yi Yunqing took 2 steps back, this time not just blushing her face, but also her neck. I'll go into the classroom first. With that, she quickened her pace. Pei Xiuyan laughed, and followed Yi Yunqing into the classroom. The little girl was so cute, but unfortunately the location was wrong. It would have been nice if they were at home. Yi Yunqing leaned over the table, her face buried in her arms. Her heart was pounding uncontrollably. It turned out that drinking milk tea was a sham, and indirect kissing was the real deal. Her old man was really good at it. Li Mirei saw Yi Yunqing leaning over the table and thought she was suffering from a severe blow to her fragile heart. Yunqing, don't be sad. Professor Pei is extra strict when teaching, but it's for your own good, and he's serious and responsible. Yi Yunqing held up her hand to indicate that she was fine. She couldn't tell Li Mirei that she was too shy to look up. Pei Xiuyan sorted through the class materials that the instructor had sent. He had gone directly to the lab after being late for class in the morning, and hadn't had time to sort them. His approach to teaching was different for different students. Even if it was just an elective course, he attached great importance to it. After about half an hour, the class was full. The first thing the instructor did was collect the homework and then take attendance. No one dares to skip Pei Xiuyan's class, because if you miss class once, you have to retake it, and that's no joke. Li Mirei was a little nervous. She heard that the homework for today would be publicly punished. She had found the answers online, and even if she got them right, she wouldn't be able to answer if she was called up to answer later. It is said that men are most handsome when they work hard. Yi Yuncheng propped up his face and looked at Pei Xiuyan. He was right. Pei Xiuyan was wearing a suit that was cut to perfection. He was standing in front of the class, holding his students' homework in his hands. He had a black headband on his wrist, which was particularly conspicuous. The corner of his mouth was raised, obviously because he had seen satisfactory homework. Yi Yuncheng couldn't take her eyes off Pei Xiuyan. For a moment, their gazes met, and she gave a smile that was a few points sweeter than sugar. It started right after class. Pei Xiuyan spoke vividly, but Yi Yuncheng didn't understand a word. She was going to go home and study hard, otherwise they wouldn't have anything to talk about in the future. Li Mirei was furiously taking notes. She joked that there would be an exam, and if she failed, she would have to retake the class. And the topic would be different every time. Even the senior who had just finished the class could only say, "I can't help you." Pei Xiuyan's elective course is terrifying. It's a nightmare for students. Chapter 18 Accompany your husband to work overtime. After class, Pei Xiuyan, for the first time ever, did not assign homework, and Li Mirei was more than happy. She put her arms around Yi Yuncheng and kissed her on the cheek loudly. Yi Yuncheng looked at Pei Xiuyan, who was organizing the materials, with a pair of sparkling eyes full of laughter. Pei Xiuyan's gentle gaze fell on Yi Yuncheng. After just a moment, Yi Yuncheng's cheeks began to blush. She patted Li Mirei and whispered, "Let's go, I still have something to do this afternoon to find my mom." Li Mirei stood up and took Yi Yuncheng's arm as they walked out of the classroom. "What do you think? Is Professor Pei particularly charming, especially the way he pushes his glasses up?" Li Mirei said as she imitated the action. Pei Xiuyan usually pushes his glasses by holding the frame, occasionally pushing them on his nose. Because his fingers are long, the movements he makes are very elegant and pleasing to the eye. Yi Yuncheng nodded slightly. She still liked the way he wiped his glasses at home. When they reached the school gate, Li Mirei let go of Yi Yuncheng. "Drive slowly." Li Mirei waved her hand. Yi Yuncheng placed her retro bag on the passenger seat. She didn't hurry to leave, but took out her phone and sent a text message to Pei Xiuyan. "Uncle Pei, I'm going to the company to have dinner with my mom, I'll be back a little late, naughty JPG." After sending the text message, Yi Yuncheng drove off. Pei Xiuyan glanced at it, but didn't reply. After all, if he replied at this time, Yi Yuncheng would definitely be thinking about checking his messages, which would be very unsafe. Yi Yuncheng listened to some cheerful music, and when he arrived at the company and went upstairs, he received Pei Xiuyan's text message, which still only contained one word, "Good." Professor Pei is so stingy with his words, he won't give even one more. What a cheapskate. After Yi Yuncheng finished replying, he followed the female secretary who was by Jiang Chen's side directly into the office. Jiang Chen was looking at some documents when she saw Yi Yuncheng arrive. She smiled, put the documents aside, and waved at her, "Come, Yuncheng." Yi Yuncheng ran over with a smile, put her hand on the table, and said, "Let's have dinner together tonight." Jiang Chen was very busy. In the past, when Yi Yuncheng was not married, she didn't have much time to spend with her. Now the company is on the right track, but she still can't relax. "I'm sorry, Yuncheng, I have to go to a meeting in a moment." Jiang Chen looked at Yi Yuncheng with apologetic eyes. Yi Yuncheng straightened up, her voice a little lost. "Mom, you have to pay more attention to your health." "It's all my fault, I can't help you." Jiang Chen felt bad in her heart, and she still said she hadn't helped. She had sacrificed half of her life. Last time when she went to the Pei family, she could see that Yi Yuncheng and Pei Xiuyan were putting on an act for her, and that old lady in the Pei family was no saint. If you take good care of yourself, you'll be doing your mother a favor. Jiang Chen stood up and took out some cash from a drawer and handed it to Yi Yuncheng. "Spending your own money will make you feel more dignified." Yi Yuncheng shook her head. She had some money in her hand, not much, but enough. "Mom, I don't need it, you keep it." Jiang Chen didn't care what Yi Yunqing said, opened her bag and put the money in. If you're being bullied, just tell me, I'm your only child, I can't bear to see you suffer. Xiuyan is very good to me, so don't worry. As soon as Yi Yunqing finished speaking, her phone rang. She took it out and glanced at the screen. It was from Pei Xiuyan, so she pressed the answer button. Hello. Pei Xiuyan was sitting in his office. The other professors had either gone to class or, if they didn't have class, gone to the lab, leaving him alone. Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle. Yunqing, be careful driving at night. If it's too late, I'll come pick you up. Yi Yunqing looked at Jiang Chen with some embarrassment. I'll be back in a while, don't worry, I won't drive at night. Pei Xiuyan leaned back in his chair, holding a pen in his hand, apologizing. Yunqing, I may not be able to go home today. Yi Yunqing was somewhat disappointed when he heard this. So you're going to stay at school today? Pei Xiuyan nodded. He was also helpless, unable to go home and unable to be with the little girl, which was not a good thing for him either. Yi Yunqing thought for a moment and said, okay, I'll hang up first. After hanging up, Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and pinched the middle of his eyebrows. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. This was deliberately put on for her, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence that he had to call at this time? This was a hurdle in her heart. She had married off her precious daughter for the sake of the company, and he was 8 years older than her. Fortunately, Pei Xiuyan was a professor, gentle and polite, and would not bully Yunqing, but the old lady in his family was very picky. Yi Yunqing put her phone in her bag. Mom, you're busy, so I'll go home first. When you have time, we must have dinner together. Okay, as soon as I have time, I'll have dinner with my dear daughter. Jiang Chen said, and lifted her hand to stroke Yi Yunqing's head. Yi Yunqing playfully stuck out her tongue. Mom, I'm going back. Jiang Chen saw Yi Yunqing to the elevator, and only returned to her office after she had seen her get in. Yi Yunqing sat in the car with her face pressed against the steering wheel. Her mother was so tired, she must come and help her after she graduated. Instead of going home, she went to a private kitchen. There was no one in the lab at night, so she planned to quietly go see Pei Xiuyan and surprise him. Yi Yunqing had already thought it through. The library closed at 11, so she would go at 10. The school security guards would not say anything if they saw her. Then she would wait downstairs and let Pei Xiuyan come pick her up. When they arrived at the private restaurant, it was already dark. Yi Yunqing walked in carrying a small retro bag. The owner frowned when he heard that the food was to be packed away, because the food tastes best when it is served hot. If it is packed away and cooled, it will affect the taste and ruin his reputation. Yi Yunqing looked at the owner politely and said, Don't worry, I will definitely not give a bad review. My husband really likes your thick soup, but he is still busy at work and can't come. The boss sighed. There's a convenience store across the street, and they sell thermal boxes. Go buy 2. Yi Yunqing nodded and agreed, and bought the thermal boxes as quickly as she could. The food came out very slowly, and Yi Yunqing waited for nearly an hour before it was packed. After she left the private kitchen, she drove to the school, arriving just a little after 10 o'clock. Pei Xiuyan took off his gloves and drank some tea after a busy period. Shuelai, who was sitting nearby, smiled and waved her phone. I just ordered takeaway, and I've brought you some. The taste is definitely not as good as that of a 5-star hotel, but you can have a bite. Pei Xiuyan sat down in a chair. Originally, he was the only one left behind, but Shuelai wanted to come, so there was nothing he could do. After all, the laboratory was not just his. Shuelai sat on the chair at an angle, crossed her legs, and rested her hand on her face as she looked at Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan, if Grandma hadn't stopped us in the beginning, would you have married me? Pei Xiuyan put down his teacup, his voice was serious, and his eyes sank. There are no ifs or buts. The fact that I haven't married you now is the answer. Shuelai gave Pei Xiuyan a look. I was just asking casually, why are you taking it so seriously? I'm already a married man, and I don't think you should be asking this question. Pei Xiuyan's voice was still serious, without the slightest intention of joking with Shuelai. Shuelai shrugged her shoulders. She was not his student, so why was he lecturing her like that? At that moment, Pei Xiuyan's phone rang. Hello, Yun Chang, are you still awake? Pei Xiuyan's voice softened a lot. I'm downstairs by the lab, come get me quickly, don't let anyone see you. Yi Yun Chang whispered as she carried the lunchbox. What is this called? She has to secretly deliver food to her own husband, who is a professor after all. Pei Xiuyan hung up the phone and left the laboratory. Yi Yunqing hid in the corner of the laboratory building. Although there were not many people left, she was still afraid of being seen. After Pei Xiuyan left the laboratory building, he glanced around, but he didn't see the figure of Yi Yuncheng. He frowned slightly. Yi Yuncheng came out of the corner with the lunchbox in her hand. "Ding, your takeaway is here, sir." Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and looked at Yi Yuncheng. Yi Yuncheng felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at him. Although his gaze was gentle, it felt like he wanted to eat her. Pei Xiuyan took off his suit jacket and draped it over Yi Yuncheng's shoulders. "If you don't go to bed this late, you won't be able to get up tomorrow." The jacket was lightly scented, with a unique smell that was Pei Xiuyan's. Yi Yuncheng blushed a little and lowered her head. "I thought you would be very happy." Pei Xiuyan placed a light kiss on Yi Yuncheng's forehead, as if it were a dragonfly's touch. His voice was low. "I'm very happy, but I'm more worried about you." Yi Yuncheng looked up at Pei Xiuyan's worried gaze. Her heart was sweet, and this trip had not been a waste. Goo! Yi Yuncheng had not had time to eat dinner, and at this time her stomach started to grumble in discontent. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the time and pulled Yi Yuncheng towards the school parking lot, where his car was parked. Yi Yuncheng looked left and right. Fortunately, there was no one near the parking lot. Under the dim streetlight, Yi Yuncheng's face was slightly red, and next to her was Pei Xiuyan, who was a head taller than her, and she was wearing his jacket. The jacket was large and just reached Yi Yuncheng's thighs. Pei Xiuyan was wearing a white shirt, and he still had a black leather cuff on his arm. From Yi Yuncheng's perspective, Pei Xiuyan's profile was also perfect, so exquisite that there was simply no flaw to be found. In particular, the silver-rimmed glasses he wore embodied the word abstinence to the fullest. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yuncheng beside him and asked, "Do I look good?" Yi Yuncheng obviously didn't expect Pei Xiuyan to ask her that, and she blurted out, "Yes," without even thinking. After answering, Yi Yuncheng covered her face with her other hand. Pei Xiuyan's Adam's apple surged. The little girl is so seductive. When they arrived at the parking lot, Pei Xiuyan opened the car door and let Yi Yuncheng get in. Yi Yuncheng sat in the back seat, took the thermos Pei Xiuyan handed her, and then Pei Xiuyan got in the car as well. "Wife." Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly. His voice was low and deep, so good that if you were a sound control freak, you could scream right there and then. Yi Yuncheng hugged the lunchbox. Although Pei Xiuyan had called her that before, why did she feel different today? Chapter 19 Number 1 in Spoiling His Wife. Yi Yuncheng lowered her head, opened the lunchbox, and her face turned red. Her beautiful eyes stared intently at the bought home-cooked meal. It might have been a sudden stop, but it wasn't supposed to be like this. The further back Yi Yuncheng spoke, the lower her voice got. She bought the lunchbox casually, with a partition in the middle and a plastic cover on the outside. As a result, the partition inside had flipped over, mixing the rice and vegetables together. It looked unappetizing. Pei Xiuyan frowned slightly. Why the sudden breaking? He didn't care about the food, but was a little worried about Yi Yuncheng. She had been driving at night and had taken a long way to the private kitchen. If it hadn't been an emergency, there would have been no need to break suddenly. Yi Yuncheng was stunned for a moment, then looked at Pei Xiuyan. Seeing his worried expression, she felt warm inside. "I'll be more careful. In the future. Let's eat first." After saying this, Yi Yuncheng handed Pei Xiuyan the chopsticks. "Eat a little." Pei Xiuyan's brows were knitted tightly, but in the end he let out a sigh of relief and accepted the chopsticks Yi Yuncheng handed him. "I was worried that you would be in danger. You're not allowed to do it again." Pei Xiuyan's voice became low and stern. Yi Yuncheng playfully stuck out her tongue. Pei Xiuyan loosened his tie and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, revealing the lines of his strong arms. Although Pei Xiuyan looked refined, he usually worked out. He was typical of the type of person who looks thin in clothes but has meat on his bones when he takes them off. Moreover, his muscles were very well proportioned, no exaggeration, and his proportions were perfect. "Let's eat first, then we'll go home," said Pei Xiuyan, picking up the spoon next to him. Yi Yuncheng hadn't reacted yet, but the rice was already at her lips. She felt a little embarrassed. "I'll just go home and make some noodles." "You have things to do, don't you? You eat first, I'll drive myself home later." "What, do you need to be spoon-fed before you'll eat?" Pei Xiuyan lowered his voice, clearly in a good mood. Yi Yuncheng's heartbeat quickened, as if it were about to break, her cheeks burning, her mind a blank. Pei Xiuyan, who was so close, seemed to be entwined with each other's breaths. Yi Yuncheng shyly ate the spoonful of rice, remembering that she had never been fed like this before, except when she was a child. After a few mouthfuls of rice, Pei Xiuyan couldn't help but give Yi Yuncheng's face a gentle kiss. "Good girl, after we finish eating, we'll go home together." Yi Yuncheng lowered her head, and her earlobes were faintly red. It was as if the air conditioning was on in the car, and she couldn't breathe because of the heat, but mostly because of Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan also took a couple of bites, and most of it was fed to Yi Yuncheng. After finishing eating, Pei Xiuyan opened the car door and got out, throwing the thermos into the trash can. It was clearly disposable and could not be reused. Yi Yuncheng was about to get out of the car. She was going to sit in the passenger seat, but then she heard the sound of high heels and greetings coming from afar. She hurriedly closed the car door. "Xiuyan, I still locked the lab. No matter how important the experiment is, your health is more important." After Shuelai finished speaking, she walked over to Pei Xiuyan. "I think my car is flat, I have no gas. Can you take me home? If not, can you take me to a place where I can catch a taxi?" Shuelai knew exactly what kind of person Pei Xiuyan was. He would never let a girl go home alone at night. She had previously thought that he was too gentlemanly, but now it seemed that being a gentleman was just right. Pei Xiuyan frowned slightly. "You can wait a little while, I'll have the driver come pick you up." Shuelai shrugged helplessly. "Who doesn't have a driver? I thought you were going my way, but since that's the case, you can go home first, I'll wait for my own driver." He had preserved his gentlemanly demeanor and rejected her, worthy of Pei Xiuyan. Yi Yuncheng heard the two's conversation and opened the car door to get out. She was wearing Pei Xiuyan's jacket and looked at Shuelai with a smile. "Honey, how could you do that? It's so bad to leave Miss Shui waiting here alone at night for the bus." Pei Xiuyan walked over to Yi Yuncheng and extended his hand to wipe her small lips. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shuelai's chest heaved with anger. She didn't expect Yi Yuncheng to be there, and there was a difference between being willing to wait and being unwilling to wait. "Thank you, Miss Yi, for your kindness. I was doing research with Xiuyan and lost track of time. Otherwise, I would have gone home long ago." After Shuelai finished speaking, she took out her phone and prepared to make a call. Yi Yuncheng leaned against Pei Xiuyan's chest. She was already a head shorter than him, and she looked even more petite and cute. "Then let's stay here with Miss Shui for a while. It's not too late to wait for her driver to arrive before leaving. Arguing or not, it is not a good idea to leave Shuelai alone at this late hour." Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yuncheng's waist. "The little girl probably won't want to get up for a long time tomorrow." Shuelai smiled. This Yi Yuncheng underestimated her. Although she is not old, she is also a smooth operator. "Xiuyan, do you think there will be any unexpected gains from planting these seeds?" Shuelai leaned against Pei Xiuyan's car. For professional issues, she didn't believe Yi Yuncheng could keep up the conversation. Pei Xiuyan's lips pursed slightly, obviously not wanting to pick up the topic. The little girl didn't understand, and if she continued talking, she would obviously make the little girl angry. Yi Yuncheng smiled and lightly leaned against Pei Xiuyan's body. Her family's Professor Pei would never let her be embarrassed. Shuelai took out her phone and looked through it a couple of times, then smiled and said to Yi Yuncheng, "Do you want to see what Pei Xiuyan was like when he was at school?" Yi Yuncheng yawned and rested her head on Pei Xiuyan's chest. "No, don't mention when he was at school. I've even seen photos of him as a baby." Pei Xiuyan put his arms around Yi Yuncheng so that she could lean comfortably against him. "Do you want to go into the car and take a nap? I'll let you know when we get home." Shuelai rolled her eyes. This couple had no other skills, but they were really good at annoying people. She was about to explode. Unfortunately, Yi Yuncheng was impervious to persuasion. "No." Yi Yuncheng's voice was clearly laced with deep sleepiness. She could watch dramas until midnight, but at the crucial moment, she was too sleepy to continue. Fortunately, the driver arrived soon. Shuelai waved at Pei Xiuyan and Yi Yuncheng. "I'll go home first. You guys be careful on the road, and remember to send me a text when you get home." Yi Yuncheng waved. "You too, be safe. And have the proper etiquette." She was just dying of embarrassment for Shuelai. Pei Xiuyan opened the passenger door, and Yi Yuncheng got into the car. Pei Xiuyan adjusted the seat for her. Yi Yuncheng took a bold step and gently brushed against Pei Xiuyan's side face. Yes, it was a brush, because it was not even considered a kiss, just a slight touch. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and supported himself against the seat, stabilizing Yi Yuncheng's lips. This time, it was no longer a brief touch, but rather a slow desire and possessiveness. Chapter 20, The Lazy Cat That Sleeps In. Yi Yuncheng's cheeks turned red. Her mind was a blur of red and white. His lips were soft and moist, their breaths entwined, and time seemed to have stopped. After releasing Yi Yuncheng, Pei Xiuyan gave her lips 2 more light kisses. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became ambiguous. Yi Yunqing placed her hand against Pei Xiuyan and looked out the window. Let's go home quickly, me and you. She was dying of embarrassment. Pei Xiuyan sat with pursed lips, and he didn't need to look to know that he must be feeling very good at the moment. All the way along, Yi Yunqing felt embarrassed to look at Pei Xiuyan openly, and could only steal a glance when he wasn't paying attention. Pei Xiuyan drove attentively, his white shirt with the collar slightly open, his tie loose, and his arms with smooth lines. Paired with his pair of gold-rimmed glasses, the word forbidden could not be more fitting for him. Pei Xiuyan felt helpless. The little girl was secretly looking at him like this, which was a real test of his concentration. Just as they were waiting for the traffic light to change, Yi Yunqing saw her opportunity and gave Pei Xiuyan a kiss on the cheek, looking like a little cat that had successfully stolen some food. Pei Xiuyan reached out and ran his hand through Yi Yunqing's hair. The little girl had timed it perfectly, and there was nothing he could do at the moment, except concentrate on driving. Yi Yunqing tugged at her jacket and didn't dare to look up at Pei Xiuyan. After the car stopped, Pei Xiuyan opened the passenger door, and Yi Yunqing, who had just stepped out, was pressed against the car by Pei Xiuyan. When they parted, Yi Yunqing's red and swollen lips were particularly obvious. Back in the bedroom, Yi Yunqing lay heavily on the bed, but she hadn't washed up yet. She glanced at the time and saw that it was almost midnight, but she was really sleepy. Uncle Pei, I don't want to take a bath, what should I do? There was a hint of coquettishness in Yi Yunqing's voice. Pei Xiuyan smiled. Do you want to do it together to save time? Yi Yunqing took the pillow and covered her face. How could they sleep well together like that? In the end, both of them simply washed up and then went to bed. Yi Yunqing stuck her slightly cold little feet against Pei Xiuyan's body. Pei Xiuyan took the blindfold and handed it to Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing put on the blindfold, wrapped her arms around Pei Xiuyan's body and said lazily, I have morning class tomorrow, I have to get up at 7. Okay, go to sleep. Pei Xiuyan tugged the quilt and closed his eyes. Yi Yunqing grunted twice, because he was so sleepy, he fell asleep in Pei Xiuyan's arms in no time. Pei Xiuyan's biological clock is at 6 o'clock. Maybe it was because it was so comfortable sleeping with the little girl in his arms that his biological clock was half an hour slower than usual. Yunqing, wake up. Pei Xiuyan gently patted Yi Yunqing on the shoulder. Yi Yunqing grunted, turned his little bottom, hugged the quilt and continued to sleep. His sleeping posture was not good. Pei Xiuyan put Yi Yunqing in his arms. Yunqing, if you don't get up, you'll be late for school. Yi Yunqing has the habit of sleeping in. Even if he wakes up, he won't get up right away, at least half an hour to an hour before he gets up. Getting up early is simply a torture for Yi Yunqing. Pei Xiuyan coaxed for a while, but in the end Yi Yunqing turned around, burrowed into his arms, and draped her calves over his legs. No, sleepy. Yi Yunqing said, her little hand still being unruly, as she lifted Pei Xiuyan's pajamas directly and hugged him directly against his skin. Pei Xiuyan sighed. It was really hard to be a qualified gentleman in front of her, just like right now, he just wanted to bully her mercilessly. Chapter 21 Not ready. Pei Xiuyan's arm exerted a little force, and Yi Yunqing directly fell onto his body. When she looked up, her face was full of confusion. Pei, Uncle Pei. Yi Yunqing looked up, her hair a little messy, and her beautiful eyes full of sleepiness. Pei Xiuyan tried his best to restrain himself. If he didn't get up, he would be late for work. Yi Yunqing nodded, and dazedly pressed her face against Pei Xiuyan's chest. I don't want to get up, I'm sleepy. She even adjusted her position to make herself more comfortable. She was comfortable, and didn't care about Pei Xiuyan's life or death at all. Just now, Pei Xiuyan was afraid that suddenly pressing on the young girl would scare her, but now he wasn't afraid anymore. He rolled over and supported himself with his hands, and his large hands fell on Yi Yunqing's legs. Yi Yunqing screamed in fright, and then saw Pei Xiuyan's pair of deep eyes, dyed with an uncontrollable lust. She bit her cherry lips. Uncle Pei, I still go. After saying that, she quickly placed a kiss on Pei Xiuyan's lips. Pei Xiuyan rolled over and got out of bed. This time, he woke up quickly. It seems that this is also a good method, but it is a bit torturous. Seeing that Pei Xiuyan's face was not very good, Yi Yunqing knelt on the bed, looking like he had done something wrong. Uncle Pei, you're not angry, are you? Yi Yunqing had seen it on the news before. It was when someone suddenly interrupted the mood that it would be particularly unpleasant. Pei Xiuyan was not angry with Yi Yunqing, but his body was not feeling very well. No, get up and wash up, I'll be late. Yi Yunqing put on her fuzzy slippers and walked into the bathroom. She casually put on a short white dress with puffed sleeves and quickly tied her hair into a bun before rushing downstairs. Ho Xiuju was having breakfast when she saw Yi Yunqing's hurried appearance and frowned slightly. If you're in a hurry, you should have got up earlier. And what are those you're wearing? Go change your pants. Yi Yunqing looked hopefully at Pei Xiuyan, who was leisurely drinking coffee. Pei Xiuyan pushed his glasses up and spoke in a gentle, calm voice, "Grandma, I think Yunqing looks very nice dressed like this." He finished, put down his coffee cup, and stood up. Ho Xiuji glanced at Pei Xiuyan. Her grandson was no good, but even if she was angry, she had to bear it. Yi Yunqing glanced at the time and saw that she was going to be late. She waved her hand busily. "Grandma, I'll go to school first. I don't have any classes in the afternoon, so I'll come back early to keep you company." Ho Xiuji looked at Pei Xiuyan standing nearby, wanting to say something but unable to. How could this go on? She still wanted a child. The little girl wasn't ready yet, and there was no rush. "Grandma, Yunqing is not a tool for procreation. When it comes to children, just let nature take its course." Pei Xiuyan finished speaking and straightened his tie. Ho Xiuji didn't know what to say, and she sighed with her head bowed. "Xiuyan, it's not good to spread the news that you never had children. Do you still want to save face? After all, you're not young anymore." "Grandma, I don't think letting a woman bear children is a matter of face." After Pei Xiuyan finished speaking, his eyes sank, and he was obviously unhappy. Ho Xiuji didn't feel comfortable continuing either, so she waved her hand to indicate that Pei Xiuyan should go. Pei Xiuyan didn't explain too much, and if Yi Yunqing didn't want to, he definitely wouldn't force her. After arriving at school, Yi Yunqing bought a pancake. She suddenly thought of something and stood at the school gate with a smile on her face. "Uncle Pei, when you pass by the school gate in a while, open the car window." Yi Yunqing bought an egg soup bun after sending the text message and a cup of half-bond milk tea, but she was afraid of being seen, so she waited for Pei Xiuyan far away from the school gate. Pei Xiuyan saw Yi Yunqing standing in the distance with a ball of hair, so he lowered the window. Yi Yunqing quickly put the milk tea and egg soup bun in, then walked to the school as if nothing had happened, and later ran, because she was going to be late. Pei Xiuyan looked at the milk tea in her arms and the egg soup cake she had bitten into, and smiled. When Pei Xiuyan arrived at the office, she placed the milk tea next to the computer. When the instructor entered the office, she glanced at it and then smiled. It turns out that Professor Pei also likes strawberry milk tea. Pei Xiuyan put down the information and looked up. His thin lips opened slightly, and he said faintly, "What can I do for you?" The young instructor looked at Pei Xiuyan a little embarrassed. Her thesis had run into a bit of trouble. "Professor Pei, I'm having a bit of trouble with my title paper." The young instructor blushed when she finished speaking. Pei Xiuyan frowned slightly. "Get a good grasp of the arguments. If you can't write a good paper, I think you should start again." When it comes to learning, Pei Xiuyan doesn't even let Yi Yunqing off the hook, let alone anyone else. The young instructor nodded politely and then walked quickly out of the office. At this point, Pei Xiuyan was a bit unkind, but if a tutor can't even write a good essay, how can they guide other students? At this time, the office door was knocked on, and Xue Lai was holding information in her hands, wearing a white lab coat. "Why did you scold someone until they cried? That's not like you." Pei Xiuyan didn't answer, obviously not wanting to respond. Xue Lai sat down in the chair, put the documents on the table, and when she saw the milk tea on the table, she couldn't help but smile. "Our great Professor Pei also drinks strawberry milk tea." Xue Lai couldn't imagine Pei Xiuyan solemnly drinking strawberry milk tea. Pei Xiuyan nodded and picked up the milk tea. Yun Cheng bought it, she prefers the strawberry flavor. Xue Lai gave Pei Xiuyan a look, and before she knew it, he was so gentle. "Don't worry, I'm not unattractive. If it works out, great, if not, that's it," Xue Lai said, pushing out her chin. "I've brought you the information you asked for. If you find someone suitable, don't forget to introduce me." Pei Xiuyan glanced at the information on the table and nodded. "Okay, I got it." Xue Lai stood up and tousled her curls. Pei Xiuyan was gentle and gentlemanly, and had a strong sense of his own opinions. He was definitely the perfect husband material, but unfortunately she had missed her chance. Chapter 22 Pei Xiuyan apologizes. Before leaving, Xue Lai suddenly turned around and ran back, her high heels making a crisp sound on the ground. Before Pei Xiuyan could react, she was embraced in his arms. Pei Xiuyan's face sank, obviously displeased with Xue Lai's offensive actions. His voice sank. "Ms. Xue, please let go of my hands." Xue Lai's voice was tinged with tears. "For the first time, and the last time, let me hug you for a while." In the future, she will definitely not cling to him anymore. Pei Xiuyan's arms slightly opened, and he looked at Shuelai with lowered eyebrows, his voice cold. Ms. Shui, your actions make me very uncomfortable, can you let go? Whoa wah. Shuelai couldn't help but cry out. This man's deep feelings were given to someone else. Pei Xiuyan sighed, and a trace of impatience appeared on his handsome face. Such actions had obviously touched his bottom line. Pei Xiuyan reached out to push Shuelai away, but heard a creaking sound as the office door was pushed open, and a delicate little face came into view. Shuelai was still hugging Pei Xiuyan tightly, crying her heart out. After all, she had liked him for so many years, but when she returned, she found that he was already married. Pei Xiuyan looked a little stiffly at the little girl standing in the doorway. Yi Yunqing was standing in the doorway wearing a little white dress and holding a file in her arms. Her smile froze at the moment. She had wanted to give Pei Xiuyan a surprise, but now it was gone, replaced by a real shock. Her heart ached, her nose ran, and her voice sounded a little unnatural as she said, Li Miwei asked me to deliver some documents for her. With that, she placed the documents on Pei Xiuyan's desk. Shuelai quickly let go of Pei Xiuyan. She had only wanted to give the man she once liked a final hug, but she never expected something so melodramatic to happen. At this time, Yi Yunqing should be in class, so what was she doing in Pei Xiuyan's office? Yi Yunqing's eyes were red. Originally, the person who should have delivered the materials was Li Mirei, but she didn't feel well, and it just so happened that her class hadn't started yet. Yi Yunqing was overjoyed the whole way, because she would soon be able to see Pei Xiuyan. Although they were at the same school, they rarely interacted. Pei Xiuyan walked quickly up to them, ignoring Shuelai's presence, and directly took Yi Yunqing in his arms, explaining, Yunqing, you've misunderstood. We were just. Before he could finish, Yi Yunqing spoke directly. Professor Pei, please let go. This is not appropriate. Her voice was soft, but she used a respectful form of address and drew a clear line, clearly angry. Shuelai stood awkwardly to the side. It was obviously not a big deal. In other countries, hugging and stuff was normal. It's nothing, I just found a new boyfriend, just saying goodbye to Pei Xiuyan with a hug. As she said. Pei Xiuyan tightened his arm. Yi Yunqing forced a smile, and the two of them were in tune. It's got nothing to do with me, I'm going to be late for class, please let go, Professor Pei, don't make a scene, I don't like it. Pei Xiuyan was a little helpless. If he didn't let go, Yi Yunqing would be late, and if he did, he was afraid it would be hard to explain. The little girl was not very easy to please. Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan's hand a gentle slap on the back of the hand. Pei Xiuyan sighed, and gave her a light kiss on her fair neck. There are no classes in the afternoon, come directly to my office. Yi Yunqing did not say yes or no. Pei Xiuyan let go of Yi Yunqing, and the eyes behind his glasses sank. He had never been so worried before. He was afraid that the little girl would spend the morning thinking nonsense, and their relationship had just started to develop in a good direction. Yi Yunqing left the office and returned to the classroom in a huff. Even if what Shuelai said was true, if she could be happy to see her husband hugging another woman, she would be a Buddha, but she couldn't, she was just angry, she was about to die of anger. Yi Yunqing slumped over the table, her eyes brimming with tears. Pei Xiuyan was the worst. In the office, Shuelai smiled sheepishly, girls are just like that, just coax them a bit, bye. With that, she quickly left. She seemed to have gotten into trouble, but with Pei Xiuyan's abilities, it shouldn't be difficult to coax a little girl, right? Shuelai wasn't sure either. Pei Xiuyan's chest rose and fell. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Yi Yunqing, but an exclamation mark appeared, indicating that he had obviously been blocked. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the time. He would have to wait a while before class ended. He looked at his WeChat friends and saw that Yi Yunqing had even changed her profile picture. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips. Although childish, it was not difficult to see that she was indeed very angry. Yi Yunqing also knew that her actions were childish. She was crying while blacklisting Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan brewed a pot of hot tea. His face was a little gloomy. It seemed that he would have to work from home today. He expected that Yi Yunqing would not behave obediently. Yi Yunqing's eyes were red from crying, and she was distracted in class. It was finally the end of class, and she had no thoughts in her head anymore. She just wanted to go home quickly, take a hot shower, and finally get some sleep. Of course, the home Yi Yunqing was going back to was the one she lived in before she got married. She just wanted to calm herself down. She might not be generous, and she might even be a little petty, but she didn't want to give in so quickly. At least she had to let Pei Xiuyan know that she was disgusted and angry about this. After finishing sorting out the data, Pei Xiuyan took his briefcase and left the office. He had to go to the mall to buy an apology gift first, and then go home to comfort his little girl. It was his fault for making her angry, no matter what the reason was. Yi Yunqing drove back to the villa in the suburban area, which was a birthday gift for her. After entering the password, Yi Yunqing walked in. Although the house was not occupied, a maid came every day to clean it on time, so it was clean. After going upstairs, Yi Yunqing found a clean set of pajamas and went into the bathroom. The thought of Pei Xiuyan hugging Shuelai together made her so angry and sour. She was very unhappy that someone had touched her things so casually. Yi Yunqing soaked for a while, and when she heard her phone ring, she walked out barefoot and picked up the phone. When she looked at it, it was a strange number. She thought about it for a while and hung up. After a while, the phone rang again. It was a text message. She sat down by the bed, wiped her hair and opened it. It was from Pei Xiuyan. He had handwritten a self-criticism at home, which was clearly organized, and at the end there was Pei Xiuyan's signature. It turned out that Pei Xiuyan went to the mall and then went home. When he found that Yi Yunqing was not there, he remembered when he called and realized that the number had been blocked. But just calling like this showed no sincerity at all, and was obviously an ineffective apology, so he handwrote a written self-criticism. Yi Yunqing looked at the written self-criticism, her mouth curling up, and her mood improved considerably. But she deliberately replied, "There's no sincerity at all. I want Uncle Pei to read it to me, not missing a single word." Chapter 23 Pei Xiuyan reads the review. Pei Xiuyan sat with his legs crossed on the chair in the study. The screen of the phone on the table lit up. He picked up the phone and glanced at it. His lips pursed. Not to mention reading it, it was the first time he had even written it. Yi Yunqing lay on the bed with her feet resting on the bedside table. She was waiting for Pei Xiuyan to read the review to her. The thought of Pei Xiuyan reading the letter of reprimand to her in his deep, magnetic voice made her heart start racing. Just then her phone rang, and it was Pei Xiuyan sending her a text message. "Where are you? I'll come find you and read it to you in person. I think that would show more sincerity." Yi Yunqing couldn't help pouting when she heard the deep voice on the phone. He's embarrassed to read it to her in person, and she's embarrassed to hear it. Pei Xiuyan didn't hesitate to call Yi Yunqing after seeing the rejection text message. It was already late, and he was a little worried about her living alone. Yi Yunqing refused to say a word after answering the phone, not because she was angry, but because she was a little embarrassed. "I have already realized my mistake. I should clarify my position. I am a family man, and no matter what the circumstances, I should not hug another woman." Yi Yunqing lay on the bed with his head buried under the covers, his phone at his ear. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and deep, and he read the self-reflection like a love letter. Somehow, an inexplicable wave of shame welled up in my heart. "Wife, I'm sorry. Please. Forgive me, okay?" After Pei Xiuyan finished reading, he put the self-reflection aside and waited for Yi Yunqing's reply. Yi Yunqing gave a muffled grunt in response, but in fact she knew exactly what kind of person Pei Xiuyan was. If he wanted to have an affair with someone, he would definitely get a divorce first. He would never cheat on his wife while they were still married. After hearing the response, Pei Xiuyan pushed his glasses up his high nose bridge. "Where are you, my dear? I'll come and get you." Yi Yunqing's face flushed with anger at Pei Xiuyan's constant references to "my dear." Instead of answering, she hung up the phone. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and if there was a tester, it would have exploded at this moment. After a while, Pei Xiuyan received a message with the address. He put the letter of apology in the mahogany drawer, then got up and rushed to the suburban villa with the apology gift. Yi Yunqing lay on the bed for a while, and she had just forgotten to record it. What a pity. After about an hour, the doorbell rang, and Yi Yunqing quickly put down her phone and went downstairs to the door. The door was just opened, and Yi Yunqing was tightly embraced by Pei Xiuyan before she could react. Yi Yunqing smelled the faint fragrance of tea and felt his warmth. "It was you who bullied me, so I ran away from home." Pei Xiuyan let go of her hand, bowed his head and kissed her lips. He never thought that he would feel uneasy, too. Especially when he returned home and saw that Yi Yunqing was not there, that feeling of unease and anxiety made him feel very uncomfortable. The little girl obviously meant more to him than he had imagined. Their lips and teeth met, and Yi Yunqing took a gentle bite. She was just being petty and narrow-minded. "What's wrong?" After they parted, Pei Xiuyan pinched Yi Yunqing's little nose. "Did you have fun biting it?" Yi Yunqing turned her head away, and an ambiguous atmosphere floated between the two of them. Her eyes looked away, and her ears turned slightly red. I accidentally bit it, because you kissed me without saying a word. Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and threw them aside. Sometimes they get in the way. Can I kiss you now? Pei Xiuyan leaned over. Yi Yunqing didn't expect Pei Xiuyan to ask so seriously. She covered her face in embarrassment and said, "You don't really ask me." Pei Xiuyan picked Yi Yunqing up and walked towards the sofa. Chapter 24 Professor Pei has his day. Her body soared into the air, Yi Yunqing's arms tightly wrapped around Pei Xiuyan's neck, and the plush slippers on her feet fell to the ground. The moment she was placed on the sofa, her legs involuntarily curled up. The tea fragrance that was close at hand was the unique smell of Pei Xiuyan's body, and Yi Yunqing simply could not concentrate on thinking. Pei Xiuyan knelt on the sofa on one knee, leaning against the backrest with his hands, and leaned in close to her ear. "Is it okay?" Yi Yunqing turned her head and refused to make eye contact with Pei Xiuyan. Those deep eyes were tinged with lust, and the sight of them made her heart beat faster involuntarily. "Then, I'll take that as a yes." Pei Xiuyan's voice was very soft, and his body moved down to fit against Yi Yunqing. Their lips and teeth intermingled with each other's breath. His kiss was the complete opposite of his gentle appearance, full of possessiveness. She didn't even have a chance to defend herself before she was completely taken over. Pei Xiuyan's hand fell on Yi Yunqing's waist. Yi Yunqing was vaguely afraid, and her hand rested against Pei Xiuyan's chest. After Pei Xiuyan let go, his breath was obviously a little unsteady, and those lust-filled eyes were even more charming. "What's wrong?" Yi Yunqing pointed in the direction of the bedroom, but just then, the doorbell rang. Pei Xiuyan frowned slightly. Yi Yunqing playfully stuck out her tongue. "I'm sorry, I didn't think you were coming, so I called my mom and asked her to come home and keep me company." Pei Xiuyan stood up, brushed his hair back, straightened his suit, and put on his glasses, which were still lying on the side. "I'll go answer the door for mom." Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan and couldn't help but smile. It must have been hard, otherwise he wouldn't have frowned just now. Pei Xiuyan opened the door. Jiang Qin was carrying a cake in her hand, as well as takeaway home-cooked food. She saw Pei Xiuyan and first froze for a moment, then she laughed. "Yunqing said you were on a business trip, and asked me to come home and keep her company." Yi Yunqing was lying on the sofa, her little feet lightly tracing patterns on the floor. She had no idea that Pei Xiuyan would come, and she had planned to stay at home for a month before going back. Pei Xiuyan nodded without saying a word. Something unexpected came up. He then reached out and took the cake from Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen changed into slippers and walked over to Yi Yunqing, patting her stomach. "Lazybones, all you know is to lie on the sofa." Pei Xiuyan took the home-cooked meal into the kitchen and started to get busy heating it up. "Go help Xiuyan." Jiang Chen glared at Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing pouted and shouted into the kitchen, "Honey, do you need any help?" Pei Xiuyan took the dishes out of the lunchbox and heard Yi Yunqing shouting at him. He walked out of the kitchen and took a look. "No need for help, but you need to wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Yi Yunqing sat up with a smile, her smug little expression as if to say, "You see, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I'm not needed." Jiang Chen smiled, her tiredness from the day disappearing at that moment. As long as her daughter was well, she could do anything. Yi Yunqing ran into the kitchen in her fluffy slippers, and while washing her hands, she lightly bumped into Pei Xiuyan, who was heating up the dishes, and asked, "Uncle Pei, are you okay?" She knew the answer to her own question. Pei Xiuyan ran his hand through Yi Yunqing's hair. "I'm fine." Yi Yunqing smiled and gave Pei Xiuyan a slap on the butt, then turned around and tried to run, but ended up in Pei Xiuyan's arms. "Don't fall, walk properly," Pei Xiuyan said, before kissing Yi Yunqing's neck and letting her go. Yi Yunqing blushed and walked out of the kitchen. Jiang Chen sat down in the dining room chair, her phone beeping nonstop. She glanced at it and let out a long sigh. Yi Yunqing leaned over the chair to take a peek. "Mom, the endorsement thing is still unresolved, right?" Jiang Chen put her phone down on the table. Right now, Yunqing is still young, and she doesn't want her to get involved in these things too early. Pei Xiuyan placed the hot dishes on the table and wiped his hands, saying, "Mom, I've already been dealing with the company's endorsement. I've caused you trouble." Originally, the company was going to terminate the contract as soon as the artist's private life was rumored to be disorderly, but I didn't expect the artist to end his own life directly. Jiang Chen pinched his eyebrows together after he finished speaking. Yi Yunqing's face changed as she sat next to Pei Xiuyan. It turned out that the company had such a big problem, no wonder her mother was so busy at the company the last time she went. Pei Xiuyan handed Yi Yunqing his chopsticks. He especially didn't like talking about work over dinner. Yi Yunqing poked Pei Xiuyan lightly with her hand. How do you want to solve this matter? Pei Xiuyan picked up a piece of meat and put it in Yi Yunqing's bowl. Eat your food first. Yi Yunqing kept her head down and remained silent. Her mother treated her like a child, and now Pei Xiuyan was doing the same. The company's problems had not been resolved yet, and if it weren't for her concern about Yunqing being home alone, she would not have returned. Now that Pei Xiuyan was also here, she had to rush back after finishing dinner. Yi Yunqing put down her chopsticks after taking a few bites and got up to go to the kitchen. Pei Xiuyan wiped his mouth and spoke gently. Mom, I'll go check on Yun Chang. Jiang Chen nodded. She knew exactly what her daughter was like, but she was still at school, so it was fine to wait until she graduated. She was sure Pei Xiuyan felt the same way, so she didn't continue. Yi Yun Chang was boiling water. She leaned her head against the counter, afraid of leaving a bad impression in Pei Xiuyan's eyes. For example, this time at the company, she couldn't help at all, and she felt useless. Pei Xiuyan entered the kitchen and saw Yi Yun Chang looking thoughtful. He pursed his lips and walked over to her, petting her on the head. Yi Yun Chang looked up at Pei Xiuyan. He was a professor at Astor University and the future heir to the Pei Group. He had an outstanding appearance and a calm personality. Sometimes she wondered if she really deserved him. The secretaries and friends around him were all more capable types. Mom was embarrassed to let me handle this, so I was going to discuss it with you after I went back to my room. Pei Xiuyan finished speaking and held out his hand. Yi Yuncheng wrapped her arms around Pei Xiuyan's waist and buried her head in his chest. Her voice was soft. I'm sorry, I was being unreasonable after all. Isn't this just being a spoiled child? Pei Xiuyan's lips curved up as he whispered, this is your right as a wife. Yi Yuncheng put her foot up and gave Pei Xiuyan a light kiss on the lips before going to prepare the tea. Jiang Chen knocked twice on the kitchen door. Yuncheng, since Xiuyan is here to keep you company, I'll go back first. The driver is already waiting outside. Pei Xiuyan turned around and opened the kitchen door, closing it behind him as he entered. Yi Yuncheng was in a hurry and splashed hot water directly on the back of her hand, which hurt so much that she shook her hand. Mom, wait a minute, don't rush off. Yi Yuncheng hurried upstairs and took out the ointment for joint pain from her bag. Jiang Chen's wrist hurts whenever it rains. Last time, Yi Yuncheng went to buy some ointment but it was almost gone, so she kept it in her bag after buying it, planning to give it to her sometime. You're in a hurry, and you're so fidgety. Jiang Chen shook her head helplessly. Yi Yuncheng smiled and handed the ointment to Jiang Chen. Mom, take a break if you're tired, I'll graduate in a year. Jiang Chen patted Yi Yuncheng's head. She can hold out for one day at a time. Yi Yuncheng and Pei Xiuyan watched Jiang Chen leave before turning around and going back. On the way back, Yi Yuncheng's heart was beating fast. After all, what happened before hadn't been finished. Chapter 25 I never thought you were like this. Pei Xiuyan. After returning home, Yi Yunchen made herself a cup of Pichulong tea and brewed a pot of white tea for Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan still had some work to finish, so he sat on the sofa with his legs folded, holding a file in his hands, his glasses hanging from his high nose bridge, his expression serious. Yi Yuncheng saw that he was looking intently, so she placed the tea on the side table and chose to sit quietly on the side, looking at her phone. Pei Xiuyan took her in his arms, and Yi Yuncheng lay on his lap. No one spoke during the whole process, and the tacit understanding was the same as that of a couple who had been married for more than 10 years. Yi Yuncheng couldn't help covering her mouth when she was happy, for fear of delaying Pei Xiuyan's work. Looking at the little girl in his arms, he held back a smile, his face turning red from holding it in. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on Yi Yuncheng's forehead. Yi Yuncheng had a smile between his brows. I'm sorry, I've disturbed you. Pei Xiuyan held the information in one hand and gently pinched Yi Yuncheng's little nose with the other. Can you tell me, what are you looking at? Yi Yuncheng held up her phone in front of Pei Xiuyan. This old man is so cute, over 100 years old, and a barber. Pei Xiuyan nodded and listened intently. When the reporter asked him, is your customer still there? The old man replied, they're all dead, 400 or 500 people, all shaved by me. This old man is so cute, ha ha, Yi Yuncheng said, took off her slippers, and rested her legs on the back of the sofa. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips, and her hand gently rested on Yi Yuncheng's face, her fingertips lightly stroking her fair face twice. After less than 10 minutes, the young girl, who had just been unable to stop laughing, now had tears in her eyes, with clear teardrops hanging from her long eyelashes. Her small mouth was pursed, as if she was about to cry. What's wrong? Pei Xiuyan asked in a low voice, putting down the information. Yi Yunqing put her phone aside and hugged Pei Xiuyan's waist, mumbling, after the old man sent away all his regular customers, he left too. Pei Xiuyan patted Yi Yunqing on the shoulder. People are born, grow old, fall ill, and die. Uncle Pei, you must walk behind me, otherwise I will be afraid. Yi Yunqing's voice choked up. Although this was quite childish, it was better to let her go first than to let her face the boundless loneliness and yearning on her own. Pei Xiuyan's eyes darkened. He was 8 years older than Yi Yunqing, and he wasn't sure he could keep that promise, so he didn't agree. Yi Yunqing looked up at Pei Xiuyan's deep eyes. Can't you just lie to me? Pei Xiuyan pinched Yi Yunqing's face. It's getting late, get ready for bed and take a bath, otherwise you won't be able to get up. Yi Yunqing glanced at Pei Xiuyan's profile, and there was still so much left to read. It seemed that she didn't need to do it tonight. She was vaguely worried. Pei Xiuyan, of course, knew Yi Yunqing's worries and anxieties, so he wasn't in a hurry. Yi Yunqing ran upstairs barefoot. Yunqing, put on your shoes. Pei Xiuyan lowered his voice, obviously a little dissatisfied. Yi Yunqing leaned against the railing and stuck out her tongue at Pei Xiuyan, then went into the bedroom to get ready for a bath. Pei Xiuyan arched his lips and looked at the brewed tea on the coffee table. He picked it up and took a sip, but it was already cold and had lost its original taste. Yi Yunqing's cup was also left unconsumed. The cute little pink cup looked a little out of place next to the purple clay teapot, and Pei Xiuyan couldn't help but smile fondly. It was about an hour later before Pei Xiuyan went upstairs. Yi Yunqing was already asleep, wearing her eye mask, and she was hugging a plush pillow. Only one corner of the quilt covered her, her legs and little bottom were exposed, typical of her carelessness. Pei Xiuyan covered her up and went into the bathroom. Yi Yunqing got up dazedly. As soon as she woke up, she had to get up at night, otherwise she wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Pei Xiuyan was lying in the bathtub and heard the door open, so he pushed his forehead hair back. Yi Yunqing froze for a few seconds, her face turning a little red. Oh my! With the light from the bathroom, Yi Yunqing saw Pei Xiuyan's clearly defined muscles, as well as his firm arms and thighs, and the indescribable. He was leaning back in the bathtub, his lips pursed, his hair a little messy and still dripping water, which was dripping onto his chest and mixing with the water in the bathtub along the lines. Pei Xiuyan was not embarrassed at all. They were husband and wife now, and sooner or later he would have to be seen and used. Yi Yunqing picked up the towel next to him and threw it over Pei Xiuyan's body. You cover up a bit, I have to go to the toilet. Pei Xiuyan suppressed a smile, but it was getting late and he couldn't mess around, otherwise the little girl would definitely be lazy in bed. Yi Yunqing was relieved to see that Pei Xiuyan immediately covered his face with the towel. However, Yunqing, I can hear you. Pei Xiuyan's voice was a little hoarse and low. Yi Yunqing didn't expect Pei Xiuyan to play such a joke on her. He was always so refined, Uncle Pei, no, shameless. Saying this, Yi Yunqing ran out of the room with a blush on her face. Pei Xiuyan took off the towel on his face and judged him by the standards of a sage, which was a bit too much to ask. Yi Yunqing then covered himself under the quilt, with Pei Xiuyan's words, especially with his deep, hoarse voice, filling his head. Pei Xiuyan came out of the bathroom and saw that Yi Yunqing was still awake. He tugged on the corner of the quilt. Yunqing, give me the quilt. Yi Yunqing let go of his hand, and then she smelled the shower gel on Pei Xiuyan's body, a light floral fragrance, which was hers. Uncle Pei, I can't sleep with all this rubbish in my head. Yi Yunqing poked her head out and looked at Pei Xiuyan. Her shower gel bottle was pink. Pei Xiuyan reached out and put his arms around her. Be good, or else you won't be able to get up tomorrow. I've seen them, but they're all not good looking. Yi Yunqing's face turned red as she finished speaking. Why did she have to say everything? She was going to die. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips. This was unexpected, everyone was different, there was no such thing as good looking or not good looking, only different sizes. Yi Yunqing was embarrassed to continue, and her Professor Pei was actually giving her a serious science lesson, it was killing her. Actually, I don't dare to continue this topic. After Pei Xiuyan finished speaking, he kissed Yi Yunqing's lips and took her hand in his large hand. Yi Yunqing's hand felt as if it had been burned, and she wanted to pull it back, but her lips were being kissed by Pei Xiuyan, and her mind went blank, unable to think at all. Pei Xiuyan's breath was unsteady and his voice was low and deep, little devil. Yi Yunqing's heart was beating fast, and if she could make a sound it would definitely be deafening. Uncle Pei, she was touching him for the first time. Uncle Pei, I thought you were so proper. Yi Yunqing whispered this and bit her lip. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and said nothing. Yi Yunqing let go of his hand. It's getting late, let's go to sleep. Okay. Pei Xiuyan said this and closed his eyes. Yi Yunqing knew that she couldn't tease him anymore, so she turned around and faced Pei Xiuyan with her back to him. There was a fluffy pillow between them, so maybe, just maybe, this would make him feel better. I don't know how long it took before Pei Xiuyan fell asleep. The little girl just kept provoking him, but she wasn't responsible for putting out the fire. Chapter 26 The same color as the egg yolk. In the morning, without any accidents, Yi Yunqing knelt on the bed with his head resting on the pillow, looking like he had given up on life. Pei Xiuyan was wearing a white shirt and a brown apron, the sleeves of which were rolled up a bit, showing off his strong arm lines. He stood in the doorway and sighed. Yunqing, breakfast is ready, you'll be late. Yi Yunqing struggled to get up, then threw his head back onto the pillow with a lazy voice. Forget it, I'm not graduating. Pei Xiuyan walked to the bed with a crooked lip and picked her up directly from the bed. Yi Yunqing put her hands on Pei Xiuyan's shoulders, and her pale legs shook slightly. Uncle Pei, I'm so sleepy. I'll sleep in the car for a while. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low. Yi Yunqing was placed in the bathroom. After a brief wash, she braided her hair into a plait and let it hang casually over her shoulders. A few strands of hair fell over her already small face, making it look even smaller. After going downstairs, Yi Yunqing sat in a chair. Uncle Pei, did you go to the supermarket early? Because we don't have these ingredients at home. Pei Xiuyan took off his apron and hung it on the side, then pulled out a chair and sat down. I just bought a little bit at the nearby supermarket. Yi Yunqing drank some millet porridge. Pei Xiuyan placed the peeled eggs on a plate. Tomorrow I must get up early to make breakfast for Uncle Pei. Yi Yunqing said with full conviction, because she didn't have morning class tomorrow. But she forgot that Pei Xiuyan went to work on time every day. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips and said nothing. Yi Yunqing was already thinking about what breakfast she should make for Pei Xiuyan tomorrow. Yunqing, if you don't eat, you'll be late for school. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the time and reminded her. Yi Yunqing took a bite of the egg and handed the yolk to Pei Xiuyan. I'm the same color as it, I can't eat the same kind. In fact, she just didn't want to eat the yolk. I'm curious, where did you watch the video you mentioned yesterday? Pei Xiuyan finished and took a bite of the yolk. Yi Yunqing ate the rest of the half and mumbled, my good friend gave it to me. She has a boyfriend now and said she'll get married after graduation. Pei Xiuyan lowered his sleeve and then tidied the black cuff on his arm. I heard it hurts a lot, and I looked it up online. Yi Yunqing's originally pale cheeks flushed with a delicate rosy hue as she finished speaking. Pei Xiuyan didn't have much experience, and he really didn't dare to guarantee that it would definitely not hurt Yi Yunqing at this point, so he whispered, be good, it's not too late to talk about it when you're not afraid anymore. Yi Yunqing stood up and wiped his mouth with the napkin next to him. It's good that you can wait. Pei Xiuyan didn't say anything in response. He was going to drive in a while, so it was obviously inappropriate to continue this topic. After getting in the car, Yi Yunqing adjusted the seat and fastened her seatbelt, looking preoccupied. Pei Xiuyan saw that his little girl looked unhappy, and asked softly, what's wrong? Uncle Pei, are you not in a hurry because? I don't have a good figure. Yi Yunqing bit her lip. Logically speaking, shouldn't men be anxious? Besides, some people can't even wait until they get married. But Pei Xiuyan hasn't shown any anxiety except for yesterday. Pei Xiuyan held the steering wheel and said. I can't quite follow the young girl's train of thought. All the way, Pei Xiuyan was focused on driving, while Yi Yunqing sent a message to Fengxi. Fengxi, how long did it take you to have sex with your boyfriend? Fengxi was lying on the lap of Lini Rui, yawning when she received the text message. It wasn't long, just about 2 months. Yi Yunqing felt even more uncertain after reading the text message. In the past 2 years, Pei Xiuyan had always treated her with respect. Recently, their relationship had become closer, but there had been times before that, too. However, as soon as Grandma passed away, Pei Xiuyan moved back home. Yi Yunqing asked several more questions, and finally came to the conclusion that Pei Xiuyan either didn't like her or didn't like her figure or face. The car stopped not far from the school. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing, who had a small face. I thought that my thoughts were made very clear last night. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan and revealed a face full of confusion, and then thought about what she had held yesterday, and her face flushed. Uncle Pei, how about we put our concern into action? After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, her hand gently rested on Pei Xiuyan's leg. She had never been so bold before. Pei Xiuyan took hold of Yi Yunqing's hand. Yunqing, I have a class later. Yi Yunqing suppressed a smile. Of course she knew that, otherwise she wouldn't have teased him like this. How about you let me touch you now? Yi Yunqing's heart was about to jump out of her throat. She was betting that Pei Xiuyan would ignore her, so she dared to say it. After all, her Professor Pei is usually very serious, and he has to go to class soon. The little girl's courage far exceeded Pei Xiuyan's imagination. He was originally worried that revealing his true self would scare her, but now it seems that the couple has quite a rapport. Good. Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly, his voice low. He adjusted his seat a little. Yi Yunqing quickly withdrew her hand. I'm going to be late, goodbye, Uncle Pei. With that, she got up, got out of the car, and quickly closed the door in one go. Her mind was filled with Pei Xiuyan's words, that's good. Imagine a man of about 1.8 meters sitting in a suit in the car, leaning slightly back, and then letting you touch his. The more Yi Yunqing thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Isn't this like shooting oneself in the foot? In private, the three sisters had studied it a lot, but that was also in private. In front of Pei Xiuyan, she was so bold for the first time. Pei Xiuyan sat in the chair and adjusted a bit before entering the school. Yi Yunqing was still thinking about Pei Xiuyan during class. Just like a young girl in her first love, she couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth, and her heart beat faster when she thought about him. Pei Xiuyan was holding the information he had read yesterday in his hand. When he was teaching the graduate students, his face looked a bit unpleasant. I thought that such elementary mistakes would not happen to you. If you don't understand, you can always ask me, but copying a paragraph directly from the internet is unacceptable. After saying this, Pei Xiuyan put the information on the table. Several students looked at each other, shocked that they had been caught copying. Pei Xiuyan pushed his glasses up his nose. Retake the course next year, this is my bottom line and your last chance. Several students' eyes instantly reddened, and one of the boys stood up. Professor Pei, please give us another chance. He couldn't help crying, I just need this one more year. Pei Xiuyan had also been a student, and of course knew how much it hurt to have to repeat a year. You all dared to copy scientific research results, and this outcome was already doomed when you did it. Pei Xiuyan looked at the students after he finished speaking. Some of you are going to be teachers, and I can't give you this opportunity. Pei Xiuyan sighed after several students left. Xuelai entered the office. You still like to work hard but get no praise. If it were me, I would expel them from school. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips and said nothing. Has your wife calmed down yet? Xuelai leaned back against the desk. Pei Xiuyan nodded. Thanks to you, I wrote the first self-reflection of my life. Ha 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 ha. Xuelai laughed without mercy. She could hardly imagine what Pei Xiuyan's self-reflection would be like. Pei Xiuyan sat in the chair and began to prepare for work. Pei Xiuyan wore a hair tie next to his expensive watch. Xuelai snorted after taking a look. What's so great about it? She can find a man who truly loves her too. Xuelai's gaze was really on the hair tie at first, but she accidentally saw Pei Xiuyan's lit screen. She said in surprise, Pei Xiuyan, you're 30, and you're still an old. Pei Xiuyan glanced at Xuelai, and then turned his phone upside down. Ha ha. You still have your first kiss. Xuelai felt that it was very possible. Pei Xiuyan sighed, Ms. Xue, your work is piling up on the desk. Don't you want to go take a look? We are a team, and the principal said that he didn't expect much from me either. Xuelai finished speaking and laughed as she left the office. After Pei Xiuyan finished texting, she began to work seriously. Xuelai originally wanted to go to the lab, but she saw a few boys talking about something not far away. She heard vaguely that they were talking about Yunqing and a bet. She walked over with her arms crossed and asked with a smile, what kind of bet did Yunqing make? Can you tell me about it? He returned his head and froze for a moment, but he knew Xuelai and knew that she was a teacher, so he smiled and replied, we bet Yunqing whether she could run 1,500 meters. He had previously bet with a few of his friends that he would definitely chase after Yi Yunqing and take her to a party, but he was rejected outright and told that she actually had a boyfriend. For a while, he became the laughingstock of his friends. He came from a wealthy family and was a true playboy, a second-generation rich kid who had had an easy life. He couldn't stand this. So he prepared to chase Yi Yunqing down even if she had a boyfriend, and then dump her hard to get his revenge. Xuelai looked up and saw that Yi Yunqing was running very hard, her face red, and her broken sleeve already soaked in sweat. She took out her phone, took a photo and sent it to Pei Xiuyan. Your precious wife, do you want to feel sorry for her? After sending the message, Shuai went to buy a bottle of water. Previously, she had been quite rude, barging in without knocking, and then saying things to provoke the young girl. Now she thought about it, the other person was the wife. She felt a little embarrassed. She was a teacher after all. Yunqing, keep up the good work. He Hui shouted from the sidelines. Li Mirei followed Yi Yunqing's side. This kid hasn't given up yet, and he's even more persistent than a dog's skin plaster. Yi Yunqing was running so fast that she was out of breath. Although there was a gym at home, she never went. She was so tired. You run slowly, I can't, I'm in a hurry to go to the toilet. Li Mirei finished and accelerated her pace. Yi Yunqing, who had just finished running 1,500 meters, was exhausted. Her moist lips were slightly open, her chest rising and falling rapidly, and she was breathing rapidly. A fine layer of sweat had appeared on her smooth forehead from the strenuous exercise. The damp hair at the sides of her face stuck close to her fair skin, and a touch of rosy color appeared on her fair face. At that moment, Shuai walked over. Yunqing. Thank you, Xuanyang. Yi Yunqing took the water Shuai handed her, tilted her head slightly, and her delicate profile and slender, snow-white legs were so beautiful in the sunlight that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Shuai pursed her lips. No wonder Pei Xiuyan liked her. Even though she was a girl, she couldn't help but want to protect her in her arms. At that moment, He Hui walked over quickly and handed Yi Yunqing the coke in his hand. Chengcheng, are you exhausted? Here, drink some water. Shuai raised an eyebrow. Yi Yunqing smiled and didn't take it, but took Shuai's hand and said, Shuijie, will you walk with me for a while? Shuai was a teacher, so He Hui didn't dare to follow. The two walked slowly on the playground. Shuai said, actually, he didn't tell me about the marriage, so I went directly to his house. And since it was just the two of us, Pei Xiuyan is so outstanding, so I felt a little jealous. Yi Yunqing looked at Shuai with some confusion. What was she going to tell her? I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Shuai stopped and held out her hand. Yi Yunqing held out her hand. I more or less understand. Shuai took out her phone and added Yi Yunqing's WeChat. After all, they weren't rivals in love, so adding a friend was a good thing. But Yi Yunqing was also a big-hearted person, and the two of them just added each other as friends. Chapter 27 Yi Yunqing was upset. Yi Yunqing told Pei Xiuyan about adding Shuai's contact information. Pei Xiuyan frowned when she saw the text message after the meeting. The more angry she was, the happier he was. It showed that the little girl cared about him, but what was the matter with adding friends? At that time, Shuai apologized and asked her to dinner, and then took out her phone and wanted to add her as a friend. In fact, she was still a little resistant in her heart, but in the end she added her as a friend. After class, Yi Yunqing took a taxi home alone. Ho Xiuji was watering the flowers and her face sank when she saw her return. Yi Yunqing walked over with a smile, cooing, Grandma, did you miss me after not seeing me for a day? Don't run around, young lady. Ho Xiuji wanted to scold her, but then thought about her grandson's health and had to hold back. Yi Yunqing supported Ho Xiuji, with Xiuyan by my side. Grandma, don't worry. Then she lowered her head and made a shy face. Ho Xiuji stopped in her tracks and couldn't help but warn her, keep an eye on Xiuyan's friend, don't let her get away with it. Most of these things depend on the man. If he wants to cheat, there will be someone else if not Shuai. But she trusts Pei Xiuyan. Grandma, let me help you inside. All afternoon, Yi Yunqing spent the time with Ho Xiuji watching Peking opera, and never once looked at her phone. When Pei Xiuyan returned, he saw Yi Yunqing leaning against the sofa, covered in a blanket, her face flushed, her long eyelashes slightly trembling as she slept. Ho Xiuji was drinking tea with the TV turned off, reading a book. Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket and handed it to Auntie Song, who was whispering, Grandma, Yunqing. I didn't say anything, and you rushed to defend her? Ho Xiuji blew on the floating tea leaves and laughed. Pei Xiuyan leaned over and picked up Yi Yunqing, his voice gentle, Yunqing, go back to bed. Yi Yunqing pressed her face against Pei Xiuyan's body, her voice soft and full of coquettish charm. Uncle Pei, you're home so early. Pei Xiuyan sighed. It seems that what was said in the car in the morning doesn't count anymore. After returning upstairs, Pei Xiuyan gently placed Yi Yunqing on the bed and covered her up. Go to sleep, I still have a document to deal with. Yi Yunqing wrapped her arms around Pei Xiuyan's neck and gently placed a kiss on his lips before turning over and continuing to sleep. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips, stood for a while, and then left the room to go to the study. At dinner, Yi Yunqing changed into pajamas and went downstairs. Pei Xiuyan was still busy, and Auntie Song called twice in a row, but in the end she had to give up. After accompanying Ho Xiuji to finish dinner, Yi Yunqing went to the kitchen and made about 20 wonton dumplings, so that when Pei Xiuyan got hungry, he could just eat the wonton dumplings. Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and pinched his eyebrows. After reading Jiang Chen's reply, he put down his phone, stood up and left the study. Yi Yunqing was in her room, practicing yoga with a blogger. When she saw Pei Xiuyan come back, she stood up holding onto the bed. "Uncle Pei, I personally made these ravioli, would you like to try some?" "Sure." Pei Xiuyan took off his tie and threw it on the bed, and unbuttoned 2 buttons on his white shirt. Yi Yunqing walked over and picked up the tie. "Uncle Pei, are you in a bad mood?" Pei Xiuyan sat on the bed, his deep eyes making Yi Yunqing feel uncomfortable. "I shouldn't have fallen asleep while keeping grandma company." Yi Yunqing lowered her head, a layer of mist covering her eyes, her red lips pursed lightly. Pei Xiuyan held her in his arms. "Yunqing, I don't like you adding Shuai's contact information. I was just afraid of causing you trouble. Besides, Miss Shui has apologized, so I can't hold it against her." Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan in puzzlement, thinking that he was angry because she fell asleep. Pei Xiuyan looked down and took a bite of Yi Yunqing's fair neck. "Can you care about me a little more?" Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan in disbelief. "I care about you, otherwise I wouldn't have been so angry before, but this time I only added you because I didn't want to cause you any trouble." Yi Yunqing thought that she would be the only one who would feel uneasy in this marriage, but she never expected that Pei Xiuyan would also. Pei Xiuyan rolled over and pinned Yi Yunqing underneath him. The moment his lips touched her, Yi Yunqing subconsciously wrapped her arms around his waist. Yi Yunqing couldn't help but let out a purring sound like a kitten, and instantly blushed, wondering why she had made such a strange sound. "Uncle Pei." Yi Yunqing's breathing was unsteady and her voice trembled slightly. Looking at the flushed person beneath him, his deep eyes were a little red, and inside was a lust that was about to be suppressed. His Adam's apple rolled up and down uncontrollably. He closed his eyes for a moment, but ultimately resisted, and only placed a deep, lingering kiss on the other person's forehead. Didn't he say he wanted to make things official? Yi Yunqing turned her head and looked away, her face and neck tingling with a faint redness. In the morning, she had been bold, because she knew nothing would happen, but now it was different. The atmosphere had changed completely. Even in her pajamas, Yi Yunqing felt hot and breathless. She dared not look around, and her hands dared not move. Pei Xiuyan stood up, adjusted his posture, and then said gently, "Will you go downstairs with me to eat wonton?" "Yes." Yi Yunqing's voice was very small. Pei Xiuyan patted her head. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan apologetically and said, "When I'm ready, I'll give it all to Uncle Pei." "Yun Chang, don't put pressure on yourself." Pei Xiuyan held out his hand. Yi Yunchang placed her hand on it, and the two went downstairs together. Pei Xiuyan sat in the dining room waiting while Yi Yunchang busied herself in the kitchen. In about 10 minutes, a bowl of piping hot wonton was ready. "Uncle Pei, I think you've made a big mistake marrying me." Yi Yunchang propped her hands on her face and blinked her beautiful eyes. Pei Xiuyan pinched Yi Yunchang's little nose and said tenderly, "Don't talk nonsense. Uncle Pei is gentle and polite to everyone, knowledgeable, and good-looking to boot." Then he looked at me. Yi Yunqing lowered her head, jealous, unreasonable, short, and everything else. Pei Xiuyan leaned back in his chair, crossing his long legs naturally. Yi Yunqing then remembered that she was still cooking something in the pot. Pei Xiuyan got up and followed her over, because it was actually a good choice to watch the little girl make a fool of herself. Yi Yunqing tried to scoop up the glutinous rice balls stuck to the bottom of the pot with a spatula, but ended up. Yi Yunqing then remembered that she still had some glutinous rice balls cooking in the pot. Pei Xiuyan got up and followed her, because it was actually a good choice to watch the little girl make a fool of herself. Yi Yunqing tried to scoop up the glutinous rice balls stuck to the bottom of the pot with a spatula, but failed, spilling the filling. Pei Xiuyan smiled as he watched Yi Yunqing pout, and reached out to catch the water and pour it in. "Let Auntie Song clean up tomorrow, it's not early and you still haven't done your homework." "Uncle Pei, how did you know I had homework?" Yi Yunqing put down the spatula. She rarely did her homework before, either. It was a hassle to copy things back and forth that she already knew, and there was no checking. Pei Xiuyan happened to bump into Yi Yunqing's advisor Jian Wan at the afternoon meeting, so he casually asked. The advantage of having a professor husband is that others don't have to worry about homework, and even if they are found out, they can just make it up. But that's not the case for her. Her professor will keep an eye on her until she finishes the homework. Yi Yunqing wrote for 20 minutes, then looked over at Pei Xiuyan, who was reading a book. Pei Xiuyan suppressed a smile and patted Yi Yunqing on the head. Yi Yunqing's face was pressed against the table. The suffering of the world was written all over her face in 4 words. She was holding a pen in her hand, and behind the pen was a fluffy bunny tail. Uncle Pei. The fluffy bunny tail brushed past Pei Xiuyan's body. Pei Xiuyan put down his book and looked at Yi Yunqing sternly. It's not too late to finish your homework and then fool around. Yi Yunqing saw this and knew that he couldn't watch anime on his phone until he finished his homework, so he had to continue to write hard. Pei Xiuyan got up and went into the bathroom, and didn't come out for about half an hour. Yi Yunqing glanced over and saw that Pei Xiuyan was topless, showing off his firm abs, and the towel was hanging loosely around his waist, ready to fall off at any moment. Pei Xiuyan brushed his hair back and then wiped his glasses and put them on. Finished? No. Yi Yunqing withdrew her gaze and continued writing, surprised that he had asked her about her homework in such a good mood. Oof. Yi Yunqing had a bad idea. Uncle Pei, I don't understand the meaning of this sentence, can you explain it to me? Pei Xiuyan walked over, took a pen from the pen holder, rested his hand on the table, and carefully explained the core strategy of Laozi to Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing pretended to be listening attentively, and the pen in her hand accidentally grazed Pei Xiuyan's chest, leaving a deep red mark. Yunqing. Pei Xiuyan lowered his voice. Yi Yunqing leaned back in the chair behind her, her pale legs crossed, and her fingertips rested on Pei Xiuyan's body. What's wrong, Professor Pei? Pei Xiuyan covered Yi Yunqing's hands. Didn't you say you didn't understand? Listen carefully. Okay. Yi Yunqing deliberately lengthened her voice. After 20 minutes, Pei Xiuyan stopped, and Yi Yunqing nodded to indicate that she understood. Of course she knew, or else she wouldn't have studied in university for nothing. I'm going to take a shower first. Yi Yunqing said, sat on the chair and stretched, then got up and went to the bathroom. Pei Xiuyan got into bed, holding Dracula, which he had only just started reading. When Yi Yunqing returned, she was only wearing a bath towel. Uncle Pei, I'm going to sleep first. Yi Yunqing said, placing the pillow between the two of them. A moment later, the towel was thrown out. Pei Xiuyan's eyes darkened. Yi Yunqing put on her blindfold, with her arm hanging out, exposing her round shoulders. Pei Xiuyan tugged the quilt to cover her. It's uncomfortable without it, Yi Yunqing muttered. Pei Xiuyan put down his book and turned off the light. Good night. Yi Yunqing ignored him. Yunqing? Pei Xiuyan leaned over and placed a hand gently on Yi Yunqing's waist. What's wrong? Yi Yunqing took his hand away from her waist. Uncle Pei, Grandma is asleep, you can go back to your room. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and thought carefully. There is no quilt. Pei Xiuyan made an excuse. Yi Yunqing lifted her finger and pointed at the cupboard. There is one inside, you just need to carry it over and put the quilt cover on. The bed sheets weren't even laid out. Pei Xiuyan's voice dropped. He was still wondering where he had offended the young girl that she wanted him to leave the room. Auntie Song is still awake, you can let her fluff you up. Yi Yunqing finished and moved his body forward, separating himself from Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan sighed, sat up, and turned on the bedside lamp. Yunqing, I don't want to leave, can you tell me why you're angry? I'm not angry, am I? Yi Yunqing turned her head and looked at Pei Xiuyan with a bewildered expression. You're not sleeping, I am. Good night. Pei Xiuyan's hand gently rested on Yi Yunqing's shoulder. I've done something wrong, I can apologize, but at least you have to tell me why. He couldn't quite keep up with the little girl's thoughts. Perhaps a movement or a certain sentence would cause the little girl to be upset, but he had thought back over it from beginning to end, and it seemed that nothing had. Yi Yunqing tugged the quilt and covered his shoulders. I don't want to sleep with you. Pei Xiuyan had to get out of bed and gave Yi Yunqing a gentle kiss on the cheek before leaving. Pei Xiuyan, who had returned to his room, was a little depressed. How was he kicked out for no reason? In the morning, Yi Yunqing set the alarm clock, did not sleep in, and got up more than an hour early to make breakfast for Pei Xiuyan. When Pei Xiuyan went downstairs, Yi Yunqing had already left. He felt uneasy as he ate his breakfast. Yi Yunqing was being deliberately difficult. It was fine for him to be a professor at school and at home, so let him be one enough. Li Mirei yawned and leaned over the table at the cafe. Miss Yi, we don't have morning classes, so what are you doing here so early? Yi Yunqing was wearing a little red dress, her hair tied into a high ponytail, and her small, palm-sized face was covered in a layer of resentment. If you marry a professor in the future and he comes home and forces you to do your homework, what will you do? What are you talking about? Li Miwei became interested as soon as she heard this, and she cupped her face in her hands. If that person was Professor Pei, I would be willing. Just imagine him standing next to you, whispering in your ear as he tutors you on your homework. Professor Pei would kill me. Yi Yunchen frowned. Speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Li Mirue said, pushing her chin out. Yi Yunqing turned his head to look in the direction Li Mirue had indicated. He saw Pei Xiuyan with one hand in his pocket, wearing a well-tailored custom-made suit. The only difference was that he was wearing rimless glasses today, which made him look even more ascetic. Just imagine, if someone like this stood by your side and taught you, you would have to write your homework 10 or 20 times. After Li Mirue finished speaking, she stood up and pulled Yi Yuncheng to go say hello. Pei Xiuyan bought 2 cups of coffee and a cup of hot milk. Yi Yuncheng took the hot milk and politely said thank you. Can you two help me with something? Pei Xiuyan finished speaking and looked at Li Mirue. I have some study materials to distribute in my office, but my assistant is not here. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. We don't have any classes in the morning. After Li Mirue finished speaking, she tugged Yi Yuncheng, who was standing next to her. Yi Yuncheng nodded slightly. Then let's go to school together. Pei Xiuyan said, standing next to Yi Yuncheng, and lightly touching Yi Yuncheng's hand with his finger. Yi Yuncheng quickly withdrew his hand and held onto his arm. Chapter 28 Bullying Pei Xiuyan. On the way to school, Li Mirue asked 2 questions about elective courses, and Pei Xiuyan answered slowly. Pei Xiuyan was holding a coffee in his hand, his voice gentle. I will send the study materials to your email after we get back. Li Mirue was so excited. Those were the study materials personally compiled by Professor Pei himself. Yi Yunqing drank the hot milk, pressed close to Li Mirue, and deliberately kept his distance from Pei Xiuyan. When they arrived at the office, Pei Xiuyan handed some of the materials to Li Mirue. They would be used in the afternoon class, so could Li please help distribute them? Yes, Professor Pei, I'll go now. Li Mirue finished speaking and turned to leave. Yi Yunqing hurriedly said, Mirue, I'll go with you. She didn't want to stay. There is also a document to be delivered to the instructor, and I need your help, Yi. Pei Xiuyan finished and looked at Yi Yuncheng. Yi Yuncheng had no choice but to stay behind, and Li Mirue left the office with the document in her hands. Pei Xiuyan walked up to Yi Yuncheng and said with confusion, Yuncheng, what's wrong? You've been angry with me since yesterday. No. Yi Yuncheng looked away. Didn't Professor Pei say that I needed to deliver the document? Before, Pei Xiuyan had been a little unsure, but now he was certain that Yi Yuncheng was angry with him. Yuncheng, I don't know why you're angry, can you tell me? Pei Xiuyan frowned and his voice dropped. He didn't like this feeling, it was very uncomfortable. A layer of mist covered Yi Yuncheng's beautiful eyes. I know you must be very unhappy right now, but I was also unhappy when you forced me to do my homework yesterday. You're obviously my husband, but you're treating me like a student. Pei Xiuyan thought back carefully, and indeed he had forced the young girl to finish her homework yesterday. You are a professor at school and at home, but I want to be your wife, not your student. Yi Yunqing looked up after finishing speaking, with teardrops hanging from her long eyelashes, her cherry lips pursed in a pouty manner. Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunqing in his arms and sounded apologetic. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Besides, I clearly... Yi Yunqing bit her lip, but in the end she blushed and said, I clearly hinted at you with the pen, but you were too busy giving me the answers and scolding me for messing around. Pei Xiuyan bowed his head and kissed Yi Yunqing's lips. He had actually missed the little girl's overtures, and it was not unfair for him to be kicked out. Humph, here you go, you didn't want it. Yi Yunqing's voice trembled a little. Pei Xiuyan gave Yi Yunqing's lips a gentle kiss twice. What should I do? Can I give my husband a chance to redeem himself? Yi Yunqing's face flushed, but she still kept her face tight-lipped. No, you can't let go of this opportunity. Pei Xiuyan pinched Yi Yunqing's nose. After all, they were at school, there was only so much they could do. It looked like they would just have to wait until next time. I'll go deliver the materials. Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan a proud glare. Pei Xiuyan took the materials on the table and handed them to Yi Yunqing. Your class will last until 5 o'clock. I'll wait for you in the underground parking lot of the supermarket. Humph, no, I'm going home to sleep today. Yi Yunqing took the materials and turned to leave. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's wrist and whispered, I've already missed such an important thing, which is considered a kind of punishment. Then promise me that we'll sleep in separate rooms for a week. Yi Yunqing held out her hand and measured it. Pei Xiuyan nodded helplessly. Yi Yuncheng had the illusion that she was bullying Pei Xiuyan. Chapter 29 Yi Yuncheng has to prepare a birthday surprise. After handing in the information to the instructor, Yi Yuncheng went to the school library. She wanted to look up some information about agricultural research and technology. Although it was not her major, Pei Xiuyan was a professor of agricultural research and technology, so the more she learned, the more common topics they would have. Yi Yuncheng propped her face up and looked carefully, not realizing when someone had sat behind her. Yunchen, I bought you milk tea. Yi Yuncheng looked up when she heard a voice, and saw He Hui frowning. Her attitude was there, a rejection, even the kind that doesn't want to be friends. He Hui threw the milk tea in the trash can. I'm sorry, I was inconsiderate before, and I've already been scolded by my brother and sister-in-law. Yi Yuncheng gave a faint smile, then continued to read with her head bowed. He Hui sighed and sat silently next to Yi Yuncheng. After looking at it for a while, Yi Yuncheng stood up, put the book back in place, and left the library. He Hui looked at Yi Yuncheng's back, and the more he did, the more he liked it. It was enough strength, and it was different from many girls he had previously encountered. Yi Yuncheng sat on the bench of the basketball court listlessly. A few boys and teachers were playing basketball, including Feng Shi's boyfriend He-sun. He waved after making a three-point shot and walked over to Yi Yuncheng. My wife will be here in a while. Yes, she just sent me a message. Yi Yuncheng leaned back on the bench and shifted his body back a little. Seeing this, He-sun hurriedly took 2 steps back. I'm sorry. At this time, Feng Shi ran over with a bottle of water. Ah, my baby. He-sun held out his hand, thinking that Feng Shi was calling him, but she directly threw herself at Yi Yuncheng. Yi Yuncheng was caught off guard by her attack and laughed. Where is your treasure standing and watching? He-sun arched his lips. Feng Shi got up and handed He-sun the water. He is my husband, you are my treasure, this is not close. Sounds like a scumbag. Yi Yuncheng said and moved aside. Feng Shi sat on the bench and put her arm around Yi Yuncheng's shoulders. Come on, twist, sing a song for me. Yi Yuncheng pretended to lean on Feng Shi's shoulders. He-sun couldn't help but feel helpless. These two sisters are so close that it makes his boyfriend jealous. Great, you two, you didn't even call me. Lini Rui entered the basketball court and sat down next to Yi Yuncheng. Yi Yuncheng turned his head and leaned on Lini Rui's shoulder again. Have you finished sending Professor Pei's information? Professor Pei has added me as a friend, let me play the voice message he sent. Lini Rui said, and clicked to play it. Thank you, Li, for doing me this favor. Pei Xiuyan's deep voice came from the phone. Lini Rui was so excited. Lini Rui joked, is it your mother who misses her, or? He-sun gave a faint smile. Feng Shi pinched Lini Rui, no one will sell you as a mute if you don't speak. Let's go, have lunch together, my treat. He-sun said, taking Feng Shi's hand, a face full of affection. After arriving at the private room, Yi Yuncheng did not order anything, as the guest follows the host, she can eat whatever. Li Mirei ordered 2 dishes without hesitation, and Feng Shi chose 2 dishes that she liked. In total, they ordered 6 dishes. Just as the waiter left, the door to the private room was knocked on. He-sun got up and opened the door. He Hui smiled as he entered the private room with a few cups of milk tea in his hands. Brother, sister-in-law. Yi Yuncheng's eyes darkened. Feng Shi frowned. She didn't expect He-sun to call He Hui over. Lini Rui looked at Yi Yuncheng and whispered, if you don't feel well, just leave. Yi Yuncheng shook his head. He-sun had invited them to dinner, so he had to consider Feng Shi's feelings. He Hui placed the milk tea on the table and then sat down next to He-sun. Feng Shi pinched He-sun, ruining what was supposed to be a nice meal. The atmosphere at the table was very delicate. Li Mirei and Feng Shi chatted, with He Hui occasionally chiming in. He-sun knew that he had done something wrong and kept trying to please Feng Shi. Yi Yuncheng remained silent and kept eating. In the end, He Hui stood up and bowed to Yi Yuncheng in front of everyone. Classmate Yi, I apologize for everything I did before. I kept pestering you because I wanted to find an opportunity to apologize, and I didn't mean anything else. Yi Yuncheng was slightly embarrassed, but still politely held out her hand. It's okay. He Hui shook Yi Yuncheng's hand lightly. Feng Shi's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally dropped. If something had happened, she would have been completely embarrassed. Li Mirei took Yi Yuncheng's hand. Let's go to the supermarket together after school tonight, okay? I have to go home after class. Yi Yuncheng pressed her face against Li Mirai's shoulder. This Saturday, let's go to the supermarket together. Okay. Li Mirai smiled and agreed. He Hui listened to their conversation from behind. He Sin put his arm around Feng Shi's waist and whispered, I was wrong, don't be angry. I'll go to the supermarket with you too. Feng Shi raised her hand. Yi Yunqing turned her head, her eyebrows and eyes curved in a very nice smile. Don't you want to go see your future mother-in-law? Feng Shi nudged Sun, then walked quickly and took Yi Yunqing's hand. You two can't get rid of me. We'll go to the supermarket together on Saturday. Li Mirai raised her hand and said happily. He Hui felt that the three girls were too childish. They were all in college, but they were still making plans to go to the supermarket together. During his holidays, he would usually hang out with friends in nightclubs or play something more exciting. After Yi Yunqing and the others had left, He Hui put his arm around Sun. Brother, your wife has gone too far, she's given you no face. You should behave yourself too, don't make things difficult for me. His son said indifferently. He Hui shrugged his shoulders. I'm going to woo Yi Yunqing anyway, and dump her afterwards, otherwise I'll lose face. I'll help you this once, I don't care about the rest. After Sun had finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Feng Shi. Of course it was an apology. He Hui glanced at it and shrugged his shoulders. Sun was such a big romantic in his family, and he didn't know what was so good about Feng Shi. The little family was fine, but they were not at all presentable in big occasions, and the whole family was not very satisfied. Yi Yunqing glanced at her phone after finishing her last class at 5 o'clock. Pei Xiuyan should be waiting for her in the parking lot. After saying hello to Li Mirai, she quickly left the school and walked towards the parking lot of the nearby supermarket. Pei Xiuyan was sitting in the car, his jacket thrown on the back seat, his tie slightly undone, and he was holding the meeting materials in his hands and reading them. Yi Yunqing knocked on the car window. Pei Xiuyan opened the car door and put the materials in his hands down. Yi Yunqing sat on the passenger seat, panting, with a thin layer of sweat on her forehead and a few strands of hair stuck to her face. She was afraid that other people would see it, so she walked especially fast. Pei Xiuyan took out a handkerchief and handed it to Yi Yunqing. I should have stopped at a coffee shop, which is closer. I should have driven myself back. With that, Yi Yunqing picked up Pei Xiuyan's glass and took a drink. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing. Do you want to go to a supermarket first and buy some snacks you like? No, this neighborhood is full of students, and if we're not careful, we'll be recognized. Yi Yunqing glared at Pei Xiuyan. It was obvious that the couple with a license were acting like they were having an affair. Pei Xiuyan gave Yi Yunqing's cherry lips a light kiss. All day long, I have been regretting it. Yi Yunqing's face turned slightly red. In fact, she didn't mean it yesterday either, she just wanted to tease Pei Xiuyan on purpose. Who let you just focus on teaching me to study? Yi Yunqing said, adjusting the seat. My fault. Pei Xiuyan tried to kiss again, but Yi Yunqing dodged it. Let's go home, I want to take a bath. Yi Yunqing said, looking at Pei Xiuyan. You promised me 5 days of sleeping in separate rooms. Pei Xiuyan nodded, and since he had promised, he would not regret it. All the way, Yi Yunqing kept looking at her phone, then her brows furrowed, and she added 2 men to the previous sister group, and needless to say, she knew who they were. He Hui sent a red envelope of nearly 1,000 yuan as soon as he entered the group. What's wrong? Pei Xiuyan saw that Yi Yunqing didn't seem very happy. Yi Yunqing shook her head. In Pei Xiuyan's eyes, their behavior was like children playing house, very childish. After arriving home, Yi Yunqing greeted Ho Xiuji and then walked straight upstairs. Pei Xiuyan followed her upstairs. Uncle Pei, aren't you going to your room? Yi Yunqing turned her head and looked at Pei Xiuyan, who had followed her into her room. Pei Xiuyan put his arms around Yi Yunqing. You don't look very happy, and it makes me a little worried. Yi Yunqing leaned against Pei Xiuyan's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. Her voice was a little muffled as she said, I'm not quite comfortable with a best friend dragging her boyfriend and her boyfriend's younger brother into it, but I also feel that this is my problem. The main group usually chats about more intimate topics that are more suitable for young girls. Suddenly, there are 2 more men, and I feel weird about it. Yi Yunqing added. Pei Xiuyan had been listening attentively. After Yi Yunqing had finished, he whispered, talking to your best friend about your discomfort will prevent unnecessary misunderstandings in the future. Yi Yunqing nodded. Yi Yunqing let go of Pei Xiuyan and turned around to take a look at her phone, which had been ringing. It turned out that Li Mirai had spoken first, because she also felt uncomfortable. Yi Yunqing looked at the group and didn't hear what Pei Xiuyan said, so she nodded directly and agreed. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on Yi Yunqing's neck. Yi Yunqing twisted her waist uncomfortably, and then she felt like there was something behind her. Pei Xiuyan let go of Yi Yunqing. The little girl was too annoying. Even just a hug made him think impure thoughts. Uncle Pei, I need to take a bath, you have to go out first. Yi Yunqing pouted. The main thing was that she wanted to give him a surprise, a birthday surprise. Pei Xiuyan's birthday was just 5 days away, but that was a coincidence, not something she had planned in advance. You just promised me that you would go to my room to watch a movie. Pei Xiuyan reminded him in a low voice. Yi Yunqing thought back. It seemed that she had indeed promised something just now, but at that time she was too busy looking at the group to pay any attention to what Pei Xiuyan was saying. I know. Yi Yunqing blushed a little. Pei Xiuyan left Yi Yunqing's room. Yi Yunqing took a hot shower and took a lavender nightgown from the closet. The skirt was long and reached her ankles. After taking a shower, Pei Xiuyan wore a black silk robe and leaned on the bed, selecting a movie to watch. Yi Yunqing entered Pei Xiuyan's room with 2 bags of snacks and jelly. Uncle Pei, are you sure you don't want any dinner? Yi Yunqing felt a little strange. Pei Xiuyan lifted the quilt and said in a deep voice, after watching the movie, I'll fry you a steak. Yi Yunqing threw the potato chips at Pei Xiuyan and then got into bed a little embarrassed. Pei Xiuyan's room was dominated by black and gray tones, and even the bedding was black. Yi Yunqing felt a little out of place, and if she had known, she would have worn a black nightdress. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing's shoulders so that she could lie comfortably in his arms and watch the movie. Yi Yunqing ate potato chips while watching the movie. Uncle Pei, what kind of movie is this? It feels. Pei Xiuyan's voice was a little hoarse, the kind your little sister sent you. Huh? Yi Yunqing turned her head and looked at Pei Xiuyan, her face full of disbelief. Pei Xiuyan, Professor Pei, actually. Yi Yunqing felt her whole body heating up. She felt a little embarrassed and said, shameless, let's watch a comedy instead. Pei Xiuyan's arm wrapped tightly around Yi Yunqing. He said, I feel that you think I'm perfect, so I want to show you everything about me. Yi Yunqing's heart started racing, and her little feet began to fidget. She could feel the warmth of the person next to her and his heartbeat. Pei Xiuyan sucked on Yi Yunqing's earlobe, and his large hand moved up her nightdress. Yi Yunqing was rigid with fear and dared not move. She felt numb and unable to say what she was feeling, but she was very embarrassed, especially as the place where Pei Xiuyan touched her was burning. She opened her mouth wide to breathe, and as she followed the heroine in the movie, she became even more embarrassed. Pei Xiuyan's slender fingers hooked Yi Yunqing's. Yi Yunqing instinctively pressed Pei Xiuyan's hand. Uncle Pei, you're not embarrassed. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and hoarse. Wife. The hot breath was blown in his ear, and Yi Yunqing didn't know how to respond, especially to Pei Xiuyan's hand. Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing's lips. Yi Yunqing pressed Pei Xiuyan's hand firmly, otherwise he would continue and she would blush with shame. Seeing that Yi Yunqing was about to run out of breath, Pei Xiuyan let go. No. Yi Yunqing pushed Pei Xiuyan away, quickly tidied her nightdress, and then ran out. Pei Xiuyan sighed, turned off the projector, got up and chased after her. It seems that she scared the little girl. Yi Yunqing locked herself in her room and her heart was still racing. Thinking back, she shouldn't have pushed Pei Xiuyan away. She was just thinking about being embarrassed and wanting to give him a birthday surprise. Yunqing, do you want to eat a fried steak? Pei Xiuyan knocked on the door and her voice had returned to normal. Yi Yunqing opened the door with a blush on her face and Pei Xiuyan took her hand. Sorry, I'll find a gentler way next time, said Pei Xiuyan, kissing Yi Yunqing's face. Yi Yunqing didn't say much, blushing as she followed Pei Xiuyan downstairs. Chapter 30 Yi Yunqing sat in a chair, the place that had been touched still faintly burning. Pei Xiuyan's voice seemed to be etched in her mind and would not go away. Yunqing. At some point, Pei Xiuyan had walked up behind Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing turned her head, her fair cheeks tinged with an unnatural blush. What's wrong? We're out of steak. Pei Xiuyan said, leaning down to prop up the chair. Do you want to try fried rice? Yes. Yi Yunqing nodded. After Pei Xiuyan left, Yi Yunqing let out a long sigh. Just a few more days. Ho Xiuji opened the door and took a look inside. She saw Yi Yunqing sitting in a chair with the kitchen light on, and she frowned. Yunqing, this Saturday you'll go to the hospital with Grandma. Ho Xiuji walked over to Yi Yunqing and said. Yi Yunqing was thinking of how to surprise Pei Xiuyan, but was startled by Ho Xiuji, Mom, Grandma. Ho Xiuji sat down and said, "This Saturday, go to the hospital with Grandma. Grandma needs to get checked up." "Okay, Grandma." Yi Yunqing had originally planned to go to the supermarket with his sister on Saturday to buy a birthday present and decorations, but now it seemed that he would have to go to the hospital with Grandma first. Pei Xiuyan walked out with a bowl of fried rice. Yi Yunqing hurriedly stood up and took the fried rice from Pei Xiuyan's hands. "Grandma, do you want some?" "Pei Xiuyan's cooking is really good." Ho Xiuji frowned. "He's been served since he was little, how good can his cooking be?" As she said this, she glanced at Pei Xiuyan and continued, "Like this, it'll be the end of the world." Pei Xiuyan supported Ho Xiuji. "Grandma, let me help you go back to bed." After Ho Xiuji returned to her room, Pei Xiuyan helped her lie down. "Xiuyan, you can't spoil Yuncheng too much, otherwise it will be hard to control him in the future," Ho Xiuji said sternly. Pei Xiuyan covered Ho Xiuji with the quilt. "Grandma, she is my wife, the person I will spend the rest of my life with." Ho Xiuji waved her hand. "It seems that she will have to personally discipline him herself." Pei Xiuyan turned off the light and walked out. Yi Yunqing was eating fried rice and holding his phone, watching a video. "Yun Chang." Pei Xiuyan walked over. Yi Yunqing put the phone down and ate the fried rice carefully. Pei Xiuyan heated a glass of milk for Yi Yunqing. "Drink it and go to bed early." Yi Yunqing nodded, not knowing what was going on, feeling that the atmosphere had become very subtle. "Is Yuncheng afraid, or does she dislike my behavior?" Pei Xiuyan asked softly as he sat down. Yi Yuncheng took a sip of the milk, a little afraid, but not disgusted by his behavior. Afterwards, she handed the milk cup to Pei Xiuyan, saying, "I'm full, so you can have the rest." Pei Xiuyan took the milk cup and put it on the table, then kissed Yi Yuncheng's lips. Yi Yuncheng's shoulder strap slipped off without her noticing. She said, "I'm going back to bed first." Pei Xiuyan looked at her running away, his eyes darkening. He knew he couldn't rush things, but he just couldn't help himself. His long, slender fingertips rested on his chin as he fell into deep thought. Yi Yunqing tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep. When the alarm went off in the morning, she sat up groggily from the bed. Pei Xiuyan was not there, and she felt an emptiness around her, which was very unusual, especially when she couldn't sleep. When she went downstairs, she found that Pei Xiuyan had already gone to work. Since she didn't have morning classes, she had set the alarm for 10 o'clock. Pei Xiuyan was in class, and Li Mirei quietly sent Yi Yunqing a photo. Although Pei Xiuyan was wearing sportswear, he did not have the greenish feeling of a teenager, but instead had an extra touch of maturity and stability. In particular, those long legs, wrapped in white trousers, looked even longer and straighter. Professor Pei's white tracksuit could literally kill someone. Yi Yunqing smiled after reading the message. Pei Xiuyan preferred to wear formal attire, and occasionally changing into casual wear was also at home or going to the supermarket and other places. Going to school seemed to be the first time. Yi Yunqing actually really wanted to know why Pei Xiuyan chose to wear sportswear, but after thinking about it, he gave up. "I wanted to buy the same one, but when I googled it, this sportswear costs 120,000. Li Mirei ended with a crying emoji. Yi Yunqing rubbed his nose. His watch cost over $1 million, and 120,000 for clothes was nothing. Pei Xiuyan glanced at his phone after class. Yi Yunqing should have already arrived at school. Yun Chang. Li Mirei waved at Yi Yunchang from the classroom door. "You're here so soon." Yi Yunchang was holding a pack of cold noodles. "I didn't want you to get hungry." Pei Xiuyan handed the class materials to the assistant next to him after hearing Yi Yunchang's voice. "Please deliver them to my office." "Yes, Professor Pei." The assistant took the materials and left. Yi Yunchang looked up, just catching Pei Xiuyan's gaze, and quickly lowered her head. "Good afternoon, Professor Pei." Li Mirei was carrying a cold noodle dish and put her arm around Yi Yunqing's shoulders to make way for Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly and walked straight out of the classroom. "Which, Professor Pei, our instructor said to go to your place to get a copy of the material." Yi Yunqing made up an excuse. Pei Xiuyan turned to look at Yi Yunqing. "That I'll trouble you, Yi." Li Mirei, who was eating cold noodles, spoke in a slurred voice. "That I'll wait for you at the library." "Okay." Yi Yunqing followed behind Pei Xiuyan after he said that. She wanted to surprise him on his birthday, not to make things so awkward, otherwise it would be embarrassing on his birthday too. Yi Yunqing followed Pei Xiuyan into the office. Pei Xiuyan picked up a disposable cup and poured some water for Yi Yunqing. Mainly because he had upset the little girl yesterday, he didn't dare to continue today. Facing someone they like, even Pei Xiuyan can't help but lose their composure. Yi Yunqing looked at the disposable cup that was handed to him, his beautiful eyes darkened, and his voice sounded a little unnatural. "Thank you, Professor Pei." Pei Xiuyan sat in his chair and wiped his glasses. Yi Yunqing was so aggrieved. How could this be? What's wrong? Pei Xiuyan put on his glasses and saw Yi Yunqing's pouty lips, looking like she was about to cry. Yi Yunqing put the disposable cup on the table and said, "I'll go back first." Pei Xiuyan was so cold to her just because she didn't give it to her. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's wrist and made her sit on his lap. "Yunqing, I'm afraid I'll hurt you." "You've already hurt me. You've ignored me since yesterday, and I'm heartbroken." Yi Yunqing's voice was a little choked up. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist. "At school, some actions are inappropriate. Can you go with me to the car?" Pei Xiuyan's identity is a professor, and there are some things or words that are not suitable for saying or doing in places like school. Yi Yunqing stood up. "Okay." Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing and left the office. Many people greeted Pei Xiuyan along the way. Yi Yunqing, holding a piece of useless information, followed Pei Xiuyan gracefully. The two went to the parking lot together, and they didn't seem the least bit embarrassed when they met students leaving class. Yi Yunqing sat in the passenger seat, thinking that Pei Xiuyan had something to say in the car, but Pei Xiuyan actually took her away from the school. Pei Xiuyan held the keys in his hand. This was a house he bought near the school, and before he got married, he often lived here. Yi Yunqing leaned against the elevator handrail and looked at Pei Xiuyan. At his age, he no longer needed to show off his charm with his clothes. After getting off the elevator, Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing back to their previous residence. "Uncle Pei, what are you bringing me here for?" Yi Yunqing looked around curiously. The main colors were black, white, and gray, and the simple and elegant decoration was Pei Xiuyan's usual style. Pei Xiuyan led Yi Yunqing to the sofa and sat down. His voice was low. "Can you tell me why you were so upset just now?" Yi Yunqing glared at Pei Xiuyan. "You ignored me yesterday, and now you're ignoring me today, and you're still asking me." Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and placed them on the carpet. He put his arms around Yi Yunqing's waist and made her lie on top of him. "I did lose my temper yesterday, but as long as I'm near you, I can't control myself. I'm afraid I'll scare or hurt you." Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and a little hoarse. Yi Yunqing was lying on top of Pei Xiuyan. She was still wearing a skirt today, but it was an elegant white long skirt. "We're husband and wife." Yi Yunqing blushed and said, her small hands restlessly feeling Pei Xiuyan's waist. Pei Xiuyan had a great figure, with perfect lines and not an ounce of extra fat around the waist. "Yunqing." Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing, afraid that she might fall if she wasn't careful. Yi Yunqing's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed, but Pei Xiuyan was holding back hard. "Mm." Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing's lips, making her dizzy and her mind blank, so she couldn't concentrate on thinking. When she came to her senses, Pei Xiuyan smiled wryly. "Little devil." Yi Yunqing hurriedly stood up, then winced in pain. Pei Xiuyan picked her up, her legs draped over his shoulders, and Pei Xiuyan looked down with his chin resting on her shoulder. Yi Yunqing hurriedly covered her face. You're still looking, you." Yi Yunqing's skin is very white, and the contrast is very obvious. "It seems that the next few days will be even more difficult for me." After Pei Xiuyan finished speaking, he hugged Yi Yunqing and stood up. "You go lie down for a while, I'll go buy medicine. It's not that delicate, it'll be fine in a while." Yi Yunqing didn't want Pei Xiuyan to leave. Pei Xiuyan whispered, "Let me calm down a bit." Yi Yunqing nodded. Yi Yunqing lay on the bed with her eyes closed. Her phone rang for a long time, and she thought it was her own, so she picked it up without thinking. "Hello? Pei, Professor Pei." The tutor on the other side glanced at the phone number. It was correct, it was Professor Pei's, but why was the phone answered by a female voice? Yi Yunqing reacted, that wasn't her phone, and she squeezed her voice. "Professor Pei is busy, I will call you back later." After she said that, she hung up. When Pei Xiuyan returned, Yi Yunqing was lying on the bed, her delicate little face buried in the pillows. "Uncle Pei, your tutor just called. I said you were busy and would call him back later." Yi Yunqing finished speaking and turned her head, feeling a little embarrassed to look at Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan had a faint tobacco smell about him, so it seemed he had gone out for a smoke. "Yunqing, can you please apply the medicine yourself?" Pei Xiuyan handed the ointment to Yi Yunqing. In front of Yi Yunqing, his self-control was poor. Yi Yunqing's mouth corners rose slightly. No, Uncle Pei made it, he should be responsible. Okay. Pei Xiuyan sat on the bed, and some ointment was smeared on his fingertip. Yi Yunqing stuck out her tongue. No way, I'm just teasing you. Pei Xiuyan sealed Yi Yunqing's lips. After releasing them, Pei Xiuyan lay on the bed. Let's take a nap together, and then I'll send you back to school. Yi Yunqing wrapped his arms around Pei Xiuyan's waist and buried his face in his chest. This is the first time I've known that it can be like this. Can we just do this from now on? Pei Xiuyan leaned in Yi Yunqing's ear. I'm trying really hard to control myself. Can we change the subject? Yi Yunqing raised his leg slightly. No, let's stay on this topic. I'm just curious. Yunqing. Pei Xiuyan sighed. Yi Yunqing grunted twice. He had just called her baby a mouthful, but now he didn't need to anymore, so he started calling her Yunqing again. He crossed the bridge and destroyed the bridge, but he didn't destroy it like this. The main thing is that there will be a feeling of emptiness in your heart, which is very uncomfortable. If you don't say it, then forget it. I'm going back to school, you sleep by yourself. Yi Yunqing said, pushed Pei Xiuyan away, sat up. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's hand and brought it to his mouth, kissing it. Be good, let me off this time. Yi Yunqing nodded unconsciously. Pei Xiuyan's voice was so low and hoarse that it seemed impossible to continue. It was almost time for Yi Yunqing to wake up. She was so scared that she hurriedly got up, and when she realized that she couldn't wear her dress outside, she panicked. Pei Xiuyan took out his other set of sportswear from the closet and handed it to Yi Yunqing. I asked my secretary to send over a set of clothes, but for some reason, they haven't arrived yet. He frowned, obviously dissatisfied with his secretary's efficiency. Yi Yunqing had no choice but to wear Pei Xiuyan's tracksuit. The pants were a long way below her knees, so she rolled them up, and the top went right up to her thighs, and the sleeves had to be rolled up too. It didn't look good. Yi Yunqing was about to cry. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips. It's quite suitable. Yi Yunqing glared at Pei Xiuyan. This was called suitable. Chapter 31 Yi Yunqing was injured. Yi Yunqing sat in the passenger seat, turned her head to look outside the car, as if nothing had happened. Pei Xiuyan drove to the school, and the two of them didn't say much along the way. As he was about to get off the car, Pei Xiuyan said gently, Does it still hurt? Yi Yunqing blushed and unbuckled her seatbelt. Uncle Pei, don't be shameless, and then she opened the door and got off the car. Pei Xiuyan sat in the car, holding back his laughter. From the day of their wedding until now, he had been forcing himself to control himself. At first, he was afraid that she would regret it later because she was too young, and later, he was afraid of scaring her. The little girl in the wedding dress had really amazed him. Maybe it was just a faint smile, or a turn of the head, but it was a heart-stopping moment he had never experienced before. They had been married for 2 years, and in those 2 years, he had been trying his best to control himself, to look away, but in the end, he still wanted to keep her all to himself. Yi Yunqing entered the classroom wearing baggy clothes. Because she was the last one to arrive, most of the students, including the instructor, were looking at her. She was only wearing Pei Xiuyan's pants, which were empty inside and not very comfortable to walk in. The instructor withdrew his gaze and prepared to start the class. Li Mirei whispered, Didn't you go get the materials? Why did it take so long? You even changed your clothes when you got back. I accidentally spilled Professor Pei's tea in the office, and then he lent me his clothes. I felt a bit embarrassed, so I stayed behind to help out a little. Yi Yunqing's expression became extremely unnatural when she lied, so she kept her head down. Li Mirei rubbed against Yi Yunqing's clothes. If I had known, I would have gone with you. Professor Pei's clothes? Yi Yunqing clasped her clothes in her hands, a little at a loss. If I had known, I would have waited a little longer. Pei Xiuyan went straight to the meeting room after returning to the university. The president and vice president also attended the meeting. Xuelai had just been scolded by the president and was now looking down at the meeting documents in her hands. The president had compared her to Pei Xiuyan, which was too hurtful to her pride. Pei Xiuyan greeted everyone and then sat down in the chair. The vice president stood up and said something while occasionally looking at Pei Xiuyan. When he raised his hand and rested it on his chin, he paused. Does Professor Pei have anything to add? The meeting was chaired by the vice president, and Pei Xiuyan gave a faint smile and shook his head. The vice president's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled. In the next hour and a half, Pei Xiuyan did not say a word, and kept pursing his lips and occasionally frowning. After the meeting, Pei Xiuyan was called to the principal's office. Xiuyan, what do you think of the vice president's proposal? The old principal sat in his chair and pinched his eyebrows. Pei Xiuyan pushed his glasses and said indifferently, "The vice president must have his reasons for doing this." The old headmaster got up and brewed a pot of hot tea. "Xiuyan, there's no one else here. The vice principal's previous proposals were all rejected, and this proposal is just for publicity. Although it's not necessary, there's actually no need to reject it." Pei Xiuyan looked at the old headmaster after he finished speaking. The old headmaster nodded after listening to Pei Xiuyan. "That's it? Pei Xiuyan has always had a good reputation at the school. Both students and colleagues have nothing but praise for him. Although he is strict when it comes to work, he is not inflexible." The old headmaster poured 2 cups of tea. After Pei Xiuyan thanked him, he lifted his cup and took a sip. "Are you there, headmaster?" Pei Xiuyan put down his cup, stood up and opened the door to the headmaster's office. The instructor lowered his head. "Headmaster, a few students got into a fight, and then one of the students cut his shoulder. He has been sent to the infirmary." The old headmaster frowned. "What happened?" Pei Xiuyan was just about to leave. During recess, 3 girls got together to chat. The topic was sensitive. A student named Yi Yunqing was dissatisfied with the topic of the 3 girls, and a conflict ensued. After the teacher finished speaking, she lowered her head. When could they not fight, but in her class? Pei Xiuyan's face turned cold, and she asked in a stern voice, "Which student was injured?" It was the student named Yi Yunqing. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Pei Xiuyan took a few strides and left, walking towards the infirmary. The old headmaster glanced at the instructor and took a sip of tea, saying, "It's not easy being a student. This time, a severe warning will suffice. If there is a next time, there will be severe punishment." After leaving the headmaster's office, the instructor went directly to the infirmary. After all, she was her student, and among the group of students who fought, she liked Yi Yunqing the most. She had good grades and was a well-behaved person. She had never seen her get together with others to gossip about others. As for the remaining 3 girls, she could often hear them sitting together, talking about this and that. Last semester, she even warned. Yi Yunqing's shoulder was cut and bleeding. Li Mirai's face turned red with anger as she crossed her arms. "Damn it, you took advantage of me while I was in the bathroom." She stood to the side and grinned. "Sis, be gentle." The young nurse standing nearby laughed. "It looks like you're hurting more than her." She's nose twitched. Since high school, Yi Yunqing had been ostracized, had been called names, and had even been subjected to violence on campus. She never imagined that once she got to college, these people would still not let her go. "It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore." Yi Yunqing's eyes were red. After class, she had planned to go home, but then she heard 3 girls talking about her, saying that she was being supported by an old man. They were talking so loudly that everyone around them could hear them, obviously not trying to avoid people. So she stood up and argued with them. If they just talked behind her back, it would be fine, but if they didn't stop when she was right in front of them, it would only spread even more rumors in the future. Who would have thought that the 3 of them were completely unreasonable? Yi Yunqing was so angry that she couldn't speak, but she was provoked by one of the girls saying things like there might not even be a few dead fetuses in her belly. She slammed the table and cursed them as assholes, and as a result, the 3 of them held her down and beat her. She didn't even know what had cut her shoulder. Pei Xiuyan went into the infirmary and glanced at Yi Yunqing, who was being bandaged. His position did not allow him to be overly concerned or close. But looking at Yi Yunqing's frowning little face, he couldn't help but take a step forward. Yi Yunqing looked up at Pei Xiuyan and shook her head slightly, then tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. "Don't cry, don't cry." She hugged Yi Yunqing. "Sorry, I would like to ask Yi alone about the details of this fight." Pei Xiuyan's face was stern, and his voice was faint. Li Mirai immediately stood up. "The school will punish students who fight, but this incident is not at all Yi Yunqing's fault, Professor Pei. Yi Yunqing did nothing wrong. It was those 3 who started it, and..." Pei Xiuyan's face gradually turned cold, and Li Mirai immediately lowered her head after looking at each other. She took Li Mirai by the hand and stood up. "Professor Pei must be fair and impartial, let's go out first." The little medical sister walked out and closed the door to the infirmary. Yi Yunqing threw herself into Pei Xiuyan's arms, her voice as aggrieved as she could make it. It was them who started it, and they were the ones who started fighting. Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunqing. "I didn't come here to do justice." With that, he kissed Yi Yunqing's lips. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan with tearful eyes, thinking that he had come to punish her. Pei Xiuyan tried his best to restrain himself, constantly reminding himself in his heart that he was not only Yi Yunqing's husband, but also a professor at Astor University. If the situation were different, he would never let it go. Yi Yunqing's lips were slightly red. No, don't kiss me, I still have to go out in a while. Does it hurt? Pei Xiuyan tried hard to make his voice gentle. Yi Yunqing shook her head. She lifted her hand and touched Pei Xiuyan's face. His face was taut to the extreme, unnervingly still. It was the first time she had seen him show such an expression. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's wrist. I'm sorry, but since they are all students, I cannot hold them responsible as a family member. Warm breath came from the palm of her hand. Pei Xiuyan's kiss was very light, his eyes full of guilt. I'm not going to get mad at them, Yi Yunqing said, and then held Pei Xiuyan's face, a little shy but still gave him a soft kiss on the forehead. It doesn't hurt as much as when you rub it. Pei Xiuyan curved his lips. Let's talk about this topic when we get home. Yi Yunqing turned her head and looked away, her delicate little face turning a deep red. Pei Xiuyan opened the door to the infirmary, and Li Mirei and Feng Shi hurried in. Yi Yunqing bit her lips tightly, otherwise it would be hard to explain her just-kissed red lips. Professor Pei said that this time it would be forgiven. After that, Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan, who was standing in the doorway talking to her tutor. Feng Shi sighed, fortunately, but it's a bargain for those three bitches. Your broken lips will never heal. Li Miwei looked at Yi Yunqing after she finished speaking. I'll walk you home, your shoulder is hurt, I'm afraid you can't drive. Yi Yunqing shook his head repeatedly. Pei Xiuyan would definitely go home right away. If Li Mirei was to give him a ride, it would have to go together, and it would be hard to explain things then, even though they were husband and wife. The tutor felt a little embarrassed that a student fight had alerted Professor Pei. I will pay more attention. Thank you, Professor Pei. Pei Xiuyan nodded with pursed lips. Yi Yunqing apologized in a low voice as he walked out of the infirmary. I'm sorry, teacher, for causing you trouble. I've understood most of what happened. Rest at home well tomorrow, and if you feel unwell, be sure to let me know at once. After the tutor had finished speaking, he looked over at Li Mirei. Please take Yi back. Yi Yunqing followed Li Mirei and the others after saying a few more words to express his apologies. Seeing that Yi was well-mannered, he knew that he would do well after he left school. After the tutor had finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at Pei Xiuyan. Hearing someone praise his wife, Pei Xiuyan was naturally happy, and he nodded in agreement with a crooked lip. Yi Yunqing was a little at a loss, and in the end, he had no choice but to let Li Mirei and the others send him to the place where he had taken his lunch break that afternoon. After entering the elevator, Li Mirei sighed. I knew your family was rich, but I didn't realize it was this rich. The houses here cost tens of thousands of yuan per square meter, and there are no small units. A set would cost tens of millions of yuan. Feng Shi was also a little surprised. She knew that Yi Yunqing was rich, but she didn't realize that he was this rich. After all, Yi Yunqing usually kept a low profile, and the handbags and cosmetics he carried were similar to theirs. Yi Yunqing took out the key and suddenly remembered that Pei Xiuyan's daily necessities might still be in the room. She was so shocked that she broke out in a sweat. But her friends were already at her house, so it would be a bit unreasonable not to let them in. Yi Yunqing opened the door, blushing a little embarrassed. I actually live with my boyfriend. Li Mirei's mouth dropped in surprise. So you lied at lunch, you actually ran out to fool around with your boyfriend. Yi Yunqing covered her face, her ears turning red. Don't stop. Feng Shi glanced at Yi Yunqing's clothes and gave her an understanding look. Yi Yunqing let them into the room, but her little pants were still lying alone on the blanket, where Pei Xiuyan had thrown them before they went to bed and forgot to pick them up. There were also wet wipes in the trash that Pei Xiuyan had thrown away. Li Miwei looked at Yi Yunqing with a particularly ambiguous look. I didn't expect that. I thought you were a good girl and would never get married. Yi Yunqing quickly tidied up a bit, but then she realized that she really didn't know the place well and couldn't even find a cup. But she didn't show it. Instead she went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, but the result disappointed her. It was empty. At this time, Yi Yunqing's phone rang. Pei Xiuyan was sitting in the car waiting, but he was a little worried because he never saw Yi Yunqing's figure. Hello, Mom. Yes, I'll be right back, okay. Yi Yunqing hung up the phone before Pei Xiuyan could finish speaking. Li Mirei and Feng Shi stood up when they saw this. Yi Yunqing walked out of the kitchen a little embarrassed and said, My mother just got back from a business trip and asked me to go to the office. Do you want us to send you there? Li Mirei was worried. Yi Yunqing shook his head and said, I don't want my mother to know, so she won't worry. After seeing the two of them downstairs, Yi Yunqing patted his chest. Fortunately, Pei Xiuyan's call came just in time, or else it would have been impossible to hide. Fengxi took Li Mi's arm. I always feel that Yunqing's reaction is a bit off. Maybe she doesn't want us to see her boyfriend. Forget it, everyone has their own privacy, don't make it too difficult for her. Li Mi looked at Fengxi suspiciously after she finished speaking. Are you also living with Sun? Fengxi blushed, then nodded. Wow, I'm the only single person here. Li Mi Rue raised her little fist, fine one according to Professor Pei's standards. Fengxi glared at her, hopeless. Pei Xiuyan's car drove past the two of them. Li Mi Rue was too busy messing with Fengxi to notice, but Fengxi saw it because there was no one else in the area who could afford a limited edition Rolls-Royce except Pei Xiuyan. What are you looking at? Li Mi Rue turned her head. Pei Xiuyan's car had already turned the corner, and she didn't see it. Fengxi shook her head. What are you looking at? Let's just go home after dinner, I'm hungry. If it really is as she thinks, then that would be incredible. Pei Xiuyan parked the car and went upstairs. Yi Yunshan leaned against the elevator and waited. As soon as Pei Xiuyan got out of the elevator, she threw herself directly into his arms. My classmates just came, and they scared me. Yi Yunqing pouted. They were so nice to me, and I feel a little bad for hiding it from them. Pei Xiuyan picked Yi Yunqing up. Well, I'll take them out to dinner after graduation. Yi Yunqing dangled her little legs. Honey, aren't we going home? Pei Xiuyan curved his lips. We have to sleep in separate rooms when we go home, but we don't have to hear. Chapter 32 Yi Yunqing is annoying. Yi Yunqing lay on the sofa, her petite figure enveloped by Pei Xiuyan's tall body. Her watery eyes blinked, her hands placed on her head, her delicate little face slightly flushed, the charm of a little woman fully reflected. Uncle Pei, I'm hungry. Yi Yunqing lowered her hand on Pei Xiuyan. She knew that this was very cruel to Pei Xiuyan, but it would be fine after a few days of forbearance. Pei Xiuyan's Adam's apple moved up and down. He got up, picked up the glasses next to him and put them on, his desire gradually subsiding. What do you want to eat? Listening to the sexy husky voice, Yi Yunqing couldn't help blushing. Anything is fine. Pei Xiuyan paused for a moment. I'll go to the nearby supermarket, wait for me to come back. After saying that, he leaned over and kissed Yi Yunqing on the face. After Pei Xiuyan left the house, Yi Yunqing sat on the sofa and patted her reddened little face. It wasn't a solution to keep rejecting like this. About half an hour later, Pei Xiuyan returned from outside and saw Yi Yunqing sitting on the sofa, as if thinking about something, with a slightly furrowed brow and a pouty mouth. What's wrong? Pei Xiuyan took out a bag of potato chips from the bag full of ingredients and walked over. Yi Yunqing took the potato chips and put them aside. She looked up at Pei Xiuyan and said, Uncle Pei, will you not like me because I keep rejecting you? Pei Xiuyan stroked Yi Yunqing's head. Even for a simple touch, he needed a lot of self-control. No, don't think about it. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and deep, very convincing. Yi Yunqing followed Pei Xiuyan in her slippers and with the potato chips in her hand. She could actually cook, but Pei Xiuyan usually didn't use her. Pei Xiuyan simply fried 2 dishes. Yi Yunqing put down the potato chips and clapped her hands. Uncle Pei, Monday is your birthday, how are you planning to spend it? On Monday, I need to work overtime. Pei Xiuyan knows his schedule very well. Yi Yunqing carried the dishes. What time can I go home? Around 10 o'clock. After saying this, Pei Xiuyan took out a bowl and served 2 bowls of rice. Yi Yunqing calculated in her heart that she would accompany her grandmother to the hospital on Saturday, then order a cake and flowers. On Sunday, she would decorate the house briefly. On Monday, she would have no afternoon classes, so she could go to the supermarket to buy ingredients and then wait for Pei Xiuyan to get off work. Pei Xiuyan sat in a chair. He didn't have any special expectations for his birthday, and he hardly ever celebrated his birthday. Pei Xiuyan doesn't like to talk during meals, so Yi Yunqing turns on the TV and eats while watching. As a result, while drinking the soup, Yi Yunqing accidentally spills it on her pants. Pei Xiuyan stands up and picks up a paper towel. Is it hot? Yi Yunqing shakes her head repeatedly. It's her who wasn't concentrating while eating. If she says it's hot, Pei Xiuyan will definitely say it's her. After finishing eating, Yi Yunqing takes a secret peek and sees that a large red patch has appeared on her lap, because the soup was just served not long ago. Pei Xiuyan finished washing the dishes and happened to see this scene. Yi Yunqing hurriedly tugged at her pants. Uncle Pei, why are you walking so quietly? You scared me. Pei Xiuyan walked over with narrowed eyes. Yi Yunqing hid at the edge of the sofa. There's a science program that's quite interesting, let's watch it together. She said this and picked up the remote control next to her. Pei Xiuyan sat on the sofa and whispered, "Come here." Yi Yunqing rubbed up against Pei Xiuyan. "Sit on my lap." Pei Xiuyan's voice was low. Yi Yunqing shook her head, "I want to eat strawberries, or grapes." She quickly changed the subject, but she didn't notice that the more she did so, the more Pei Xiuyan became worried. Pei Xiuyan got up and picked Yi Yunqing up and walked towards the bedroom. Yi Yunqing was lying on the bed. "What are you doing? You are in the right, and you are also strong." Pei Xiuyan's voice eased, "Let me take a look. If it's serious, we need to go to the hospital." "If it's not serious, it's just red." Yi Yunqing didn't want to show him, so she ignored her leg, but the main thing was that she wasn't wearing shorts. Pei Xiuyan was patient, and his voice softened, "I'm sorry, I just used the wrong tone." "Let me see, are you hurt?" Yi Yunqing turned her head and picked up the pillow next to her to block Pei Xiuyan's view. "Yunqing, I can't see like this." Pei Xiuyan arched his lips, a little helpless. Yi Yunqing gave up and directly blocked his face. As long as he couldn't see Pei Xiuyan, she wouldn't be ashamed. Pei Xiuyan couldn't help but smile. His hand was on Yi Yunqing's pants. Then he saw the leg that had been scalded by the hot soup, and he got up and took out the spare ointment at home to rub it. Yi Yunqing hugged the pillow tightly, where Pei Xiuyan's finger had been. She could feel it clearly, and then the scalded place was ice cold. Pei Xiuyan stood up, "Okay, I'll go take a shower first." Then he took away the pillow Yi Yunqing was hugging. "Don't suffocate yourself." Yi Yunqing quickly pulled the quilt over her body. I look like I'm different from other people, naked." Pei Xiuyan felt that Yi Yunqing was asking for his life. He had just been focused on looking at the burn and hadn't thought in that direction, but Yi Yunqing's words had completely distracted him. "It's normal, don't think too much," Pei Xiuyan said, taking off his jacket and throwing it on the bed. Yi Yunqing's little face turned red. Pei Xiuyan took a cold shower, and when he returned, he saw Yi Yunqing wearing the pajamas he had put in the closet, holding his phone in his hand and laughing. "Uncle Pei, what homework did you leave?" Yi Yunqing played back Li Ni's voice message. "Yunqing, save me, Professor Pei's homework is too inhumane, I'm going to die, save me." Li Mirai's voice came from the phone. Pei Xiuyan sat in a chair and wiped his glasses, saying indifferently, "Tell them to plant corn." Yi Yunqing suppressed a smile, her shoulders shaking slightly. Fortunately, she hadn't signed up for Pei Xiuyan's elective class, otherwise she would have to plant corn at home. Pei Xiuyan's expression and attitude were very serious, and Yi Yunqing playfully stuck out her tongue. "Let me take a look at the injury on your shoulder." Pei Xiuyan put on his glasses and walked over. Yi Yunqing unbuttoned her shirt. Pei Xiuyan glanced at it and the expression in his eyes behind his glasses sank. "I bought iodophor, wait for me a moment." Yi Yunqing glanced at it and realized that it was actually just a scratch that had left a bloody mark, and it would heal without medicine in a couple of days. Pei Xiuyan felt distressed just by looking at it, but the incident happened at school, and his status made him feel powerless. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan's expression and couldn't help but kiss the corner of his lips lightly. "I'm not in pain, I'm just very angry that they actually called you an old man." Pei Xiuyan carefully bandaged the wound. Yi Yunqing leaned against Pei Xiuyan's chest. "I had to apply medicine everywhere today, so I couldn't take a bath. Do you want to sleep in a different room?" Pei Xiuyan gave Yi Yunqing's fair neck a gentle bite, because tomorrow she didn't have to go to school, and the day after tomorrow was Sunday. Yi Yunqing blushed. Xuanying placed a pair of large hands over her. Yi Yunqing bit her lips. Pei Xiuyan's voice was hoarse, with the charm of a mature man. "Can I taste it?" "Taste it." Yi Yunqing's mind instantly exploded with fireworks, colorful and bright. "No, don't, are you ashamed?" Yi Yunqing pressed Pei Xiuyan's hand. "I'm not going to class, and you still have to go to work." Pei Xiuyan slightly tightened his thumb and forefinger. "Pei Xiuyan." Yi Yunqing's voice changed. Pei Xiuyan nodded, as if he had agreed. Yi Yunqing was not used to this, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. "If you keep this up, I'm not going out with you anymore." Hearing Yi Yunqing's childish words, Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips, but still stopped. He couldn't afford to make the little girl angry. Yi Yunqing climbed into the covers and looked at Pei Xiuyan with wide eyes. Pei Xiuyan sighed. The cold shower was a waste. Yi Yunqing was so embarrassed. "Uncle Pei, I always thought you were the kind of person who was gentle and refined. Even if you did that, you were also very proper." "No." Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and answered firmly, because he knew what he looked like. Yi Yunqing snorted lightly. "I didn't know before, but now I can see." If Pei Xiuyan really wants to take it seriously, he will scare Yi Yunqing, so even in the future, he needs to restrain himself a bit. Yi Yunqing reached out and turned off the light. She couldn't sleep without her eye mask, but she was afraid to crawl into Pei Xiuyan's arms. Pei Xiuyan had actually bought an eye mask. After all, he knew that Yi Yunqing had this habit, but he just didn't want to take it out. Yunqing, do you want to lean over a little? Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle. Yi Yunqing put her little foot on Pei Xiuyan's body. Sleep, good night, Uncle Pei. Pei Xiuyan was helpless. Yunqing, are you sure you want me to sleep like this? Yi Yunqing cooperatively put her little foot on her calf. Is this okay? In the silent night, Yi Yunqing's heart was beating fast because she could not forget how Pei Xiuyan had pinched her no matter what. And even now, she still couldn't recover. Why should she be the only one who feels bad? Once someone has an idea, they are not far from taking action. Pei Xiuyan was about to get the blindfold, but Yi Yunqing turned around and grabbed his pajamas. Uncle Pei, it turns out that you can taste it. I didn't know before. Didn't you say that you let me have all the good stuff first? Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and took hold of Yi Yunqing's wrist. I'm not sure I can resist. That won't do. Yi Yunqing said, imitating Pei Xiuyan, and pinched it. Pei Xiuyan's breathing changed frequency. Yi Yunqing's heart was beating fast, and she whispered, Can I try it? Is Yunqing ready? Pei Xiuyan's voice was hoarse. Yi Yunqing shook her head. Pei Xiuyan wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that the little girl would be angry, so he had to nod. Okay. Yi Yunqing got her way, but she wouldn't. The more she wouldn't, the more annoying it was. From time to time, it stung a little. Pei Xiuyan's hand tightly embraced Yi Yunqing's waist. Wife. Don't you dare. Before, you were still Yunqing, using me, and now you know how to call me wife. Yi Yunqing didn't buy it. As a result, just as Pei Xiuyan was about to react, Yi Yunqing turned around. I'm going to sleep, good night. Pei Xiuyan had no choice but to hug her to sleep. In the morning, Pei Xiuyan looked in the mirror and shook his head helplessly. Yi Yunqing saw the redness on Pei Xiuyan's face and smiled. It's not my fault, Professor Pei likes to eat well. Pei Xiuyan kissed her forehead. The little girl liked it, so what could she do but endure it? I'll be home late from work today. Pei Xiuyan finished speaking and left the bathroom. Yi Yunqing yawned. She didn't have to go to school, so she went straight to bed and prepared to take a nap. Pei Xiuyan had already prepared Yi Yunqing's breakfast. He picked up the car keys and glanced at them before leaving. Yi Yunqing was already asleep. When Pei Xiuyan arrived at the school, he saw Shuelai standing with her arms folded in front of his office door, scolding students. Several girls had red eyes from her scolding. Pei Xiuyan walked over. You are really going to make me mad. How can you get this simple formula wrong? It's like giving it away for free. Shuelai became more and more angry as she spoke. Professor Pei. One of the girls greeted Pei Xiuyan with a tearful voice. Shuelai turned her head. Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly. Professor Shui is also worried about you. Don't be so sloppy next time. Go back to class. Shuelai glared at Pei Xiuyan. Professor Shui, Professor Pei, will go back first. With that, several students quickly left. Pei Xiuyan opened the door to his office and whispered, even if you are a student, it is not appropriate to scold someone loudly in the hallway. Students also have self-esteem. Yes, Professor Pei is right. Shuelai felt that something was not quite right after she had finished speaking. She looked at Pei Xiuyan and said, You are no longer the student council president, so I am not afraid of you. I can manage my students as I please. Pei Xiuyan had not been without experience in scolding the headmaster. I bought some leek buns. Do you want some? Shuelai laughed. Pei Xiuyan looked at Shuelai and frowned slightly. Thanks, no. Shuelai pointed at her neck. It's too eye-catching. Pei Xiuyan ignored her and went into the office. The little girl had a lot of fun yesterday, and she bit her neck twice by the way. It's not the season to wear high-necked clothes. Thinking of Yi Yunqing, Pei Xiuyan's mouth curled up, obviously in a good mood, and even when she saw Shuelai put all the documents she couldn't handle on his desk, she didn't get angry. At noon, Yi Yunqing got up and called you Pei Xiuyan, his voice a little lazy. Hey, Uncle Pei. Pei Xiuyan was having lunch, sitting next to two students and an instructor. Pei Xiuyan nodded. Yi Yunqing got out of bed and put on her shoes. Have you had lunch yet? I'm eating now. Pei Xiuyan said indifferently. Yi Yunqing opened the refrigerator. Don't want to chat with me? I'm eating. Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle. Yi Yunqing knew that as soon as Pei Xiuyan went to school, he would immediately become serious and would be very economical with his words. Yi Yunqing, I miss you, honey. She did it on purpose. Pei Xiuyan gave a response. Yi Yunqing bit her lip, then gave the phone a double kiss. She wanted to see how Pei Xiuyan would respond. If you don't kiss me back, I won't let you when you get home. Yi Yunqing sat on the sofa, unable to stop smiling. I'm having dinner with my students. Pei Xiuyan explained helplessly. Yi Yunqing stuck out her tongue. She thought he was eating in the office, but it turns out he goes to the cafeteria. Okay, have a good dinner, I won't tease you anymore. Yi Yunqing hung up the phone. The two students looked at Pei Xiuyan with different eyes. The instructor was fine, because she knew that Pei Xiuyan was already married. After Pei Xiuyan finished eating, he returned to the office, took out his phone, and kissed it like Yi Yunqing had done. Yi Yunqing had nothing to do at home, so she just listened to the kiss over and over again for dozens of times. Chapter 33 Uncle Pei Xiuyan. Yi Yunqing tidied up the house when she was free, and took the clothes that Pei Xiuyan had changed out to the dry cleaners. She knew exactly what she was capable of. Yi Yunqing wanted to go to the supermarket to buy some snacks, but then her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was from Li Mirei. Yi Yunqing, hello. Li Mirei, Yunqing, Feng Shi and I will come see you after class. Yi Yunqing knew that they were worried about her. Okay, call me when you get here, I'll come and pick you up. Li Mirei, okay, what do you want to eat, we'll bring it over directly. Yi Yunqing, no need, there's food at home, you can just come over. Li Mirei, okay, bye, I have to go now. Yi Yunqing had no reason to refuse. Thinking that Pei Xiuyan would not be able to get off work until later, at least 7 or 8 o'clock, and Li Miwei's class would end at 5, the time should not be too different. Yi Yunqing was afraid that there would not be enough food at home, so she went to the fresh food supermarket. When she returned, she happened to catch Li Miwei and the others leaving school. Li Miwei was standing at the entrance to the residential area when she saw Yi Yunqing carrying things. She walked quickly up to her. Your shoulder is still injured. Yi Yunqing smiled, her eyes soft. It was just a scratch, it's almost healed. What a joke, the three of them were destined to be nothing. Li Mirei got angry just thinking about it. The three girls' shadows were stretched long in the setting sun. Feng Shi took Yi Yunqing's arm, her voice a little aggrieved. Can I stay at your place tonight? I had a fight with Yi Sun, I don't want to go back. Then I'll stay too. Your boyfriend hasn't returned to China yet, right? Li Mirei added. Yi Yunqing nodded, sure. We haven't lived together for a long time, probably more than a year. Li Mirei said, leaning her head on Yi Yunqing's shoulder, in the blink of an eye, you all have boyfriends, and I'm the only lonely old person. Lonely and alone, you've screwed up this knowledge. Feng Shi couldn't help but tease. Li Mirei had a pained expression on her face. If I don't meet a better man than Pei Xiuyan, I'll become an old widow. Yi Yunqing had a gentle smile on her face and brows. These two are treasures. But thanks to them, she has always been accompanied and protected. After returning home, Yi Yunqing put the dishes in the kitchen and then poured a glass of water for Li Mirei and the others. Feng Shi rolled up her sleeves. What are sisters for if not for helping each other? Let's cook together, don't just sit there. Give me a break, I can't cook. Li Mirei looked like she was begging for mercy, lying directly on the sofa. I'm lucky if I can just eat. Yi Yunqing took out the remote control and handed it to Li Mirei. Then you just watch TV while we cook. Li Mirei laughed twice. Feng Shitao was washing the rice, while Yi Yunqing was responsible for stir-frying the vegetables. Yi Yunqing had been thinking about finding an opportunity to send Pei Xiuyan a text message as soon as she arrived home, to tell him that Li Miwei and the others were going to be staying at their place, but she forgot about it when she got busy. Ring ring. Yi Yunqing's phone rang, but she was washing the vegetables, so Feng Shi picked up the phone on the counter and pressed the answer button. Yi Yunqing stuck her ear to it. Hello? Pei Xiuyan was sitting in the car, preparing to go home. Yunchang, is there anything you want to eat? Yi Yunchang then remembered, and she quickly took the phone. You're not coming back this month either. Okay, then take care of your health. Okay, bye. Pei Xiuyan looked at the phone that had been hung up, his expression a little helpless. Yi Yunchang looked at Feng Shi, her face slightly flushed, a little embarrassed, and said, my boyfriend called to tell me that he's not coming back this month. Feng Shi nodded and turned around to continue washing the dishes that Yi Yunqing hadn't finished. Yi Yunqing's boyfriend's surname was Pei. because she had seen the note, Uncle Pei. What a coincidence. Yi Yunqing wiped her hands. I'm going to the bathroom, I'll be back in a while, and we can start cooking. Li Mirue lay on the sofa, laughing heartlessly at the variety show. Yi Yunqing went into the bathroom and sent a text message to Pei Xiuyan. Uncle Pei, Mirue, and the others are going to stay at home today, so you can go straight back to the city center. Pei Xiuyan frowned as he read the text message in the car. Yun Chang, I don't think there's any need to hide it. They are a legal couple, but they make it sound like they are cheating on each other. They have to sneak around all day long. At school, it's fine, but after work, when they go home, they have to hide. The main thing is that he hasn't seen the little girl for a whole day. He finished his work early, just so he could go home early and see her. Yi Yunqing replied with a cute emoji and then left the bathroom. Pei Xiuyan sat in the car for a while before heading back to school. Yi Yunqing and Feng Shigang had just finished cooking when they heard Li Mirei wailing in the living room. Professor Pei is killing me, he actually wants us to write an observation diary about the growth of corn overnight. Li Mirei was about to cry. Although Professor Pei Xiuyan mentioned it during class, she thought she would have a few days to wait, but she didn't expect it to be so urgent. Feng Shi put the dishes on the dining room table and turned to Li Mirue. So what do we do? Go home and observe the corn. Li Mirue made a face as if she was about to cry after she finished speaking. Who would dare not complete Professor Pei's homework? Then let's eat dinner before you go, the food is ready. Yi Yunchang said as she placed the cooked rice on the table. Li Mirue shook her head. I can't copy Professor Pei's homework. I have to go home and observe. Damn, Professor Pei is really a grinding little demon. Yi Yunqing burst out laughing. She should have taken out her phone to record it. Before she could see Li Mirue off, her phone rang again. Yi Yunqing, hello, Grandma? Ho Xiuji, I sprained my ankle, but don't worry, I've already seen it. Yi Yunqing hurriedly said, Grandma, I'll be right back. Feng Shi sighed when she saw this. If you're busy, go ahead. I'll stay at Li Mirei's house. I'm sorry, I've been so busy that I haven't even eaten yet, but something came up at home, so I have to go back right away. The day after tomorrow, I'll treat you all to dinner. Yi Yunqing was beside herself with worry. She was so caught up in her own happiness that she forgot that her grandmother was still at home waiting for her in Pei Xiuyan. Feng Shi and Li Mirue got into the car first. They could just take the bus, but Yi Yunqing had to go back to the city center, so she had to take a taxi. But it was difficult to get a taxi at this time of day, so she was so anxious that she sent a text message to Pei Xiuyan. Uncle Pei and Grandma have sprained their ankles. Have you gone home already? If he had gone home, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry. After all, Pei Xiuyan was much more reliable than she was. Pei Xiuyan smiled after receiving the text message. Yi Yunqing was anxious, and she saw Pei Xiuyan's car in the distance. She waved. Pei Xiuyan stopped the car, and Yi Yunqing opened the door and got in. Grandma just called, she sprained her ankle, let's hurry. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were sealed by Pei Xiuyan. After the kiss, Pei Xiuyan looked at the little girl in front of him, who was frowning and her eyes were red with anxiety. He said softly to comfort her, don't worry, Grandma is not hurt, I told her to call. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan with wide eyes, not reacting for a while. Pei Xiuyan reached out his hand and pushed Yi Yunqing's slightly messy hair behind her ear. I'm sorry, I made you worry. Uncle Pei, how could you? Yi Yunqing glared at Pei Xiuyan. She had come to her senses. He had first distracted Li Mirei, and then asked her grandmother to make the call. Although it was a bit exaggerated, I really wanted to see you. I couldn't wait. One night was too long for me. After Pei Xiu finished speaking, he lightly kissed Yi Yunqing's lips. I'm sorry. The gentle voice charmed her nerves, and Yi Yunqing nodded slightly. Don't do that again, you scared me to death. Okay. Pei Xiuyan sat up straight and was ready to take Yi Yunqing home. Yi Yunqing reached out and grabbed Pei Xiuyan's thigh hard before he could react. Is this considered abuse of power? It is my right to give students homework, and I gave the hint a long time ago, I just didn't have time to send an email to notify them. Pei Xiuyan said seriously. After the two returned home, Pei Xiuyan looked at the dishes on the table and laughed. It seems that I need to find some time to treat them to a nice meal. Yi Yunqing took his jacket and hung it up. You've got some nerve to say that. It's all your fault, they didn't even get to eat. Pei Xiuyan unfastened his cufflinks and went to the kitchen to wash his hands. Okay, when we get the chance, we'll treat them to dinner. Yi Yunqing fell silent. He dared to invite them, but the two of them might not dare to go. What if Pei Xiuyan gave Li Mirei some extra homework after dinner? Pei Xiuyan sat in a chair, his cufflinks and tie removed, his white shirt slightly open to reveal his well-defined collarbone. Together with the rimless glasses he was wearing today, he looked both forbidden and desirable, very sexy. Yunqing, eat well, Pei Xiuyan said, unable to resist. Yi Yunqing lifted her bowl and snorted, what's wrong with being a legal couple and looking? She was righteous. Pei Xiuyan picked up some vegetables and put them in Yi Yunqing's bowl. Okay, look, wait a minute and go to the bathroom to take a closer look. I don't want to go to the bathroom with you. Yi Yunqing's cheeks flushed unnaturally. She hadn't thought about anything else all day, just this. After Pei Xiuyan finished eating, he washed the dishes. Yi Yunqing wandered around for a while, then followed the TV and did some yoga. Although she was not prone to put on weight, she wanted to grow taller. Although she didn't know if yoga could make someone taller. After tidying up the kitchen, Pei Xiuyan saw that Yi Yunqing was sweating from exhaustion. Take a break, you just finished eating. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan with a pout. You're done talking, and I'm out of breath. Pei Xiuyan walked over and picked Yi Yunqing up in his arms. It seems that the young girl's common sense needs to be strengthened. Take a deep breath and hold your breath. Pei Xiuyan asked Yi Yunqing to sit in his lap. Yi Yunqing did as Pei Xiuyan said, her cheeks puffed up and her small cherry-red lips pursed, looking extremely cute. Pei Xiuyan leaned against the sofa, wrapping his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist with one hand, as his urges and desires constantly challenged his patience. Yi Yunqing really couldn't hold back anymore, and let out a sigh of relief. It still hurts. With that, she leaned directly into Pei Xiuyan's embrace. Pei Xiuyan's large hand gently rubbed Yi Yunqing's shoulders. After eating, you need at least half an hour to digest before exercising, and if digestion is not good, you need to wait an hour. Yi Yunqing turned around and straddled Pei Xiuyan's lap, her slender arms wrapping around Pei Xiuyan's neck. Doesn't Professor Pei know that this is not the time to lecture? I think this is the perfect time, so you won't forget next time. Pei Xiuyan put his hands on Yi Yunqing's waist and said, move back a little. No. Yi Yunqing's chin rested on Pei Xiuyan's shoulder. You're so amazing, Professor Pei, you know everything, and you must know how to relieve discomfort. Pei Xiuyan's voice dropped. Then I won't be polite, he said, as he hooked his knuckled fingers on Yi Yunqing's little pants. Yi Yunqing blushed uncontrollably. She reached out and grabbed Pei Xiuyan's hand. No, I won't cooperate with you, you figure it out yourself. Help me like you did before. Pei Xiuyan's voice was hoarse with a strong desire. Yi Yunqing put her hand on Pei Xiuyan's shoulder. I haven't showered. She made up an excuse. Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing's lips, and his fingers squeezed slightly. Yi Yunqing didn't want to cooperate, but she was afraid that he would be upset if she kept refusing. Yi Yunqing didn't know when she had lain down on the sofa. In her ear was the low sound of Pei Xiuyan's breathing. She was facing the sofa, with Pei Xiuyan beside her. She could see Pei Xiuyan's. Pei Xiuyan's was very nice, at least she didn't think the color was ugly. Yi Yunqing's breathing also became chaotic. Her mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, and her heartbeat unconsciously quickened. She was acutely aware of Pei Xiuyan's warmth. Yi Yunqing felt her heart beating too fast, and her breathing was out of sync. Pei Xiuyan sucked on Yi Yunqing's earlobe. Pei Xiuyan could have been more direct, as he had the advantage, but he preferred this to forcing Yi Yunqing. Pei Xiuyan's breathing became heavier. After 5 minutes, Yi Yunqing blushed as she looked at Pei Xiuyan. Her Professor Pei, well dressed, just had some wrinkles in his shirt, but otherwise there hadn't been any change at all. And then she looked at herself. Pei Xiuyan sat on the sofa, hugging Yi Yunqing. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you say that when you were having sex, you wouldn't be particularly gentle? Pei Xiuyan smiled and kissed Yi Yunqing's face, a unilateral solution, no need to be too extreme. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan doubtfully. Do you want to go take a bath? Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and looked at Yi Yunqing with lust-filled eyes. Yi Yunqing shook her head. No, it's too hot. Pei Xiuyan knew what Yi Yunqing was referring to, and he carried her into the bedroom. Because her skin was so tender, he decided to put some medicine on it after looking at it for a while. Yi Yunqing's face turned red. Why, it's obviously a lewd thing, but in front of you, you can do it so matter-of-factly. What are you thinking? Pei Xiuyan didn't feel that helping his wife apply medicine could be associated with lewdness. Chapter 34 Pei Xiuyan was very serious. Yi Yunqing applied the medicine and then went to take a shower half an hour later. Pei Xiuyan sat on the bed and checked his emails, while his students had already started handing in their homework. Yi Yunqing climbed into the quilt and snuggled up to Pei Xiuyan. Seeing him carefully correcting the homework, she whispered, "I always thought that teachers don't read homework." Pei Xiuyan was reading carefully. After hearing Yi Yunqing's words, he patted her head. Yi Yunqing didn't bother him either, and picked up her phone to chat with her little sisters. "Yi Yunqing, I'm sorry, sisters, I'll treat you to a big meal some other day." "Fengshi, it was an emergency, don't worry about it." "How's your shoulder? Does it still hurt?" Yi Yunqing felt even more apologetic. She reached out and pinched Pei Xiuyan's waist. It was all his fault. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's hand and continued to focus on correcting the homework. "Fengshi, oh, I want to break up. What should I do?" "Yi Yunqing, didn't you say you were going to get married after graduation? Why do you want to break up?" "Fengshi, their family obviously doesn't like me, and Yi Sun has been treating me coldly these days, not as attentive as before." Yi Yunqing hesitated for a moment. It's really hard to persuade someone about their relationship. If you persuade them to break up, they might get back together again someday. If you persuade them to stay together, your friend is still angry. "Fengshi, Yunqing, you must never let that happen to you with your boyfriend. You asked me about it last time, and I told you that men are all bad. They don't cherish what they have once they get it. Fengshi, when we weren't together, I said I wanted to eat watermelon, and he ran out and bought it for me in the middle of the night. But after we got together, I wanted some fruit, so I put it in the fridge, but he wouldn't even hold it for me." "Yi Yunqing, are you overthinking it?" "Fengshi, no, before he would consider me when doing things, but now he won't. The other day, he took my phone and added himself and he hui to a group chat. I didn't find out until I came back from the bathroom and saw the text from Li Mireille." Yi Yunqing sent a comforting emoji. Pei Xiuyan saw Yi Yunqing looking thoughtful. "Yunqing, what's wrong?" Yi Yunqing looked up at Pei Xiuyan and smiled. "What should I do if my sister is breaking up with her boyfriend? I'm quite anxious." Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's hand and kissed it. "You go ahead, don't worry about me, or you'll stay up late again." Yi Yunqing blushed and withdrew her hand after she finished speaking. Pei Xiuyan sighed. "Your little sister won't pass her homework." "Huh?" Yi Yunqing didn't react. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "My little corn, it grows obediently in the soil." Yi Yunqing burst out laughing. "Did Li Mireille write this assignment?" Pei Xiuyan nodded helplessly. "Can you correct it?" Yi Yunqing said, tugging at Pei Xiuyan's clothes. "Professor Pei, please open a small window." Pei Xiuyan shook his head. Yi Yunqing stuck out her tongue, knowing that it was impossible. "It seems that I will have to comfort one more person." Li Mireille sent a voice message in the group. "Help, I failed my homework, there are no even comments, I need to rewrite it, I want to sack Pei Xiuyan." After listening to the voice message, Yi Yunqing looked carefully at Pei Xiuyan, who was about to be sacked. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips. "Yi Yunqing, while you still have time, quickly finish the homework." "Li Mireille, I want to, but my corn seeds have rotted and I watered them too much." Yi Yunqing rested her calf on Pei Xiuyan's lap and rubbed it. "Can you write an observation diary about the rotten corn seeds?" "Corn seeds are a scientific research project," Pei Xiuyan said indifferently. Yi Yunqing sat up quickly, looking at Pei Xiuyan in disbelief. "You gave the students the seeds for research and told them to plant them. What if they don't grow or if they rot like Li Mireille's did?" "I didn't listen carefully when it was covered in class, so it's not surprising if they don't grow." After saying this, Pei Xiuyan patted Yi Yunqing on the head. "Don't worry, you won't lose any credits." Yi Yunqing's heart was somewhat relieved. If Li Mireille doesn't get enough credits this year, she won't be able to graduate smoothly. "Li Mireille, yes. Professor Pei said he would give me another seed and let me write about this failed experience." Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan next to her and couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. "I heard before that you are very easygoing. Although you are usually strict, you won't make things difficult for students. So why don't you consider taking my class?" Pei Xiuyan turned his head and looked at Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing stuck out her tongue. Pei Xiuyan leaned over and sucked Yi Yunqing's. "MMM. It was supposed to be under control, but it turned out to be uncontrollable, and the computer was still on." The small kisses moved to the back of her ear, and the sound of his low breathing entered her ear. Yi Yunqing felt numb, and her hands held Pei Xiuyan tightly. "No, aren't you supposed to be correcting homework?" Yi Yunqing's voice trembled involuntarily. Pei Xiuyan's voice was deep. Well, I'll correct it later. Saying this, his kiss landed on Yi Yunqing's fair neck. Yi Yunqing did not resist, knowing that Pei Xiuyan would not go all the way. But she did not expect that Pei Xiuyan would. Don't. Yi Yunqing wanted to push Pei Xiuyan away. This was too embarrassing. He actually. Pei Xiuyan used a little strength, and Yi Yunqing gave up struggling. He felt indescribable, and even his breathing became erratic. Uncle Pei. Yi Yunqing's voice was full of tears. She couldn't stand this unfamiliar feeling. Pei Xiuyan paused, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry. You. Yi Yunqing blushed and tugged the quilt, hiding inside. Pei Xiuyan put on the glasses he had thrown aside. Did I hurt you? I'm ignoring you. Yi Yunqing's voice was muffled. Pei Xiuyan reached out and tugged at the quilt. Shouldn't husband and wife taste each other? Yi Yunqing clutched the quilt tightly. No, we don't. I can taste you, but you can't. Yi Yunqing bit her lip, mortified at how Pei Xiuyan could say such things so seriously. The young girl's bashful expression was very cute, and Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips, her eyes behind her glasses as gentle as water. Okay, taste it unilaterally, don't suffocate yourself. Pei Xiuyan coaxed tenderly. Yi Yunqing poked her head out from under the covers and looked at Pei Xiuyan. What does it feel like? She did it on purpose. Pei Xiuyan's slender fingers rested by her lips in a thoughtful pose. Do you want me to explain it carefully? No, forget it. Yi Yunqing took the phone and turned her head away from Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan picked up the computer that had almost fallen to the ground and continued to carefully correct the student's homework. Yi Yunqing's mind was completely elsewhere, not on chatting with her sister. She waited for Pei Xiuyan to put down the computer. Yi Yunqing was wearing headphones and watching a video, completely unaware that Pei Xiuyan had finished. The little girl was afraid of disturbing him, so she obediently lay down next to him with headphones on watching a video, and Pei Xiuyan leaned over and tenderly kissed Yi Yunqing on the cheek. Yi Yunqing took off her headphones and looked at Pei Xiuyan. Are you done? Sorry, I disturbed your rest. Pei Xiuyan put the computer aside, took off his glasses and prepared to hug Yi Yunqing to sleep. Yi Yunqing put her phone aside. Uncle Pei, if we get together, will you not be so? Yi Yunqing was embarrassed to continue halfway through her sentence. Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing's lips twice lightly. Worried that I will treat you badly? Yi Yunqing nodded. I can't promise that we'll still be like this when we're 70 or 80, but love doesn't diminish with time. Pei Xiuyan's arm tightened around her, and he could understand that the little girl was feeling uneasy. Yi Yunqing blushed. Then you'll have to bear with it. Okay. Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly. Yi Yunqing's face was pressed against Pei Xiuyan's chest. After a while, she rubbed Pei Xiuyan. Uncle Pei, tomorrow I'm going to accompany Grandma to the hospital for a checkup. I have to go back to the office tomorrow. Pei Xiuyan said apologetically. Yi Yunqing nodded. Pei Xiuyan had to be at school Monday through Friday and at the office on Sundays, so he was incredibly busy. Good night. Yi Yunqing kissed him through his clothes. Pei Xiuyan kissed back. Good night. After Yi Yunqing fell asleep, Pei Xiuyan got up and got out of bed. In theory, his grandmother's body had already been examined, but Pei Xiuyan always felt that something was wrong. When he returned, Yi Yunqing was already next to the bed, with most of the quilt falling off. Pei Xiuyan crept back into bed, took Yi Yunqing in his arms, and thought he was rational enough, even in love, but now it seems that he overestimated himself. Yi Yunqing grunted twice, her voice soft, sleepy. Pei Xiuyan kissed her forehead. In the morning, Yi Yunqing lay in bed with tears in her eyes. She couldn't get up, and she didn't expect that her grandmother would call her at 5 o'clock to tell her that her driver would be there to pick her up in a while. Pei Xiuyan frowned. He had called the attending physician yesterday, and his grandmother hadn't made an appointment for a physical examination. I'll go to the hospital with you today. Pei Xiuyan got up. Yi Yunqing shook her head. Don't you have an important meeting? I'll just go with my grandmother. The main thing is that she wants to prepare a birthday gift, and if Pei Xiuyan follows, she won't be able to prepare it in advance. The company does have an important meeting to attend to, and if Pei Xiuyan doesn't go, no one else dares to make that decision. If anything happens, call me immediately. Pei Xiuyan is still a little worried. Yi Yunqing snuggled into Pei Xiuyan's arms. I'm going to take a 5-minute nap, I'm so sleepy. Pei Xiuyan felt a little sad, so when the driver arrived, Pei Xiuyan asked him to wait outside the community. Yi Yunqing fell asleep again for half an hour. Oh no, I fell asleep. Yi Yunqing sat up hurriedly. Pei Xiuyan patted her head. Don't worry, I've already texted Grandma. Yi Yunqing got out of bed, washed up briefly and changed her clothes. Pei Xiuyan accompanied Yi Yunqing downstairs. Ho Xiuji was impatient waiting in the car. The hospital said that she had to be fasting for the examination and could not drink or eat. Pei Xiuyan walked over to the car, and the driver hurriedly got out and opened the door. Good morning, Grandma. Yi Yunqing didn't expect that Ho Xiuji had actually followed the car here, and she had even slept for another half hour. Ho Xiuji's face was stern. Get in the car. Pei Xiuyan held the car door and said gently, Grandma, is this a different hospital? I can still eat her. This time we're going to the Chinese medicine hospital. If you're not at ease, you can follow. Ho Xiuji looked at Pei Xiuyan. Yi Yunqing saw this and hurriedly said, Grandma, Xiuyan is worried about you. He kept asking me to come yesterday. Ho Xiuji snorted. Zhao, close the door, let's go. Pei Xiuyan knew that asking would make Ho Xiuji unhappy, but he still asked. Xiuyan, go about your business, I will tell you about Grandma's condition as soon as possible. Yi Yunqing winked at Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan closed the car door. Ho Xiuji sighed, stupid boy, I've wasted my time on him. Grandma, Xiuyan really is worried about you, so don't think about it. Yi Yunqing said, taking Ho Xiuji's arm. Ho Xiuji held out her hand. Give me your phone, I just don't want the brat to know. Yi Yunqing didn't think much of it and handed the phone to Ho Xiuji. Have you eaten? Have you had anything to drink? Ho Xiuji asked, looking at Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing shook her head, no. Ho Xiuji was relieved. Yi Yunqing felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Pei Xiuyan sent Yi Yunqing a text message, asking her to call him if anything happened. Not long after the text message was sent, the assistant's text message came in, and Pei Xiuyan glanced at it before walking towards the parking lot. Yi Yunqing went to a private hospital, which she had never been to before. Ho Xiuji took Yi Yunqing into the hospital. When she learned that Ho Xiuji wanted her to go for a checkup, Yi Yunqing's face changed. Xiuyan is not young anymore, you, as his wife, should consider having a child. Ho Xiuji persuaded her from the side. Yi Yunqing looked at Ho Xiuji. She suddenly remembered that Pei Xiuyan, in order to help her out of a difficult situation, had directly said that he was not capable. Do a checkup, I heard that you can get pregnant with external help, don't worry, the child is yours and Xiuyan's. Ho Xiuji explained. Yi Yunqing bit her lip. What should she do? She hadn't thought that this would happen. The nurse came up to Yi Yunqing. Follow me. Yi Yunqing followed the nurse with her head down. She had no experience with this kind of examination, and she and Pei Xiuyan hadn't had sex yet. The doctor looked at Yi Yunqing. How long have you been living together, and you don't have a child? She said as she picked up an instrument. No, I'm sorry, I haven't had sex yet, I can't have this examination. Yi Yunqing's face turned red after she finished speaking. The doctor frowned at Yi Yunqing, then she glanced down at the list. What kind of examination? Get out. I'm sorry. Yi Yunqing bowed and walked out. Ho Xiuji looked at Yi Yunqing's quick exit and was a little puzzled. What's going on? After a while, the doctor just walked out. Ms. Ho, even with the dean's connections, it's not possible. She hasn't lived in any way and can't schedule surgery. Yi Yunqing froze. Ho Xiuji looked at Yi Yunqing in disbelief. What's going on? Yi Yunqing didn't know how to answer. Pop. Yi Yunqing received a heavy blow, and fingerprints appeared on his fair cheeks instantly. The slap was extremely loud, and the people around him cast curious glances, and Yi Yunqing's tears were in the corners of his eyes. A daughter-in-law like you is too much for our Pei family. After Ho Xiuji finished speaking, she turned around and left. You won't go back either, prepare for a divorce. Yi Yunqing lowered his head, and his long eyelashes trembled, and big teardrops fell silently. Chapter 35 Pei Xiuyan coaxes his wife. Yi Yunqing has never been so wronged in her life. Jiang Chen doesn't even want to scold her, let alone hit her. The doctor walks up to her. This is not the first time she has seen something like this. Do you want to go in and rest for a while? Thank you, no. Yi Yunqing lifts her head, her beautiful eyes full of tears. The doctor wants to persuade her a little more, but Yi Yunqing has already turned around and left. Over the years as a doctor, she has seen many cases where the man is sick and insists that the woman treat him, and no matter what she says, he refuses to listen. Yi Yunqing wiped away her tears. She just wanted to go home, to her own home. On this rare Saturday, Jiang Chen stayed at home and slept in. Recently, the company has been busy with celebrity endorsements. Fortunately, Pei Xiuyan has come up with the perfect solution, otherwise it would have dragged on for who knows how long. Yi Yunqing took the key out of her bag and opened the door to see Jiang Chen in her pajamas, holding a milk glass in her hand and looking at her in surprise. "Mom, you're home." Yi Yunqing had a bun hairstyle today, so she quickly lowered her head. Jiang Chen put down the milk glass and walked over. "What happened to your face?" Large red marks appeared on Yi Yunqing's fair face, her cheeks slightly swollen. At that time, when Suchi took the ring and hit Yi Yunqing in a rage, the red marks were still there, even though almost an hour had passed, and they had become even more serious. "It's nothing." Yi Yunqing forced a smile. "I was going to the supermarket, but I accidentally bumped into something and didn't see it." Jiang Chen looked at Yi Yunqing, her eyes swollen from crying, and she couldn't have hit her face no matter how hard she hit it. Yi Yunqing had never been able to lie since she was a child, and even if she did, she would be found out sooner or later. "Pei Xiuyan hit you?" Jiang Chen said angrily. Since it was Sunday and it was still less than 8 o'clock, and Yi Yunqing's face was like that, it must have been a family member who hit her, and it could only be Pei Xiuyan. "No, it wasn't." Yi Yunqing shook her head. Jiang Chen's fingers gently stroked across Yi Yunqing's face. "What happened, tell me." Yi Yunqing was already feeling aggrieved, and she threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms and cried out loud. Jiang Chen hugged Yi Yunqing tenderly. "Be good, don't cry, I'll take care of it for you." Yi Yunqing's shoulders trembled slightly, and she cried as hard as she could. Grandma was eager to have a grandchild, but even if something happened between her and Pei Xiuyan, she didn't want to have a baby right away. She still had her own career to attend to. Jiang Chen helped Yi Yunqing sit on the sofa. "I'll call Pei Xiuyan right now, he's not that bullying." No, he didn't hit me." Yi Yunqing's voice was choked with sobs and a strong nasal tone. Jiang Chen took out her phone and dialed Pei Xiuyan. "If he didn't hit you, who else did?" "Don't be afraid, we won't take this." Jiang Chen was also furious. No parent could rationally analyze the matter when their daughter was beaten. Pei Xiuyan was in a meeting, and his secretary was holding his phone. When it rang, Jiang Nan glanced at it and then politely pressed the answer button. "Hello, this is Pei." "He's in a meeting." Jiang Chen heard that it wasn't Pei Xiuyan, so she suppressed her anger. "Put him on the phone, now, immediately." Jiang Nan was a little embarrassed, but the note said Mom, so Jiang Nan didn't dare make the decision on her own. She knew that Pei Xiuyan was married, she just never met him. Pei Xiuyan was in a meeting. Jiang Nan apologized and walked over to Pei Xiuyan, then told him about Jiang Chen's phone call. Pei Xiuyan stood up, apologized in fluent French, then quickly left the meeting room. Jiang Nan handed him the phone. Pei Xiuyan had a bad feeling, ever since Yi Yunqing had gone to the hospital with her grandmother in the morning. "Pei Xiuyan, hello, Mom." Yi Yunqing kept explaining that it wasn't Pei Xiuyan who hit her, and Jiang Chen was even more angry when she realized that it was Ho Shouji who had hit her. "Jiang Chen, Pei Xiuyan, I married Yunqing to you. What did you promise me? You said you wouldn't let her suffer and that you would treat her well." Pei Xiuyan's brows furrowed. "Mom, I'll be right there." Nothing can be resolved over the phone. Pei Xiuyan always believed this, especially in the case of misunderstandings. Jiang Chen angrily threw the phone aside. Yi Yunqing sat on the sofa, unable to stop. Pei Xiuyan entered the meeting room, his face very bad, and his tone was no longer the gentle tone he had just had. "Your company has not shown 100% sincerity in this cooperation. I feel that if this is the case, there is no need for us to waste each other's time." In fact, before the meeting, Pei Xiuyan already knew that the other party was prepared to leave a back door open for this cooperation, so it was a good opportunity to put the other party in their place. Pei Xiuyan left the meeting room with a stern face. He was just about to drive to the Yes house when his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and hung up. Ho Shouji was lying on the bed, angry, and took 2 antihypertensive pills to calm down. However, she couldn't get through to Pei Xiuyan on the phone. Pei Xiuyan called the family doctor to ask him to keep an eye on Ho Shouji's health, and then drove to the Yes house. Yi Yunqing was sitting on the sofa with a pillow in his arms, his cheeks still red and swollen. "What's going on between you and Pei Xiuyan? Were you both just putting on a show for me?" Jiang Chen finished and looked at Yi Yunqing. After 2 years of marriage, the two of them had always slept in separate rooms. Ho Shouji was desperate to have a grandchild, but Yi Yunqing only found out when he took her to the hospital and realized that nothing had happened between them. Yi Yunqing pouted. "I wasn't acting for you. When we got married, I wasn't ready, and I was always scared. I'm still scared now. She then pressed her face against the pillow. Jiang Chen stroked Yi Yunqing's head. It's all my fault. If it weren't for her, Yi Yunqing wouldn't have married Pei Xiuyan, who was 8 years older than her. And they hadn't even met before, let alone had any feelings for each other. Yi Yunqing's eyes misted over. Mom, I don't regret marrying Pei Xiuyan, he treats me very well. Jiang Chen glared at Yi Yunqing. It was time to go, but she was still comforting her, and this time she didn't believe her. After parking the car, Pei Xiuyan walked towards the Yes house. Jiang Chen heard the doorbell and looked at Yi Yunqing after thinking, this time, even if he says he'll spend the rest of his life with you, you can't go back with him right away. If you really can't stand it, just get a divorce, we're not afraid. Yi Yunqing sat on the sofa without saying a word. After Jiang Chen opened the door, Pei Xiuyan said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mom. Your mother didn't hit me, so why are you apologizing to me? Jiang Chen didn't give Pei Xiuyan a good look, and turned around to walk to the sofa and sit down. Pei Xiuyan followed her and, when he saw Yi Yunqing's red and swollen face, his eyebrows and eyes fell. Yi Yunqing looked up, and the expression on Pei Xiuyan's face was one she had never seen before. Uncle Pei. Yi Yunqing's mouth fell, and tears instantly slid down her face. Jiang Chen had to walk away when she saw this. Pei Xiuyan crouched down. I'm sorry, it's my fault. He said this and lowered his head. The kiss landed at the corner of her eye, and Yi Yunqing cried even harder. Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunqing in his arms and scolded himself, I should have gone with you. Be good, don't cry. I don't want to, I just don't want to have a baby, I just want to. Oh, I'm so angry, Grandma hit people. Yi Yunqing was crying so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. Pei Xiuyan stroked Yi Yunqing's back. Okay, we won't have a baby. I'm not joking, I just won't. Yi Yunqing sobbed. Yi Yunqing's slightly petite body trembled slightly in Pei Xiuyan's arms. She was about to die of anger, but she wouldn't say anything more offensive. She just couldn't bring herself to say it. Pei Xiuyan soothed Yi Yunqing, listen to Yunqing. I don't want to live with my grandmother, and I don't want to see her either. No, we'll get a divorce. She hit me. Ugh. Yi Yunqing couldn't stop crying. No one bullied people like that. Without asking, they took her to the hospital and then beat her up. How can an elder, a grandmother, behave like that? Pei Xiuyan knows Yi Yunqing's character. If she hadn't been wronged, she wouldn't have reacted like this. I will handle this matter. Don't cry. Seeing that Yi Yunqing is crying hard, Pei Xiuyan hugs her and stands up. Yi Yunqing hugs Pei Xiuyan's neck and rests her chin on his shoulder. You, go have a baby with someone else. Here, let me see, my little crybaby. Pei Xiuyan coaxed gently. Only he himself knew how distressed he was at the moment. Yi Yunqing wiped her tears on Pei Xiuyan's expensive jacket, then looked at Pei Xiuyan with red eyes. You bully me too. Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing's lips gently. Tell me, what happened after Grandma took you to the hospital? Grandma took me for a checkup, and then tried to use external forces to make me have a baby, but when the doctor examined me, he had to use an instrument. Of course I didn't agree, and then Grandma knew that we hadn't been together. Yi Yunqing's nose twitched as he finished speaking, feeling aggrieved to death. Pei Xiuyan gently calmed Yi Yunqing down. I will go and sort things out with Grandma, and something like this will never happen again today. Yi Yunqing snuggled up to Pei Xiuyan. You're not getting a birthday present. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips. Are you thinking that I don't have a birthday either, and I don't lack anything, so if there's no present, there's no present? Yi Yunqing muttered. It's my fault, it's only right that I can't get a present from Yunqing. Pei Xiuyan whispered. In fact, he was still looking forward to Yi Yunqing celebrating his birthday for him. Yi Yunqing huffed. I was going to surprise you on your birthday, with yours, but now there's none. Pei Xiuyan smiled wryly. What can I do? I want this present. There is nothing to do, it's just gone. Yi Yunqing snorted lightly after he finished speaking. Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunqing and walked upstairs. Let's rest for a while, Mama's really angry, I need to go sort this out. Yi Yunqing's eyes were sore and swollen, and she hadn't slept well in the morning. When Pei Xiuyan said that, she really felt a little sleepy. Jiang Chen sat in the bedroom, secretly wiping away tears. If she had had any way to stop it, she would never have let Yi Yunqing get married. Yi Yunqing may be young, but Pei Xiuyan is not. Now the two of them sleep in separate rooms, and she knows exactly what that means. How has Yunqing managed to get through the past 2 years? Jiang Chen's eyes were red. At that moment, the door was knocked on, and Jiang Chen walked out. Pei Xiuyan looked apologetic, and in a deep voice, he said, "Mom, I'm willing to let go of this joint project to the Peis, as long as you're willing to let go of Yunzheng." Jiang Chen's eyes were red, and she didn't want to care about anything right now, she just wanted to take Yunzheng back from the Peis. "Mom, I won't separate from Yunzheng. What happened today was my fault, I didn't handle it well, and it won't happen again, I promise you." Pei Xiuyan's attitude is here, and he will solve things, but he will never separate from Yi Yunchang. What guarantee can you give? Your grandmother is not young, and you, as the younger generation, have pushed her too far. She is caught in the middle and is having a hard time. It is still my Yunchang. Jiang Chen looked at Pei Xiuyan, and her voice softened a lot. "In your position, you can have whatever you want, but Yunchang is not suitable for you. I only want Yi Yunchang." Pei Xiuyan's voice was still gentle, but his attitude was not to be refuted. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. "Fine, I won't ask your old lady to apologize either. After all, she is an elder, but she has to promise not to force Yunchang to have a baby again and not to interfere in your lives as a couple." "Fine." Pei Xiuyan's thin lips parted slightly, and he agreed. Jiang Chen rubbed her temples. Although Pei Xiuyan was her son-in-law, she always felt pressured when speaking with him. The invisible pressure made her feel very uncomfortable. "Yunchen is resting, I'll go back first and come back later." After Pei Xiuyan finished speaking, he glanced up at the building. Jiang Chen nodded. When Pei Xiuyan left the Yi family and returned to the car, he took off his glasses, and his deep, dark eyes grew cold. Ho Xiuji was lying on the bed, angry. She never imagined that after 2 years of marriage, Yi Yunchen would not let her touch him. Pei Xiuyan's phone was unreachable. Even if he did get through, he was either not answered or hung up on, and his attitude spoke for itself. She, the grandmother, had become the biggest villain. After Pei Xiuyan returned home, he went straight to Ho Xiuji's room. Ho Xiuji heard the door open, glanced in, and then closed her eyes again when she saw it was Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan sat down by the bed, his voice a little cold. He normally didn't speak in such a tone. "Grandma, I've said before, it's my problem, that's why Yunchen hasn't been able to conceive. You were never together, how could she get pregnant?" Ho Xiuji angrily slammed her hand on the bed. "It's time to go, and you're still defending her." Pei Xiuyan leaned back in her chair, her arm falling asleep on the backrest. "Grandma, why do you think we've never been together?" Ho Xiuji had never thought about this before. She had always thought it was because Yi Yunqing didn't want to, but from Pei Xiuyan's tone, it didn't seem to be the case. You're not." Ho Xiuji's eyes grew confused. Pei Xiuyan looked at Ho Xiuji seriously. "How could this be? You've always been in good health." Ho Xiuji hesitated for a long time before she could say it. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips and remained silent. "What did the doctor say?" "It can't be cured." Pei Xiuyan said indifferently. "This is the fastest and most effective solution." Pei Xiuyan seriously said, "Nonsense. Not to mention Ho Xiuji, even a lie detector might not be able to detect it." Chapter 36 Listen to your wife. Pei Xiuyan knew that even if he explained to Ho Xiuji, she might not listen, and she would still find a way to torment Yi Yuncheng. Instead of making useless explanations, it was better to use the fastest and most effective solution. Ho Xiuji looked at Pei Xiuyan with concern. "Xiuyan is fine, Grandma will find the best doctor, it's okay." Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and said indifferently, "Yi Yuncheng has known for a long time, but she is still willing to stay by my side. Grandma shouldn't have hit her today and embarrassed her." Ho Xiuji didn't know what to say. Previously, Pei Xiuyan had told her that he was sick, but she didn't expect it to be serious to the point where he couldn't be with Yi Yuncheng. That's why she was so angry at the time. If she had known, she wouldn't have. "I will slowly undergo treatment. Before that, Grandma, don't worry about me." Pei Xiuyan stood up after he finished speaking. "I'm living with Yun Chang, and I hope Grandma can understand." Ho Xiuji looked at Pei Xiuyan. "I'm getting old, I can't help much. Grandma, I believe that in this world, you are the person who loves me the most." Pei Xiuyan's voice changed, and his gaze became much gentler. Ho Xiuji reached out and took Pei Xiuyan's hand. "That child, Ruianqing, has suffered. From now on, I won't bother with you too. You must get well, and you mustn't give up. If it's really impossible, I think you'll have your own way of dealing with it. She's old, but she won't admit it. Grandma, you can ignore the emotional matters, but you have to take care of your grandson." Pei Xiuyan curved his lips. "I still want Grandma to take care of it. As long as grandma is around, I don't have to face my true age. Ho Xiuji couldn't help but laugh. You, come on, don't kid me here. Grandma won't run away, but your wife might. Ho Xiuji took off the ring on her finger and said, for Yin Chang. Pei Xiuyan looked at the ring. It was a pink diamond ring that Grandpa had spent 200 million yuan to buy and give to Grandma. She was getting old, and the pink diamond ring didn't look good on her. Yun Chang was young, and she was sure it would look better on him than on her. The little girl was just being nice. Ho Xiuji smiled after she finished speaking. Pei Xiuyan didn't want to accept it, but Ho Xiuji threw the diamond ring directly into Pei Xiuyan's pocket. Let's go, I'll rest for a while. Ho Xiuji closed her eyes after saying that. Pei Xiuyan covered Ho Xiuji's quilt and then walked out. After Pei Xiuyan left, Auntie Song entered the room with a bowl of rice porridge. You should eat at least a little, you didn't have time to do so when you left in the morning. Song, I'm getting old and I'm starting to be a burden. Ho Xiuji sat up. Staying here is also a hindrance to the younger ones. Let's get the driver to come and pick us up. We're going back. It's not comfortable living here, and I don't know what's happened to all my plants. Auntie Song held up the porridge. You're not old at all. Young people nowadays are different from before. They don't need you to worry about them, and that's a good thing. You go back and water the plants and look after the fish. It's more relaxing than this. Ho Xiuji took a sip of porridge. Never mind, if she keeps on doing this, she'll lose her grandchildren. Pei Xiuyan bought flowers on the way home. Yi Yunqing slept for more than an hour before Jiangchen woke her up. She had urgent business and couldn't wait for Pei Xiuyan to return. Mom is going on a business trip, so remember, if Pei Xiuyan can't do it, you definitely can't go home with him, got it? Jiangchen's face was stern, otherwise Pei Xiuyan would think that Yi Yunqing was easy to bully and stupid and gullible, and just needed to be coaxed. In the future, he would become even more brazen and unscrupulous. Yi Yunqing looked at Jiangchen and said, what did you agree to? She fell asleep. You, one day, will be sold, and you will still be stupid enough to count the money for someone else. Jiangchen angrily tapped Yi Yunqing twice on the forehead. Yi Yunqing covered his forehead and looked at Jiangchen with a bewildered expression. He promised me that his old lady will not force you to have children, and she will not interfere in your married life again. Jiangchen finished and said with a stern face, if he can't do it, he is not allowed to go home with him, do you hear me? Yi Yunqing nodded, with a look of drowsiness on his face. Jiangchen helplessly glared at Yi Yunqing, just like your father, soft-hearted, silly all day long, letting people take advantage of you, and calling people brothers. So don't blame me, just like my father. Yi Yunqing tilted his little face up, with a look of, not ashamed but proud. Jiangchen glared at Yi Yunqing, I'm catching a plane, you sleep a little longer, I'm leaving first. Yi Yunqing tugged at Jiangchen's clothes, Mom, don't work too hard. Call me when you get back, I'll come pick you up. Jiangchen smiled, her sweet little cotton-padded jacket, okay, don't need to see me off, the driver is at the door, I'll go first, you sleep. Yi Yunqing fell flat on the bed in front of Jiangchen. Jiangchen's smile grew even stronger. Before leaving, she put her bank card on the table. When Pei Xiuyan arrived at Ye's house, Yi Yunqing had already got up. She was wearing a camisole and was about to cook herself dinner. She hadn't eaten since morning and her stomach was already starting to grumble. She was angry, but she still had to eat. Yi Yunqing leaned against the kitchen counter. She had said a lot of things today that would prevent Pei Xiuyan from having a baby with her. She wondered if he would be angry. She had also wanted to give him a birthday present, but she had blurted it out on impulse. And she already said she wasn't going to give it to him. Yi Yunqing frowned, her little face worried. She really shouldn't make decisions on impulse. She also cried and said that her elders were bad, but she doesn't regret that. Her grandmother was really too much, she even hit someone. Hearing the door open, Yi Yunqing didn't need to guess who it was. She opened the door and smelled a burst of floral fragrance. Yi Yunqing took the flowers and muttered, don't think that this will make me feel better. My mom said that I'm not allowed to go back with you, no matter what. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist and said in a gentle voice, okay, I'll listen to my mom and stay here. Yi Yunqing held the flowers in her hands and didn't know what to say in response for a while. Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. Do you want to eat pork floss? I'll make it for you. Yi Yunqing likes to eat pork floss, but she can never get it right, so she raised her chin and grunted, Uncle Pei is at it again, only calling me wife when he's trying to please me. Pei Xiuyan saw that Yi Yunqing was like a spoiled kitten, arrogant and adorable, and he kissed Yi Yunqing's puffed-up face. Then in the future, at school, I'll also call you wife. No. Yi Yunqing instantly wilted. Pei Xiuyan arched his lips. If Yi Yunqing were a kitten, his tail would have been drooping by now. I still want to eat the fried potato slices. After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, he crossed his arms, his fingers entwined behind his back. Pei Xiuyan nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go do it now. Yi Yunqing sat on the sofa watching TV, occasionally looking at Pei Xiuyan, who was busy in the kitchen. Pei Xiuyan turned his head, and Yi Yunqing immediately withdrew his gaze and pretended to be unconcerned. Wife, come here and taste it. Does it taste right? Pei Xiuyan said tenderly. Yi Yunqing was a little embarrassed when he heard Pei Xiuyan call him wife so naturally. His voice was really beautiful. Yi Yunqing put on his slippers and ran over. Pei Xiuyan's long fingers held a piece of crispy pork. Yi Yunqing opened her mouth and took a bite, her face full of satisfaction. Delicious. Let me try. Pei Xiuyan said, kissed Yi Yunqing's lips and smiled. It really is delicious. Yi Yunqing blushed and glared at Pei Xiuyan. No kissing. Okay. Pei Xiuyan stroked Yi Yunqing's head. Yi Yunqing stood next to Pei Xiuyan. I suspect that it is because you touched me that I didn't grow tall. Drink more milk. After Pei Xiuyan finished speaking, he began preparing the fried potato slices. Yi Yunqing heard this and looked at Pei Xiuyan. Previously, once she took her underwear and then sighed that she was too small. As a result, Pei Xiuyan walked past her and told her to eat more papayas. You said before to let me eat papayas. Are you not fond of me? Yi Yunqing narrowed her beautiful eyes. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing. What? You said before that I should eat papaya. Yi Yunqing's hand fell on Pei Xiuyan's waist, ready to pinch. Do you dislike me? Pei Xiuyan shook his head and then said seriously, the last time I tasted it, it was just right. Yi Yunqing still pinched a little. Pei Xiuyan held her hand. Be good, wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Shameless. After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, he felt that the words seemed to be wrong. How did it feel like it was talking about himself? Pei Xiuyan was stir-frying the vegetables, and Yi Yunqing looked like a young cub when she was angry, fierce. Now that she thought about it, she kind of wanted to bully. Yi Yunqing sat in a chair, resting her head on her hands as she looked at Pei Xiuyan. Uncle Pei, didn't you have a meeting today? She remembered that it was very important. Pei Xiuyan nodded. It's almost been dealt with. That's a lot of money, don't miss it. Yi Yunqing revealed an expression of greed. Pei Xiuyan handed her the chopsticks. There's no point in wasting time if you don't intend to cooperate. Yi Yunqing felt that Pei Xiuyan was amazing. He could play every role in life well: husband, teacher, boss. Pei Xiuyan ate his meal. Are you really not going to give me a birthday present? Normally, Pei Xiuyan doesn't like to talk while eating, and Yi Yunqing almost didn't react. If you want a birthday present, I'll get you a bottle of men's perfume. Yi Yunqing knew what Pei Xiuyan was asking, but she was embarrassed to answer. Pei Xiuyan saw that Yi Yunqing's earlobes were red, so he smiled and didn't continue. Yi Yunqing ate half a plate of pork floss, and no matter what, she couldn't eat the remaining rice in her bowl. No leftovers. Pei Xiuyan's tone was not heavy, but Yi Yunqing obediently picked up the bowl and ate the last 2 mouthfuls. And you say you don't bully me? Yi Yunqing rubbed his stomach. Pei Xiuyan sighed when she saw her turn on the TV. Honey, as we discussed, you can't exercise for half an hour after eating. Yi Yunqing froze with the remote control in her hand, then remembered what happened before when she got winded. I'll watch TV, I'm not exercising. Pei Xiuyan washed the dishes after dinner. Yi Yunqing lay lazily on the sofa, her calves resting on the backrest, covered by a thin blanket. Honey, can I borrow your computer for a bit? I still haven't marked the students' homework. Pei Xiuyan walked over to Yi Yunqing and said. Yi Yunqing pointed to the bedroom. I think the battery is dead, so charge it yourself. Pei Xiuyan walked upstairs. Yi Yunqing watched variety shows. The redness on her face had gradually subsided, but she didn't want to go back to Pei Xiuyan so soon. Pei Xiuyan charged the computer, and just as he turned it on, Yi Yunqing's WeChat account automatically logged in. Pei Xiuyan frowned. When did WeChat become able to log in automatically? He was just about to think about it when he saw Yi Yunqing's chat history. Although Pei Xiuyan was curious about what the little girl would be chatting about with her friend, he finally closed WeChat. It's not a good idea to peek at someone's privacy. Yi Yunqing had rested for a while and started doing yoga with the TV. Pei Xiuyan opened the web page and originally wanted to look something up, but instead saw the search history. What should I do if it hurts? How can I avoid it hurting in particular? What preparations should I make? There's also one, if you get it, won't you cherish it? Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips. It seems that the little girl really has to prepare for her birthday present, but now it's gone. Yi Yunqing did yoga for 40 minutes, and when she saw that Pei Xiuyan still hadn't come down, she suddenly remembered that the chat software had automatically logged in on her computer, and she hurriedly walked upstairs. God knows what she and her sisters were chatting about. Pei Xiuyan was sitting in a chair, working hard, and Yi Yunqing had a layer of sweat on her forehead. You didn't read my chat history, did you? Yi Yunqing walked over. Pei Xiuyan shook his head. I really wanted to read it, but I didn't. He answered honestly, wanting to read it was true, but not reading it was also true. I'm going to take a shower, you go ahead. She was relieved that he hadn't read her chat history. Yesterday, just before going to bed, they had discussed the topic of men not cherishing what they have once they get it. Limi Rue said in the group chat that as long as the object is replaced quickly, there is no sadness, only love. The next thing that came out of her mouth was even more unreliable. Fengxi also posted a lot, pictures of male models. I don't know about the others, but when they were together, these girlfriends didn't hold back, they talked about everything, and from time to time their faces would turn yellow. Yi Yunqing lay in the bathtub, thinking about what had happened today. Her heart felt heavy. Pei Xiuyan was 30 years old this year. After she graduated, Pei Xiuyan would be 31. She wanted to help out at the company, at least for 2 or 3 years. Not to mention her grandmother, but what about Pei Xiuyan himself? Did he like babies? Yi Yunqing was a little worried. She had never thought about this before, but now she had to think about it, and the more she thought about it, the heavier her heart felt. Honey. Pei Xiuyan knocked on the bathroom door. Yi Yunqing came back to her senses, took the towel next to her and stood up. Don't come in yet. Pei Xiuyan waited not far away. Yi Yunqing walked out wrapped in a towel. She hadn't thought to grab her pajamas when she came in. Go ahead and shower. Yi Yunqing thought Pei Xiuyan had knocked on the door because he wanted to shower. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing with some concern and said, let's talk about what happened today after I shower. Because Yi Yunqing had cried so hard before, she had not been able to hear anything Pei Xiuyan had said. Yi Yunqing nodded, as she also had something to tell him. The fact that she could not have a baby right away was right in front of them. Sooner or later, they would have to talk about it. If Pei Xiuyan couldn't accept it, there was nothing she could do. She was not going to stay at home and be a full-time housewife. Pei Xiuyan is so outstanding, so even if she can't catch up to him, she can't be too bad either, otherwise there will definitely be problems if there is too big a difference. That's what she thinks anyway. After Pei Xiuyan got out of the shower, he saw Yi Yunqing already lying in the covers, holding a comic book in his hands and looking at it intently. I've seen it before. Pei Xiuyan finished and got into bed, finding a comfortable position and preparing to hug Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing looked at the comic in his hands. Uncle Pei, are you sure you've seen this before? Well, I read it with the kids at my relative's house. After Pei Xiuyan finished speaking, he saw that Yi Yunqing's face wasn't looking too good. What's wrong? Does Uncle Pei like children very much? Yi Yunqing was holding a comic that only a child would like. It was a gift from the store when she bought the book before. She just happened to see it when she was getting her things and opened it to flip through a couple of pages. Pei Xiuyan leaned into Yi Yunqing and asked, do you care about this matter? Yes. Yi Yunqing nodded. I won't be swayed by sound, absolutely not. Of course I'll love my child if I have one, but if not, I won't force it. After Pei Xiuyan finished speaking, he gently placed his large hand on Yi Yunqing's stomach and said, I'll listen to you on everything. Whether or not we want a baby, and when, I'll listen to you, it's your right. And I don't think women exist to give birth to children. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan. I probably won't have a baby very early, but the age difference between us is huge, and I'm afraid you won't be able to wait. Pei Xiuyan's biggest fear before was that Yi Yunqing would be younger and they would regret it in the future. Will you regret being with me? Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's hand. In fact, he was very afraid of getting a negative or uncertain answer from Yi Yunqing. No, of course, if you don't love me or treat me well in the future, of course I will regret it. Yi Yunqing seemed to have the illusion that Pei Xiuyan had just been nervous. I'll listen to you about the baby, and even if you don't want it, I'll respect your choice, Pei Xiuyan said in a deep voice. Seeing his serious expression, which didn't look like a joke, Yi Yunqing's heart felt like a great weight had been lifted. Then I promise you too, as long as you treat me well, I'll always be with you, always, always, and I'll never regret it. Pei Xiuyan rolled over, and Yi Yunqing turned her head away from him. Chapter 37 I never thought you were like this, Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan propped himself up against the bed. After all, Yi Yunqing was too petite. He was afraid that he would crush her. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was not impossible. Yi Yunqing turned her head, her eyes looking away. She looked around randomly. She just didn't want to look at Pei Xiuyan. She was embarrassed. Pei Xiuyan leaned in Yi Yunqing's ear and said in a deep voice, "Wife, do you really want to take back the birthday present you gave me? Not reconsidering?" "No, not considering." Yi Yunqing lifted her leg slightly. "Uncle Pei, you were just talking to me seriously. Why suddenly?" Pei Xiuyan gave Yi Yunqing a soft kiss on the ear. "What's wrong with me now? You know the answer. I'm not going to answer you." Yi Yunqing's leg was right against Pei Xiuyan, and she had seen it before and knew. Pei Xiuyan moved slightly. Yi Yunqing quickly withdrew her leg. "I just took a bath, and I soaked for too long, so now I feel dizzy and want to sleep." Pei Xiuyan knew that Yi Yunqing would not agree, so there was nothing he could do. He had already upset the little girl during the day. Yi Yunqing chose to turn her back to Pei Xiuyan and put some distance between them. "Tomorrow I want to go shopping. Uncle Pei, do you want to go with me?" "That's a great opportunity, but unfortunately, Pei Xiuyan still has to go to the office. Honey, I have a meeting at 8 o'clock tomorrow and an important meeting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm sorry, I can't go shopping with you." "That's fine." Yi Yunqing knows that Pei Xiuyan is busy, so she just asked casually. "If he can't go, that's fine." Pei Xiuyan put his hand on Yi Yunqing's waist. "When you come back tonight, let's go to the supermarket together and buy some ingredients and fruit, okay?" Yi Yunqing moved back a little. Pei Xiuyan must be very tired after a long day at work, and tomorrow is Sunday, and then Monday, and he has to go back to school. It's already not easy for him to accompany her to the supermarket. Pei Xiuyan closed his eyes for about 5 minutes, and then Yi Yunqing took the initiative to turn around and bury her head in his arms, because she couldn't sleep without her blindfold, so she liked to snuggle up in Pei Xiuyan's arms. Pei Xiuyan tugged the quilt. Yi Yunqing felt that she had been quite cruel to Pei Xiuyan, but at least she could now clearly feel the changes in him. She had heard Feng Shi say before that she and his son. She hadn't wanted to agree so quickly, but his son had gotten angry if she didn't agree, saying that Feng Shi didn't love him anymore. There was no way around it, so Feng Shi had agreed. But Pei Xiuyan didn't seem to have said anything like that, and he didn't get angry about it either. Although she knew that he was uncomfortable, he didn't show any disappointment or anger, apart from an expression of discomfort. Yi Yunqing snuggled into Pei Xiuyan's arms. "Good night, honey." Her voice was weak, as she was a little sleepy. "Good night." Pei Xiuyan tightened his arms around her, as if he was even more unable to sleep. Yi Yunqing fell asleep without a care in the world, and after she fell asleep, she would turn her back to Pei Xiuyan, typical of someone who would cross the bridge after they had crossed the river, and she would do it right away. Pei Xiuyan got up, drank some water, smoked a cigarette, and then went to the bathroom to rinse her mouth before going to bed. When Pei Xiuyan got up in the morning, Yi Yunqing also got up. Why did she get up so early today? Pei Xiuyan handed Yi Yunqing the squeezed toothpaste. Yi Yunqing's eyes were still sleepy, and after a while she mumbled, "Take Uncle Pei's car and go shopping." Pei Xiuyan's company is in the city center, so she can take his car to go shopping. She will wait until noon to bring him lunch, and then wait for him to go to the supermarket together after work before going home. Yi Yunqing leaned against Pei Xiuyan, who was tidying his clothes behind her, and said in a lazy voice, "Uncle Pei, do you want me to tie your tie for you?" She had watched a lot of TV, and her husband was going out, so the newlywed wife tied his tie. "Okay." Pei Xiuyan paused. Yi Yunqing turned her head, and after a while of fiddling, she realized that she could only tie a red scarf, not a tie. Pei Xiuyan watched the little girl awkwardly tie the knot around her wrist, and finally realized that it wasn't tied at all. Her cheeks were getting more and more puffed up, and it looked like she was going to be angry with herself. Pei Xiuyan gently touched Yi Yunqing's face with his hand. "No rush, we have plenty of time. Let's talk about it next time then." Yi Yunqing sighed. After tying his tie, Pei Xiuyan leaned in and kissed Yi Yunqing on the lips. "Thank you." Yi Yunqing put his arms around Pei Xiuyan's waist and rubbed his chest. "It wasn't me who tied it. If you find tying a tie troublesome, you can tie something else." Pei Xiuyan's voice was a little hoarse. Yi Yunqing was puzzled. What else could you tie? Pei Xiuyan didn't explain, his mouth curling up slightly as he walked out. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan, who was putting on his watch, and then narrowed his eyes. What he just said couldn't be. But it's so interesting, I'll try it sooner or later. Pei Xiuyan didn't know that one day he would hate what he said today. Yi Yunqing felt that if she was going to Pei Xiuyan's company today, she mustn't dress so childishly, but if she was going shopping, she felt that wearing high heels would be very tiring. So she chose a brown long skirt with a white shirt and a pair of black pumps. Pei Xiuyan was going to take Yi Yunqing out for breakfast before going to the office for a meeting. Yi Yunqing walked up to Pei Xiuyan and held out her hand. What do you think, do I look good? You look good. Pei Xiuyan thought that Yi Yunqing looked good in anything. Yi Yunqing was just over 1.6 meters tall, and her figure was not considered to be skinny and beautiful. She had flesh in the right places and her figure was well proportioned, so she looked good in anything. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's hand. Let's go have breakfast first, then I'll drop you off at the shopping mall and I'll go to the office for a meeting. Yi Yunqing nodded. Yi Yunqing didn't have much of an appetite that morning, and after a few bites, he stopped eating. In the end, Pei Xiuyan coaxed him into drinking most of a glass of milk. You don't need to drop me off. It's not far, I can walk there. After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, he walked out the door of the restaurant. Seeing that there weren't many people around, he plucked up the courage to give Pei Xiuyan a kiss on the cheek. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's hand and said, Do you want to consider going to the office with me? No. Yi Yunqing shook her head. Pei Xiuyan would carry some cash with him, but not much. There were places where you needed cash to buy things. It was true that men looked their best when they were paying. Yi Yunqing smiled and took the money Pei Xiuyan gave her. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips. The little girl was getting sweeter and sweeter. Pei Xiuyan didn't go back to the office until after Yi Yunqing had left. Pei Xiuyan has a good reputation in the company because he can distinguish between business and personal matters. Previously, a manager deliberately exploited a new employee, but when he found out about it, he simply dismissed him. Moreover, he is friendly with people. Even if ordinary employees greet and talk to him, he will politely respond without showing any impatience. You have to understand that there are actually not many such CEOs in the top 100 companies. Zhang Nen handed Pei Xiuyan the meeting documents. The cooperation from yesterday did not work out. They really went to Li's, but it seems that things did not go well. Pei Xiuyan sat in his chair as Zhang Nan poured a cup of coffee and placed it on the table. Yesterday it was 35 million, but they didn't agree, and today it's only 30 million, Pei Xiuyan said indifferently. Zhang Nan smiled. They had no better place to go anyway, and if they returned to Li's, perhaps the 30 million would become 25 million. Pei Xiuyan carefully read the contents of the contract. His phone lit up for a moment, and he glanced at it. Yi Yunqing had bought a rabbit cotton candy, and in the photo she was smiling even more sweetly than the cotton candy in her hands. Pei Xiuyan's lips curled. Zhang Nan stood by and said, Is that a text message from your wife? Pei Xiuyan did not reply. Zhang Nan saw this and left the office. Pei Xiuyan is actually a very gentle person, so of course he doesn't provoke him. Yi Yunqing first went to the interior shop and bought 2 sets. Then, when she was leaving, she saw something selling for couples, and after thinking about it, she bought it. It's a teddy bear, it must be really cute. Yi Yunqing bought a couple of jackets, although Pei Xiuyan likes to wear formal attire, a couple of anything, so they can only be worn at home on holidays. Then she bought Pei Xiuyan a new razor. Anyway, she would buy whatever she fancied. But after shopping for more than 2 hours, she still hadn't decided what to get him for his birthday. Men's perfume, Pei Xiuyan doesn't need it, she likes the faint tea fragrance on him. Yi Yunqing started to worry. In the end, she bought a brooch, the latest model of the year, which cost more than the price itself. It cost her 40,000. Yi Yunqing put the brooch in her bag. The silver was inlaid with blue gems, mature but not old-fashioned, and it matched Pei Xiuyan perfectly. Looking at the time, Pei Xiuyan should have finished the meeting already. Yi Yunqing carried her things and went to the tea house to order a packed lunch. Pei Xiuyan was sitting in the president's office, and he had another meeting in the afternoon. Fortunately, he didn't need to travel this month, and if possible, he hoped he could never have to travel again. Yi Yunqing called Pei Xiuyan after she arrived downstairs. She knew she wouldn't be able to get in without an appointment, so she wasn't going to go in and get rejected. Pei Xiuyan got the call and got up to leave the office. Yi Yunqing stood at the door waiting, and the security guard looked at her, but didn't take the initiative to ask. Pei Xiuyan went downstairs, and several employees greeted him, to which he smiled in response. Wife. Pei Xiuyan walked over. Yi Yunqing handed something to Pei Xiuyan. You can still call me Yunqing. When no one is around, don't call me wife, or I'll be embarrassed. Pei Xiuyan took the handbag Yi Yunqing handed him, and put an arm around her waist. After lunch, do you want to stay at the office and wait for me? Sure. Yi Yunqing had originally meant to say yes. Pei Xiuyan thought Yi Yunqing would refuse, and when he heard her say yes, he couldn't help but want to kiss her. Can you hold back a little? You're acting like a kissing fish, Yi Yunqing whispered. This is his company, it's not good to be seen. Pei Xiuyan whispered, kissing fish. Kissing is not courtship, it's fighting, they won't let go until they know who's the victor. Yi Yunqing was enlightened. Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan a glare and said in a slightly coquettish tone, nuisance. The passing staff couldn't help but be curious when they saw this, but they didn't dare to blatantly look directly. Yi Yunqing patted Pei Xiuyan's hand, signaling him to let go, but the result was that he was embraced even tighter. Zhang Nan came back from buying lunch and happened to see Pei Xiuyan bring Yi Yunqing back. She was a little embarrassed. I didn't know that you were coming, I only bought one. You're not needed. Pei Xiuyan said, and led Yi Yunqing into the office. Yi Yunqing sat in the chair, leaning against Pei Xiuyan. I went to my mother's company before, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. I always felt that everyone was busy and walking in a hurry. Pei Xiuyan handed Yi Yunqing the chopsticks. If they are unhappy at work, don't expect them to achieve anything. Exploitation is useless. With reasonable arrangements and equal pay, they will naturally do their jobs well. Yi Yunqing listened carefully. After all, she would have to help out at the company in the future. Yi Yunqing had a small breakfast and not much lunch either. Pei Xiuyan took her in her arms and made her sit on his lap, forcing a milk packet down her throat. No more, I'm full. Yi Yunqing had nibbled on this and that while shopping and had eaten her fill before she arrived. Pei Xiuyan whispered in Yi Yunqing's ear, really? Yi Yunqing stood up and took Pei Xiuyan's hand and placed it on her stomach. Feel, isn't it bulging? Pei Xiuyan's eyes sank, and his hand gently fell on Yi Yunqing's stomach. Yi Yunqing didn't think much about it. After all, this was in the office. She could tell, unless they were at home, Pei Xiuyan would only kiss at most. Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunqing's waist, and in no time his hand hooked onto Yi Yunqing's panties. Stop it. Yi Yunqing felt embarrassed, her fair cheeks instantly turning red, and her voice became much more delicate. Pei Xiuyan tried to explore a little. Yi Yunqing wanted to hide, but there was the desk behind her, and she didn't dare lift her leg, so she had to use her hand to lower Pei Xiuyan's shoulders. Uncle Pei, this is your office, what if someone sees you? Yi Yunqing didn't expect Pei Xiuyan to be so. Pei Xiuyan was not like this at school. They were always sneaking around, just like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, but why was it so different in the office? You. Yi Yunqing tried to squat down, but Pei Xiuyan held her in his arms. Pei Xiuyan's voice was hoarse, with a unique male magnetism that sounded very nice. Here, I have no inhibitions. At school, he is a professor and a role model, but in the company it is different. There are no fixed shackles, and he can do whatever he wants. Yi Yunqing was a little uncomfortable. If you keep doing this, I won't keep you company in the future. Pei Xiuyan had to take his hand out. Humph. Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan a kick. Can't you think of something else? Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunqing and let him sit on his lap. Okay, think of something else. What do you want for dinner? Yi Yunqing pinched Pei Xiuyan. You're quick to change, I want braised pork. He's quick to change, so of course she has to cooperate quickly. Okay. Pei Xiuyan nodded in agreement. Yi Yunqing took out a wet wipe and put it on Pei Xiuyan's finger. Wipe yourself. Why should I wipe myself? Pei Xiuyan asked in a low voice, as if he really didn't understand. Yi Yunqing blushed. Are you going to wipe yourself or not? Pei Xiuyan had no choice but to do as Yi Yunqing said. The little girl was becoming more and more overbearing. In ancient times, people like you would be called a lecher, probably the kind of scholar who doesn't do his real work. After Yi Yunqing finished describing him, she felt funny herself, because it fit Pei Xiuyan's identity too well. On the surface, he was refined and gentle, with proper manners, but it was when no one was around that he didn't do his real work. If it had been when they were newly married, she would never have believed that Pei Xiuyan could do such a thing. Pei Xiuyan threw the wet wipes into the trash can. I'm going to a meeting in a while. If I get bored, I'll take a nap. Wait for me to come back. Yi Yunqing stuck to Pei Xiuyan and obediently said, I wish I could help. Then do you want to help your husband? Pei Xiuyan looked down at Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing saw his serious expression and asked in confusion, What kind of help? If I can help her, I will definitely help, I'm just idle anyway. Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yuncheng's lips, a little busy, and she was the only one who could help, but she just didn't want to. Chapter 38 The sense of security Pei Xiuyan gave. After the kiss ended, Yi Yuncheng stood up, her face flushed. She thought Pei Xiuyan was going to do something, but he just kissed her and let go, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips with a smile between his brows. The little girl began to look forward to it, which was a good thing. He got up and tidied his suit briefly. He was wearing a notch lapel double-breasted power suit, which gave off an air of oppression from the person in power. Yi Yuncheng blushed and tidied the slightly open buttons for him. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yuncheng tenderly. Wait for me obediently. Okay. Yi Yuncheng nodded obediently, her voice very soft. After Pei Xiuyan left the president's office, he pushed his glasses up his nose. Those gentle eyes were gone, replaced only by indifference and apathy. Because he was going to negotiate with a powerful business partner next, it was obvious that the meeting would not go smoothly. Jiang Nan followed Pei Xiuyan around. At over 1.7 meters tall, she was slightly petite next to him, let alone Yi Yuncheng. After Pei Xiuyan left, Yi Yuncheng tidied up a little, then picked up the book blade on the desk and flipped through the pages, and a photo fell out. Yi Yuncheng was a little surprised. The photo was actually taken when she was toasting at the engagement banquet. She was smiling brightly, holding a glass of champagne in her hand, and standing next to her was the tall and upright Pei Xiuyan, his mouth curled up in a smile, looking at her with gentle eyes. Yi Yuncheng glanced at the photo, and there were 2 lines of small text written on the back. I want to get close to her, but I'm afraid she'll be scared. I'm always being called silly. Yi Yuncheng's mouth curled up, and she put the photo back. She had thought that it had always been unrequited love on her part. She liked Pei Xiuyan's gentleness and attentiveness, and although recently, it had become even more fatal. The feeling of a serious man outside the home, coming home to hold her and demand her, made her feel like she could almost float. She enjoyed his abstinence outside the home, and then came home to enjoy his desire. Yi Yuncheng sat on the sofa, and as soon as she thought of Pei Xiuyan's kiss and voice, she couldn't help her heart racing. Pei Xiuyan sat in the meeting room with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, while the usually strong partner seemed a little uneasy. Our hotel has always used your company's products, but in the past 2 years, with the rise in prices, your company's quotes have also become higher and higher year after year. However, the quality this year is obviously not as good as in previous years. For similar products, I can find better quality at this price. Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle, his speech slow but giving a strong sense of pressure. The general manager of the partner company stood up. Our company has always been rigorous about quality. A 5-star hotel cannot afford to make mistakes. We know that. What you just provided is just an individual example. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips, looked at the general manager of the partner company with a faint voice, and said, "It's not an individual example. I have many more, but due to time constraints, I won't play them one by one. In a while, I will have my secretary send the document videos to your company. Let's discuss it again when we get back, and I will give a new quote next week." The general manager of the partner company stood up and extended his hand. Pei Xiuyan got up and shook his hand lightly and said, "The next quotation is about whether we can continue to cooperate. Please give a final quotation after careful consideration." Certainly. Jiang Nan saw them out of the meeting room. "Brother, this operation is good." A man in a black suit walked up to Pei Xiuyan. The narrow eyes under his short black hair hid a strong smile. Pei Xiuyan glanced at him and his voice softened. "It's rare to see you in the meeting room." The man is Pei Xiuyan's cousin Su Xiqing, usually laid back, and the general manager of the Zigua district. "This is not here to share your worries." Su Xiqing smiled and put his arm over Pei Xiuyan's shoulder. "Take me to meet your little sister-in-law tonight?" Pei Xiuyan helplessly glanced at Su Xiqing. "If I had caused trouble, you would have known about it already, and you wouldn't have waited for me to show up." Su Xiqing finished speaking and then withdrew his arm, urging him, "Dinner is about to be served. You promised me on the phone before that I could meet your little sister-in-law." Pei Xiuyan's engagement banquet was something Su Xiqing didn't get to attend. As a result, for the past 2 years, he has only seen photos of her, never the real person. Every time, Pei Xiuyan has found excuses to get out of it, but this time, even if he wanted to get out of it, he couldn't. "Your sister-in-law is in the office." Pei Xiuyan's mouth curled up at the end of his sentence, and the young girl must have been waiting impatiently. Su Xiqing looked at Pei Xiuyan in disbelief. Was it his imagination, or was his brother's face full of love? Pei Xiuyan led Su Sikan towards the president's office. Yi Yunqing's phone ran out of battery, and she didn't dare to mess with Pei Xiuyan's computer, so she just read for a while on the bookshelf, and ended up falling asleep. Pei Xiuyan opened the door and Yi Yunqing was curled up on the sofa. The sunlight was pouring onto her fair and delicate cheeks. The sight of her peaceful sleeping face made him unable to help slowing down his footsteps. Su Sikan had wanted to say something, but when he saw the situation, he could only sit quietly in the chair in front of the desk. Pei Xiuyan sat down next to the sofa. Yi Yunqing was sleeping quite deeply and showed no sign of waking up. Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket and covered Yi Yunqing's body with it. His movements were very gentle and his expression tender. Yi Yunqing slowly opened her eyes, her voice lethargic from waking up. "Uncle Pei, you're back." She rubbed her eyes. "Are you hungry?" Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and his eyes were full of tenderness. Yi Yunqing sat up. She didn't know there was someone else in the office, and put her arms around Pei Xiuyan's neck, kissing him on the cheek. "I didn't want to fall asleep, but my phone ran out of battery. I was so bored that I fell asleep." Pei Xiuyan looked apologetic as he stroked Yi Yunqing's head. He never expected to keep her waiting for so long. Yi Yunqing put her arms around Pei Xiuyan's neck, her face close to his, and said coquettishly, "You promised to go shopping with me tonight." "Okay." Pei Xiuyan nodded in agreement. Yi Yunqing felt that there was something wrong with Pei Xiuyan. Ever since she woke up, she had felt that he was very cold. She pouted her lips and couldn't help but say, "Uncle Pei." Her voice was extremely aggrieved. Pei Xiuyan leaned down and kissed her on the lips. "My cousin is here, we'll have dinner together tonight." Yi Yunqing stretched and pouted coquettishly. "Okay, can we still go to the supermarket?" Pei Xiuyan nodded, and could tell that the little girl really wanted to go to the supermarket. Yi Yunqing still felt a little sleepy, so she just laid down on Pei Xiuyan's lap, pouting with her little bottom in the air. Fortunately, she was wearing a long skirt. "Can I bite you?" Yi Yunqing said sullenly. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips. "Which little sister-in-law?" "Excuse me, there's a live person here." Su Sicheng put down his phone and said untimely. "Now everyone likes to trick dogs into coming in and getting killed." Yi Yunqing looked up and saw Su Sicheng's stunned expression. Then her face flushed red, and she hurriedly sat up, put on her shoes, and stood up. "Hello, you." Su Sikan stood up and walked over to Yi Yunqing, holding out his hand. Yi Yunqing shook his hand lightly, then said a little embarrassed, "It's already this time of night, you must be hungry, let's go eat." Pei Xiuyan stood up and put his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist. He had a gentle smile on his face, and the young girl's reaction was so cute. Yi Yunqing was so embarrassed. Su Sikan laughed and said, "I didn't make it to your engagement banquet, so I'll treat you to this meal. Let's go." Pei Xiuyan picked up the jacket on the sofa and draped it over Yi Yunqing's shoulders. Su Sikan had always wondered what kind of woman could capture Pei Xiuyan's heart. He had thought it would be some kind of strong woman, but he never expected her to be such a young, spoiled woman. Yi Yunqing was glad that she hadn't said anything stupid just now, and she also blamed Pei Xiuyan for not reminding her earlier. When they arrived at the parking lot, Pei Xiuyan threw the keys to Su Sikan and then sat with Yi Yunqing in the back. "I haven't been back for 2 years, is it appropriate for me to be your chauffeur?" Su Sicheng finished speaking and then turned his head to look at Yi Yunqing. "Sister-in-law, my brother bullies people, and you don't do anything about it." Yi Yunqing held Pei Xiuyan's hand and whispered, "It's all his fault for controlling me." Pei Xiuyan tenderly embraced Yi Yunqing in his arms. "No wonder, he liked to bully and control me since I was a child. Even now, I'm 28, and he'll call me up and scold me for no reason." Su Sicheng finished and drove away from the parking lot. Yi Yunqing leaned against Pei Xiuyan's chest, playing with his hand, occasionally scratching at the palm of his hand. "Let's go eat some private food, I know a place that's pretty good," Su Sicheng said. Yi Yunqing nodded, "Okay, whatever you say." Pei Xiuyan whispered in Yi Yunqing's ear, "Didn't you want to eat hot pot?" The voice was very indulgent. "You don't like hot pot, so let's go to a private kitchen, otherwise you'll be hungry again tonight." After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, he poked at Pei Xiuyan's palm. "Are you guys going to drink later?" "Of course." Su Sicheng's words were interrupted by Pei Xiuyan before they were finished. "No. Yi Yunqing doesn't like the smell of alcohol, and when he went back after a previous social gathering, she would hide as far away as possible." Su Sikan was helpless. Their family's young master Pei had fallen into it. Before, when the brothers got together, they didn't drink until they were drunk. If you drink, you can't go to the supermarket. After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that she had left the things she bought in the office. No, I have to go back, you guys go ahead, I'll take a taxi later. Yi Yunqing said anxiously. Su Sikan stopped the car and turned his head to look at Yi Yunqing. What's wrong? Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing with a puzzled expression. I left something important at the office, I need to go get it. Yi Yunqing finished and looked at Su Sikan apologetically. I'm sorry, you guys go ahead, I'll be there in a bit. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's hand and signaled her not to worry. I'll have my assistant deliver it directly to your home in a bit. Yi Yunqing let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Inside were the things she bought for Pei Xiuyan and a birthday present. She wanted to give it to Pei Xiuyan on time, and she also ordered a birthday cake and flowers. Su Sichen continued driving, and his phone rang a few times. He felt a bit annoyed, so he simply turned it off. I told you it was just for fun, and when it's over, it should end cleanly. You're not young anymore, it's time to settle down. Pei Xiuyan said lightly when he saw this. This kid is good in every way, except that his love life is too rich. In his opinion, useless relationships have no need to exist, and they will only waste each other's time. Su Sikan smiled and said, Sister-in-law, do you have any single friends around you? Introduce one to me. He was joking, as there were plenty of girls around him. Yi Yunqing shook her head and said, I don't have many friends. One already has a boyfriend, and the other has no intention of dating for the time being. Su Sikan couldn't help teasing her when he saw that Yi Yunqing was serious in her reply. Sister-in-law, my brother likes to boss people around so much. How does it feel to be with him? Very well. I like being controlled by him. After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, she squeezed Pei Xiuyan's fingers, a little embarrassed by her answer. Pei Xiuyan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he regretted a little having agreed to go out to dinner with Su Sichen. He wanted to take her straight home and bully her. Yi Yunqing's ears turned slightly red. She liked being conquered and controlled, but the other person had to be powerful, otherwise she would not submit. Obviously, Pei Xiuyan had done it. You've been married for 2 years, right? When are you going to have a baby? Su Sikan was just making small talk, hoping that Pei Xiuyan would join in, but the mood had to be lively somehow. As a result, once the words were out, the car became exceptionally quiet. Yi Yunqing pursed her lips and lowered her head, obviously not intending to respond. Pei Xiuyan said lightly, I want to spend a few more years in the world of two with your sister-in-law. With a child around, I think I would definitely be jealous. Pei Xiuyan's face remained expressionless as he spoke very seriously. Su Sichen. Yi Yunqing knows that Pei Xiuyan actually likes children. If there is a baby, he will definitely be very happy. It's just that she doesn't want to have one so soon. Yi Yunqing leans on Pei Xiuyan's shoulder. It's strange that someone so gentle and understanding doesn't make her heart flutter. Su Sichen stops at a private kitchen. After getting off the car, Yi Yunqing takes Pei Xiuyan's arm and wears his jacket. I'm going to the bathroom, you guys order first. Su Sichen, you know the place better, so you order first, and I'll go to the bathroom with your sister-in-law. Pei Xiuyan could tell Yi Yunqing was uncomfortable. Ever since she was beaten by her grandmother, whenever the subject of children came up, her face would turn pale. Su Sichen also sensed something was wrong, so he nodded, then just order whatever you liked from what I had before. Okay. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's hand and walked towards the bathroom. Since it was a private restaurant, the bathrooms were all independent, and as long as a sign was hung outside, no one would disturb them. You? Yi Yunqing turned her head, she didn't expect Pei Xiuyan to follow in. Pei Xiuyan embraced Yi Yunqing's waist, pushed her against the sink, and kissed her lightly. Yi Yunqing closed her eyes and enjoyed the sense of security he brought. Don't worry, I won't force you to have a baby, as for others, they are not qualified. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and his eyes were firm. The little girl has been worried and scared ever since she was beaten. It is he who has not fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband, and for this he feels self-blame. Yi Yunqing's fingertip rested against Pei Xiuyan's chest. You said it, you have to keep your word. Keep your word. After Pei Xiuyan finished speaking, he sealed Yi Yunqing's lips again. Yi Yunqing's plan to take back the brooch as a birthday gift. Chapter 39 Get ready. Yi Yunqing looked at her red lips in the mirror. She was going out to dinner with her cousin. In a while, and she couldn't be the only one to make a fool of herself. Pei, uncle. Yi Yunqing turned her head and glared at Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan walked over and put his arms around Yi Yunqing from behind. he said in a deep voice, "It looks very good." Yi Yunqing turned around, rubbed her finger against Pei Xiuyan's lips, and after seeing that nothing had changed, she grabbed his tie and made him bend over forcefully. Pei Xiuyan naturally cooperated. Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan's lips a light bite, and Pei Xiuyan's eyes were full of tenderness. "If I go out like this, I won't be shy." After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, she looked at Pei Xiuyan's red lips and felt a little distressed. Pei Xiuyan nodded, "It was my inconsideration." Yi Yunqing gave him a light kiss on the lips again. "After dinner, you must accompany me to the supermarket, I have something very important to buy." "Okay." Pei Xiuyan replied seriously, how could he forget such an important thing? Yi Yunqing tidied the tie he had just held in his hand and put it back. "Uncle Pei, do you think I'm being unreasonable?" "No." Pei Xiuyan's voice was warm and gentle. His wife was in front of him, so that's just being childish, why define it as unreasonable? Yi Yunqing took Pei Xiuyan's hand and walked out of the bathroom. Both of their lips were faintly red, and as someone who had been there, Su Xiqing naturally understood. "I've already ordered the food. I don't know if my sister-in-law likes spicy food, so I ordered a few dishes that aren't spicy." After Su Xiqing finished speaking, he pulled out a chair. After helping Yi Yunqing sit down, Pei Xiuyan sat in the main seat himself. Su Xiqing sighed as he sat next to Pei Xiuyan. "My mother has been pestering me lately to get married. Before, it was fine, I could mention you, but now that you're married. Before, when my family forced me to get married, he would say that if Pei Xiuyan wasn't in a hurry, why should I be? Now, that line doesn't work anymore." Pei Xiuyan poured a cup of barley tea for Yi Yunqing and said in a deep voice, "You should also settle down, so that if you meet someone you like in the future, they won't want you when they find out about your love life." Yi Yunqing looked at Su Xiqing. Su Xiqing rubbed his nose and felt a little embarrassed. "Don't listen to my brother's nonsense. I'm already 28. Isn't it normal to have been in a few relationships? There are a few like my brother. I doubt he'll ever get married." Xiqing. Pei Xiuyan's voice came down. Su Xiqing didn't dare to continue talking nonsense. Although Pei Xiuyan looked gentle and easygoing, if he really got him angry. When he was young, he was never scolded, and although he was never beaten or scolded, he was really punished. The year before last, he was punished to copy the Tao Te Ching. The entire text has 5,162 characters, and he had to copy it 10 times. The general manager of several five-star hotels, who was 26 years old, was copying the book in the middle of the night. Who could have imagined that? And if he made a mistake or wrote badly, he had to rewrite it, so he felt that his young sister-in-law must have had a very hard time. Yi Yunqing looked curiously at Su Xiqing. "I've always been curious, what was he like when he was at school?" When he was at school, someone wrote him a love letter in junior high school. At that time, it wasn't a minority trend, the burial love family? Little girls loved writing love letters and then stuffing them in desks. My classmates were 2 years younger than him, and they even asked me to help deliver the love letters. Su Xiqing said with envy. Pei Xiuyan was originally texting, and when he heard Su Xiqing say this about him, he frowned slightly. Yi Yunqing really resented this. "Okay, let's get ready to eat," Pei Xiuyan said, putting down his phone and holding Yi Yunqing's small hand. Yi Yunqing smiled at Pei Xiuyan. When they were in school, they were still young, so she didn't care. You can't be jealous of everything. Later, when I was in high school, someone confessed to me in public, but my brother told her to study hard and not to think about dating all the time, otherwise it would be difficult for her to get into university with her grades. As Su Xiqing finished speaking, Yi Yunqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing tenderly. "Do you believe me this time?" Yi Yunqing nodded with a smile, suppressing her laughter. "I didn't doubt it before, I was just a little curious. But then again, it's really sad for a girl to be rejected." "I remember the girl's name, Shui, what's her name?" Su Xiqing immediately shut up when he saw the look in Pei Xiuyan's eyes. Yi Yunqing understood this time why Shui Lai had targeted her back then. "Sister-in-law, my brother didn't agree, and I was watching at the time, I can vouch for him," Su Xiqing said, raising his hand in a gesture of swearing. He really didn't want to receive a text from Pei Xiuyan after going back to the hotel, telling him to copy the book, it was too torturous. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's hand and never let go. After the food was served, Yi Yunqing realized that the dishes she ordered were all quite spicy. It wasn't that she couldn't eat it, it was just that she would burst into tears after eating it. But after all, Su Xiqing ordered the dishes, so she couldn't refuse him face, so Yi Yunqing ate in small bites. Pei Xiuyan didn't eat many bites either, he didn't like it especially spicy either. Only Su Xichen ate with great relish, he couldn't be happy without spicy food. Pei Xiuyan didn't like to talk during meals, and Yi Yunqing cooperated. Su Xichen had naturally known this for several years after following Pei Xiuyan, so he kept his mouth shut after the dishes were served. Pei Xiuyan saw that Yi Yunqing's small mouth was even redder, with a layer of sweat on the tip of her nose, and she would drink water from time to time. Pei Xiuyan took the barley tea and poured it into the bowl, then rinsed it for Yi Yunqing to remove some of the spiciness. In fact, he could have ordered a few dishes, but that would have taken even more time, and the little girl was in a hurry to go shopping at the supermarket. Pop! Su Xichen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sorry, my brother's baby can't eat spicy food, and that's how my brother feeds her. Yi Yunqing's little face flushed red, and when Pei Xiuyan fed her, she just ate it directly, not even noticing that there was anything wrong with it. Before Pei Xiuyan could say anything, Su Xicheng's other phone in his pocket rang, and he stood up to apologize and walked out. After a while, Su Xichen returned, looking a little panicked. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm sorry, something happened to my friend, and he asked me to go over there right away. Do you need any help? Yi Yunqing asked anxiously. Su Xichen shook his head, I can handle it myself. We'll get together again next time. Brother, sister-in-law, I have to go now. Pei Xiuyan nodded. After Su Xichen left, Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan and said doubtfully, he seemed very anxious. Do you really not need any help? Pei Xiuyan shook his head. Su Xichen had many love affairs, and this time was considered good. He had definitely left before the meal was over 20 minutes ago. Yi Yunqing stood up, I'm not full yet. After we finish shopping, you can treat me to some noodles. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips, are you sure? Yi Yunqing didn't react for a moment, and nodded, seeing Pei Xiuyan's face as he suppressed a laugh, she suddenly understood, I meant, eat the noodles you made. I know, what are you thinking? Pei Xiuyan teased Yi Yunqing on purpose. Yi Yunqing hugged Pei Xiuyan, and her delicate little face rubbed against his arm, Uncle Pei, you're shameless. Pei Xiuyan's Adam's apple moved, and he gently put his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist, his voice low, aren't we going to the supermarket? Yes. Yi Yunqing had an unusual obsession with going to the supermarket. Pei Xiuyan stood up, and Yi Yunqing took his arm as they left the private kitchen restaurant together. What Yi Yunqing didn't expect was that Su Xichen had taken Pei Xiuyan's car away. Yi Yunqing let out a long sigh, let's just take a taxi home. It's a hassle not having a car, and she still needs to prepare a birthday present. I texted the driver before dinner. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist. Knowing Su Xichen, he wanted to be prepared. Yi Yunqing was overjoyed. She had originally thought that she wouldn't be able to go, and she turned her head and kissed Pei Xiuyan's face. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips, his gaze gentle. He was curious as to why the little girl was so persistent about going to the supermarket. The driver was already waiting in the parking lot, and Pei Xiuyan glanced over and walked over with Yi Yunqing. Is this our family car? Yi Yunqing glanced over. How come she didn't remember having a Bentley at home? Pei Xiuyan opened the car door, because you never go to the garage at home. Yi Yunqing got in, she couldn't drive a big car, so she didn't pay as much attention, her Mini was fine. Pei Xiuyan leaned back in the car, looking a little tired. Others had a rest during the holidays, but not him, he even had to entertain people during the new year. Yi Yunqing patted his shoulder, Uncle Pei, take a rest if you're tired, I'll let you know when to get up. Pei Xiuyan smiled and took off his glasses. Yi Yunqing had intended to let Pei Xiuyan lean on his shoulder for a while, but the next moment his lips were sealed. Their lips and tongues met, and Yi Yunqing was embraced in Pei Xiuyan's arms. I'm rested. Pei Xiuyan's low, hoarse voice sounded in his ear, and Yi Yunqing turned his head shyly to look out the window. The driver was still there, and he was mortified. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's hand, you have class on Monday, and it's an early class, so you should go to bed early after you get home. Yi Yunqing nodded symbolically. Pei Xiuyan really wanted to ask for his present, but it wasn't late when he got back from school. The driver stopped the car at the supermarket. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing into the supermarket. At first, Yi Yunqing bought some snacks and the like, and then some vegetables, fruit, small cakes and the like. Pei Xiuyan accompanied him, and he didn't really like snacks, so he only took some vegetables and fruit. Yi Yunqing looked into the distance at the supplies area where there were no salespeople, and her face blushed as if it was going to bleed, but she was embarrassed to go get it. If she had known, she would have shopped at the supermarket while Pei Xiuyan was at a meeting. You wait for me here. Yi Yunqing finished and looked at Pei Xiuyan. No, don't follow. Pei Xiuyan nodded, okay. Yi Yunqing walked a few steps quickly, because she was really shy, she didn't care about picking, so she just grabbed whatever came handy. Pei Xiuyan saw Yi Yunqing smile with pursed lips after entering the supplies area. How could she let her do this kind of thing? Yi Yunqing had just turned around when she bumped into someone. When she looked up, it was actually Pei Xiuyan. She hurriedly put the things behind her. Pei Xiuyan walked over to the supplies shelf and glanced at the item Yi Yunqing was holding. Yunqing, you've got the small size, I probably won't need it. Yi Yunqing turned her head and glanced at the item in her hand. There are different sizes. Pei Xiuyan put the extra large size in the shopping cart and then took some that she could use. Actually, we have some at home. Pei Xiuyan spoke quietly as he walked over to Yi Yunqing and looked down. Yi Yunqing pushed the cart. I bought it, but I'm not using it. I'm using it for experiments. Pei Xiuyan raised his eyebrows slightly, knowing that the little girl was shy, so he didn't continue to tease her. When he checked out, Yi Yunqing stood far away, looking like she didn't know Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan didn't feel any embarrassment, so he paid for the items and left the supermarket with Yi Yunqing. After returning to the car, Yi Yunqing whispered in Pei Xiuyan's ear and asked, "You just said that your family had prepared it. When did you prepare it?" Pei Xiuyan smiled gently and said, "Isn't it normal to have a wife prepare these things?" Yi Yunqing leaned closer to Pei Xiuyan and whispered in his ear, "I didn't realize that you were like this." Pei Xiuyan felt a tingling sensation in his ear, and the young girl was actually sucking on his earlobe, getting more and more daring. Yi Yunqing let go and sat back, because she could feel the changes in Pei Xiuyan, and her breathing seemed to have become more subdued. After returning home, Pei Xiuyan put everything away, and Yi Yunqing looked at the things the assistant had delivered. Fortunately, they were all there. After Pei Xiuyan had finished packing, he was ready to make noodles for Yi Yunqing, as she hadn't had enough to eat for dinner. Yi Yunqing ran over, hugged Pei Xiuyan's waist, and rested her head on his body. "I don't want to eat anymore, I want to take a bath." "Eat less so you don't get hungry in the middle of the night." Pei Xiuyan's voice was very soft. Yi Yunqing shook her head. "I want to take a bath." "Then you go ahead and take a bath, and when you're done, the noodles will be ready," Pei Xiuyan said gently. Yi Yunqing reached out and pulled Pei Xiuyan's shirt out from his pants. "Uncle Pei, let's do it together." "Yunqing, do you know what this means?" Pei Xiuyan was afraid that Yi Yunqing was not ready. Yi Yunqing unbuttoned the bottom button of Pei Xiuyan's shirt with her hands. "Well, I might be a little scared, but I'm ready." Pei Xiuyan turned around, embraced Yi Yunqing and kissed her, and Yi Yunqing nearly lost her balance. Pei Xiuyan's unique breath enveloped her. MMM. Yi Yunqing didn't want to make a sound, but she couldn't help it. She simply couldn't think about anything. Pei Xiuyan's kiss was different from the one in the car, full of lust and possessiveness. She could only respond awkwardly, her hands tightly hugging his waist. Pei Xiuyan's hand fell on Yi Yunqing's body. Yi Yunqing was wearing a skirt, and as soon as the zipper at the back was opened, the shoulder straps fell down. Pei Xiuyan didn't hesitate. "Uncle Pei." Yi Yunqing's shoulders were even pink. Pei Xiuyan picked Yi Yunqing up and walked towards the bathroom. The water was running. Yi Yunqing was leaning against the wall, with Pei Xiuyan's hands behind her, so she couldn't feel the coolness of the tiles, only the scorching heat of Pei Xiuyan. As the water rose, Yi Yunqing's heartbeat quickened again. She knew what was going to happen next and was ready. Chapter 40 The Gentle Pei Xiuyan. Since they got married, every time Yi Yunqing got close to him, he had to try hard to restrain himself and pull away appropriately. He really wanted to take a step forward, but was worried that she was too young and would regret it later, and also that she was just acting on a whim. Usually, he had to calmly hide his love like a flood, but he never thought that he would also be tormented by lust one day. Yi Yunqing lay on the bed, not wanting to move a single finger. It was clear that she hadn't done anything, but she was just so tired. "Just you wait, if there's a baby, I'll have it. I'll be busy with my career, and you'll have to take the baby to class every day and to the office." Yi Yunqing couldn't help but laugh out loud after she said that. Because she had already started to fantasize about the sight of Pei Xiuyan taking the baby to class. Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing on the neck. "Good." In fact, not only Yi Yunqing, but even he didn't want the baby so soon, because he would be jealous. Although it was childish, he currently just wanted his wife to have only him in her heart. "Somehow, I feel a bit empty. If I give it to you, you won't cling to me like before anymore," Yi Yunqing muttered. Whatever she said, it sounded like she really wanted to be clingy. Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yuncheng. No, I'll only want it more. Before experiencing it, it was desire and curiosity, but after experiencing it and knowing the sweetness, naturally one will want it more. For example, at the moment, Pei Xiuyan would never have stopped if he wasn't afraid of hurting Yi Yuncheng. Yi Yuncheng hugged the quilt, but the gap in her heart did not decrease at all because of this. She always felt that she was gradually losing something, and perhaps, deep down, she was still afraid that Pei Xiuyan would leave. Pei Xiuyan whispered, "What's wrong?" Yi Yuncheng hugged the quilt, and her eyes could not even open. "I can't sleep with you like this." This is not something he can control, so Pei Xiuyan had to turn around. Yi Yuncheng hugged Pei Xiuyan, her voice full of grievance. "Uncle Pei." Pei Xiuyan tried to turn around, but Yi Yuncheng stopped him. "I have P class tomorrow. If I don't sleep now, I won't be able to wake up," Yi Yuncheng said, before resting her forehead against Pei Xiuyan's back and getting ready to sleep. After Yi Yuncheng's breathing had evened out, Pei Xiuyan turned around and put his arms around her. In the morning, Yi Yuncheng forced herself to get up, but the resulting uncomfortable feeling made her frown. Pei Xiuyan had already made breakfast. Seeing her look of discomfort, he walked over. "I'll go find you during gym class." The little girl didn't get enough sleep yesterday, and she was tossed and turned all night. He would feel bad if he made her go to gym class today. Yi Yuncheng leaned lazily against Pei Xiuyan, her eyelids were about to close, and she was about to fall asleep. "Uncle Pei, you don't like people abusing their power at school, do you?" Yi Yuncheng couldn't finish her homework before, and he wouldn't even let her ask for help. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yuncheng's waist. "You're an exception." Yi Yuncheng gave a sweet smile. Pei Xiuyan knew when to be sensible and never messed around, and when necessary, he wasn't particularly stuffy. The charm of a mature man. Yi Yuncheng rode to school in Pei Xiuyan's car, lazily leaning against the passenger seat like a kitten enjoying the sunshine. While waiting at the traffic lights, Pei Xiuyan took the opportunity to kiss Yi Yuncheng's hand as he drove. He felt even more unbearable than before. He didn't want to go to school now, and wanted to do nothing but take her home. Yi Yuncheng blushed and looked out the window. "I also bought you a brooch, which was originally my birthday gift for you." Pei Xiuyan was wearing a dark black suit today, which was different from the one he wore at the company before. He didn't choose a double-breasted suit because at school, his identity was a professor, and he didn't need to overwhelm others with his aura. The car stopped at a coffee shop not far from the school. There were very few students here, and occasionally a teacher would pass by. Yi Yuncheng took out the brooch from her bag, then glanced at the suit Pei Xiuyan was wearing today, and sighed. "No, I bought the blue one, it doesn't match." Pei Xiuyan leaned over and kissed Yi Yuncheng on the forehead. He had never gone wrong with matching a suit with a tie or whatever, but this time he wanted to. "My wife picked it out herself, it looks so good, I'd feel bad not wearing it." Pei Xiuyan's voice was very persuasive. Yi Yuncheng blushed and put the brooch on, then glanced at Pei Xiuyan. "You just know how to coddle me, it doesn't match at all." Pei Xiuyan stroked Yi Yuncheng's head and held out his hand. A light blue hair tie appeared on his wrist, which did not match him at all. Yi Yuncheng used it the day before, and he would wear it afterwards, as well as the black one, of course. Yi Yuncheng's heart was beating fast. This man really. "I'm going to class." Yi Yuncheng glanced around and quickly pushed open the car door and got out. "Slow down." Pei Xiuyan knew she wasn't feeling well. Yi Yuncheng waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. After going to the gym, Yi Yuncheng quickly found a place to lie down. She felt strange even walking, and she didn't tell Pei Xiuyan. Fengxi and Li Mirei also looked like they were about to die. Fengxi simply laid down in Yi Yuncheng's arms. Oh, I broke up," Fengxi said, and rubbed against Yi Yuncheng's chest. Yi Yuncheng patted her shoulder consolingly. "I used to think that he treated you well and listened to you. Although he apologized, I don't think it's necessary." After saying this, Fengxi deliberately sniffed. Yi Yuncheng turned around and hugged Fengxi, saying gently, "I support you no matter what you do." Li Mirei couldn't help but laugh on the side. "What's going on?" "I suddenly feel that Yi Yuncheng's tone is the same as Professor Pei's." Yi Yuncheng gave Li Mirei a glare. "I think you're going off the deep end. What's wrong with being like Professor Pei?" "The main thing is that just now, when you lowered your voice, your tone was almost exactly the same." Li Mirei took Pei Xiuyan's class for 2 years, so she understands him better. Yi Yuncheng snorted. "No. You might as well just say she's old-fashioned." Fengxi suppressed a laugh. Li Niwei pinched Fengxi. "What are you talking about?" Professor Pei is mature and stable. No, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep first. Yi Yunqing said and closed her eyes directly. Because she had just been hugging Fengxi, so when Fengxi looked up, she saw the marks on Yi Yunqing's collarbone. She reached out and gently tugged at them, and they were shocking to the eye. Holy cow! Li Niwei also saw them. Yi Yunqing's face flushed. Yesterday, Pei Xiuyan almost. I told you, I have a boyfriend, you just don't believe me. Yi Yunqing finished and turned around. If she had known, she would have worn a jacket. She didn't because she knew she would sweat in gym class, so she was careless. Fengxi nudged Yi Yunqing with her crotch, advice from someone who's been there, don't throw your heart out unless you're married. Yi Yunqing nodded, and it was only after 2 years of marriage that he threw himself out. At that moment, Pei Xiuyan entered the gymnasium, followed by his assistant. Excuse me, I need a few people to help me. Pei Xiuyan stood in the gymnasium and said gently. Several students who were close to him walked over. Yi Yunqing held back a laugh when he heard Pei Xiuyan's voice. Sure enough, he would not blatantly abuse his power. This man was sometimes like an old fox. I'm sorry, but since it's an elective course, I have to use it now, so I'm currently teaching my class to the students in the class. Pei Xiuyan said, looking at Li Mirue, who was standing in the distance, waving his hands non-stop. Li Mirue had already gotten up and kept on hinting to Fengxi with his feet, telling her to get up. Professor Pei, I'm in the middle of a class, and there are 3 of us here. Li Mirue directly took Fengxi and Yi Yunqing with him. Fengxi helped Yi Yunqing stand up. Are you not feeling well? Yi Yunqing shook his head. How could he say it? Tell your boyfriend not to toss and turn too hard, you're so small and delicate, you can't take it, Fengxi whispered. Yi Yunqing blushed and pinched Fengxi's arm. Li Miwei saw Pei Xiuyan nod, so she took Fengxi and left, Fengxi holding Yi Yunqing's hand. Pei Xiuyan frowned slightly, and a trace of pain appeared in his eyes. Yi Yunqing was walking so fast, he must be uncomfortable. Yi Yunqing came to Pei Xiuyan's side, her eyes constantly looking away, and even though they were together, she still felt a little embarrassed. The assistant behind Pei Xiuyan handed the information to Li Mirei. There is a batch of seeds that need to be taken to the lab, so they must be handled with care. Li Mirei took the information in her hands. Don't worry, just leave it to us. At this time, Pei Xiuyan spoke, his voice gentle. I need an assistant who knows French. Neither Li Mirei nor Fengxi knew French. Yi Yunqing whispered with her head bowed, I know a little. She thought that Pei Xiuyan would really let her move the seeds. Okay, then, I'll trouble you, Miss Yi. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips, with a gentle smile on her face. The assistant took Yi Yunqing to the office, with Pei Xiuyan following behind. Li Mirue and Fengxi went to carry the seeds. They thought they would be heavy, but they turned out to be just 2 small boxes, weighing less than 10 caddies in total. Fengxi always felt something was strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Yi Yunqing sat in the chair, and the assistant handed her a document. Sorry, the other assistant had a sudden emergency, so I have to trouble you, Yi Shueshang. Yi Yunqing nodded. The assistant left with a puzzled look. Professor Pei had many students, so she could have asked any one of them, but why did she have to go to the gym? However, Professor Pei never liked it when people questioned him. He was sure he had a good reason for what he was doing. Pei Xiuyan entered the office and saw Yi Yunqing resting her chin in her hand, not even looking at the document on the computer. I don't want it, it gives me a headache just looking at it. I might as well go to gym class, said Yi Yunqing with a pout. Pei Xiuyan took out the milk tea that was in the desk and handed it to Yi Yunqing. I bought it heated, it shouldn't be cold yet. I like the strawberry flavor, especially the color itself. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan with a smile on her face. As a result, Yi Yunqing sat aside and drank the milk tea, while Pei Xiuyan forced himself to add a translation job. In fact, he could have given it to another student, but he was worried that Yi Yunqing would go to gym class. It was probably selfishness on the part of a husband. After finishing her milk tea, Yi Yunqing lay on the sofa and dozed for a while. She was really sleepy and tired. She had just fallen asleep for a while when her assistant knocked on the office door. Pei Xiuyan looked up and saw that the little girl was sleeping soundly. He didn't want to disturb her, so he took off his jacket and covered her. The assistant was a little curious when she saw Pei Xiuyan come out. Where is Yi? Busy. Pei Xiuyan's expression was natural. Of course, the assistant didn't think in other ways. She handed the information to Pei Xiuyan and whispered, Professor Xue said yesterday that she was in the lab, but in fact, she just punched in and left work. How could she be like this? Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips and looked at the information. It was true that she hadn't done any of the work she had handed to Shuai. Pei Xiuyan's eyes behind the glasses sank. Just tell her to come over and say that I need to see her about something. The assistant nodded and walked towards Shuai's office. Shuai was having breakfast when she heard the knock on the door. She gathered her long hair back and said, "Come in." Then she picked up the paper towel next to her and wiped her mouth. The assistant did not show any dissatisfaction and respectfully said, "Professor Shui, Professor Pei said that there is something that needs your attention." Shuai stood up. Even at school, she still liked to wear heavy makeup. She looked the way she always did, just as the principal had said, but she didn't want to change. Pei Xiuyan stood in front of the office, his sleeves rolled up, and his eyes, which were already deep as he read the documents, became even deeper. Shuai saw Pei Xiuyan from afar. The way he looked was like he was going to scold someone. Pei Xiuyan heard the sound of high heels clicking and looked up at Shuai. "Stop, I know you want to scold me. My grandfather had a birthday yesterday, I couldn't not go, but the principal wouldn't give me permission, so I had to go first," Shuai said as she walked up to Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan handed the information in her hand to Shuai and said in a light voice, "You may not know, but the school will assign a score, and if you don't pass, you won't be able to continue in your position." Of course Shuai didn't know, because when she first came here, she came for Pei Xiuyan. "What should I do? If I get fired, I won't be able to find a job afterwards." Shuai frowned, then she raised her face and looked at Pei Xiuyan. "How about you help me?" "I refuse." Pei Xiuyan's voice was cold. Shuai rarely saw Pei Xiuyan so cold, and she was afraid that she had really offended him. "Don't be so unkind, after all, we went to the same school, I really don't have time." Shuai's voice got louder. Pei Xiuyan's face was stern, and he didn't intend to pay any attention to her. Just then, Yi Yunqing opened the door with a confused look on her face. She hadn't slept very soundly because she was a little worried, and she knew it when Pei Xiuyan covered her up. Shuai took hold of Yi Yunqing's arm when she saw her. "Yunqing, you have to help me, you." Yi Yunqing hurriedly covered Shuai's mouth. She knew, but that didn't mean Pei Xiuyan's assistant knew as well. "Let's go into the office and talk." Pei Xiuyan's expression eased up a lot the moment he saw Yi Yunqing. Shuai rolled his lips, acting gentle in front of his wife. Chapter 41, Unbelievably Cute. Pei Xiuyan sat on the sofa, extended his hand, with a smile on his lips, his eyebrows gentle, not showing the slightest bit that he was just angry. Yi Yunqing was a little embarrassed, but still extended her hand, and then sat steadily on his lap. Shuai walked over to the desk and sat down, resting his hands on his head as he looked at Yi Yunqing, whose face was flushed. "Pei Xiuyan, is it working? Haven't you got her yet?" "Yunqing, your husband was really fierce just now, don't be fooled by his gentle appearance." Shuai laughed with restraint. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan. Was he really fierce? Pei Xiuyan's hand was around Yi Yunqing's waist. He had originally wanted to let her sleep a little longer, as she had been tossing and turning a lot yesterday, and the little girl had cried for a long time. Because she was really young. If you do something wrong, he can be very fierce. Yi Yunqing looked at Shuai. The meaning was very clear, you must have done something wrong to make him angry. Shuai rubbed his eyebrows, the tone of voice of this couple was becoming more and more similar. Pei Xiuyan's hand rubbed Yi Yunqing's waist and his voice was faint as he said, "Hand in the research data to me this afternoon." Shuai looked at Pei Xiuyan in disbelief. "Killing someone is no big deal, you're too ruthless." Pei Xiuyan looked up. Although he didn't say anything, just a glance was enough to make Shuai shut up. "I remember that Yunqing should be in physical education class right now," Shuai said, winking at Yunqing. She didn't mean any harm, she just wanted to beg Pei Xiuyan to save her life. Yi Yunqing was also a bit embarrassed. She whispered, "How about giving Miss Shui 2 more hours? In the afternoon, do you have any questions?" Pei Xiuyan's voice was low, his eyes sank, and he exuded an air of authority without anger. Shuai stood up. "No problem, I'll go now. I thought I could take advantage of Yunqing." Yi Yunqing let out a sigh of relief after Shuai left. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and gave Yi Yunqing's rosy cheeks a gentle kiss. "If it were anyone else, I would agree if you asked, but I can't do it with her." Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan in confusion. What did he mean? Why couldn't she understand suddenly? Pei Xiuyan pinched Yi Yunqing's little face. "It would make me feel that you don't care about me that much, and that you can get along well with her. If Professor Pei gets jealous like this, he'll be a laughing stock if word gets out." Yi Yunqing's fingertip slowly brushed over Pei Xiuyan's lips. Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing's fingertip in reply. Yi Yunqing leaned against Pei Xiuyan with some fatigue, it was swollen badly. Her voice was very soft, and her ears were faintly red. Pei Xiuyan put Yi Yunqing on the sofa. She was wearing trousers today, so... No. Yi Yunqing pressed Pei Xiuyan's hand. Pei Xiuyan stood up and locked the office door. Yi Yunqing embarrassedly picked up Pei Xiuyan's jacket next to him and covered herself. Don't look, it won't get better right away. Pei Xiuyan walked over to the desk and took out a tube of ointment from inside. He had bought the ointment along with the milk tea. The little girl had refused to show him anything yesterday, so he had bought the ointment as a precaution. Yi Yunqing wanted to bite her tongue off. She should have come up with a different excuse, but who knew Pei Xiuyan would have ointment on hand? She had cried a lot the night before, so he was going to stop and let her calm down, but she had hugged him instead. She must have been in a lot of pain at that moment, after all, she was still young. In the end, he had lost control. Pei Xiuyan sat down and took out the ointment, squeezing it onto the palm of his hand. Yunqing, be a good girl, after I finish applying the ointment, I'll take you to the movies tonight. Pei Xiuyan's work plan was to go to the lab in the evening, but Yi Yunqing was already feeling lost, and if he wasn't there to keep her company at this time, she would definitely think crazy things. For example, if he goes out, he doesn't love her anymore, and so on. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips at these childish thoughts, which were very cute. In the end, Yi Yunqing still took off his suit jacket. Pei Xiuyan's brows furrowed as he watched, and he was really hurt. It seems that a long period of adjustment is needed, otherwise it is inevitable that every time they are together, they will be hurt. Yi Yunqing covered her reddened face. Uncle Pei, have you ever thought that there is something wrong with you? Pei Xiuyan thought for a moment, then said gently, how about 2/3 next time? Yi Yunqing pulled up her jacket and covered her face. She felt that 1/3 would also be fine. Pei Xiuyan was applying the medicine when the office door was knocked on. Yi Yunqing panicked. Don't move, I haven't finished yet. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's hand while slowly applying the medicine with the other hand. No matter who it is, even if it's the principal, they have to wait outside. Professor Pei, we've delivered the seeds to the lab. Li Mirai's voice sounded outside. Yi Yunqing heard the voice of her best friend and became even more nervous, with cold sweat breaking out on the palms of her hands. After finishing dressing, Pei Xiuyan helped Yi Yunqing sit up slowly, not even giving me a moment to take advantage of the situation. Saying the most inappropriate things in a serious manner, Yi Yunqing glared at Pei Xiuyan. Seeing him pursing his lips in a lost manner, Yi Yunqing had to kiss his lips. Okay, I'll go open the door. Pei Xiuyan helped Yi Yunqing stand up, then led her to the desk. The documents haven't been translated yet, have they? Yi Yunqing understood what Pei Xiuyan meant, so she began translating the documents. Pei Xiuyan opened the office door, and Li Mirai and Feng Shi were standing outside waiting. Professor Pei, we've delivered the seeds to the research lab, and Assistant Professor Jiang asked us to drop off the meeting documents on the way. With that, Li Mirai handed Pei Xiuyan the folder in her hands. Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly. Okay, thank you. Feng Shi glanced inside and saw Yi Yunqing sitting in front of the computer. She lowered her head, and it was probably just her imagination. Please tell Yunqing that we don't have any afternoon classes for the next 2 days, and we'll go back first. After Li Mirai finished speaking, she looked at Yi Yunqing in the office and pitied her, promising to bring her something delicious tomorrow. Okay. Pei Xiuyan took the file and turned to go into the office. Feng Shi let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, Professor Pei was quite gentle, but she would unconsciously adjust her breathing in his presence. Li Mirai took Feng Shi's arm. Professor Pei is really handsome. Have you noticed that there is a red mark on his neck? Feng Shi was speechless, she was only concerned about Yi Yunqing. Red mark, Yi Yunqing, Professor Pei. She was shocked by her own bold thoughts. But they could be connected. For example, the note said that it was Uncle Pei. They saw Pei Xiuyan's car not long after they left, and there was a common red mark, and today's gym class. Feng Shi turned her head and looked at the office. Li Mirui's head was pressed against Feng Shi's shoulder. What are you looking at? Nothing, it's nothing. Feng Shi felt that her guess should be confirmed. Li Mirui continued, just think, Pei Xiuyan is so serious in class during the day, but goes crazy at night when he goes home. Feng Shi covered Li Mirui's mouth. You'd better give up, haven't I already told you that he's married? I know, I'm just imagining things. Even if he wasn't married, it wouldn't be my turn. Li Mirui was very clear about this. She had liked many people, Pei Xiuyan, the paper-thin man, and the star of the 1970s. Let's go, I can only live at your place for a while, and I'll move out when I find a place. Fengxi sighed, she still had to work part-time, otherwise she wouldn't have any rent money. Li Mirei looked unhappy. No, you said you would always be there for me. We'll look for jobs and commute to work together, and we'll talk about it when you're in a relationship. Li Mirei finished and then rubbed her face against Fengxi's. She had just broken up with someone, and she didn't want to let her move out on her own. Yi Yunqing also didn't have any classes in the afternoon. Pei Xiuyan propped up the table. There were indeed a lot of things she couldn't do at school, but she was afraid that she would think too much when she got home. Stay here with me? Yi Yunqing turned around and hugged Pei Xiuyan. No, I'm so tired. Although Pei Xiuyan is very gentle. Okay, I'll go back early this afternoon. Pei Xiuyan patted Yi Yunqing's head after he said that. Go home and rest well, and if you're not feeling well, just call me, don't think too much. Yi Yunqing nodded. Pei Xiuyan called the driver to come to the school to pick him up. He didn't want Yi Yunqing to walk back, even though it was very close, but she wasn't feeling well. Uncle Pei, during the winter vacation, shall we go skiing? Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan expectantly. She actually wanted to know what Pei Xiuyan was like when he was not good at something. Pei Xiuyan's gaze was apologetic. The company will be busy preparing the year-end summary during the winter vacation. Yi Yunqing nodded. Last year, Pei Xiuyan came home very late after drinking. As long as there was business contact, there would be drinking parties. She didn't like it at all. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's hand. I'll take you to a hot spring when the new year comes. Okay, you promised me, don't go back on your word. As soon as Yi Yunqing's words finished, Pei Xiuyan's phone rang. I'll go back first then. Before Yi Yunqing left, she lightly brushed Pei Xiuyan's shirt. Pei Xiuyan's eyes darkened. Yunqing. Yi Yunqing stuck out her tongue and turned around to leave the office. Pei Xiuyan crossed his legs and waited for Yi Yunqing to leave. Then he lit a cigarette, otherwise he wouldn't be able to work properly. After Yi Yunqing returned home, she laid on the bed for a while, thinking that she hadn't washed the bedspread from yesterday yet, so she had to get up. Because Yi Yunqing didn't want to be disturbed by the maid, she and Pei Xiuyan had to do all the housework together. Yi Yunqing looked around but couldn't find the bedspread that had been soiled yesterday, so she sent Pei Xiuyan a message with some confusion. Pei Xiuyan was in a meeting when he received the message. He had already saved it, after all, it was from Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing blushed when she saw the reply. She had heard it for the first time, and she had to save it. Pei Xiuyan is really. Yi Yunqing had to take Pei Xiuyan's laundry to the dry cleaners. As she passed by the cinema, she thought for a moment. Pei Xiuyan should not be back until later, and there was no point in going home. Yi Yunqing bought a ticket and entered the cinema. There weren't many people in the cinema at this time, and after finding a seat, Yi Yunqing sent a text message to Pei Xiuyan. With her husband not there, she could only watch the movie by herself, and then matched it with a pitiful emoji. The atmosphere in the meeting room was very bad. Pei Xiuyan sat in his chair with his lips pursed, and his glasses had been taken off and placed on the meeting table. I think the last publicity was enough, and our school does not lack students, so there is no need to put a lot of financial resources into publicity. Pei Xiuyan said in a deep voice. The old headmaster sat in his chair, maintaining a neutral attitude. The vice principal's face was red, and he was rebuked in front of so many people, so he couldn't hold his face. Publicity is also for the good of the school. This is an era when traffic determines everything. Other schools have already started to promote themselves, and we cannot lag behind. The vice principal's voice kept rising as he leaned on the table. Pei Xiuyan looked at the vice principal, his voice dropping. I'm not discussing this with you, I'm telling you, it's a no. The director sat on the side with his head down, not participating. Although Pei Xiuyan is a professor, he invested in the school, so he has absolute say. He said no, so it's no. The old principal stood up to smooth things over. Okay, let's discuss this at the next meeting. The cafeteria matter needs to be settled as soon as possible. Some students have already started complaining that the food in the cafeteria is not tasty anymore. The vice president angrily picked up his folder and quickly walked out of the meeting room. Bang! The door slammed shut. He, the vice president, was still being outshined by a professor. Pei Xiuyan slowly stood up. Take the budget that the vice president just proposed for publicity and go to the cafeteria to select good ingredients. The president nodded. Then that's settled. The others began to agree, this was not something they should even worry about, and in the end it was up to Pei Xiuyan to decide what to do. What made Pei Xiuyan angry was not the associate professor's forward-thinking ideas, but the fact that he would rather spend money on publicity and advertising than solve the problem of students' meals. Maybe his intentions were good, but they weren't being put to good use. The school didn't exist to become famous, but to cultivate better and more outstanding students. But now the students can't even eat well, and he doesn't make this a priority, but is eager to spend money on publicity. Pei Xiuyan put on his glasses and glanced at the text message Yi Yunqing had sent. His expression gradually eased. After your husband gets off work, you can watch it at home together. Pei Xiuyan finished replying and left the meeting room. The principal followed him. You slapped the vice principal's face like that, I guess he won't be giving you a good face for the next month. He won't have many chances to see me. Pei Xiuyan said indifferently. The principal was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. As Pei Xiuyan said, if it wasn't an essential meeting, he basically couldn't see him. He's either busy or in the lab, unless you go looking for him. This week, I'll treat you to a team-building activity. The principal finished speaking and looked at Pei Xiuyan. Don't say you won't come, I don't want to see the vice principal looking like a big victim with a long face every day. Okay. Pei Xiuyan had wanted to take Yi Yunqing out to play, but the principal had spoken, so he had to give him the face. After returning to the office, Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket and glanced at the circle of friends Yi Yunqing had posted. She was sitting alone in the cinema watching the movie, holding popcorn in her hands and an ice-cold Coke next to her chair. Drink less cold stuff. After commenting, Pei Xiuyan felt that it wasn't quite appropriate, so he deleted the comment. My wife is very pretty. Pei Xiuyan saw it as soon as he commented on Yi Yunqing for the first time, and then he deleted it and added something again. Inexplicably cute, what's going on? Chapter 42, Prim and Proper. While Yi Yunqing was watching the movie, there was a young couple not far behind him, making sounds that were the complete opposite of the movie every now and then. It wasn't until the movie was over that Yi Yunqing stood up with the unfinished ice-cold Coke in his hand, only to see Hee-sun and another girl, presumably from the same school, whom he had a vague recollection of. Hee-sun was also taken aback when he saw Yi Yunqing, because they had entered after the movie had started, and the lighting was very dim, obscuring their view. Yi Yunqing frowned, but didn't say much, and left the screening room directly. What's her husband watching? The girl next to him pinched Hee-sun's arm in dissatisfaction. Hee-sun smiled and said, it's nothing. Aren't we going shopping? Let's go. The girl took Hee-sun's hand, smiling sweetly. Hee-sun said that they could get married as soon as they graduated, and it would only take a year at most. Besides, his family was well off. Yi Yunqing took out her phone and sent a message to Fengxi, but instead of directly mentioning that Hee-sun had a new girlfriend, she tactfully asked Fengxi about her relationship status. Fengxi replied a few minutes later. Fengxi, I've already blocked him. I'm sure if it doesn't work out, it just won't. Yi Yunqing was relieved and told Fengxi about the scene she had just witnessed at the cinema. Fengxi, that's why a woman's intuition is always the most accurate. Don't worry, there are plenty of men with two legs. After sensing Hee-sun's indifference, Fengxi knew that the relationship could not last long, so she simply broke up with him, cutting the Gordian knot without delay. Although Hee-sun later sent gifts and texted her to beg her to come back, she did not agree. Although the phrase reunited after a broken mirror sounds beautiful, in reality, even if you are together, you have to put in a lot of effort and time to fill the gaps. If you have the time, why not find the next one? Yi Yunqing offered a few words of comfort and then suggested going out to dinner together during the week, with her treating. Fengxi, on the other hand, comforted Yi Yunqing a little, fearing that she would have a conflict with Hee-sun, and that the dogman was not worthy. Yi Yunqing felt downhearted, and after texting Fengxi, she went to a nearby mall. She originally planned to buy some snacks so that when Pei Xiuyan finished work and had dinner, they could watch a movie together. But what she didn't expect was that before she could even enter the supermarket, she saw Hee-sun walking around with his new girlfriend, the two of them sweetly snuggling together. She found it unbelievable. Just a short while ago, he had clearly been doting on Fengxi, and now when she thought back on it, it made her sick. Yi Yunqing got into the elevator, and she didn't even want to look at them again. Hee-sun inadvertently saw Yi Yunqing again, and he had to say that in terms of temperament and appearance, he had never seen anyone at school who could compare with her. Is that Yi Yunqing? The girl next to Hee-sun said angrily. He just came out of the cinema and he's looking at her, and now that they're at the mall, he's still looking. What? Hee-sun patted the girl's head and asked, who's Yi Yunqing? The girl smiled and kissed his cheek. Yi Yunqing bought some dried fruit, as well as a few bags of potato chips and other puffed food. Now that she was almost ready, she just had to wait for Pei Xiuyan to finish work. Pei Xiuyan was afraid that Yi Yunchang would be thinking about things at home, so after reading the information sent by Shui Lai, he left the school. On the way back, Pei Xiuyan bought some fruit and a cup of strawberry milk tea, but after thinking about it, he went to the convenience store and got some shrimp chips and jelly. Just because he doesn't eat it doesn't mean that Yunchang doesn't. After Yi Yunchang put the snacks away, she changed into her pajamas, which she bought as a couple set, and prepared to let Pei Xiuyan change into them when he came back. She had just lain down on the sofa when she heard the door open. Yi Yunqing knelt on the sofa, hugging the backrest as she watched Pei Xiuyan, who had returned with snacks. "Honey," she said, and opened her hands. Pei Xiuyan put the fruit and snacks on the floor, took the milk tea and walked over, picking Yi Yunqing up in one arm. Yi Yunqing put her arms around Pei Xiuyan's neck and said in a weak voice, "I missed you." "Me too." Otherwise, he would still have a lot of work waiting for him and wouldn't have come back so early. The man's sexy, low voice sounded in her ear, and Yi Yunqing blushed unconsciously. Even though they were together, she still felt very shy. Pei Xiuyan put Yi Yunqing on the bed and then handed her the milk tea. "I'm going to take a shower first, and the food will be delivered to the hotel in a while." Yi Yunqing put down the milk tea and stood up directly. "Wait for me for a moment." "Slow down." Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing with concern. Yi Yunqing smiled and opened the closet, taking out the couple pajamas and brown shorts with bears printed on them. Pei Xiuyan's lips curled. Yi Yunqing blushed and stuffed the clothes into Pei Xiuyan's arms. "The second one is half price." After saying that, he felt that the excuse was too far-fetched, so he turned his head and added, "I just want to wear the same as you." Yuncheng's reaction was so cute that Pei Xiuyan, who was hugging the clothes in his arms, could only lean closer and say, "Well, can I take a look at what kind of clothes you're wearing?" Yi Yunchang looked up at Pei Xiuyan and saw that the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, smiling tenderly. "It's the same as yours." After saying that, Yi Yunchang lowered her head and covered her nightdress with her hands. "No, don't look." Her clothes were also brown with bears, but hers were lacy and a bit see-through. Pei Xiuyan saw Yi Yunqing blushing badly, so he patted her head and walked towards the bathroom. Yi Yunqing sat on the bed drinking strawberry milk tea, and she felt even more embarrassed than before. After Pei Xiuyan finished showering, he put on the bear shorts Yi Yunqing bought. The white pajamas had a panda pattern, and the green bamboo was used as an accent to make the whole outfit less monotonous. It was Yi Yunqing's favorite style. Pei Xiuyan gathered his forehead hair back, and the ends of his hair were still dripping. He picked up the glasses next to him and wiped them. Yi Yunqing saw that the bathroom door opened, but the person did not come out for a long time. Out of curiosity, she walked over and peeked through the door. Pei Xiuyan wanted to blow his hair, but he ended up seeing Yi Yunqing standing in the doorway, with a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him intently. Yi Yunqing saw that she had been discovered, so she simply and gracefully pushed open the door and walked in. "So, what do you think? Do you like the pajamas I chose?" Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist and spoke in a low voice. "My wife, do you think I look good in these pajamas?" Yi Yunqing unbuttoned one of Pei Xiuyan's shirt buttons with his fingers and ran his fingertips lightly down his collarbone. Pei Xiuyan kissed him, and Yi Yunqing responded awkwardly. At some point, Yi Yunqing's pajama top had piled up around his waist. "Not yet." Pei Xiuyan's voice was hoarse. He took his hand away from the top. Yi Yunqing adjusted her breathing a little, making a pouting sound like a spoiled child. It wasn't all him, but she didn't know how such a gentle and refined person could change places and be like a different person. Pei Xiuyan's forehead hair hung down, still dripping with water, and the silver-rimmed glasses frame made him look even more seductive. Yi Yunqing endured and bit Pei Xiuyan on his collarbone. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around her waist to prevent her from running away in embarrassment later. The floor was very slippery, and if you weren't careful, you could fall. Yi Yunqing blushed and pressed herself against Pei Xiuyan. "This week, I'm going to go to dinner with my sisters, so I can't go to the office with you. I have a school team building this week." Pei Xiuyan sighed. "I have to finish work at home, so I may not have time to spend with you." Yi Yunqing felt a little sad for Pei Xiuyan. He was busy with school and then the company, and also had to maintain good interpersonal relationships. "When I graduate, I'll help you." Yi Yunqing looked up after finishing speaking. "I originally wanted to go to my mother's place for an internship, but knowing my mother's personality, she would definitely pull strings for me, so I plan to go to your company." Pei Xiuyan raised an eyebrow. "I'll do the same." He spoke in a calm voice. That won't work. If I intern at your company, I'll definitely start from the bottom and work my way up. If you pull strings for me, I might as well go to my mother's place. Yi Yunqing was bargaining with Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan bowed his head and kissed Yi Yunqing's cherry red lips. Okay, I'll do whatever my wife says. Yi Yunqing narrowed her eyes. You'll be so obedient? No. Pei Xiuyan whispered. Yi Yunqing glared at Pei Xiuyan, then got out of the bathroom. There was still time anyway, so she could take her time. She didn't believe Pei Xiuyan wouldn't agree. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the time and realized that dinner must have arrived. Yi Yunqing went straight to the dining room. The hotel manager had delivered it personally, and Pei Xiuyan closed the door after speaking with him for a few words. Didn't you say you wanted to eat lobster noodles? Pei Xiuyan said, stroking Yi Yunqing's head. He had it delivered from a nearby hotel. The texture wasn't as good as it would be in a restaurant, but it shouldn't be too bad. Yi Yunqing thought about it for a moment. She had just seen a food blogger eating it on TikTok, and she had casually mentioned it, not expecting Pei Xiuyan to remember. This lunchbox is quite exquisite. I'll use it to deliver your lunch in the future. Yi Yunqing took the chopsticks Pei Xiuyan handed her and ate the lobster noodles in small bites. Pei Xiuyan gave a look of adoration, and in the future, perhaps he could have an extra reason to look forward to his wife delivering his lunch. Yi Yunqing stopped after a few bites. She had just had a cup of milk tea and noodles, and she wanted to have a snack and watch a movie in the evening. It would be hard to eat and feel full, and she wouldn't be in the mood to watch a movie. I'm done eating, I'm going to watch TV first. With that, Yi Yunqing stood up. She wasn't going to wash the dishes, and she wanted to bully Pei Xiuyan a little. Pei Xiuyan took hold of Yi Yunqing's wrist, so that she sat steadily in his arms, and then picked up the spoon. Eat the egg pudding before you go. Yi Yunqing heard Pei Xiuyan's low voice and pouted, I want to have a snack. Be good. Pei Xiuyan took the egg pudding and said, just 2 or 3 bites. Yunqing obeyed. Yi Yunqing thought about it for a moment, but then opened his mouth. Seeing that Yunqing was reluctant, Pei Xiuyan had to put the egg pudding down. For her own good, he also wanted her to like it. That first bite is a reward for me. Pei Xiuyan said, and gave Yi Yunqing a light kiss on the neck. Hearing him say that, Yi Yunqing felt embarrassed and stopped pouting. Uncle Pei, will you always be so gentle? Perhaps not. Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly. Because sometimes I can't control myself, like yesterday. He was almost crazy, otherwise she wouldn't have been hurt. Yi Yunqing lowered his eyes. But, yesterday I also felt that you were very gentle. He kept coaxing her in her ear, kissing away her tears. Later, he would let her look at him. Yi Yunqing rested his arm under his nose, too embarrassed to think about it. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and remained silent. He probably used all his control yesterday. Afterwards, Yi Yunqing would take back the words that Pei Xiuyan was actually very gentle. Yi Yunqing got up and went to watch TV. After finishing eating, Pei Xiuyan threw the dishes into the dishwasher. When he returned, he saw Yi Yunqing eating jelly. Yi Yunqing was still eating the jelly in his mouth when he saw Pei Xiuyan coming over and smiled, speaking indistinctly, Uncle Pei, you're so handsome when you do housework. He had to praise her, otherwise what would he do if she had to do the dishes in the future? Pei Xiuyan sat on the sofa, his hands resting on the backrest, his legs crossed, and Yi Yunqing lay in his arms, feeling his warmth. Pei Xiuyan looked down with a gentle voice, do you want to go back to the room and watch a movie now? He had installed a projector in the bedroom for convenience. Yi Yunqing lifted her hand and touched Pei Xiuyan's face. Today I saw He-sun with his new girlfriend, and I felt so disgusted. Obviously, he pretended to love Fengxi before, but a few days after the breakup, he was already talking about a new girlfriend while comforting Fengxi. Are you thinking, what if in the future, I don't love you anymore? Pei Xiuyan looked down at Yi Yunqing, who was looking serious. Yi Yunqing turned her head and buried her face in Pei Xiuyan's body. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have touched you. Pei Xiuyan finished and touched Yi Yunqing. I never thought about this because I wanted to believe that Yunqing would never leave me. Yi Yunqing rubbed, when Fengxi was with He-sun, she never thought they would break up, and she even told us that they would get married after graduation. He-sun is a scumbag, I curse him for not being able to do it. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips. Is the young girl taking the side of her sister? She didn't seem so angry when she was being bullied herself. It's a good thing, at least she found out before getting married. Pei Xiuyan finished speaking and lowered her legs. Do you want to go into the bedroom? Yi Yunqing hooked her finger around Pei Xiuyan's. I haven't even seen the couple shorts. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's hand. Can't you feel it? Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan. She was leaning on her shoulder, of course she felt it. See? Pei Xiuyan said gently. Yi Yunqing sat up with a smile, then glanced over, and then she saw an unbelievable scene. Did I buy the small one? How did it come out? Pei Xiuyan stroked Yi Yunqing's head, then stood up. It's not a solution for you to be strangling like this. Yi Yunqing followed behind Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan wanted to explain to Yi Yunqing that he could put this aside, but felt that this kind of thing was better left unsaid. Yi Yunqing entered the bedroom and opened the closet, and Pei Xiuyan embraced her from behind. Don't bother looking for change, I didn't buy anything small. Pei Xiuyan said, sucking on Yi Yunqing's earlobe. Yi Yunqing nodded, but still didn't quite understand, but fortunately she didn't understand now. Look, let's watch a movie. Yi Yunqing was a little scared. Pei Xiuyan's low, deep voice sounded in Yi Yunqing's ear. Okay, little devil. Chapter 43. Is it too late to regret it now? Yi Yunqing finally chose to watch a horror movie. She was the type with a strong addiction to people and food. She was clearly scared to death, but she just couldn't help wanting to watch it. She was lying in Pei Xiuyan's arms. When she encountered a scary scene, she would immediately turn her head away, and when it stopped being scary, she would turn her head back and continue watching. Pei Xiuyan leaned back on the bed, holding the kernels of a pistachio in his hand. It's not scary anymore. With that, he put the kernels in Yi Yunqing's mouth. Yi Yunqing turns her head, and the sound of high heels comes. The female lead is holding a sharp kitchen knife in her hand, and she mumbles something like, "Where are you? I've seen you already." Liar. Yi Yunqing quickly turns her head and buries it in Pei Xiuyan's arms. Pei Xiuyan takes the pistachios next to him, and Yi Yunqing is scared the whole time. This is already the most easily adaptable part of the entire play. Should we watch another movie? Pei Xiuyan strokes Yi Yunqing's head. Yi Yunqing looked up at Pei Xiuyan, as if she had chosen the movie, and it would be hard to explain if she didn't watch it. So she turned around, slid down her body, and rested her head on Pei Xiuyan's shoulder. Yunqing. Pei Xiuyan was helpless. Be good, rest your head on my lap. Yi Yunqing tilted her head slightly. I don't like it. She opened her mouth and waited to be fed. Pei Xiuyan curved her lips and fed her the peeled pistachios. Do you want to eat something else? I want to eat the little sausages. Yi Yunqing pointed to the small bag on Pei Xiuyan's left hand, which contained the corn-flavored sausages she had bought. Pei Xiuyan gently pinched Yi Yunqing's little face. Not now. Yi Yunqing was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, and she turned her head and rubbed her nose against his. Uncle Pei, you don't mean here, do you? Pei Xiuyan's Adam's apple surged, and his deep-set eyes were tinged with desire. Yi Yunqing's little hand squeezed restlessly. It says you can eat it. What does Uncle Pei think? She tilted her head and smiled faintly. Pei Xiuyan's finger gently tapped Yi Yunqing's lips. His voice was gentle. I can't bear to. Yi Yunqing hugged Pei Xiuyan's waist, her little face red. She was getting more and more bold now, and she was shameless. Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and his voice was low and deep. Can you kiss me? Yi Yunqing nodded, then slowly wrapped her arms around Pei Xiuyan's neck, her small cherry-red lips slightly open. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's waist tightly, and her breathing became uncontrollably heavy. Yi Yunqing's shoulder strap fell off. Pei Xiuyan followed the neckline all the way down. Yi Yunqing supported Pei Xiuyan's shoulders. I'm still in pain. Yi Yunqing couldn't help reminding. Pei Xiuyan gently swept across her head like a comfort. Yi Yunqing didn't know when the movie ended. She was in Pei Xiuyan's arms, her legs were dirty. I don't want to take a bath. Yi Yunqing pouted. Pei Xiuyan fastened his buttons and got out of bed. Yi Yunqing blushed as she watched Pei Xiuyan come back with wet wipes. It's all Uncle Pei's fault. I didn't even get to watch the movie. I don't even know what it was about in the end. Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan a plaintive glare. Pei Xiuyan pinched Yi Yunqing's little nose. Do you want to watch it again? Yi Yunqing shook her head. She was now afraid to go to the bathroom alone, always feeling that the heroine was around, carrying a kitchen knife. Pei Xiuyan threw the wet wipes in the trash can, got into bed, and put his arm around Yi Yunqing. Uncle Pei, I heard that passion between husband and wife will gradually fade with time. Yi Yunqing whispered to Pei Xiuyan as she snuggled up against him. Pei Xiuyan's kiss lightly landed on Yi Yunqing's forehead. He was trying his best to control himself, afraid that showing too much enthusiasm would scare her, but she was the one who was afraid. No, at least I won't. Pei Xiuyan said seriously. Yi Yunqing lifted her leg and put it over Pei Xiuyan's body. I'm sleepy, I didn't sleep well, I have to make up for it. Okay. Pei Xiuyan patted Yi Yunqing lightly. Yi Yunqing fell asleep quickly. When she woke up in the middle of the night, the bedside lamp was still on, as was the bathroom light. I guess Pei Xiuyan knew she would be afraid, so he left them on purpose. Yi Yunqing lifted the quilt and got out of bed. She would never watch horror movies again. Pei Xiuyan slowly opened his eyes when he heard a noise. I'll go with you. She heard a slightly hoarse voice, and Yi Yunqing turned her head to take a look. No need, the lights are all on. After that, she walked towards the bathroom. Pei Xiuyan turned around and looked at Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing had run back, jumped directly onto the bed and threw herself into Pei Xiuyan's arms. Next time I want to watch a horror movie, you must stop me. Yi Yunqing put her legs over Pei Xiuyan's body. It was so scary, there were people everywhere. Okay. Pei Xiuyan said in a deep voice. Yi Yunqing closed her eyes. Although she was too scared to sleep, Pei Xiuyan still had to go to work the next day, and she also had classes to attend. Pei Xiuyan's hand patted Yi Yunqing's shoulder lightly, counting the rhythm. She fell asleep in no time. Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan a light kiss on the lips, and fell asleep while counting. In the morning, Yi Yunqing curled her hair, which, together with her delicate little face, made her look like an exquisite doll in a showcase. She wore a bubble skirt with suspenders, white pumpkin pants underneath, and a big collared white blouse, which made her look playful and cute. Pei Xiuyan wore a white suit that matched her color. Yi Yunqing could not take her eyes off his long legs. The word elegant could not be more appropriate for him. Pei Xiuyan held a coffee and read the newspaper. When he saw that Yi Yunqing was ready, he picked up the lunchbox next to him. There were boiled eggs and lean meat porridge inside. Yi Yunqing supported herself with her hands on the chair and sat directly on Pei Xiuyan's lap. I'm going to your elective class today. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist with one hand, afraid that she would fall. Okay, do you want me to prepare milk tea for you? No, I like to drink Uncle Pei's black tea. Yi Yunqing kissed him on the lips and said, I'll walk there today. Pei Xiuyan nodded. I may be a little late today. If you call me wife obediently, I'll obediently wait for you at home. Yi Yunqing winked at Pei Xiuyan. Wife. Pei Xiuyan's voice was deep. Yi Yunqing stood up and played with her hair. I'm not teasing you, I'll go first. If I don't go now, I'm afraid I won't be able to go. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Pei Xiuyan's mouth curled up. Having a lively, cute, and spoiled wife made him feel so happy that his thoughts of not doing his job properly were infinitely magnified. Yi Yunqing was carrying a dark blue thermal lunchbox in her hand, and inside was the breakfast that Pei Xiuyan had made for her. Yunqing. Yi Yunqing heard someone call her from behind, and she turned her head to take a look. When she saw it was He Hui, her eyebrows furrowed. He Sin quickened his pace. Yunqiang, my brother broke up with she, and I just found out about it. Please persuade she not to be sad. Yi Yunqiang stopped in her tracks, looked at He Hui, who was half a head taller than her, with a cold expression on her face, and said, without Feng Shi, I don't know you well. After that, she quickened her pace. What bad luck, these two brothers are so unlucky. He Hui followed Yi Yunqing's side. They broke up. It doesn't mean we can't be friends, you can't judge everyone by one person. Yi Yunqing frowned. Why are there such annoying people? She has clearly rejected him many times. Besides, without Feng Shi, who would want to pay any attention to him? Pei Xiuyan parked the car and saw Yi Yunqing with a pout on her face, followed by He Hui, who was talking to her. Yi Yunqing stopped in her tracks, her eyes cold. Listen carefully, I don't want to be friends with you. I feel sick whenever I see you two brothers. I feel so unlucky that I want to go home and jump over a brazier. Do you hear me clearly? Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips. It seemed that Yunqing was really angry, otherwise she wouldn't have acted in this manner. He Hui froze. He didn't expect Yi Yunqing to be so disrespectful. Pei Xiuyan walked over and glanced at He Hui with a faint expression in her eyes, asking, what happened? Yi Yunqing's expression softened considerably upon hearing Pei Xiuyan's voice. She looked at Pei Xiuyan with grievance, saying, Professor Pei, I don't even know this person. He followed me early in the morning and said he wanted to be friends with me. Pei Xiuyan looked at He Hui and asked, which department are you from? He Hui lowered his head. It wasn't scary being asked which department he was from by a professor, but being asked by Professor Pei was terrifying. Professor Pei, we met before, there might have been a misunderstanding. He Hui hurriedly explained. Pei Xiuyan's voice turned cold, and the pupils behind his glasses sank. I asked, which department are you in? Yi Yunqing looked up at Pei Xiuyan, he was angry. He Hui lowered his head, a layer of cold sweat covered the palm of his hand. Pei Xiuyan is an investor in the school, if he is given a punishment for following a female classmate, I'm afraid he won't be able to graduate. Forget it, Professor Pei, I'm sure he already knows that I don't want to be friends with him. Yi Yunqing reached out and gently tugged on Pei Xiuyan's sleeve. She didn't want to upset him over such a trivial matter. Pei Xiuyan looked back at Yi Yunqing, his voice much gentler. If he is tailing you, you can come directly to me. Thank you, Professor Pei. Protected by her own husband, Yi Yunqing felt like her heart had been coated in honey. He Hui let out a long sigh. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter further. He just wanted to say a few words to Yi Yunqing. Was that really necessary? They weren't kids anymore. Yi Yunqing didn't even look at Yi Hui, and followed Pei Xiuyan into the school. When they reached an empty area, Pei Xiuyan said in a low voice, You shouldn't have put your arm around me. But I don't want to make you angry, over someone who doesn't matter. Yi Yunqing finished speaking and held out her hand, hooked Pei Xiuyan's long fingers. You already have a lot on your plate, I can't help, I'm just causing trouble. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's hand. If he bothers you again next time, just let me know. Okay. Yi Yunqing glanced around, tiptoed slightly, and gave Pei Xiuyan a light kiss on the lips. You're the best, husband. Pei Xiuyan stroked Yi Yunqing's head and said, After my class, come back to the office with me. Okay, Yi Yunqing readily agreed, as she had nothing to do back there anyway. The sound of students talking came from afar, and Yi Yunqing let go of Pei Xiuyan's hand in fright. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and kissed Yi Yunqing's lips. Yi Yunqing hurriedly took 2 steps back in fright, then glared at Pei Xiuyan and said, Professor Pei, I'm going to class. Okay. Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly. After Yi Yunqing left, Pei Xiuyan returned to his office and asked his assistant to pull up Yi Hui's information. He failed every subject and even got into a fight with his classmates. Call his advisor over. Pei Xiuyan leaned back in his chair and spoke in a flat voice. Not long after the assistant left the office, Yi Hui's advisor arrived. Why would a student who beat someone in the hospital still be at the university? After Pei Xiuyan finished speaking, he looked at the advisor, who was standing in front of him, a little nervous. Although Pei Xiuyan is easygoing and gentle, when he loses his temper, he dares to reprimand the headmaster, so naturally the instructor is afraid. Moreover, she was once his student. Professor Pei, the parents of the student have already understood. The instructor finished speaking and cautiously looked up at Pei Xiuyan. Because Yi Hui's family was wealthy, they gave 200,000 yuan directly after the assault, and neither the parents nor the student pursued the matter, so the school gave him a severe reprimand but did not expel him. Pei Xiuyan looked at the instructor. That is not the answer I want to hear. Skipping classes, truancy, failing exams. Pei Xiuyan said, and slapped Yi Hui's test paper and attendance rate on the table. The instructor's cold sweat came out. I will follow the school's requirements and give a dismissal. Pei Xiuyan looked at the young instructor in front of him. A 30,000-word review, I want it tonight, or you can choose a better school to work at. If he hadn't happened to run into him, he would never have known that Aster University had such a student. Even if Yi Hui wasn't attached to Yi Yunqing, someone like him would never be allowed to remain at the university. Not long after the instructor left, Pei Xiuyan received a call from the university president. In the president's office, Pei Xiuyan sat on the sofa with a cold face. He had indeed neglected the students' affairs. After the president finished speaking, he poured Pei Xiuyan a cup of tea. The scholarship at Aster University and the project awards for participating in competitions are higher than those at other schools, and that is all thanks to Pei Xiuyan. His main concern is students and teaching, and now that something like this has happened, the principal is a bit embarrassed. I hope this is the last time something like this happens. Pei Xiuyan said indifferently. The principal was relieved, that's for sure. Pei Xiuyan left the office. It's not that he doesn't give students a chance, but it would be unfair to the other students and a threat to them if such a student stayed at the school. Yi Yunqing only heard after morning class that Yi Hui had actually been persuaded to withdraw from school. She had been at the university for so long, and the university had persuaded a total of 3 students to withdraw. The first one was because of a fight, the second one was for verbally abusing a teacher and not listening to discipline, and the third one was Yi Hui. Yi Yunqing leaned over her desk. She didn't think that Pei Xiuyan had expelled Yi Hui just because of her. He must have done something else to offend Pei Xiuyan. Yi Yunqing sent a text message to Pei Xiuyan. Yi Yunqing, honey, your lovely wife is about to be tortured by her studies until she is unrecognizable. Save her. After receiving the text message, Pei Xiuyan's mouth curled up, and all the gloom was dispersed in an instant. Pei Xiuyan, I'll give you a private lesson tonight. Yi Yunqing. She might as well not comfort him. Is it still not too late to regret it? Chapter 44 Bullying Professor Pei. He Hui's being persuaded to withdraw caused quite a stir at the school. After all, Pei Xiuyan is a very gentle and easygoing person, and many students who have taken his classes find it hard to believe. Although Pei Xiuyan is strict, as long as the class is over, the students surround him and ask him questions, and he will answer them patiently. If you happen to greet him at school, he will also stop immediately and respond politely. In the eyes of students and teachers, he will not persuade a student to withdraw unless it is to the point where he can't tolerate it anymore. Pei Xiuyan was holding a clear glass tumbler with black tea in it. Li Miwei took Yi Yunqing's hand, as she rarely agreed to accompany her to an elective class today. I heard that He Hui was expelled. I asked around afterwards and it turned out that he really had a bad personality. His predecessor was at least 17 or 18 years old, and after beating someone up, he didn't know to behave himself. He bullied the student who had paid him all the time. Li Miwei whispered gossip into Yi Yunqing's ear. Yi Yunqing nodded. She knew that Pei Xiuyan would not fire He Hui just because he followed her. He was very considerate in this regard. After all, he was a professor at the school. Pei Xiuyan had arrived at the classroom early. There were already quite a few students sitting in the classroom, chatting with him. When Yi Yunqing entered the classroom, Pei Xiuyan was standing in front of the podium, leaning on the desk with one hand, looking at the self-study applications submitted by the students. It was obvious that he was very happy at the moment. After returning to his seat, Li Miwei whispered, Professor Pei is wearing a white suit. What's the saying? Elegance never goes out of style. Yi Yunqing rested his chin in one hand, his curly hair falling behind him. His gaze fell on his straight legs. Go back, play, legs. Yi Yunqing was startled by his own thoughts. He then looked away, feeling embarrassed. Pei Xiuyan looked up when he saw it was almost time. He saw Yi Yunqing had already arrived and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The eyes behind the silver-rimmed glasses were full of tenderness, and Yi Yunqing smiled when she looked at him. Get ready for class. Pei Xiuyan's voice was even more gentle than usual. Since it wasn't Yi Yunqing's major class, she was having a hard time listening. Li Miwei, who was sitting next to her, was taking notes the whole time, and she was getting anxious for her. Not just her, but all the students in the classroom, no one was not paying attention. When the key points came, Pei Xiuyan would pause. The students copied the key points below. But the atmosphere was very harmonious, because Pei Xiuyan occasionally made harmless jokes, and the students laughed and then continued to study. When the class was over, Pei Xiuyan was organizing the materials, and Li Miwei pulled Yi Yunqing over. Because there were quite a few students gathered in front of the podium, most of them were freshmen. Yi Yunqing chose a seat near Pei Xiuyan because the students were still timid and no one had yet sat directly next to him. Pei Xiuyan was lecturing very seriously, so Yi Yunqing's hand rubbed gently on Pei Xiuyan's leg. Pei Xiuyan turned his head and looked at Yi Yunqing. It seems that you haven't applied for a major, Yi. Do you like it? Yi Yunqing knew that when Pei Xiuyan asked if she liked it, he meant him personally, so she nodded. I really like Professor Pei's class. Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and put them aside. His eyes were gentle, as if they could drip water. Then, Yi Yunqing should come often. Yi Yunqing lowered her head. Li Miwei looked at Pei Xiuyan. It's a pity, we're going to graduate in a year, and I haven't taken enough of Professor Pei's classes. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips. If he remembered correctly, Li Miwei had been deducted credits for skipping class. Yi Yunqing really wanted to go home and play with his legs right now. Pei Xiuyan handed the information to Yi Yunqing. Please take this to the office for me. He handed Yi Yunqing the brewed black tea at the same time. It was originally brewed for her. Li Miwei had wanted to accompany Yi Yunqing, but she was stopped by Pei Xiuyan. Please go to the lab, Miss Li. Pei Xiuyan handed her the seeds that he had just used in class, and then whispered, one of them is yours. Li Ni's face suddenly turned red. Her seed had again rotted at the roots. After complaining to Yi Yunqing yesterday, she had sent a text message to Pei Xiuyan, and she never expected that he would really give her a seed. This was the third one. Pei Xiuyan tidied his sleeves a little and, facing the freshman, he still needed to stay for a while. Pei Xiuyan spoke for about 30 minutes before leaving. Yi Yunqing sat on the sofa awkwardly, wondering why Pei Xiuyan was still not back. The assistant looked down at her work, feeling very strange. According to reason, he should have left after delivering the documents, but Yi Yunqing had no intention of leaving. Is there something Yi Yunqing wants to discuss with Professor Pei? The assistant turned her head politely and asked. Yi Yunqing nodded slightly. Professor Pei told me to wait for him here. She finally asked. He should be back soon. The assistant straightened up and said, I'll go first. If there's anything, you can find me next door. Okay. Yi Yunqing stood up hurriedly. After the assistant left, Yi Yunqing let out a long sigh of relief and sat down on the sofa. After Pei Xiuyan returned to the office, he first received Yi Yunqing's sad eyes. She was sitting on the sofa, pouting, as if she had been wronged. Pei Xiuyan locked the office door. What's wrong? Who made our Yunqing unhappy? Yi Yunqing lay directly on the sofa, her pumpkin pants showing. They had a very cute panda pattern, and it was obvious that she liked pandas very much. Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket and draped it over the sofa. He knelt on the sofa with one knee, his hand resting on the backrest of the sofa, revealing his perfectly defined muscles. He said, Good girl, don't be angry. Tell your husband what happened. Pei Xiuyan's expression was very serious, his voice low, his deep-set eyes full of doubt. Yi Yunqing reached out and took off Pei Xiuyan's glasses and put them aside. She asked, Can you see my expression? Yi Yunqing reached out and covered Pei Xiuyan's eyes. Her hand was a little cold. Before Pei Xiuyan could react, Yi Yunqing sealed Pei Xiuyan's lips. Because she wasn't familiar with it, she seemed very clumsy when she invaded, and in the end, not only did she fail to invade successfully, she was instead occupied. Pei Xiuyan's body pressed down. Yi Yunqing's hand was around Pei Xiuyan's waist, a little curled up. Pei Xiuyan's big hand fell on Yi Yunqing's leg. Uncle Pei. Yi Yunqing didn't expect that Pei Xiuyan would react so strongly to just a kiss. She almost couldn't handle it. Pei Xiuyan's breathing was very uneven. He was trying very hard to restrain himself, but it looked like it was going to take some time. Yi Yunqing didn't dare move around. Pei Xiuyan gave a few light kisses. Yi Yunqing's original intention was to touch Pei Xiuyan's leg. After all, that was what she had always wanted to do. I did touch them, but I'm not sure if it counts. Pei Xiuyan groaned. Yunqing. Yi Yunqing stuck out her tongue. I just wanted to touch them. You little tease. Pei Xiuyan's voice was hoarse, and his lust-filled eyes looked at Yi Yunqing nakedly. Yi Yunqing covered her face with her arm. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Pei Xiuyan stood up and finished the half-full cup of black tea on the desk. Yi Yunqing's gaze fell on Pei Xiuyan, whose white trousers were cut to perfection and not only outlined his long legs. Pei Xiuyan put on his glasses and leaned against the desk, being stared at by his wife, but the location was wrong. Yi Yunqing turned directly and faced the back of the sofa. I'm hopeless. Pei Xiuyan walked over and draped his jacket over Yi Yunqing's shoulders. He had wanted to keep her until the evening and go home together, but she was wearing too little. The assistant just said that you're going to the lab later, so I'm going home first. Yi Yunqing was going to go home, take a hot shower, and then surf the internet. The point was that a new game had come out, and she wanted to play it. Okay, do you want to go to the theater together tonight? Pei Xiuyan sat on the sofa and held Yi Yunqing's somewhat cold hand. Yi Yunqing had often gone to the theater with Jiang Chen before, such as Thunderstorm, Home, Wilderness, and Jane Eyre, which she really liked. Sure. Watching a play with your husband is so much more interesting than surfing the internet or playing games. Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing's hand twice. I'll have the driver pick you up and take you upstairs. Are you worried that Hui will follow me? Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan. She hadn't thought about it in that way. Pei Xiuyan nodded. Even if there is only a 1% chance, I don't want to take the risk. He still feels a pang of pain when he thinks about the slap from his grandmother. Yi Yunqing sat up and put her arms around Pei Xiuyan's neck. Honey, if I were to die. SSH. Pei Xiuyan's eyes darkened, and he lightly nibbled Yi Yunqing's lips. He tightened his arms around her, not daring to think about such a possibility. Okay, no more jokes like that. Yi Yunqing felt a vague pain in her lips. Pei Xiuyan let go of Yi Yunqing and saw that her lips were red. He regretted it a little. Our Yunqing will live a long life. His voice was very low. Yi Yunqing blinked. She was just saying it casually, and she actually scared Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan's mother was a teacher. On the way back from teaching in a remote area, she was in a car accident. Her father never recovered from the pain and eventually chose to jump to his death. His last words were that he could not bear the pain of losing his loved one. So Pei Xiuyan was brought up by his grandmother, and after his grandfather passed away, he began to support the company. Yi Yunqing made a joke, just wanting Pei Xiuyan to show that he cares about her. But Pei Xiuyan was afraid. The thought of not having Yi Yunqing flashed through his mind, and Pei Xiuyan found it hard to accept. Yi Yunqing hugged Pei Xiuyan. I won't make such a joke. Why his father didn't come out of it, and now he, only then truly understands. Uncle Pei, you love me so much, aren't you afraid that I will bully you in the future? Yi Yunqing whispered gently in Pei Xiuyan's ear. In fact, she really wanted to bully Pei Xiuyan. Willingly. Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly. What can I do if my wife wants to bully me? I can only let her. Yi Yunqing's heartbeat accelerated. Willingly. Professor Pei is so good at it, and now he wants to bully me. What should I do? Actions speak louder than words. Yi Yunqing whispered, her beautiful eyes looking at Pei Xiuyan with a sense of grievance. Uncle Pei, you gave me medicine once and then just left me alone. I read it yesterday. Pei Xiuyan's Adam's apple moved, and Yi Yunqing was not only pretty in the face, but also pretty elsewhere. Yi Yunqing's fingers tapped twice on Pei Xiuyan's chest. What's the point of looking? Does it stop hurting? I won't give it to you if I know you're like this. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's hand, feeling a little self-reproachful. Before going home, you should apply medicine to me. Yi Yunqing blushed, her voice weak, obviously lacking in confidence, because she no longer felt any pain. Pei Xiuyan nodded. Even though they were at school, he couldn't let Yunqing be in pain. Yi Yunqing saw Pei Xiuyan get up to get the ointment. Yi Yunqing lay on the sofa, her fingers hooked into her pumpkin pants, her face flushed, looking at Pei Xiuyan with a shy expression. What should I do? I'm shy. Yi Yunqing said, and moved her pumpkin pants down a little. Pei Xiuyan's chest rose and fell, just suppressed. Yi Yunqing's eyes glanced at Pei Xiuyan inadvertently, and when she saw that it was about time, she lowered her bubble skirt. After thinking it over, she decided not to, and said, I'll put on the medicine myself when I get home, it's not convenient here. Pei Xiuyan's voice was hoarse. It's okay, no one will come in. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Professor Pei, the students are already waiting in the lab. It's the assistant. Yi Yunqing couldn't help but laugh out loud, and her little bare feet, which had already been removed, gave a gentle kick on Pei Xiuyan's lap. Professor Pei, go to class. Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing lightly. So, is today okay? Yi Yunqing's face was about to bleed from the blush, and she was surprised that he was asking if it was okay, mainly because his expression and voice were very serious, as if he were doing something very important. Pei Xiuyan, serious and not serious. I wanted to bully Pei Xiuyan. You go to class first. Yi Yunqing looked away, so ashamed that her neck turned red. Okay. Pei Xiuyan stood up. Yi Yunqing straightened her clothes and looked at Pei Xiuyan. Uncle Pei, will you always be so gentle? Maybe, in a different place, it would be different. Pei Xiuyan's thin lips parted slightly, and his answer became even more serious. Yi Yunqing regretted asking. Pei Xiuyan opened the office door, and his assistant was standing outside, ready to go to the lab. At this moment, Pei Xiuyan's phone rang, and he glanced at Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing nodded slightly. Thank you, Professor Pei, for clearing up the mystery. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips, and the two had already developed a tacit understanding. Yi Yunqing went downstairs. Her face was getting thicker and thicker, and she had already begun to develop a sense of shamelessness. The main thing was that Pei Xiuyan was too attractive, and she just wanted to see his expression as she restrained herself while facing the impact of her desires. Yi Yunqing took a few quick steps. But she didn't know that Pei Xiuyan's level of control was not just a little bit. If it was fully developed, it would be more than she could bear. At least for this year, Pei Xiuyan still needed to restrain himself. After Yi Yunqing got into the car, she sent Pei Xiuyan a text message, and when she got home, she would send another one, so that he could feel at ease in class. Chapter 45. Pei Xiuyan sat in the office and drank a cup of black tea, which was the cup that Yi Yunqing had just used. After receiving the text message, he didn't get up to go to the lab until Yi Yunqing arrived home. Yi Yunqing went home and tidied up a bit. She had wanted to go downstairs to take out the trash, but after thinking about it for a while, she gave up. He Hui's dismissal had nothing to do with her, but the character of these two brothers was really poor. She had to be careful. At this moment, He Hui, whose cheeks were red and swollen, was sitting in a booth at the bar, drinking alone. He was about to graduate, and he never expected to be expelled just because he had a few words with Yi Yuncheng. He went to the school to argue with them, but the school revealed everything he had done before, leaving him speechless. The matter had been settled, and the school had chosen to turn a blind eye. If Yi Yuncheng had not said those things in front of Pei Xiuyan, he would not have been expelled. He Hui took a drink from his glass. He Sun had looked for He Hui in several bars before finding him. "What's the point of drinking alone at home?" He Sun said, walking up to He Hui with a stern face. He Hui looked up, drunk and disoriented, and said to He Sun, "Don't pretend to be a good guy in front of me. When he was beaten at home just now, he didn't stand up for me, and now he's pretending to be a good guy." He Sun sighed heavily. "I've been telling you to calm down for a long time. There are a lot of rich and powerful people at school, but you just won't listen." He Hui slammed his glass on the ground and said angrily, "Who started the fight in the first place? If you hadn't said that he was always putting you down and that it was the reason you didn't win the competition, would I have gone looking for trouble with him?" He Sun sat down slowly, leaning back on the sofa, his voice faint. "Yes, I blame myself for this, but I told you long ago not to get involved with Yi Yuncheng, but you just wouldn't listen." He Hui's eyes flashed with murderous intent. As soon as he heard that name, he was furious. He had simply wanted to say hello to Yi Yuncheng and chat with her this morning, but he never expected that she would run to Pei Xiuyan and tell on him. "It's too late to say anything now, I won't be able to get my diploma," He Hui said, rubbing his temples. He Sun's mouth curled up in a smile, consoling him. "Our family isn't poor, whether or not you have a diploma isn't important. I'm asking you, do you want to get back at her?" "Yes, of course I do." He Hui looked at He Sun. "Do you have any good ideas?" He Sun took out his phone and leaned slightly forward. "I have Feng Shi's WeChat password, and given her personality, she probably won't have thought to change it." He Hui looked at He Sun in puzzlement. "I'll use Feng Shi's WeChat to ask Yi Yuncheng out, then I'll go find Feng Shi so she won't have time to check her phone. You take more photos. If she doesn't want to, there's someone in the house anyway, so we're not afraid of anything," He Sun whispered. He Hui was still a little scared. Yi Yuncheng was so stubborn. What if she really couldn't take it anymore or something else happened? "You'd better make up your mind quickly, I'm afraid Feng Shi will change the password." After He Sun finished speaking, he stood up and patted He Hui on the shoulder. "Dad hit you, he was just angry for a moment, go home early." He Hui leaned back on the sofa. This was the first time he had been hit since he was a child, and for a short time he didn't want to go home. He Sun took out his phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Yi Hui. "If you really don't want to go home, go to a hotel and stay for a couple of days. You're still good to me." After He Hui finished speaking, he yawned. "Forget it, I'll go back to the hotel first." The two brothers checked out of the hotel together and finally said goodbye at the intersection. He Sun went home, while He Hui went to the hotel. After He Sun got into the car, his face changed. He and He Hui were half-brothers, and if anything happened to him, the company would be his. As for asking Yi Yuncheng out, he had never planned to do so. Just find someone to follow Yi Yuncheng and tell He Hui when she was alone that she had been asked out, and just take her away. Even if something goes wrong in the end, it will definitely not be traced back to him. If he wants to chase after Yi Yuncheng, he can come to the rescue of the damsel in distress at that time, and the person will be his. He Sun's mouth corners rose up, and his little calculations were ringing in his head. Yi Yuncheng lay on the sofa listlessly, with her legs draped over the backrest. It was almost dark, and Pei Xiuyan still hadn't finished work. After another half hour, Yi Yuncheng was about to fall asleep when she heard the door open. Pei Xiuyan opened the door and saw Yi Yuncheng lying on the sofa, looking at him with a pout. "Sorry, there was a sudden problem, that's why I'm late." Pei Xiuyan walked over to the sofa and patted Yi Yuncheng's head. Yi Yuncheng had received the text message, but she hadn't replied. "How about we go out for dinner first, and then go to the theater together?" Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle. Yi Yuncheng's face was pressed against the sofa, and it was obvious that Pei Xiuyan was very tired. "I don't want to go, I want to eat at home. I just learned how to make beef stewed with potatoes from a video. Do you want to try it?" Yi Yuncheng said, turned around, and put on her slippers. He is so tired. If he accompanies her to dinner and the play, it will be midnight when they get back, and he won't even have time to rest and relax. Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yuncheng in his arms. "I really want to taste my wife's cooking, but I already booked a restaurant and bought tickets for the play on the way back." Yi Yunqing turned around and hugged Pei Xiuyan's waist. He is so good, he is obviously very tired. Accompanying my wife is not a troublesome or tiring thing for me, so don't worry about me. Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing's forehead lightly. You said it, it's not that I don't care about you. Yi Yunqing blushed after he finished speaking, and he reached out to block his own view before kissing Pei Xiuyan's lips. Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunqing and responded to her kiss. Yunqing was so cute because he covered his eyes with his glasses. Yi Yunqing squinted his eyes, like a kitten that had stolen something, with a face full of satisfaction. Pei Xiuyan's kisses were different every time, sometimes gentle, but sometimes full of attack and aggression. The kiss just now was very gentle, very enjoyable, and comfortable. Pei Xiuyan's Adam's apple clearly slid up and down a little, and the pupils behind his glasses darkened. Honey, why don't we go a little later? Yi Yunqing knew that he was asking her opinion in disguise, but she hadn't showered yet, and it would be at least an hour after he finished tossing and turning. Let's go eat and watch a play first. Yi Yunqing looked away. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's hand. It'll be a bit chilly at night, wait for me a moment. With that, he went into the bedroom and got a thin blanket. Yi Yunqing took Pei Xiuyan's arm. Why don't you just let me change my pants? Yi Yunqing was still wearing the bubble skirt. You can tell that you really like this skirt. Pei Xiuyan finished and put his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist. The two took the elevator downstairs. When they arrived at the parking lot, Yi Yunqing received a phone call from Fengxi. Fengxi, hey, Yunqing, do you have a minute? Yi Yunqing glanced at Pei Xiuyan standing next to her. What's up? I'm getting ready to go eat. Fengxi was so angry that she didn't even eat dinner. When I was with Hisun before, I bought a couple app that would record what the other person said. Oh, I can't explain it. I'll send you the audio later. Yi Yunqing looked at the phone that had been hung up and was a little confused. After getting into the car, Yi Yunqing habitually connected the Bluetooth to prepare to listen to music. When Fengxi sent the audio, she didn't think much of it and just pressed play. Hisun's voice came out of the car stereo. Pei Xiuyan didn't listen carefully at first, and it wasn't until he heard Hisun say that he wanted revenge that he started to listen carefully. Yi Yunqing listened to the conversation between the two brothers and her face changed. This is too despicable. She had never paid any attention to He Hui from beginning to end. Fengxi sent a voice message. I'm sorry, Yunchang. When I introduced you to him, I didn't realize he was like this, and I didn't realize his son was so despicable. Yi Yunchang looked at Pei Xiuyan, who was frowning. He pushed his glasses up, his eyes cold, and the veins in his hand holding the steering wheel were clearly visible. It was easy to imagine how angry he was. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I'll go to your office and wait for you after school. I won't go anywhere, I'll behave. Yi Yuncheng whispered. Pei Xiuyan lifted his hand and touched Yi Yuncheng's head. His reaction may have been a bit extreme, just leave it to me. With money and power at home, I'm not afraid of anything. Pei Xiuyan stepped on the accelerator. Compared to at school, he preferred this approach of speaking with power and strength. Yi Yunchen held onto the seatbelt and looked at Pei Xiuyan with wide eyes. Don't worry, I'm not a child anymore, I won't fall for it. Pei Xiuyan drove the car with his voice kept low. What if Fengxi didn't tell you the truth, or they changed their method? Yi Yunchen fell into deep thought. It's hard to guard against a small person, especially one who wants to harm you for no reason, and it's even harder to guard against. The thought that someone was planning to harm Yi Yunchen made Pei Xiuyan's hand holding the steering wheel tighten. Yi Yunchen took advantage of the time while waiting for the traffic light to stroke Pei Xiuyan's face. Everything is up to you, dear. I like it when you rely on me. Pei Xiuyan's voice softened. Yi Yuncheng's eyes and eyebrows were filled with a smile. In the future, when I can't do anything and become a useless person, you won't like it. I'll like you no matter what. Pei Xiuyan said seriously. Yi Yuncheng's heart felt like it had been smeared with honey. Tell me, when did you first fall in love with me? Yi Yuncheng put his phone away and looked at Pei Xiuyan earnestly. Pei Xiuyan pushed his glasses up and replied seriously, from the engagement banquet onwards, I liked your smile, your glances and your conversation. If I had to say when I really fell in love, it would have to be after we got married. Yi Yuncheng initially thought that Pei Xiuyan had fallen in love with him at first sight, but most of these feelings are due to looks. At first I was worried, I was afraid you were a bad person and that you would be difficult to get along with, but after we got married I realized you are a very gentle, considerate and kind person. Yi Yuncheng was blushing as she spoke, pinching her bubble dress. Pei Xiuyan arched his lips. I should have acted sooner, so that I wouldn't have had a 2-year crush. For these 2 years, he didn't dare to get close to her, and he didn't dare to cross the line. If you had acted sooner, our child would already be going to kindergarten. Yi Yunqing regretted what she had just said. Pei Xiuyan's mouth curled up. If I work hard now, in a few years, our child will be able to go to kindergarten. Yi Yunqing turned his head and looked out the window with a red face, whispering, I just want the process, not the result. Okay, then after we watch the play, let's study the process together. Pei Xiuyan said seriously. Yi Yunqing didn't respond, and neither of them knew how to be shy. Pei Xiuyan, in particular, spoke such words in a gentle and refined manner, without changing his expression at all. After Pei Xiuyan parked the car, Yi Yunqing got out. Pei Xiuyan walked over and took her hand. I only reserved a table, I didn't order anything, I'm afraid you won't like it. I want to eat something, but Uncle Pei didn't agree. Yi Yunqing leaned over to Pei Xiuyan after she finished speaking. Pei Xiuyan laughed and said, I can't bear to refuse you, if Yunqing really wants it, we can try it. What did Uncle Pei say? I was talking about the chilled watermelon I wanted to eat in the afternoon. Yi Yunqing suppressed a smile, bullying Pei Xiuyan that she was serious. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing's hand, feeling a little helpless. Yi Yunqing leaned into Pei Xiuyan's ear. You can only choose one, and as for how to choose, Uncle Pei will decide for himself. Yunqing. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and deep. Yi Yunqing stuck out her tongue, and it really wasn't a suitable place to discuss this outside. Pei Xiuyan led Yi Yunqing into the dining room. As it wasn't particularly far from the school, he chose a quieter corner. After Yi Yunqing sat down, he looked at Pei Xiuyan, just loving the way he looked so serious yet helpless. Pei Xiuyan pinched Yi Yunqing's little nose. Have you thought about what you want to eat? Steak, pasta, juice, and a 3-piece set. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan after he finished speaking. No alcohol, I don't like the smell of it. Okay. Pei Xiuyan nodded. He didn't plan to drink. While driving anyway, not to mention that he knew Yi Yunqing didn't like the smell of alcohol. After ordering, Yi Yunqing rested his hands on his cheeks and looked at Pei Xiuyan earnestly. I'll be starting my internship in the second half of the year, and you promised me before that I could work in your company. Pei Xiuyan nodded. His wife, he felt at ease only when she was under his watchful eye. I heard that your company is particularly difficult to enter. There are only 2 openings this fall, and I plan to try. Yi Yunqing sighed after he finished speaking. If that doesn't work, I'll have to shamelessly beg you to let me in the back door. The company is all yours, you can enter it any way you want. Pei Xiuyan said this and stroked Yi Yunqing's head. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan in puzzlement. Joint marital property. Pei Xiuyan smiled with pursed lips. Yi Yunqing was surprised. No, I remember that before the wedding, I signed an agreement. But I didn't sign it. Pei Xiuyan's deep eyes smiled even more. He had never wanted to divorce Yi Yunqing. If Yi Yunqing had really fallen for someone else and married him, he would not have let her leave empty-handed. I'm actually a little rich woman. Yi Yunqing puffed out her chest after she finished speaking. I'll go buy a bag in a bit, okay? Good. Pei Xiuyan gave a smile of affection. Yi Yunqing lowered her head and muttered, forget it, I'm in a hurry to finish watching the play and go home to play. She paused here, looking at Pei Xiuyan with some embarrassment. Pei Xiuyan arched her lips and waited for her to continue. It's hopeless, talking can still get the words out of your heart, and somehow that's a bit of a relief. Chapter 46 Pei Xiuyan opened the door when her best friend arrived. After dinner, Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing to the art theater. There weren't many people in the theater, and even fewer were young people. Most were waiting for the drama to start, and almost no one was playing with their phones. Pei Xiuyan found a seat and helped Yi Yunqing sit down. Today they were going to watch the play Geologist, which was starring students. Yi Yunqing looked forward to the performance. Pei Xiuyan put a thin blanket over Yi Yunqing's body. Usually, he came alone, because Yi Yunqing was young, and he guessed that she probably wouldn't like the play, but he didn't expect that she would like it too. Yi Yunqing held Pei Xiuyan's hand, her eyebrows and eyes curved in a pretty smile. After the play began, Yi Yunqing watched intently. Pei Xiuyan leaned slightly, and gently placed a kiss on her fair and delicate little face. So serious and well-behaved, how can she be so cute? Yi Yunqing covered Pei Xiuyan's mouth with her hand, and her beautiful eyes threatened to look at Pei Xiuyan. No kissing. Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly, and Yi Yunqing let go. After the play was over, Yi Yunqing stretched, although the lines were a bit stiff, but after all, it was not easy for a student to perform this well. Pei Xiuyan lightly pursed his lips, wanting to take it back immediately. Uncle Pei, let's go home. Yi Yuncheng picked up the thin blanket and put it around Pei Xiuyan's arm. The play lasted 2 hours, and Yi Yuncheng was so engrossed that she didn't notice at all that the people around her were always looking at her. Some people settled down to become teachers, while others seemed to have found love and success, but in reality they were suffering. Yi Yuncheng sighed longingly as she sat in the passenger seat. Pei Xiuyan got up and fastened the seatbelt for her, then touched her head with his hand. He understood the plot, but he couldn't take his eyes off her. What kind of life did Uncle Pei want? Yi Yuncheng turned her head to look at Pei Xiuyan, who was fastening his seatbelt. Pei Xiuyan's voice was warm and gentle, and his gaze tender. The daily grind, ordinary and dull, with you. Yi Yuncheng hurriedly turned her head to look out the window. It was obviously a very ordinary sentence, but why did it sound so provocative when he said it? Since birth, Pei Xiuyan has been destined for an extraordinary life. His parents are dead, his grandfather is an old man trying to hold the company together, and there have been several times when he has almost lost his life. After all, he is the sole heir. The calm surface of the sea is actually turbulent. It wasn't until he took control of the company that the things that couldn't be seen in the light gradually disappeared. Now that he has Yi Yuncheng, he is living more like a human being. With the warmth of a family, he can see his lovely wife every day when he gets home from work. That is what he has always dreamed of. Yi Yuncheng turned his head and looked at Pei Xiuyan, who had not started the car after a long time. Well. Before she could react, Pei Xiuyan's strong kiss landed, his hand running through her hair to keep her from running away out of shyness. Pei Xiuyan kissed domineeringly, as if he were tasting his prey. His glasses had long been removed and thrown aside, and his deep eyes were full of possessiveness. Yi Yuncheng tilted his head slightly in response. Pei Xiuyan didn't stop until Yi Yuncheng's breathing became unstable. Yi Yuncheng licked her red lips and said in a coquettish voice, "From now on, I don't need to buy lipstick, because I have you." The atmosphere in the car became dry. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yuncheng's red lips and the corner of his mouth slightly rose. He said, "If you need lipstick, just let me know." Yi Yuncheng reached out and handed Pei Xiuyan the glasses that had been placed aside. She said, "If you keep this up, we won't need to go home and discuss it." Okay. Pei Xiuyan put on his glasses and spoke in a deep voice. Yi Yuncheng glared at Pei Xiuyan. Okay? What do you mean okay? She was just saying it casually, and he answered so quickly. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and started the car. Yi Yuncheng leaned back in her seat and fell asleep after a while. After parking the car, Pei Xiuyan carried Yi Yuncheng out of the car. Yi Yuncheng opened her eyes and looked at Pei Xiuyan with sleepy eyes. Pei Xiuyan leaned down and kissed her. "Go to sleep." Yi Yuncheng buried her face in Pei Xiuyan's arms. She had wanted to go home with Pei Xiuyan to study the process of conceiving a baby. But she was so sleepy. Pei Xiuyan laid Yi Yuncheng on the bed, and took off her bubble skirt and blouse. Yi Yuncheng didn't feel anything wrong. It turned out that the couple's underwear was transparent. Pei Xiuyan's deep voice sounded in her ear. Yi Yuncheng lowered her hands and said to Pei Xiuyan, You mustn't look." Because they had bought several of these sets at the time, and for some reason, they turned out to be transparent, with a bare pattern only in the key places. Yi Yuncheng tugged the quilt over herself to cover her up tightly. "Good night." Pei Xiuyan tugged the quilt. "I'm going to take a shower, don't suffocate yourself." After Pei Xiuyan left, Yi Yuncheng poked her head out from under the quilt. Her face was flushed and she was wide awake. But when she thought about it, king-sized, she went from being a lively bunny to a sad bunny, her ears drooping. After Pei Xiuyan finished showering, he saw Yi Yuncheng wearing an eye mask. He lifted the quilt and found that she was already wearing her pajamas. Yi Yuncheng slowed her breathing. Pei Xiuyan's lips curled up. In the end, he chose to hold her peacefully as she slept. The title of Little Pest was not given to her for nothing. Yi Yuncheng nestled her head on Pei Xiuyan's arm, and her whole body nestled in his embrace, feeling his body temperature and his gradually stabilizing breathing. She also felt that she had gone too far. After her birthday, there was no. Pei Xiuyan would not be afraid if she were just 1/3 less. In the morning, Yi Yuncheng pouted on her little bottom on the bed. She really didn't want to get up early, and the morning classes were too torturous. Pei Xiuyan got dressed and walked over to the bed, patting Yi Yuncheng's bottom twice with his hand. "Get up, lazybones." "I don't want to." "You can ask the instructor for leave, just say you have something to do and need me." Yi Yuncheng sulked. Pei Xiuyan sighed, honey, I'll only tell your instructor that you've been skipping class because you can't get up. Yi Yunqing wilted at the sound. The advantage of having a professor in the family is that if you don't want to go to school, he won't help you, he'll just report you directly. Yi Yunqing sat up, her hair a little messy, part of it falling over her shoulders. Her little pout could have hung a bottle of oil. Humph. Yi Yunqing got up, put on her slippers, and went into the bathroom to wash up. Pei Xiuyan followed her into the bathroom and put his arms around her from behind. He had been thinking that if he didn't work overtime tonight, they could go to the aquarium for dinner together, but now that his wife was so angry, he knew she wouldn't go. Yi Yunqing's face turned bright red, and she turned around and put her arms around Pei Xiuyan's waist. When did I get angry? I'm not angry. Let's go to the aquarium tonight, okay? Pei Xiuyan curved his lips up in a smile. Okay. He was teasing Yi Yunqing on purpose. He had planned it yesterday and even reserved a seat in advance. Yay! Yi Yunqing was overjoyed, but then she felt that her actions were childish. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing with love and affection. Just then, the doorbell rang. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan and asked, "Did you order breakfast?" "I ordered the morning paper." With that, Pei Xiuyan walked towards the door. He has the habit of reading the newspaper and drinking coffee in the morning, so he has ordered the morning paper for a year, and someone will deliver it to his door every morning on time. Li Meyer holds stinky tofu and grilled cold noodles in her hands. I guess Yunqing is still asleep. Be confident, she is definitely still asleep. Fengshi holds soy milk in her hands. The door opened, and Li Meyer turned her head, her smile frozen on her face. Pei Xiuyan was a little surprised. Logically, they shouldn't be able to enter the community, and they must have borrowed someone's elevator card. Please come in. Pei Xiuyan stepped aside. Li Mirui looked at Pei Xiuyan stupidly. Sorry, Professor Pei, we are here to see Yi Yunqing, yes classmate. She took 2 steps back and took a look. Fengshi thought Li Mirui was stupid. She is still washing her face, come in first. Pei Xiuyan said indifferently. Li Mirui looked at Fengshi next to her, then looked up at Pei Xiuyan again. What's going on? Yi Yunqing heard voices and came out of the bedroom. Yi Yunqing. Li Mirui. What's going on? You're here, let's have breakfast together. Yi Yunqing said, and retreated back into the room. What should I do? My best friend is here, and Pei Xiuyan opened the door. I'm a bit screwed. Fengshi couldn't bear to watch anymore, so she took Li Mirui and walked in. Professor Pei, I finished my homework and sent it to you yesterday. Li Mirui sat on the sofa, feeling like she had been pricked in the butt. She didn't dare to breathe. Pei Xiuyan nodded, I received it and have already graded it. Your ability to express yourself is failing. Don't use the way a primary school student writes an essay in college. Li Mirui lowered her head, and a layer of cold sweat formed on her hands as she carried the stinky tofu. Yi Yunqing peeked out after getting dressed. Yunqing, you're going to be late. Pei Xiuyan reminded after heating 3 glasses of milk. Yi Yunqing had no choice but to come out of the room and looked at Li Mirui and Fengshi with a pout. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, you all know him, Pei Xiuyan. Hello, Professor Pei. Li Mirui almost couldn't react, her mind went blank. Hello, Professor Pei. Fengshi stood up, I'm a friend of Yi Yunqing's, my name is Fengshi. As she said this, she held out her hand. Pei Xiuyan shook it lightly, I've heated up some milk. Milk is good, milk is the best, I usually drink milk. Li Mirui didn't even wait for Pei Xiuyan to finish speaking before she picked up the hot milk. Fortunately, Yi Yunqing was quick to grab it, or else he would have been sure to get a mouthful of bubbles. Pei Xiuyan sat in the chair, and he was not going to let Yi Yunqing face it alone. You guys are already married? Fengshi asked in a low voice. Yi Yunqing nodded, we've been married for 2 years. Holy shit. Li Mirui almost lifted the stinky tofu and then quickly covered her mouth, as Professor Pei was still there. Pei Xiuyan said indifferently, because of the special place and identity where I work, I have never let Yunqing tell you the truth. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan and took full responsibility. I understand. Fengshi also didn't know what to say. She was nervous too, after all, Pei Xiuyan was a professor and investor at the university. It was inevitable for students to be nervous when facing their teachers. Yi Yunqing drank her milk and smiled, saying, It's getting late, you should go to work first. If he stays here, her sisters will not be able to hold back for long. Okay, Pei Xiuyan responded gently. Yi Yunqing waited for a while, but when she saw that Pei Xiuyan had no intention of leaving, she hesitated for a moment. Could it be that he was waiting for her to kiss him? Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan with longing eyes. It would be bad to do it in front of her sisters. She didn't want to eat dog food, and he was just forcing it into her mouth. It wasn't nice. She wanted to give him a peck, but she got nervous and kissed him with a loud smack. Good boy. Pei Xiuyan gave Yi Yunqing a little peck on the head. As soon as Pei Xiuyan closed the door, Yi Yunqing was pushed onto the sofa. You're so good at deceiving me, and I even brought you stinky tofu. You've married Professor Pei. Li Mirui held a pillow next to her and pressed it against Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing begged repeatedly, I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. I will never hide anything from you guys again. Spank her. Fengshi said and gave Yi Yunqing's but 2 slaps. I'm sorry. Yi Yunqing begged repeatedly. The living room was abuzz with excitement. After a while, Li Mirui sat on the sofa, too shocked. She thought that at the 5th level, at most, they were just dating, but it turned out that they had been married for 2 years. Li Mirui gritted her teeth, I'm so ashamed and embarrassed now, I actually lied to you about your husband for 2 years. Yi Yunqing pursed his lips and whispered, I did warn you, but you insisted on saying that Pei Xiuyan lied to me, so there was nothing I could do. You're out of stinky tofu, and you're blabbing on, and it's causing me so much trouble. After Li Mirui finished speaking, she picked up the hot milk next to her and took a couple of sips. How is the hot milk from Professor Pei? Yi Yunqing whispered as he leaned over. Li Mirui held her breath, then revealed a wicked expression, You're not wrong, this milk is hot, but apart from burning your mouth, it's good. Ha ha. Yi Yunqing couldn't help laughing out loud. Fengshi sat there drinking the hot milk. Professor Pei just said that you're writing an essay as a primary school student, so I guess you'll have to make up the homework later. Li Mirui hugged Yi Yunqing, we're all on this level of relationship now, so it's not right for him to punish me anymore. Do you know why I got up? Yi Yunqing looked down at Li Mirui. Li Mirui looked puzzled. Because Professor Pei said that if I didn't get up, he would tell the instructor that I was skipping class. Yi Yunqing finished and shrugged his shoulders. It's pointless to expect her to do it. Li Mirui fell into deep thought. That was 10,000 words, she couldn't really be expected to rewrite it. No way, no way. After the 3 finished breakfast and just walked downstairs, Li Mirui received an email notification. The entire text was marked in red, full of comments, and Li Mi's tears were about to fall. Yi Yunqing, you should control your husband. Li Mi said, took out her phone and showed it to Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing smiled with pursed lips, very glad that she hadn't signed up for Pei Xiuyan's class, otherwise she would be the one crying now. Pei Xiuyan would not open any back doors in terms of learning, and was extremely strict even with elective courses. This was his attitude towards students and learning. Chapter 47 Yi Yunqing causes trouble. On the way to school, Yi Yunqing entered a coffee shop and bought a cup of coffee and 2 tiramisu daifuku. Pei Xiuyan had left in a hurry and had not had time to eat breakfast yet. Li Mirui couldn't help teasing Yi Yunqing when she saw her blushing. What, are you personally delivering breakfast to your precious husband? Yi Yunqing lowered her head and pressed her face against Fengshi's back. She's doing it on purpose. Fengshi nodded slightly in consolation, don't take her seriously. Come on, tell Shishi, are you going to take breakfast to your sweetheart? Ha ha ha. Li Mirui held Fengshi's shoulders and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Yunqing's delicate little face instantly turned red, and she poked Fengshi's side with her finger. You're making fun of me, I'm not playing with you anymore. Li Mirui walked behind Fengshi, bent down, and tilted her head to look at Yi Yunqing. You've got a kiss for your dear husband, and you're not playing with us anymore? Yi Yunqing looked up and shoved the coffee into Li Mirei's arms. I'm not talking to you anymore, you're bullying me. Li Mirei looked at the coffee bag and Defu in her hands, and with a smile, she watched Yi Yunqing, whose earlobes were red from walking quickly, and thought, she's so cute and cheap, Professor Pei is so lucky. No matter how good Pei Xiuyan is, how heavenly and how pretty she is still not as good as her own sister. It's just so unreasonable. Stop messing around, go to class, I'll keep her company. Fengshi finished speaking and quickly walked a few steps. Since she learned that his son's brothers were going to do something to Yi Yunqing, she regretted it, but she couldn't just go and confront the other party. Now that the enemy is in the open and they are in the dark, it's easy to guard against and deal with. She had chosen the wrong person to go out with, and that was her fault. She had made her choice, and she had to live with it. But she couldn't do the same with her best friend. Li Miroi walked to the classroom with a coffee in one hand and her arms folded, whistling a tune. She had completely forgotten about having to rewrite her homework. Pei Xiuyan had already arrived in the classroom and was looking down at the students' self-study materials. Professor Pei. Li Miroi walked over and placed the coffee on the lectern. There were also 2 defu cakes in the bag. Pei Xiuyan looked at her with thin lips and said lightly, "Thank you, Li, for your kindness, but I don't like sweets." He thought that Li Miroi wanted to bribe him so that he wouldn't do his homework, and she had done something like that before. Li Miroi whispered, "Yi Yunqing asked me to deliver it. She is worried that Professor Pei has not had breakfast and is heartbroken. That's why they're sisters, they're like gods." Pei Xiuyan took a defu out of his bag and ate it in front of Li Miroi. "I thought you didn't like sweets." Li Miroi sat down in a chair. These two have been married for 2 years, so they shouldn't be so infatuated with each other. Pei Xiuyan took out his phone and sent a text message to Yi Yunchang. Yi Yunchang was lying on a bench, her head resting on Feng Shi's legs, basking in the autumn sun. She heard the sound of a message, so she took out her phone and read it. Pei Xiuyan's message only had 4 words, "Thank you, wife." She raised the corner of her mouth and replied with a face that said she wanted a kiss. Pei Xiuyan saw the message and walked out of the classroom, kissing her phone. She learned this from Yi Yuncheng. Feng Shi leaned back on the bench and gently pinched Yi Yuncheng's face with her fingers. She had thought that Yi would get married first, since she was the one who had decided to become a nun after graduation. Because their instructor had suddenly called in sick, their class had been rescheduled for tomorrow. Yi Yuncheng's eyebrows and eyes were smiling, and her phone had been put away. She leaned over and put her arms around Feng Shi's waist. "Don't be sad, I'll always be with you." "I'm worried, they're really bad." Feng Shi said, stroked Yi Yuncheng's head. "From today onwards, I will pick you up and drop you off at school, so as to not give them the opportunity to do anything. I've also bought anti-rape weapons and spray." Yi Yuncheng actually felt very sorry for Feng Shi. She had often talked about the future in front of her before. She had originally planned to marry He as soon as she graduated, and then open a small shop, so that she could take care of her family and be financially independent at the same time. She appeared to be carefree, but how could she not be sad? Yi Yuncheng rubbed Feng Shi's stomach. "He is not worthy of you. You will meet someone better who will spoil you, love you, and plan the future with you." Feng Shi's nose grew a little bit sore, and she lowered her head. Li Mirei is a carefree person who doesn't pay much attention, but Yi Yuncheng is sensitive and understands her the best. "I didn't intend to say yes at first, but he got down on one knee and proposed with a ring. After we started living together, he took care of me in every way, sending me flowers every day. We even planned to open a flower shop after graduation, and we even had a name picked out for our baby." Feng Shi's eyes welled up as she spoke, and tears fell on Yi Yuncheng's face. She had given him her most precious and pure feelings, only to get such a result in return. Yi Yuncheng sat up and held Feng Shi in his arms, gently stroking her back. "It is much better to cry than to hold it in, otherwise you will sooner or later suffocate yourself." She could tell from Feng Shi's face today that she was not feeling well. Feng Shi could not breathe as she cried. Yi Yuncheng said with concern, "He is such a scumbag, it is right to break up, otherwise who knows what he will do to you after marriage. This is also a timely stop loss, our Shibao will meet someone better." Yi Yuncheng wiped Feng Shi's tears. "This week, let's go out for a big meal, we'll eat whatever you want, don't cry." "Then I want milk tea." Feng Shi's shoulders shook, her voice choking. Yi Yuncheng took Feng Shi's hand and stood up. "Okay, let's go buy milk tea together, let's get 10 cups. Feng Shi followed Yi Yuncheng around, watching her eyes turn red, her heart warmed. Yi Yuncheng's tears were just swimming in her eyes, but she couldn't cry, otherwise she wouldn't be comforting Feng Shi would be comforting her instead. The two went to the school milk tea shop, bought 3 cups of milk tea and 3 sausages, and waited for Li Mirei to finish class. Li Mirei gritted her teeth, her sister-in-law's husband was laughing to death, her pen was about to write smoke, she was determined that she would never marry an educator, it was deadly, too deadly. Finally, the class was over. Li Miru leaned over her desk and looked at Pei Xiuyan, who was about to leave with a cup of coffee. Yi Yuncheng couldn't stand it. Imagine, Pei Xiuyan suddenly asked her seriously while she was sleeping to answer the question of what the phosphorylation of OSNAC23 fusion would promote. It was killing her. But she didn't know that Pei Xiuyan would never ask Yi Yuncheng these questions in bed. Pei Xiuyan had just walked out of the classroom when she ran into Shuelai. She looked at Pei Xiuyan with a deathly look on her face. Professor Pei, save me, after the assessment is over, I will treat you two to a big meal. Pei Xiuyan took a sip of coffee and ignored Shui Lai's meaning. If she failed the assessment, it would mean that she was not qualified to teach at Astor University. Shui Lai followed Pei Xiuyan with a solemn face. I'm not messing around anymore, I have a few professional questions for you. Pei Xiuyan slowed down when she heard this. Shui Lai asked with a serious expression. This was her last chance, and Pei Xiuyan answered very seriously. Yi Yuncheng and Feng Shi were standing outside the teaching building waiting for Li Mireille. Wow, I always thought that Professors Pei and Shui were a good match, one is gentle and refined, and the other is passionate as fire. I also think that Professor Pei likes to wear suits, and Professor Shui likes to wear long skirts. Their temperament and height are a perfect match, it's just perfect. Two students who had finished class passed by and chatted, but unfortunately Yi Yuncheng heard them. Feng Shi, who was standing nearby, frowned. Can't you just go home after you leave the house with a broken mouth? Pei Xiuyan never spoke to Shui Lai again after answering the question. Shui Lai was in a hurry to go back and write the report, and when he passed by, he winked at Yi Yuncheng. Pei Xiuyan petted Yi Yuncheng's head as he passed by, and then walked towards the office. Li Mireille threw herself into Yi Yuncheng's arms, looking as if she was about to burst into tears. I'm a university student, and I'm about to graduate, but I still have to make up homework. Where is justice in the world? Feng Shi handed Li Mireille a milk tea and a roasted sausage. Li Mireille mumbled as she ate, You probably won't believe this when I tell you, but when I gave Professor Pei the coffee and the daifuku, he said blandly, I don't eat sweets, and ended up eating both of them, saying that Yi Yuncheng had given them to him. Yi Yuncheng lowered her head, her face flushed. A large double-standard scene. I have something to do tonight, so I'll go home first. Yi Yuncheng was going to go home and catch up on some sleep, then take a bath, and wait for Pei Xiuyan to get off work in the evening, so they could go to the aquarium for dinner together. Every day was full of different expectations, and Yi Yuncheng couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth rise. We'll walk you home. Feng Shi said, taking Yi Yuncheng's arm, and they didn't feel comfortable letting her go home alone. Yi Yuncheng had no choice but to agree. After Feng Shi and Li Mireille took Yi Yuncheng upstairs, they refused to stay no matter what she said. Because Feng Shi and Li Mireille worked part-time together at a cake shop, paid by the hour, they were not young anymore and were embarrassed to ask the family for money. Yi Yuncheng closed the door, ran into the bathroom, and then turned around in the mirror. Why couldn't she grow taller? She dug out the 8-centimeter high heels that she hadn't worn in a long time. Then she took out a black long dress from the box she had packed before. There was an S-shaped hollow design from the chest to the waist, and the design on the back was even more daring, almost completely hollow. It was a little after 5 p.m. when Pei Xiuyan texted that he would be home soon. Yi Yuncheng put on a black suspender in black silk, paired with a black long dress, and wore 8-centimeter high heels. She also specially applied a delicate makeup, and her hair was slightly curled up, looking noble and delicate, yet elegant. Yi Yuncheng was still wondering whether to bring a jacket, but the door rang, and she turned her head to take a look. Pei Xiuyan stood in the doorway, raising his eyebrows slightly. Yi Yuncheng smiled and walked over to Pei Xiuyan, just reaching his ear. Let's go, we'll go to the aquarium for dinner. With that, Yi Yuncheng took Pei Xiuyan's arm. Yuncheng. Pei Xiuyan turned his head, and he didn't need to look down to see the pride of a little woman. What's wrong? Yi Yuncheng frowned, and a trace of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle, It's windy outside. This dress is very nice, suitable for at home, in bed, just not suitable for going out. I don't know why, before I didn't care what kind of clothes she wore, as long as she liked it, but now I will be selfish, I want to monopolize her beauty. I'm not afraid of the cold. Yi Yuncheng finished speaking and urged, Let's go, I'm hungry. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yuncheng's waist as they left the house. She liked it, so he complied. He couldn't upset her because of his selfishness. Yi Yuncheng hadn't walked for a few steps when her feet started to ache. She hadn't worn 8-centimeter heels for a long time. After getting into the car, Pei Xiuyan took the wheel. Yi Yuncheng had suddenly changed her style of dressing, so there must be a reason. Was it something he said or did that made her misunderstand? Yi Yuncheng took out her phone and, unlike in the past, this time she chose a piano song instead of a love song. Pei Xiuyan started the car and went to the aquarium. Yi Yuncheng sat elegantly in the passenger seat. After all, she had taken etiquette classes since she was young, and even Ho Xiuji could not find fault with her in this regard. All the way there, Pei Xiuyan did not say a word. He was focused on driving and kept looking for his mistakes. When they arrived at the aquarium, Yi Yunqing got out of the car. The autumn wind was piercingly cold. Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket and draped it over Yi Yunqing's shoulders. "I've already booked a seat. Let's go eat first, and then go to the aquarium," Pei Xiuyan said, putting his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist, afraid that she might sprain her ankle. Yi Yunqing walked very steadily, and although her feet were uncomfortable, she didn't show it. She just had to be worthy of Pei Xiuyan. After arriving at the reserved table, Yi Yunqing tightened the jacket on her body. It smelled faintly of tea, which was very nice, a unique smell of Pei Xiuyan. The table where they were dining was located underneath the aquarium, surrounded by transparent glass, from which they could clearly see the marine life swimming around. It was beautiful and dreamlike, as if they were in the ocean. Yi Yunqing sat on a white chair, resting her chin in her hands as she quietly watched Pei Xiuyan. After Pei Xiuyan called the waiter to take their order, he looked at Yi Yunqing tenderly and said, "My dear, you look beautiful today." Yi Yunqing licked her lips and whispered, "So I wasn't beautiful before," as she placed her slender fingers on Pei Xiuyan's thin lips. "You know I didn't mean that." Pei Xiuyan's voice was warm and gentle, and his lips moved slightly. Yi Yunqing pressed her finger slightly harder. "So do you like it?" Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing's finger and then said in a deep voice, "I love it very much." Yi Yunqing withdrew her finger, smiled and looked at Pei Xiuyan, and her legs under the table were not honest, and they kept brushing against Pei Xiuyan's legs. Pei Xiuyan crossed his legs and leaned his body against the chair behind him. "Wife, I regret not eating at home," Pei Xiuyan said calmly. Yi Yunqing leaned slightly forward. "It's too late to regret it. Now you can only eat, but you can have a midnight snack when you get home. I don't have class tomorrow." Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing, and the pupils behind his glasses darkened. "I think we can have some dessert first, and then come back to dinner. What do you think, wife?" Pei Xiuyan glanced down. Yi Yunqing's delicate little face was slightly red. She withdrew her little foot. If she really stepped on it, I'm afraid there would be no dinner. Pei Xiuyan waited patiently. Chapter 48. Who are you bullying? Yi Yunqing wiped his mouth after dinner. Pei Xiuyan's gaze was very gentle, and he whispered, "Going home? Didn't he say that after dinner they were going to the aquarium?" Yi Yunqing got up gracefully, with a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth. Pei Xiuyan gave a faint smile, got up, put his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist, and led her to the viewing hall. Half an hour later, Yi Yunqing was speechless, hugging a stuffed dolphin doll, while Pei Xiuyan, carrying a stuffed starfish bag, was holding some cute pendants inside. Yi Yunqing hated herself for being so weak. She had wanted to be mature and stable, but how could she help it? Pei Xiuyan saw that she was unhappy and couldn't help but ask softly, "What's wrong? Did you not get the mermaid pendant just now?" Yi Yunqing bit her lip and remained silent. She was so angry with herself that her eyes were uncontrollably red. "My feet hurt." What sins has she committed? Every step she takes feels like her feet are being stabbed with needles. She even feels that her feet are being tortured in her high heels. Pei Xiuyan walked up to Yi Yunqing and crouched down. "Here, let me carry you." "No." Yi Yunqing pursed her lips. She also wanted to hear someone say that he and Pei Xiuyan looked good together. Pei Xiuyan stood up, and this time, without asking Yi Yunqing's opinion, he simply picked her up and carried her across his shoulders. "Husband." Yi Yunqing wrapped her arms tightly around Pei Xiuyan's neck, startled by his actions. Pei Xiuyan looked down at her intently. "Don't force yourself to do something you don't like. But they say that maturity suits you." Yi Yunqing lowered her head after finishing speaking. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips. He should have been seen walking with Shui Lai at school, but she had misunderstood. He was lucky to have such a lovely wife. What they said didn't count. Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly. Yi Yunqing put his arms around Pei Xiuyan. "Honey, tomorrow you wear the cute bear sweatshirt to class. We match, we're a perfect match." "Okay, but it's absurd to judge whether two people are a good match based on their clothing preferences." After Pei Xiuyan finished speaking, he looked at Yi Yunqing, who was a little shy in his arms and blushing. Another day of being educated by Professor Pei. After Yi Yunqing finished being spoiled, she moved her aching calves. "I don't want to wear high heels even if I get married." "Okay." Pei Xiuyan took it to heart. Yi Yunqing swung her calves. "Am I too light?" She didn't dare to ask if it was heavy, afraid that Pei Xiuyan would answer, Pei Xiuyan arched his lips and walked quickly towards the parking lot. Yi Yunqing was placed in the back seat and was confused when Pei Xiuyan's tall body leaned down and firmly fixed her in his arms. Husband. Yi Yunqing blinked, her heartbeat quickening in the confined space. Pei Xiuyan's kiss was heavy with lust, and his tongue was sucked into his mouth. Yi Yunqing's breath became unsteady until her skirt was piled up around her waist. Honey, let's go home. Yi Yunqing's voice was a little weak and small. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Can you take off my glasses for me?" Yi Yunqing was so embarrassed that she lifted her hand, but she couldn't help it. Pei Xiuyan's kiss followed the collarbone down. His tie was pulled off and hung on the backrest of the front seat. The parking lot was full of people. After all, it was close to closing time, and most people were driving home. Occasionally, car headlights would flicker past, and although it was only for a split second, it still made Yi Yunqing nervous. "Be good, don't be nervous," Pei Xiuyan whispered soothingly. Yi Yunqing's shoulders trembled slightly, and her lips were slightly open. Pei Xiuyan was very gentle. Until Yi Yunqing got up, her hand lowered. Pei Xiuyan, she didn't expect that he would be in such a place. The smell in the car was too ambiguous, she couldn't stand it, her chest was heaving, and she couldn't even breathe properly. Pei Xiuyan's white shirt was slightly open, his forehead hair was hanging down, and the lust in his eyes had not subsided. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Yi Yunqing lowered her head. Where were her little pants? A large piece of her skirt had turned dark, and the front was even more unwatchable, ruining the high-end dress. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and hoarse. "I'm sorry, you ended all my reason." Yi Yunqing glared at Pei Xiuyan. "But I listened to my wife very well, only 2/3. The hoarse voice rang in her ears, and Yi Yunqing covered her face. "No, stop talking and help me find my little pants." "I'm so embarrassed." Pei Xiuyan handed them to Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan a coquettish look. "Bad taste." Pei Xiuyan petted her head and got out of the car. Yi Yunqing thought that Pei Xiuyan was going to drive home, but he tidied his slightly rumpled clothes and went to the aquarium shop. When he returned, he was holding a cup of milk tea with a jasmine tea float and a mermaid charm. Yi Yunqing held the milk tea in her hands and looked at the mermaid charm in her hands, and whispered, "I thought you said it was sold out." She happened to come across some for sale when she was buying the milk tea. Pei Xiuyan finished speaking and started the car. Yi Yunqing was overjoyed. "I'll give you the little octopus as a car keychain later." While waiting for the traffic light to change, Pei Xiuyan handed Yi Yunqing his car keys. Yi Yunqing smiled and took out the plush little octopus from her bag. The car keys to the Rolls-Royce had a very cute accessory added, and Yi Yunqing looked at her handiwork with satisfaction. After Yi Yunqing had played with it for a while, she said weakly, "No more, I'm embarrassed just thinking about it." Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips. Yi Yunqing took this as his acquiescence. This is a huge misunderstanding. After arriving home, Yi Yunqing took a hot bath. Her pale little feet were rubbed red, and she frowned in pain when she touched them lightly. When Yi Yunqing returned to bed, she saw that Pei Xiuyan was already waiting for her with ointment. "No, they're not swollen." Yi Yunqing blushed when she finished speaking. "Doesn't this mean that she just looked?" Pei Xiuyan stroked Yi Yunqing's head. "Doesn't your foot hurt a lot?" Yi Yunqing sat by the bed, and Pei Xiuyan held her little foot and applied medicine to it. "Little idiot." Pei Xiuyan felt heartbroken as he looked at it. Yunqing's foot was swollen and tearful, and her toes were chafed and peeling. Yi Yunqing sighed. "High heels are good-looking, but the more beautiful they are, the more fatal they are." "I agree with the latter part of what you said." Pei Xiuyan finished and gently kissed Yi Yunqing's lips. Yi Yunqing's eyebrows and eyes curved. "Honey, I'm not going to class, but you have to go to work." "Then I'll go take a shower first." With that, Pei Xiuyan pulled up the quilt and draped it over Yi Yunqing. After Pei Xiuyan entered the bathroom, Yi Yunqing collapsed directly onto the bed. She was getting more and more tortured. Yi Yunqing waited for a while before crawling into the covers. Her phone was running out of battery, so she simply gave up and went to read a book. When Pei Xiuyan came out, Yi Yunqing frowned. Her IQ had been gradually declining recently. She had read suspense novels by foreign authors, and although the authors had provided a relationship chart, she still couldn't understand them. Pei Xiuyan lay on the bed, and Yi Yunqing moved closer to him. "So who is the murderer?" Yi Yunqing said, holding up the book. Pei Xiuyan took the novel and placed it on the bedside table. "If I tell you, you won't be interested in reading on." "That's not necessarily the case. For example, in the romantic novels I read, the hero and heroine always end up together, but I still want to read them, because the process is important." Yi Yunqing gave a little tongue-in-cheek smile. Pei Xiuyan turned off the bedside lamp and spoke in a low, deep voice. As far as I can remember, the process has been edited. Yi Yunqing gave a little-footed gentle kick on Pei Xiuyan's leg. Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunqing. Honey, you're not going to school tomorrow. Yi Yunqing moved forward a little. At school, the teacher taught them to stay away from dangerous objects or people. Pei Xiuyan suppressed a smile. What I mean is, if you don't go to school tomorrow, can you go to school to bring me lunch? You eat in the cafeteria, don't you? Yi Yunqing turned around and looked at Pei Xiuyan with confusion. Pei Xiuyan gently lifted Yi Yunqing's chin. But the cafeteria doesn't have my Yunqing. Yi Yunqing's face was pressed against Pei Xiuyan's chest. Pei Xiuyan forced his desire to subside. Good night. Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan a light kiss on the chin. I hope you always love me like this. Pei Xiuyan's arm tightened. In the morning, Pei Xiuyan saw that Yi Yunqing was sleeping soundly, so he didn't wake her up. When he left, he had already prepared the milk and breakfast. Yi Yunqing didn't get up until 10 o'clock in the morning. After watching the tablet for a while and brushing up on some videos, she remembered to bring lunch to Pei Xiuyan. Yawning, she went into the kitchen after a brief freshen up. She saw that breakfast was still on the counter, so she smiled and put it in the microwave to heat it up. While eating, she made low-fat Yangzhou fried rice and fried a piece of lamb chops. Before leaving, she also brewed a cup of white tea. Since they were not going to school, Feng Shi and Li Miwei went to work early, and reminded Yi Yunqing not to go out alone. Yi Yunqing's phone was turned off and she forgot to charge it, so she didn't see the reminder. And she kept thinking about going to deliver lunch to Pei Xiuyan, neglecting the He Hui brothers. After leaving the residential area, she went to the convenience store and bought 2 small bags of snacks. She was going to stay in the office with Pei Xiuyan in the afternoon. At this time, He Sun, who was sitting in the car, called He Hui and told him that Yi Yunqing had gone to school alone. After discovering that the couple app had not been deleted, he gave up his previous idea. Anyway, he only cares about the end result, not the process. He Hui was sitting in a single-room internet cafe not far from the school. Hearing what He Sun said, he picked up the car keys and went out the door. He was just waiting for Yi Yunqing to place an order. Yi Yunqing was in a good mood, carrying a lunchbox and a cute cloth pendant hanging from the handle. A black stretch limousine pulled up next to Yi Yunqing, and suddenly 3 men got out of the car and dragged Yi Yunqing towards the car without saying a word. Yi Yunqing was startled, and the lunchbox fell to the ground, shattering the glass thermos. Who are you? Are you crazy? Yi Yunqing struggled. Someone was dragging someone in the street in broad daylight, absolutely crazy. He Hui sat in the passenger seat, wearing black glasses. Your father owes me more than 10 million yuan. I don't mean anything by this, I just want your father to pay up. He met these people in an internet cafe, so he didn't tell the truth and just told them that it was Yi Yunqing's father who owed him money, and after getting the money, he would give them 50,000 yuan each. Usually, when he was in the internet cafe, he would treat everyone, and he was generous with his spending. He also drove a sports car, so the 3 men didn't suspect him. Yi Yunqing struggled, but it wasn't yet time for school to end, and there were very few pedestrians on the road. Hey, I was thinking of more high-end methods, but this is just robbing people directly. A teenager wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans walked out from the side. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and looked no more than 20 years old. Yi Yunqing's face turned pale with fear as she looked to the young man for help. I don't know them, please help me. What are you doing just standing there? Hurry up, He Hui snapped. The young man stepped forward, blocking the car door, and held a folding fruit knife in his hand, pressing it directly against the other man's neck. He spoke in a relaxed tone, let go. As he spoke, he applied a little pressure, and blood flowed down the fruit knife. The man, in pain, hurriedly let go of Yi Yunqing's hand. A chill rose in his heart. He had a feeling that if he didn't let go, the young man in front of him would definitely show no mercy, even though he was smiling. Yi Yunqing hid behind the young man, his legs shaking. He actually dared to rob someone in the street. The young man raised his eyebrows and put away the dagger. Do you want to get to know each other, Mrs. Pei's personal bodyguard, Li Tian? Let's go, what's there to talk about? He Hui snapped. The man slammed the car door and the extended-length sedan roared off. Li Tian turned around, scratching the back of his head, and looked at Yi Yunqing apologetically. Mrs. Pei, I'm sorry, Mr. Pei asked me to protect you, but I just went to the bathroom. He had originally thought that Yi Yunqing would still be choosing for a while at the convenience store, but who knew she would come out so quickly? Yi Yunqing was a little pale after the shock. She nodded slightly, then let out a long sigh of relief. She was going to call the police. Pei Xiuyan was in the laboratory, but seeing that it was almost time, he picked up his jacket that was lying aside and walked out. Just then his phone rang. That Mr. Pei is sorry, there was a little accident. Pei Xiuyan didn't wait for Li Tian to finish speaking, his voice turned cold. Where is my wife? Mrs. Pei is giving a statement to the police. She called the police. Li Tian stood in front of the police station. Normally, a woman in such a wealthy family wouldn't just go home and tell her husband what happened. This was his first time working as a personal bodyguard, so he didn't have much experience. Why was it not what he expected? Yi Yunqing told him exactly what happened, including the approximate time and location, as well as the information and screenshots of He Hui harassing her before. We understand what happened. We will send someone to investigate immediately. Thank you. Yi Yunqing stood up after finishing speaking. What era is this? He Hui and his brother just like playing games and watching movies too much, they are idle. After Yi Yunqing left, she borrowed Li Tian's phone and called Jiang Chen. After explaining the reason, she said lightly, Mom, tell the company's team of lawyers to wait for me. Kidnapping someone on the street, if he is not made to serve 10 years in prison, he will never learn his lesson and will bully someone else. When Pei Xiuyan arrived, Yi Yunqing had just hung up the phone. The moment Yi Yunqing saw Pei Xiuyan, she was instantly overwhelmed with grievances, and tears fell down her face. Husband. All of the fear and panic came out in an instant. Chapter 49 Pei Xiuyan gets jealous too. Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunqing, who was trembling slightly, and at the moment he received the phone call, he felt the air in his chest sucked away instantly. His heart was in a state of suspense the whole way. Yi Yunqing was crying with tear-stained cheeks, her eyes red and her fair cheeks slightly flushed. Her voice was choked with emotion. Husband, He Hui wanted to kidnap me. Pei Xiuyan cupped Yi Yunqing's delicate little face in his hands. His heart ached, and his voice was a little hoarse. Well, my husband knows, I'm sorry, I've scared you. After hearing the recording, he hired a personal bodyguard, but Yi Yunqing's personality would probably not like a man following her, so he asked Li Tian to protect her secretly and not interfere with her normal life. But he didn't expect He Hui to dare to kidnap Yi Yunqing directly on the street, which was his negligence. Li Tian scratched the back of his head, embarrassed and wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. The girl was shopping at the convenience store, and according to his understanding, she would definitely not be able to get out in less than 10 minutes. But Yi Yunqing went in and came out in less than 2 minutes. Because he didn't know, Yi Yunqing was in a hurry to take lunch to Pei Xiuyan. President Pei, I'm sorry, because of my mistake, Mrs. Pei was frightened. I'm willing to deduct 70% from the commission. Li Tian stood to one side, head bowed, his heart bleeding. He had lost 700,000 yuan just going to the bathroom. Pei Xiuyan didn't care about Li Tian, he picked Yi Yunqing up. Let's go home, my dear, I'll do nothing else today, just stay with you. No, you don't have to, you're so busy. Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan a soft kiss on the cheek. Pei Xiuyan looked down at Yunqing in his arms. You're more important than anything. The pain in his eyes was unmistakable. The thought that just now his wife had been in danger made it hard for him to control his emotions. Li Tian felt a great sense of guilt. That Mr. Pei. I don't think we need to continue this conversation. Pei Xiuyan's voice was light. 1 million a day, and yet there was still such a mistake. The thought that Yi Yunqing had almost been in danger was intolerable. Yi Yunqing looked at Li Tian, who had stopped walking, and rubbed his face against Pei Xiuyan's body. Honey, it's a lot of trouble to replace someone at the last minute, so just take him. Li Tian looked up at Yi Yunqing gratefully. He had made a fatal mistake at work, and he could not even dream of being retained. He had a sick sister at home who needed a lot of money to sustain her life, otherwise he would not have come out to work as a personal bodyguard. Fine, as you wish. Pei Xiuyan made a concession. As long as Yi Yunqing spoke, he would mostly make concessions. After returning home, Yi Yunqing went to the kitchen. Pei Xiuyan hadn't eaten lunch yet. Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and stood by the sink washing vegetables, occasionally turning his head to look at Yi Yunqing, who was cooking seriously. He was no longer so aggrieved and scared. Yi Yunqing rubbed against Pei Xiuyan like a spoiled child. Pei Xiuyan ran his hand through Yi Yunqing's hair. Why didn't you call your husband first? Yi Yunqing tilted her head slightly, holding back a smile as she looked at Pei Xiuyan. Of course I was afraid you'd worry, that's why I was going to call the police and then go pack your lunch. Pei Xiuyan's eyes darkened. But after seeing you, I felt scared and aggrieved. After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, she put a hand on the kitchen counter and pouted her bottom. Next time something happens, I'll immediately call you right away. Pei Xiuyan glanced at. Honey, what are you thinking about? Help me pull up my skirt. Yi Yunqing suppressed a smile and turned her head to look at Pei Xiuyan. She wanted to change the subject. His eyes were full of pain, and it made her feel sad. Pei Xiuyan walked up behind Yi Yunqing, put his arms around her, and said in a low voice, "Let's make our relationship public. I want to be with you all the time." Yi Yunqing leaned against Pei Xiuyan. She was a student who was about to graduate, so it didn't matter. But he still has to continue working at the school, and if word gets out that he's married to a student, people talk. I'm about to graduate. Yi Yunqing put her hands around Pei Xiuyan's neck and rubbed her face against his. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and kissed Yi Yunqing's fair neck. Yi Yunqing blushed and continued cooking. After dinner, Pei Xiuyan sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and held the remote control in his hands while watching the news. Yi Yunqing took a comic book and put it on Pei Xiuyan's lap. Husband, will you participate in the autumn sports meeting? She seems to have never seen Pei Xiuyan participate. Where's your wife? Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and gave Yi Yunqing's cheek a gentle squeeze with his large hand. Yi Yunqing put her legs on the back of the sofa. I participated in the relay race with my sisters, after all, I'm graduating. Pei Xiuyan originally had no plans to participate in the sports meeting, but now he does. This year, I'll participate too. Pei Xiuyan said, and kissed Yi Yunqing's lips. I want to drink the tea my wife brews. Then say something nice, like, my wife is really pretty, or my wife is the best, or something like that. Yi Yunqing smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes. Bullying Pei Xiuyan was her favorite part of the day. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips, and then whispered, Wife, you're amazing. Yi Yunqing jumped up, put on his fuzzy slippers and walked quickly towards the kitchen. It was a normal compliment, but when Pei Xiuyan said it, it sounded so. Pei Xiuyan pushed his glasses up and leaned back on the sofa, a smile curving his lips. Yi Yunqing took out the purple clay teapot. She had studied flower arranging and tea art a lot, but she didn't think she would ever need it. She never imagined that she would have a husband who liked to drink tea at the age of 30. Pei Xiuyan rested his head and quietly watched the news until Yi Yunqing returned. He then looked up and said, Thank you, wife. Yi Yunqing placed the tea on the coffee table and put her hands behind her back. Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses and kissed Yi Yunqing's lips. His hands unconsciously fell on Yi Yunqing's legs. The tea will get cold if you don't drink it. Yi Yunqing placed her hand on Pei Xiuyan's lips. It was only yesterday. Pei Xiuyan's Adam's apple moved up and down, and finally he forced himself to calm down. Yi Yunqing handed the glasses on the sofa to Pei Xiuyan. Honey, I want to see you wearing glasses next time. Yi Yunqing licked her lips after she finished speaking. She wanted to see Pei Xiuyan with glasses on, looking serious. Okay. Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly, and then he put on his glasses. Yi Yunqing sat down and picked up the comic book she had been reading halfway through. Pei Xiuyan lifted the teacup and took a sip. After a few minutes, Pei Xiuyan looked curiously at Yi Yunqing next to him. Why was the phone held upside down? Yi Yunqing hid his face and pursed his lips. I've added the deleted scenes. Pei Xiuyan touched Yi Yunqing's head and said seriously, Do you want to experience it? Yi Yunqing almost didn't react. No, don't. Yi Yunqing said and moved towards the edge of the sofa. Pei Xiuyan was just teasing Yi Yunqing. After about half an hour, Yi Yunqing threw his phone aside, wrapped his arms around Pei Xiuyan's waist, and fell asleep. Pei Xiuyan quietly called his secretary. Jiang Nan, hello, President Pei. Pei Xiuyan lowered his voice. Tell the team of company lawyers to wait for me, I'll be there in a while, and tell the catering manager to wait for me in the conference room at 4 o'clock. The He family is in the catering business. They are both adults, they should know how to take responsibility for their actions. Yi Yunqing frowned, her voice laced with sleepiness. No noise. Okay. Pei Xiuyan's voice was warm and gentle, and he gently patted Yi Yunqing on the shoulder. Yi Yunqing's sleeping position was not considered good, because she was used to sleeping with the quilt tucked in, so even without a quilt, her position did not change. Pei Xiuyan took the jacket on the sofa and covered her with it, his gentle gaze as if it could overflow with water. He doesn't like to solve problems in a rough way, but this time is different. The other party has stepped on his bottom line. Yi Yunqing woke up and glanced at her phone. It was almost 3 o'clock, time to prepare dinner. Honey, what do you want to eat? Pei Xiuyan gently wiped his finger on Yi Yunqing's face. Do you want to go out to dinner? Yes. Yi Yunqing immediately sat up, wondering what to eat for dinner. Pei Xiuyan got up and put on his jacket. Yi Yunqing went back to her room and changed into a light blue tracksuit. A small white bear brooch was in the pocket of the top. Her hair was worn in a ponytail, but she had changed it into a boxing braid, with a small white bear hair tie at the end, which was playful and cute. Yi Yunqing held the bear's hair tie and said, "Honey, do you want to?" She gave it a little shake. Pei Xiuyan leaned over and whispered in Yi Yunqing's ear, "Honey, I want." Yi Yunqing blushed. Was it her who asked the wrong thing, or was it his reply? Pei Xiuyan held out his hand, and Yi Yunqing put the bear headband on his wrist. "It's very cute." "Well, it is very cute," Pei Xiuyan said with a serious expression. Yi Yunqing took Pei Xiuyan's arm, and she wondered why everything that came out of his mouth sounded strange. After the two of them went downstairs, Pei Xiuyan whispered, "Honey, I need to go back to the office first. It will take about 10 minutes. Okay. Yi Yunqing pouted twice and put the lip gloss back in the storage box. When Pei Xiuyan passed by the milk tea shop, Yi Yunqing gave it a long look. She had just forgotten to say that she wanted to drink milk tea. "There is one downstairs at the office. You can drink milk tea there and wait for me," Pei Xiuyan said with a crooked lip. Yi Yunqing sent a flying kiss. "Where can you find such a good husband?" After the car stopped, Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing downstairs to the company. Yi Yunqing had previously wondered if anyone would open a milk tea shop downstairs from his company. "I didn't pay attention last time." When they arrived, Yi Yunqing realized that the milk tea shop was actually for company employees, and as long as you have a work ID, you can go in and drink at any time. "I must come an intern at the company." Yi Yunqing shook Pei Xiuyan's hand. When Pei Xiuyan went in, the staff were momentarily taken aback, but then politely greeted him. "Wait here for me." After Pei Xiuyan had said this, he pinched Yi Yunqing's little nose. "A strawberry milk tea, please." The staff nodded and busily began preparing the milk tea. Yi Yunqing held the milk tea in his hands, and when he turned around, he almost choked. There were 4 security guards standing in front of the milk tea shop, and in the distance, Li Tian was sitting on a stone bench smoking a cigarette and playing with a lighter in his hand. Pei Xiuyan went upstairs and gave the legal team a meeting 5 minutes later. Kidnapping in the street is considered a minor offense, and if you add in the emotional distress, threats, and intimidation. The legal team understood what Pei Xiuyan meant. It would probably mean spending the rest of his life in prison. Pei Xiuyan held a private meeting with the general manager of the catering department. "I can afford to pay, but he can't. He has 42 stores now, and I want to see results within a month," Pei Xiuyan said, and put the information prepared by Jiang Nan in front of the restaurant manager. The restaurant manager was a middle-aged man, a bit overweight, and his suit jacket couldn't be buttoned at all. He frowned. "It's not that I can't afford to pay, but I can at least make him close 20 stores in a month, and I'll consider it my lack of ability if it's less." "It's a problem." Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle, and his expression was indifferent. The restaurant manager stood up and looked at Pei Xiuyan with a smile. "Mr. Pei, don't worry about this trivial matter. I will let you know as soon as I get any news." Pei Xiuyan nodded, glanced at the time, and it was almost 10 minutes. Yunchang was still waiting for him at the milk tea shop. Yi Yunchang took a glass of lemon juice and walked out. Li Tian crossed his legs and played with his lighter in his hand. When he saw Yi Yunchang coming over, he immediately threw the lighter into his pocket. "Mrs. Pei." Yi Yunchang handed him the lemonade. "There's no need to be so nervous." Li Tian took the lemonade and looked at Yi Yunchang a little embarrassed. "Mrs. Pei, just ignore me, otherwise I'll have to find a way to avoid you." "No need." Yi Yunchang smiled. Pei Xiuyan walked over to Yi Yunchang and his eyes darkened. "Wife." Yi Yunchang turned his head and took Pei Xiuyan's hand. "I've decided what I want to eat." "Good." Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly. Yi Yunchang whispered, "He doesn't look very old, so I gave him a glass of lemonade. I don't mind you having contact with the opposite sex, but he's your bodyguard, and if you get too close to him, it could compromise your safety." After saying this, Pei Xiuyan looked down at Yi Yunchang beside him. Yi Yunchang nodded. "Okay, I understand." "Isn't he jealous?" Pei Xiuyan is always so serious about everything, and sometimes it's hard to guess what he's thinking. Pei Xiuyan opened the car door and Yi Yunchang got in. "Honestly, honey, are you really not jealous?" Yi Yunchang turned her head and looked at Pei Xiuyan, carefully observing his expression. Pei Xiuyan sighed and put his hand on the steering wheel. I have friends and business partners of the opposite sex around me, so I can't ask Yunqing to have no one of the opposite sex around him, but jealousy is inevitable. Yi Yunqing smiled. No one else would put it so seriously when talking about jealousy. I'm not a saint, and I can't live up to some standards. Pei Xiuyan finished and started the car. Yi Yunqing nodded. I get jealous too. For example, I saw Shuelai standing next to you before, but I trust my husband. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips. He also believes that Yi Yunqing will not betray him, but that's a different matter from being jealous or not. But he will control this emotion in the future. After all, there will be other people of the opposite sex around Yi Yunqing sooner or later, colleagues, friends, business partners. If he often feels this kind of jealousy, it will make Yi Yunqing very uncomfortable. He deeply understands the seriousness of this. Hubby, I like it when you get jealous and care about how I look. After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, he blushed and looked out the window. Pei Xiuyan lightly pursed his thin lips. A little overboard is fine. Chapter 50 Teasing Yi Yunqing. After arriving at the scheduled restaurant, Yi Yunqing sat down and carefully looked at the menu until she noticed a free doll behind the set meal and hesitated. Yi Yunqing turned to the waiter and asked, "Excuse me, how big is this stuffed animal?" The waiter smiled and gave a measurement. "It's fine to hold while sleeping." Pei Xiuyan arched his lips. 2 set meals, plus 2 steaks, 1 medium rare and 1 medium well, and a glass of lemonade, please. We won't be able to finish it all, Yi Yunqing whispered. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips in silence. After about 10 minutes, the set meal was served first. Yi Yunqing looked at the delicate, almost childish-looking food and was a little speechless. She picked up the miniature steak. She had to use half her mouth for one bite. Was this serious? But fortunately, the stuffed panda was very pretty, Yi Yunqing's favorite. Luckily you had foresight, otherwise the two of us would have gone hungry. Yi Yunqing said, putting the stuffed panda aside. Pei Xiuyan didn't know. He was just afraid that the set meal wasn't delicious and that Yi Yunqing wouldn't be able to eat enough. At that moment, an old lady came over. She looked to be in her 70s. She smiled and came over to Yi Yunqing politely and said, "Excuse me, madam, for disturbing you, but my granddaughter really likes this stuffed panda, but it's already sold." Before she could finish speaking, a little girl of 7 or 8 ran over, grabbed the stuffed panda that Yi Yunqing had placed aside, and said, "I told you to order the combo meal, but you wouldn't listen." The lemonade on the table poured directly onto Yi Yunqing, who hurriedly stood up. Pei Xiuyan took a handkerchief and walked over. The girl returned the doll to the lady. The old lady was a bit hunched over and was leaning on a cane. The little girl hugged the stuffed animal and made a face at the old woman. "I won't. I said I wanted the combo meal, but you wouldn't listen. I hate it." Yi Yunqing glanced at Pei Xiuyan, who was frowning and clearly not very happy. The old woman looked at Yi Yunqing with some embarrassment. "Madam, I'm willing to pay double the price for this doll." With that, she took out cash from her wallet. "No sale." Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly, and he looked at the little girl standing opposite him with a stern face. "Put the doll back." His voice was a little harsh. The little girl was so scared that she directly put the stuffed doll back on the chair, and then she ran back to her original position. She patted the table, stamped her feet, and shouted hysterically, "I already said I want the set meal, not the steak. I hate it, I'm crying." Everyone around looked over. The old lady looked embarrassed, but in the end she took the money back. The girl stopped crying. "The old lady will come buy it for you tomorrow." The old lady walked back with her cane. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan, who was frowning and looking at the little girl who kept crying in the distance. The little girl was screaming at the top of her lungs, and the sound was so loud that more and more people were looking over. The two waiters cooed softly at her, but it was useless. A couple sitting not far away couldn't help but laugh. "This child, she has no manners at all. If she were my daughter, I would beat her to death." "Don't worry, we can't have a daughter like that. It's obvious she's spoiled." Pei Xiuyan looked down at Yi Yunqing. "Honey, can you give up a doll?" He would ask her opinion. After all, it was something she liked. Yi Yunqing nodded slightly. Pei Xiuyan picked up a doll and walked over. When the little girl saw Pei Xiuyan coming over, she hid directly behind her grandmother, too scared to cry, her little body shaking nonstop. The grandmother lovingly protected her granddaughter. Pei Xiuyan reached out and ran his hand over the little girl's head. "Apologize to your grandmother and promise that it won't happen again, and the doll is yours." The little girl looked at Pei Xiuyan with pleading eyes, but didn't dare to reach out. Pei Xiuyan's gaze softened. The little girl spoke with a quivering voice. She really wanted the doll. Mom, Grandma, yes, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. What else? Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle. The little girl's shoulders shook, her eyes red with crying. I won't do it again. Pei Xiuyan handed the stuffed doll to the little girl, and his expression became serious again. If you had just discussed it properly with the older girl, she might have given it to you. Even if she didn't, you shouldn't have just taken it, understand? The little girl hugged the stuffed doll, her little face flushed, and tears still welling up in her eyes. The old woman stood by, looking at her granddaughter with concern. If she had just ordered the set meal, this wouldn't have happened. She was afraid that she wouldn't get enough to eat, so she took matters into her own hands. Pei Xiuyan looked at the old woman and nodded slightly. After all, she is the older person. Sometimes, it is important to listen to the wishes of children. Please pay attention to this. The old woman smiled and nodded. I've caused this gentleman trouble. She said this and took money out of her purse. Pei Xiuyan did not take it. The little girl had already made it clear that she wanted a stuffed animal and ordered a set meal, but the old woman was afraid that she would not be full and forcibly changed the little girl's wishes, choosing an adult set meal. The little girl was overjoyed, thinking she was going to get what she wanted. However, when the meal was served, she discovered that there was no stuffed animal she liked, and the restaurant was sold out. She is not an adult, she is just a 7 or 8-year-old child who cannot control her actions and can only express her dissatisfaction and loss with anger and roaring. But in the eyes of adults, she is being unreasonable. They originally wanted to feed her well, for her own good, but she still caused a scene. No child is born a brat. Most of the time, it's because the parents' education has not kept up or they are too indulgent. Yi Yunqing stood aside, listening to the others argue. Some said Pei Xiuyan was meddling in other people's business, while others said that it was just a stuffed doll, so there was no need to lecture the child so condescendingly. Everyone has a different perspective on things, which is why she had never dared to make her relationship with Pei Xiuyan public. People's words can be fearsome. Pei Xiuyan walked up to Yi Yunqing and said gently, this time, I don't have to worry about the pandas fighting over affection, because at least one position has been vacated for me. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan with a smile. It seems that I don't have to worry about the education of our baby. It was clear that he really liked the baby. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing and said, isn't he taking care of the baby right now? But if I say this out loud, I'm afraid Yi Yunqing won't be happy. Yi Yunqing, they had just finished eating and were about to leave the restaurant when they heard someone calling out to them from behind. Big sister, I just got your clothes dirty. This is the hair clip my mother bought me. She took off her pretty hair clip from her head and said, here, as a token of my apology. Yi Yunqing smiled at the rather childish hair clip in her hand and knelt down, saying, then would you be so kind as to put it on for me? It was clear that the little girl really liked it, but she still put it on for Yi Yunqing, saying, you're so pretty, little sister. I want to look this pretty when I grow up. Yi Yunqing's face flushed, as it was the first time she had been praised for her beauty by a child. Thank you, you are also very beautiful. Yi Yunqing patted the little girl's head, then got up and took Pei Xiuyan's arm. The old woman was leaning on a cane, and no matter how she looked at her, she felt familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Yi Yunqing got into the car. Pei Xiuyan fastened her seatbelt for her. Home, I'm going to take a hot shower and put on a face mask. Yi Yunqing said, stretching and making a comfortable grunting sound. Pei Xiuyan turned his head and looked at Yi Yunqing, his expression serious and his voice low. Can I join you? If you have good concentration, of course you can. After Yi Yunqing said this, the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and remained silent. This was indeed a test. On Saturday, I want to go shopping and eat with my sisters. After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, she took out her phone and connected the Bluetooth. Pei Xiuyan nodded. I want to have a team building on Saturday. Yi Yunqing couldn't help but laugh. Team building is fine, but can it just be called a gathering? The old cadre is speaking. Pei Xiuyan was driving. After a while, he hesitated and said, Grandma's birthday is coming up. Yi Yunqing lowered her head and played with her phone. Before, her grandmother had forced her to have a baby, made her drink medicine, and thrown her pajamas away. Because she was an elder, she could wait for Pei Xiuyan to deal with this matter, but she could not tolerate being beaten in public in a hospital. I'm not going, Yi Yunqing said indifferently. Even if Pei Xiuyan would be unhappy, she would not go. Giving a sweet treat in return for a slap was no longer popular. She can give in, after all, she is the elder, so much older, and Pei Xiuyan's grandmother, but she has a bottom line. It is untouchable. Pei Xiuyan knew that if he said it, Yi Yunchang would definitely refuse, but he had to say it, otherwise if he went to his grandmother's birthday alone without telling her, and she found out afterwards, it would be a very disrespectful act. Especially since that person is his wife. Even if Uncle Pei is angry, I won't go. Yi Yunchang pouted with a small mouth, looking unhappy. He even changed the way he addressed her. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and parked the car in a temporary parking space. He reached out and touched Yi Yuncheng's head. It was Grandma who did something wrong, and it was perfectly normal for Yuncheng not to go, and her husband wasn't upset. Yi Yuncheng looked at Pei Xiuyan and then snorted, as if she were being unreasonable. Pei Xiuyan unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over to kiss Yi Yuncheng on the corner of her lips. Good girl, it was your husband's fault for not stopping this from happening in time. I was so embarrassed at the hospital, but there was nothing I could do except cry to express my dissatisfaction. After all, she is your grandmother. Yi Yuncheng's eyes were slightly red as she spoke, a little aggrieved. Pei Xiuyan reached out and touched Yi Yuncheng's face. It's the fault of the husband and the grandmother. Yuncheng is very good. I will go alone this time for your birthday. Yuncheng will wait obediently at home, and the husband will bring back something delicious. It's good that you can understand. Yi Yuncheng pouted. Of course Pei Xiuyan can understand, after all, it wasn't Yi Yuncheng's fault. Be good, don't be sad. Pei Xiuyan cooed softly. Yi Yuncheng bit Pei Xiuyan's lips. Pei Xiuyan did not move. When he let go, Pei Xiuyan's lips were slightly red. He reached out and ran his hand through Yi Yuncheng's hair. We don't have much time this week. Next week, my husband will take you to the haunted house. Haven't you always wanted to go? Yi Yuncheng was very happy to hear this. She nodded her head and said, okay, promise me you won't go back on your word. She held out her pinky finger. Pei Xiuyan gave her a pinky swear. After returning home, Yi Yuncheng went to the bathroom. After all, a glass of lemonade was poured all over her. Pei Xiuyan went to the study. He did not go back to school this afternoon, and there was a lot of work waiting for him to deal with. When Yi Yuncheng came out of the shower, she noticed that Pei Xiuyan was not in the bedroom. She walked out and noticed that the light in the study was on. Looks like he'll be up late again. She went to the kitchen and brewed a pot of hot tea. Pei Xiuyan's hands were lowered with his chin in his hands, his expression serious and solemn. On the computer was a leave of absence letter from a student, saying that his sister was not feeling well and had to stay home to take care of her, so he could not attend class as scheduled. The key point was that this student was a freshman, and the reason given was very similar to what Li Nirui had said at the beginning. Yi Yuncheng placed the tea on the table and glanced at Pei Xiuyan's computer. Li Nirui had blocked all the students' paths. Pei Xiuyan did not immediately refuse, but was going to call and ask tomorrow. If it was true, he would still approve the leave. Yi Yuncheng stood aside and gently squeezed his shoulders. Honey, you really like the baby, don't you? Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle, and he lightly patted the back of Yi Yuncheng's hand. Honey, don't feel any pressure, just go with the flow. How can you be so nice? Yi Yuncheng put her arms around Pei Xiuyan's neck. Pei Xiuyan smiled. No one says that women must have babies. It's one thing to like it, but you should consider the feelings of your partner. If you don't like babies, I'll respect your choice. In fact, I like it too, but I haven't graduated yet and my career isn't stable. Once everything is stable, I'll definitely pester you for a baby. After Yi Yuncheng finished speaking, she lowered her head and sucked on Pei Xiuyan's earlobe. I learned it from him. Pei Xiuyan leaned back, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, his voice a little hoarse as he said in a deep voice, you can pester me now too. Yi Yuncheng's face flushed, and she immediately let go of Pei Xiuyan. No, I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going back to the bedroom. Pei Xiuyan took hold of Yi Yuncheng's wrist and held her in his arms. Stay with me for a while. With that, Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yuncheng's cheek. Yi Yuncheng wiggled her little legs a little and spoke in a small voice, obviously a little short of breath. You're leaning on me. Sorry. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low. It misses you very much. Yi Yuncheng stood up straight. Let me pour you some tea. What a professor, with a mouth that talks nonsense, it's so embarrassing. The crucial point is that he said it very seriously and in a normal tone, causing her to always feel that it was her that was wrong, that she was the one who had imagined things, that her face was yellow from embarrassment. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips and looked intently at the computer screen. Until now, she would blush at the slightest provocation, so cute that you just want to hold her in your arms and never let go. Chapter 51 Oh my god, no way. Yi Yuncheng had wanted to stay with Pei Xiuyan, but ended up falling asleep on the small sofa without realizing it. Pei Xiuyan saw this and turned off the computer, got up and walked over to the sofa to pick up the comic book. Be good, let's go back to the bedroom and sleep. He was afraid of suddenly hugging her and waking Yi Yuncheng up. Husband. Yi Yuncheng opened her eyes slightly, her voice carrying an unmistakable hint of sleepiness. Pei Xiuyan placed a light kiss on her forehead. After returning to the room, Yi Yuncheng turned around and hugged the quilt, while Pei Xiuyan went to the bathroom. In the morning, since Yi Yuncheng did not need to attend morning class, she did not get up early. Pei Xiuyan left her a note before leaving, telling her to go to the kitchen to heat up breakfast when she got up. When leaving the community, Pei Xiuyan saw Jiang Nan standing at the entrance of the community, looking around with a stuffed panda in her arms. Mr. Pei was embarrassed. I can't get into the community, and I'm afraid of disturbing you. With that, Jiang Nan handed the stuffed panda to Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan took it and placed it on the passenger seat. I can go to the company after finishing breakfast today. Jiang Nan grinned. Pei Xiuyan was the best boss she had ever had. Thank you, Mr. Pei, then I'll go eat. Because the stuffed panda didn't have a dust bag, Pei Xiuyan had to fasten a seatbelt on it to prevent it from getting dirty. It was obvious that Yun Chang really liked the stuffed panda, but he had given it away yesterday. He would never let his child down. When they arrived at the university, Pei Xiuyan went into the laboratory and didn't come out until after 9 in the evening. Yi Yuncheng made dumplings in the kitchen. She found that Pei Xiuyan didn't like boiled dumplings, so she steamed them instead, and prepared some vinegar and garlic sauce. Since Pei Xiuyan only ate vinegar, Yi Yuncheng leaned against the kitchen counter, her little feet rubbing against her calves. She had just sent a text message saying she would be right back, but why hadn't she returned yet? It wasn't until she heard the door open that she quickly put on her slippers and walked out. Honey. Pei Xiuyan smiled as he hugged the stuffed panda. He really liked the homey atmosphere. Wow. Yi Yuncheng took the stuffed panda and gave Pei Xiuyan a kiss on the cheek. You're the best, honey, and happiness is doubled. Yi Yuncheng placed the stuffed panda above the wardrobe in the bedroom. When she returned, she saw Pei Xiuyan sitting on the sofa, rubbing his brow and holding his glasses with his fingers. He looked very tired. Yi Yuncheng walked over to him with a smile, saying, "Wash your hands and come to dinner first. I'll give you a massage in the bedroom later." She held out her hand. Pei Xiuyan got up and put his arms around Yi Yuncheng, his voice low. "I've been thinking about you all day." Because he was at school, he couldn't see Yi Yuncheng all the time. Yi Yuncheng wrapped her arms around Pei Xiuyan's waist and pressed her face against his body. "Me too." Her voice was soft, as if feathers were stroking her heart, causing it to flutter. Pei Xiuyan did not restrain himself, and lowered his head to kiss Yi Yuncheng's lips. Their breaths overlapped, and their breathing gradually grew heavier. Yi Yuncheng closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering slightly. This was not their first kiss, but every time she did it, her heart would beat faster. Pei Xiuyan's voice was deep and hoarse. "Honey, can I have some dessert after dinner?" Yi Yuncheng looked into Pei Xiuyan's deep, lust-filled eyes, and she quickly lowered her head. "First, let's eat." Pei Xiuyan curved his lips, touched Yi Yuncheng's head, and then took her hand and walked towards the dining room. Yi Yuncheng sat in a chair as Pei Xiuyan carried dumplings from the kitchen. "I was going to make you leek-filled dumplings," Yi Yuncheng said, propping her chin in her hand with one hand, and smiling as she looked at Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan pulled out the chair, slightly raising the corners of his eyebrows. "Questioning your husband's abilities?" Yi Yuncheng had originally wanted to tease a little, but hearing Pei Xiuyan's slightly serious tone, she hurriedly shook her head. "No." Pei Xiuyan smiled. After finishing eating, Yi Yuncheng wiped her mouth and looked at Pei Xiuyan with pleading eyes. "Honey, I don't want to wash the dishes." "I'll do it." Pei Xiuyan stood up. He didn't intend for her to do the dishes anyway. Yi Yuncheng quickly ran into the bathroom and took a shower, then picked up the pajamas she had bought earlier. They were white, made of a thin material, and slightly see-through. Behind her waist, there was a layer of transparent tulle with small wings on both sides. The clothes were one piece, with key parts cut out. Yi Yuncheng blushed like an apple when she got dressed, so she quickly put on a cartoon pajama top. After tidying up the kitchen, Pei Xiuyan returned to the bedroom and saw Yi Yuncheng lying on the bed, dangling her little legs as she read a novel. "I've put the water for you. Bathing can relieve fatigue. I've put bath bombs in the water, so it's pink too." Yi Yuncheng turned her head and said. Pei Xiuyan placed his cufflinks on the bedside table and said, "Thanks, wife." Yi Yuncheng lowered her head and continued reading. Pei Xiuyan's laundry is ready. Pei Xiuyan lay in the bathtub, his forehead hair dripping with water. He held onto the edge with one hand and slowly closed his eyes. When he got up, he noticed that the shorts were very thin. Yi Yunqing turned her head when she heard footsteps, then hurriedly covered her eyes. Pei Xiuyan was still drying his hair with a towel in his hand, wearing only the shorts that Yi Yunqing had chosen for him. Didn't you say you wanted to give me a massage to relieve my fatigue? Pei Xiuyan said as he put the towel aside. Yi Yunqing sat up. Pei Xiuyan lay on the bed, and Yi Yunqing sat on his lap, gently kneading his shoulders and pounding his back. How was it? My technique is pretty good, right? I used to massage my mom a lot. Yi Yunqing tilted his little face up, so proud. Well, honey. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Yunqing pinched him. Stop it, I don't want you to praise me. He definitely won't be happy after I praise him. Pei Xiuyan lay on his pillow, so tired that he fell asleep. Yi Yuncheng rubbed his nose, knowing that he shouldn't have made it feel so good, but it was obvious that he was very tired today. Good night. Yi Yuncheng kissed Pei Xiuyan's shoulder lightly and turned off the light. Pei Xiuyan slept for a while, then turned over and embraced Yi Yuncheng in his arms, which was his favorite sleeping position. After a while, Yi Yuncheng fell asleep too. When she woke up in the morning, Yi Yuncheng sat dazedly on the bed, thinking about life and what she had been doing yesterday. Pei Xiuyan pinched Yi Yunqing's little face. If she didn't get up soon, she would be late. Yi Yunqing pointed at the wardrobe. I don't want to know. With that, she lowered her head directly onto the pillow, her bottom pouting. Pei Xiuyan opened the wardrobe and selected a set of sportswear for her, because the weather was gradually cooling down and it was not suitable to wear a skirt anymore. Yi Yunqing dazedly took off her pajamas and prepared to change. Pei Xiuyan's eyes behind his glasses darkened. He missed something yesterday. Yi Yunqing realized something was wrong while she was getting dressed. She immediately stood up, blushing, and walked quickly towards the bathroom. Forget about it. Pei Xiuyan entered the bathroom, and Yi Yunqing was about to change. You, don't come in. Yi Yunqing's ears to her neck were slightly red. Pei Xiuyan took her in his arms, and the mirror could reflect what they were doing. Don't. Yi Yunqing leaned against Pei Xiuyan. The big hand on her shoulder. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and kissed the neck of Yi Yunqing. No, I have a class later. Yi Yunqing said, turning around and pushing Pei Xiuyan with her hand. As a result, Pei Xiuyan lowered his head. Yi Yunqing almost couldn't stand. Shameless. Yi Yunqing said hurriedly and turned around. You go out first. Pei Xiuyan had no choice but to retreat. Yi Yunqing felt uncomfortable, all because of Pei Xiuyan. She suspected that when the baby was born, Pei Xiuyan would take the baby's job. Pei Xiuyan crossed his legs and stood by the window smoking. When he saw Yi Yunqing come out, he pressed the cigarette butt in the ashtray. His mood was still difficult to calm. Yi Yunqing gave Pei Xiuyan a coquettish glare, then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Pei Xiuyan drank his milk and looked at Yi Yunqing. Can you stop watching me drink? Yi Yunqing said and turned around again, sitting sideways on the chair. Professor Pei is getting worse and worse. Pei Xiuyan stood up. It was too late for him to regret now, so he gently stroked Yi Yunqing's face with his hand. Yi Yunqing stood up and gave him a good morning kiss as usual, but unlike before, she took a step back immediately after the kiss. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips. Yi Yunqing blushed. After Pei Xiuyan left, Yi Yunqing let out a long sigh of relief. She finally understood what Pei Xiuyan meant when he said that things would be different in a different place. At school, he was the most well-behaved, probably just kissing and giving medicine and stuff. At home or in any other place, his gentleness seemed to be less pure. He was refined and gentle to the extreme, but then he didn't do his work. Yi Yunqing tidied up a bit and left the residential area. She could no longer see Li Tian's shadow. Li Tian was also very depressed, because he went to the bathroom and his salary was cut in half, and his ability to work was questioned. The number of added bodyguards could be concluded that President Pei didn't think he was good enough. Hui knew he had messed up, so that day he drove directly out of the city, heading to his hometown to hide for a few days. His escape only made things worse. He soon was in the interrogation room at the time. He never imagined that Hui would be such a loser, letting Yi Yunqing escape, and not to mention that he had directly struck when there was surveillance. Because of the recording provided by foni, he could not get away with it either, but he told the police that he was just trying to cheer up his depressed brother and was just talking nonsense. At the time, he was using a temporary number when he called He Hui, so he cannot be said to have instructed the incident. Evidence is needed for everything. I thought he would be able to go out as soon as the 24 hours were up, but in the end, lawyers from the Yi and Pei families came and submitted even more powerful evidence. Although he had changed the SIM card when he made the call, there was a miniature camera at the location. The lawyers from the two top 100 companies can't be eating dust. The He family was in chaos. A middle-aged man in his 40s, sitting on the sofa with a look of anger on his face, was the father of the two brothers, He Run. Neither of his sons had lived up to his expectations, and they had even dared to kidnap someone. The woman sitting opposite him was holding a tissue in her hands, her swollen eyes crying, "Do something, He Hui. If anything happens to him, I'm not finished with you." He Sun's stepmother, He Hui's mother Qianmin, was beside herself with worry. She had tried everything she could, but it just wasn't working. "I told you not to spoil him, but you wouldn't listen. Now he's in trouble, and you're crying and panicking. What were you doing earlier?" He Run shouted angrily. Qianmin stood up as soon as she heard this, pointed at He Run's nose, and said, "If it weren't for He Sun, the debt collector, even if He Hui were given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. I don't care, I want to see my son tonight, or I'll get a divorce." He Yun was so angry that his face turned red. In just 2 days since the incident, 37 out of 42 stores had seen their profits start to shrink significantly. He also learned from various sources that the person He Hui had kidnapped was no one else but Ye's daughter, the newlywed wife of Pei Xiuyan, the president of the Pei Group. Isn't this fatal? The Pei Group is one of the top 100 companies, and Pei Xiuyan is in the top 10 of the Forbes rankings. What can they do to compete with him? What's more, Pei Xiuyan's approach is to exert pressure rather than use illegal means to suppress, and there is no way to find a loophole. In the business world, the winner takes all, and every year countless companies go bankrupt. Just cry. He Run stood up and slammed the door. It is very difficult for the owner of a small company like him to meet Pei Xiuyan, but he knows that Pei Xiuyan is a university professor at Asta. Now that he can't save his two rebellious sons, he must first save the company. In today's society, without money, you have nothing. Qianmin, sitting on the sofa, wiped away her tears. She had consulted a lawyer, and as long as she could pin the blame on He Sun, He Hui would not be able to get out. Even if he was sentenced, it would only be for a few years. After all, He Sun was the mastermind. He entered, but was definitely not going to get in. "We don't know either. Professor Pei can leave whenever he wants, but most of the time it's after 5. The security guard did not take the cigarettes that He Run handed him, as was the rule. Before He Run could speak again, a man in his 30s came up to him. "Hello, Mr. He, Mr. Pei knew you would come, so he asked me to wait here for you." The man held out his hand. He Run shook the man's hand excitedly. Hello, I have something." The man interrupted He Run's words and said lightly, "President Pei has always disliked doing things by the book, so he has left you 5 stores. Perhaps it is related to his own profession, but Pei Xiuyan dislikes forcing people to a dead end when doing things. However, he has no intention of letting the He Hui and He Sun brothers go easily." The man continued, "Also, Mr. Pei asked me to remind Mr. He that if he gives up now, this matter will end here. If Mr. He refuses," he paused here, but then smiled slightly. He Yun hurriedly begged, "Can you help me contact Mr. Pei so that I can meet him? I won't ask about the 2 children, but please spare the company." The man frowned. "I advise Mr. He to go back. If he makes General Manager Pei unhappy, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep the remaining 5 stores." The man finished speaking and strode away. He Run followed closely behind, and he didn't stop until the man got into his car. Pei Xiuyan received a call from his secretary in his office. He was looking at his student's homework. "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Pei Xiuyan glanced at the message from Yi Yunqing, and his mood instantly improved. "Yi Yunqing, don't worry, honey, we'll make it up after work, shy.jpg. Chapter 52. It's not good to be too energetic." Yi Yunqing put away her phone and continued with the class. Li Mireille looked as sad as a beaten egg, because she was working part-time and Feng Shi had not told him about Yi Yunqing's accident. "You guys actually hid such a big thing from me. There's no way we can get through this without a big meal." After she finished speaking, Li Mirue stamped Yi Yunqing's foot with her foot. Yi Yunqing raised his hand and gave Li Mirue's forehead a gentle tap. "Just tell me what you want to eat. It's not until Saturday anyway." Li Mirue pressed her face against the table, and she was about to say something else, but Like a shot of adrenaline, Li Mirue got up and whispered in Yi Yunchang's ear, "Bauer, your husband is here." Yi Yunchang looked towards the classroom door. Pei Xiuyan was holding a transparent folder in his hand, wearing a well-tailored black suit. The tie she had chosen was a dark red striped tie, and with his gold-rimmed glasses, he looked well-dressed, gentle and sexy. Of course, the sexy part was limited to Yi Yunchang, at least that's what she thought. The other students also looked towards the door. Pei Xiuyan's lips curled up, with a smile between his brows, his gaze finally landing on Yi Yunchang. In order to catch a glimpse of her, he personally delivered the materials for his student. The tutor felt surprised. She was surprised and a little uneasy. She should have gone to get it last night, but something delayed her. "Thank you, Professor Pei, I had a sudden family matter yesterday and I had to rush back," the tutor said, taking the transparent folder. Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly. "It's okay." Yi Yunchang looked at Pei Xiuyan. At the moment they locked eyes, she blinked, then quickly lowered her head, afraid that someone would notice. The little woman sitting in the classroom, head down, little face flushed, cherry lips lightly pursed, a shy look, exceptionally heart-stopping. Pei Xiuyan's smile grew even stronger. Because he couldn't stay for long, Pei Xiuyan exchanged a few polite words with his tutor and left. "I won't be able to experience your happiness." After saying this, Li Mirue placed her hand on Yi Yuncheng's shoulder. "We are all sisters, let's be honest. What do you think of Professor Pei?" "What nonsense, who cares about you?" Yi Yuncheng lowered her eyes. Even though they were already together, she still couldn't stop blushing and her heart pounding when she saw Pei Xiuyan. Li Mirue laughed evilly. After class, Yi Yuncheng sent Pei Xiuyan a text message, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't reply, so he must have gone to the lab. "Do you want to come over to my place for a while?" Yi Yuncheng took hold of Li Miwei's arm. Li Miwei shook her head and finally let out a long sigh. "I have to go to work at the store in a while, so let's meet again on Saturday." "Okay," Yi Yuncheng said, releasing Li Miwei. The two were about to go home separately when Feng Shi got out of the car. Her off-white jacket was pulled and deformed, and there were obvious palm prints on her face. Feng Shi had finished taking the statement and handed over all the evidence. She was going to the store to wait for Li Mirue to get out of school. However, Hesun's stepmother Qianmin found her and, when they met, told her to change her story and say that Hesun had instructed her to do it all and that her son Hehui had been passive rather than active. Feng Shi didn't know much, she just told her what she knew and handed over the only evidence she had. Naturally, she didn't need to judge anything else. As a result, Chen Min gave her money directly as soon as she heard that it was useless, and she also said that as long as she took the 500,000 yuan, she must help Hehui. She didn't take it. Her family was not considered wealthy, but her parents had also taught her not to take things that didn't belong to her. After she refused again, she was beaten by Chen Min. Yi Yuncheng hurried over. "How could this happen? I told someone to." Feng Shi hugged Yi Yuncheng and whispered, "Don't worry, Professor Pei did send someone to protect me, but I had some personal things to discuss with Hesun's mother, so I sent them away." After all, she had previously dated Hesun, had a lot of dealings with Qian Min, and almost called her mom. Yi Yuncheng hugged Feng Shi and felt a little remorseful. "I'm sorry. I should be the one apologizing. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have met scum like Hehui, and this whole mess would never have happened." Feng Shi couldn't help but burst into tears as she spoke. "I'm still so sad." She watched as Hesun was taken away, and she was afraid she would never forget the look in his eyes. Yi Yuncheng gently patted Feng Shi. Li Mirue stood by, her eyes red with tears. Who would have thought that Hesun was such scum? Many people had already left school, and it was no solution for them to just stand at the school gate. Li Mirue dragged the two of them towards the cafe. Feng Shi felt miserable, her tears kept flowing. Scumbags like him are not worth it, let alone scum. She understood the reasoning, but it was just unbearable. The feelings, the expectations, and the sweetness were all real, but the ending was still a tragedy. Yi Yuncheng sat with Feng Shi in the cafe for the whole afternoon. As they were leaving, Yi Yuncheng noticed that it was Li Tian who had been protecting Feng Shi. No wonder he hadn't been seen since returning from the company. Li Tian had one hand in his pocket and a cigarette clamped in the other. "If you don't let me follow, I'll get a mouthful of your words, aren't you busy?" Yi Yuncheng glared at Li Tian. "If you can't talk, you can donate your mouth to someone in need." Li Mirue pursed her lips. Where did she find such a person? Her little mouth was like honey. "You can talk people into crying," Li Tian said, pushing his chin. "Let's go, if we don't leave today, our wages will be deducted." Li Mireille just remembered that she was supposed to go to work today. Fengxi looked at Yi Yunqing with red eyes. Let's take you back first. Don't worry about trivial matters, Mrs. Pei is followed by bodyguards. Li Tian said, scratching the back of his head impatiently. Yi Yunqing frowned. This was not how Li Tian had been when they had spent time together before. Can't you be a little more polite? Yi Yunqing's face tightened. Li Tian shook his head, gave Yi Yunqing a wink, and then said with a smile, if I'm polite to her, I'll get a slap in return. Fengxi was so angry that her face turned red. She had already been slapped, so why did she still keep bringing it up? Couldn't she let it go? Go away, you're annoying. Fengxi took Li Mireille's hand. Li Mireille, holding a cup of coffee, glanced at Yi Yunqing and said, we'll go ahead then. Remember to text us when you get home. Yi Yunqing gave an OK sign with her hands. Li Tian was deliberately teasing Fengxi, otherwise Fengxi would probably cry for a while. It was a pretty special and heartwarming method. Yi Yunqing went home and simply made a bowl of noodles, because Pei Xiuyan was not going to come home for dinner and would be back late. Yi Yunqing surfed the internet for a while, watching the keyboard warrior do justice, and before she knew it, it was past 8 o'clock. She got up and took a shower, wearing a white set inside. After all, she had promised Pei Xiuyan and a pink tracksuit outside. Since she had nothing to do, she planned to pick Pei Xiuyan up from work. Pei Xiuyan walked out of the laboratory, followed by a few students, who were discussing whether they should go out for a late-night snack together. I'll treat you tonight, but I'm not going to go. I still have some documents to deal with, said Pei Xiuyan with a crooked smile. Jiang Wan was standing nearby, arms crossed. Professor Pei never goes out with us, but this time just go with us. Sorry, I need to finish the documents quickly and go home to my wife, said Pei Xiuyan, his voice softening. The other students looked at him with an expression that said, I understand. Okay, next time. Jiang Wan said, taking the arm of the female student next to her. Before leaving, Pei Xiuyan told them not to drink and to try to return to the dormitory as early as possible, because they were all resident tutors and graduate students. After returning to the office, Pei Xiuyan took off his glasses, rubbed his eyebrows, and then turned on the computer to prepare for work. He had been very busy, but he had previously been concerned that Yi Yunqing would feel let down, so he had postponed many things. Yi Yunqing arrived at school and glanced at the clock. It was already 9 o'clock. There shouldn't be many people in the office now. Even if she met someone, she could just say that she was delivering homework for Li Mireille. Because she was afraid of running into someone, she had taken an assignment home in advance, which she had actually written before and was no longer needed. Pei Xiuyan's long, slender fingertips tapped rapidly on the keyboard when suddenly the office door chimed. Come in, Pei Xiuyan said lightly, keeping his head down. Yi Yunqing entered the office with a smile on his face. Pei Xiuyan looked up and saw it was Yi Yunqing. It's so dark, why are you here? He said as he stood up. Yi Yunqing walked over and kissed Pei Xiuyan on the cheek. Here to pick up your husband from work? Pei Xiuyan patted Yi Yunqing's head and apologized. I'm sorry, you may have to wait for a while, I still have some documents to deal with. That's fine. Yi Yunqing said, then held out her hand. My phone is out of battery, lend me your phone for a while. Pei Xiuyan picked up his phone from the desk and handed it to Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing lay on the sofa and played with Pei Xiuyan's phone. There was no extra software on his phone, so she had to open a web page to search for a novel to read. For a while, the only sound in the office was Pei Xiuyan tapping on the keyboard. Pop. Yi Yunqing couldn't help laughing out loud after looking at the novel, and quickly covered her mouth, glancing at Pei Xiuyan, who was working seriously. He's so handsome. Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket and sat in an office chair wearing a white shirt. He looked focused, and would occasionally frown slightly. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan. After they got married, he often came home late, and sometimes didn't even come home for 10 or 15 days. After they got married, he would try his best to spend time with her. His occupation and status were both rather special, so Yi Yunqing was more concerned about him, and it seemed that she could not pester him in the future. Otherwise, it would increase his workload. Pei Xiuyan paused, looked at Yi Yunqing, and then smiled tenderly. If you're bored, come to your husband. Yi Yunqing shook her head. She couldn't help anyway, so she should stop causing trouble. Around 10 o'clock, Pei Xiuyan shut down the computer. Yi Yunqing rubbed her eyes. She could surf the internet for a whole night without getting tired, and the longer she surfed, the more energetic she became. Once she got down to business, she would fall asleep early. Of course, if she were doing her homework, she would be tired by 7 or 8 o'clock. Pei Xiuyan walked over, bent down, and kissed Yi Yunqing on the forehead, then took the jacket off the back of the sofa.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you want to have a midnight snack?
Pei Xiuyan's voice was warm and gentle. Yi Yunqing suppressed a smile. No, let's go home first.
If we stay any longer, we'll just be able to sleep. After fastening her seatbelt, Yi Yunqing whispered, I've worn my clothes inside out, do you want to take a look?
With that, she unzipped her blouse. She had changed into a white outfit, with a white neckband around her neck, 2 thin straps attached to the white lace neckband.
Pei Xiuyan's Adam's apple lurched, little rascal.
A low voice sounded, and Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan, gently stroked his leg with her hand, and pinched it when he wasn't looking.
Quite spirited.
Yi Yunqing licked her lips after she finished speaking.
Pei Xiuyan started the car. Yi Yunqing didn't dare to continue teasing, in case Pei Xiuyan stopped the car once they left the school.
10 minutes later, Yi Yunqing was just about to enter the house when Pei Xiuyan picked her up and placed her on the sofa, without even turning on the lights.
Honey, I don't want a baby, Yi Yunqing's voice was unsteady. Pei Xiuyan gave a nod as a reply.
Yi Yunqing didn't have time to think much about it, because with the help of the moonlight, she saw the outline of Pei Xiuyan.
Of course, not the outline of his face.
She blushed and reached out, pinching it. It was more energetic than just now.
Mmm. Pei Xiuyan sealed Yi Yunqing's lips, and their hot breath entwined.
At some point, Pei Xiuyan took something out of the storage box under the coffee table and handed it to Yi Yunqing.
Wife, help me.
Pei Xiuyan's voice was hoarse. Yi Yunqing blushed, her heartbeat accelerating violently. She felt like she was going to suffocate, but she still tore open the packaging.
Sometimes being too energetic is not necessarily a good thing. Yi Yunqing pouted because she realized she wouldn't be able to do it.
Pei Xiuyan took hold of Yi Yunqing's wrist and said in a low voice, because you're holding it upside down, wife. After Yi Yunqing had finally managed to fix it, she squeezed Pei Xiuyan's hand gently. Be gentle.
Okay. Pei Xiuyan said and kissed Yi Yunqing's mouth. Yi Yunqing had a hard time eating.
I don't know how long it took, and Yi Yunqing was lying on the sofa with a crying voice. I'm never going to talk to you again. It wasn't that she was too delicate and unreasonable, it was Pei Xiuyan who had gone too far. She had clearly cried and begged him. Pei Xiuyan got up and picked Yi Yunqing up in his arms. Okay, it's my fault. The late-night snack was so delicious that I couldn't help but eat some more. Yi Yunqing took a shower and lay in bed, keeping some distance from Pei Xiuyan.
How could this be?
Not to mention gentle, it could even be described as rude. Pei Xiuyan moved forward a little and held Yi Yunqing in his arms. I'm sorry, let me see if you need medicine.
You should at least, wait until I'm ready.
You. Yi Yunqing was embarrassed to continue. Compared to before, Pei Xiuyan did eat more hastily.
Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunqing. Because I've been hungry, I can't help but eat when I see food. Yi Yunqing turned around and put her legs on Pei Xiuyan's body. What you mean is that I've been starving you? Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Sometimes silence is the best response. Chapter 53 Living. Yi Yunqing gave her calf a little kick. Who said she wasn't tired? She was exhausted. She had to bear the weight of Pei Xiuyan, including the other.
Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing in his arms, his chin resting against the top of her head.
He said in a deep voice, Are you really not going to let me take a look? With Professor Pei's composure, it's best not to make things difficult for yourself.
Yi Yunqing pouted, shifted her body back a little, and snuggled up to Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan smiled faintly. Honey, I'm worried that Isun's mother will go back to causing trouble for Fengxi, and she even hit her today. Yi Yunqing said as she turned around.
Pei Xiuyan tugged on the quilt. Well, I already know.
So of the 5 restaurants we originally planned to stay at, now there are only 3 left. Yi Yunqing reached out and unbuttoned Pei Xiuyan's pajamas, her hand resting on his waist, feeling his warmth.
My dear. Pei Xiuyan's hand fell on Yi Yunqing's body.
Yi Yunqing tilted her head up and rubbed her face on Pei Xiuyan's chin, pouting, No, I can't eat anymore. Some people say they can't eat anymore, but the truth is that even if they are full, they can still eat a few more bites if it's delicious. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the clock. It was already past midnight, and Yi Yunqing had fallen asleep with the quilt tucked under his chin. He tugged the quilt, got up and walked out of the bedroom. He stood by the bed and smoked a cigarette, calming down for a while before going to the bathroom to rinse his mouth. He tried to be as gentle as possible, but in fact he knew in his heart that he was not a perfect person, at least, not at certain times. But Yi Yunqing's capacity to accept was limited, and he was afraid that she would dislike him. He tried his best to restrain himself, but in front of her, all rationality and restraint were completely untenable. Yi Yunqing felt the breath behind her, and snuggled up to Pei Xiuyan with a grunt. Pei Xiuyan held her in his arms. In the morning, Yi Yunqing got out of bed groggily and prepared breakfast. When Pei Xiuyan woke up, Yi Yunqing had already changed clothes. She was holding a peeled egg and blowing on it, her fingertips were red from the heat. "Good morning, honey," said Yi Yunqing, throwing the egg in the bowl. Pei Xiuyan stroked Yi Yunqing's head. "Why did you get up so early?" "I didn't want to get up, but I was afraid you wouldn't get breakfast," Yi Yunqing said, and handed Pei Xiuyan the chopsticks. Pei Xiuyan has been working overtime every day these few days, and staying up late. If she doesn't get up, he's afraid he'll have to go to work on an empty stomach. She should still spoil her husband more. Yi Yunqing served Pei Xiuyan some millet porridge. "I'm already looking forward to meeting up with my girlfriends for dinner on Saturday." Pei Xiuyan fed Yi Yunqing the egg white. "Compared to that, I'm more looking forward to your performance at the sports day." Yes, it's strange. In previous years, the prizes for competitions were just small medals, cups, notebooks, and so on. This year, there are even laptops, eye protection lamps, and so on. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan while eating the egg white. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips. This year, the number of people who sign up was much higher, double the previous years, and there will also be performances. Yi Yunqing was eager to try. Pei Xiuyan not only participated, but also signed up to perform. Of course, she couldn't tell Yi Yunqing yet. Yi Yunqing bit her chopsticks. She planned to sign up and surprise Pei Xiuyan. "Honey, I've put the newspaper on the sofa. I'll go make you some coffee." With that, Yi Yunqing stood up. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing directly in his arms. "Honey, you're distracting me, I can't think of anything else." A low voice sounded in her ear, and Yi Yunqing certainly felt it. She blushed. She had been so exhausted yesterday, but why was she so full of energy this morning? "You have to go to work soon, so stop it," Yi Yunqing said, stood up, and went to the kitchen. Pei Xiuyan got up and changed his clothes. When he came out, Yi Yunqing's coffee was ready. "I'll be back late today." Pei Xiuyan sat on the sofa with his long legs naturally crossed, holding a cup of coffee in his hands. "Okay, I got it." Yi Yunqing nodded, curious about what else was in the small box under the coffee table. Pei Xiuyan was helpless, and his voice was low. "I want my wife to pick me up from work." Yi Yunqing picked up the small box and looked at Pei Xiuyan. She was being cute, wasn't she? "Okay, then kiss me." Yi Yunqing smiled and leaned her face over. Pei Xiuyan gave her a gentle kiss on the cheek. His voice was warm. "Okay?" "Okay." With that, Yi Yunqing opened the small box, which contained a set of condoms and some small bottles. She picked them up and looked at them carefully, blushing as she said, "Why aren't these used?" "Shame." Pei Xiuyan glanced at her and pursed his lips. Yi Yunqing tilted her head slightly in puzzlement as she looked at Pei Xiuyan. "Because the wife doesn't need them." After saying that, Pei Xiuyan picked up the small bottle and pointed to a line of small print on it. Yi Yunqing narrowed her eyes, then looked up at Pei Xiuyan. "I've decided not to pick you up from work." Yi Yunqing stood up and walked towards the kitchen, saying, "Who's the water, you nuisance?" Pei Xiuyan put things away and walked towards the kitchen. Yi Yunqing was blushing and washing her hands. "Wife." Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunqing from behind and said in a low voice, "It's not bad, I like it very much." Yi Yunqing bit her lower lip. "Don't be serious and talk nonsense." "Because there's not enough time, I can't prove it now, but wait until I get back from work." Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing on the neck. "Go to work quickly." Yi Yunqing gently pushed Pei Xiuyan away. Pei Xiuyan let go of Yi Yunqing and straightened his tie a little. "I'll go first, honey." Yi Yunqing nodded with his back to Pei Xiuyan. He didn't leave the kitchen until he heard the door close. Pei Xiuyan went to the school and started to deal with work. The improvement plan for the cafeteria had already begun and implemented, and the previous chef had been dismissed and replaced with a new one. He attached great importance to this issue, so the principal's actions quickly followed. The key was that the money was in place. In the afternoon, Pei Xiuyan received a phone call, and his expression became a bit heavy. "Ho Shouji, Xiuyan, Grandma's birthday is coming up soon. You remember to bring Yunqing over. Last time's incident was Grandma's fault, and Grandma will talk to her face to face." Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and then said, "Grandma, I'm afraid Yun Chang won't be able to attend the birthday banquet." Ho Xiuji let out a long sigh. "Grandma, there aren't many birthdays left for me to celebrate, and there are outsiders watching.
It won't sound good if your granddaughter doesn't come.
You should discuss this with Yun Chang." Pei Xiuyan sat in his chair, his voice dropping. "Grandma, when you hit her in public at the hospital, did you ever think that she was your granddaughter?" Ho Xiuji sat on the sofa, unable to hold back the pain in her nose. At her age, she had to let her granddaughter attend her birthday party, and she was even reprimanded by her grandson.
Ho Xiuji sighed, "You figure it out yourself." With that, she hung up the phone. Pei Xiuyan looked at his phone.
After his parents died, he was raised by his grandmother, but that was not the case with Yunjiang. He could understand his grandmother's desire to hold her great-grandson, but not her action of hitting him.
Yi Yunqing was right not to go to the birthday party.
After all, she was the one who had been wronged. Pei Xiuyan was actually in a difficult situation, torn between his grandmother and his wife. He had to choose the most reasonable way to resolve the matter. It sounded simple, but it wasn't easy. Yi Yunqing was happy to go home after class to rest, take a bath, and wait for Pei Xiuyan to get off work that night. However, just as she was leaving the school gate, she got a call from Ho Xiuji. Yi Yunqing hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to hang up the phone.
She couldn't be understanding in this matter.
Taking her for a checkup and slapping her in public, she could never let go. But she also knew very well that her husband must be having a hard time being caught in the middle, but she just couldn't forgive. Grandma took advantage of Pei Xiuyan's absence to force her to drink medicine, uproot the flowers she had been growing for a long time, change her clothes, and keep urging her to have a baby in a suffocating way.
Yi Yunqing returned home and sat on the sofa, seeing 3 missed calls on her phone.
Grandma's birthday was a day when many people would go, and outsiders would definitely gossip if she, as a granddaughter-in-law, didn't go.
Yi Yunqing took out her phone and called Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had just returned to the office after a meeting. After answering Yi Yunqing's call, she let out a long sigh.
It was hard for an impartial person to judge family matters. She felt for her daughter, but the facts were right in front of her.
Jiang Chen, my dear, this is how life is.
You can't forgive the old lady, but you have to understand Pei Xiuyan. It must be hard for him, caught between you and his grandmother. Yi Yunqing sat on the sofa, twiddling her fingers. If I didn't care about him, I wouldn't have made the call. I would have just said no and definitely not gone.
Jiang Chen sighed, then go, give the old lady a way out. Pei Xiuyan is being nice to you, you can't make him too embarrassed. Yi Yunqing looked at his fingers, I still can't forgive my grandmother for what she did.
Jiang Chen opened the computer, just think of it as being worried about Pei Xiuyan. When he comes back, it's the same as you bullying him to vent your anger. Jiang Chen pursed her lips and smiled. In the beginning, your grandmother despised me, saying that I was from a small family and would be difficult to marry into a respectable family. I was so angry that my face turned purple, but I still gave your grandmother an excuse to leave. When I got home, I took care of your father, and I felt so vindicated.
Yi Yunqing's nose grew a little bit sore.
Her father loved her mother very much, but in the end.
Jiang Chen laughed and said, married couples still need to work at their relationship. That's all I can suggest. See how much you can take in. Yi Yunqing hung up the phone and lay on the sofa.
In the evening, Yi Yunqing changed her clothes and went to school. Pei Xiuyan had already finished most of his work, because he would not come to school on Sundays, unless there was something important that he had to attend to.
He shut down his computer and left the office.
After he left, he lit a cigarette. In the afternoon, Grandma had called a few more times.
Yi Yunqing could smell the cigarette smoke when she came up to Pei Xiuyan.
She held out her hand and gave it a couple of flicks. Honey, you can't kiss me anymore, the smell is so bad.
Pei Xiuyan stepped aside, sorry.
You can't kiss me, but you can hold my hand.
She held out her hand. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's small hand in his palm. Why is it so cold? Pei Xiuyan took off his jacket.
Yi Yunqing looked at the jacket on his body and then at Pei Xiuyan, muttering, for Grandma's birthday banquet, I need to buy a decent dress. I can't wear the black one anymore, because you made it dirty.
Pei Xiuyan looked down at Yi Yunqing and said, don't force yourself.
Your husband will take care of this matter.
Yi Yunqing let out a long sigh. Just because I'm going doesn't mean I've forgiven Grandma. I'm just worried about my husband. I'm just glad you understand that. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's hand.
Yi Yunqing walked over to Pei Xiuyan's side and said coquettishly, I've suffered a lot, so when I get back, you have to let me bully you. Pei Xiuyan knew that Yi Yunqing had always been sensible, that she would suffer for herself and do what was best for everyone. It was precisely for this reason that he felt so distressed. For the sake of the company, she could marry him. She can compromise and attend the birthday banquet for his sake. How can he bear to see his wife suffer so much? He hugged Yi Yunqing in his arms. You can bully me anytime, and you don't have to go to the birthday banquet.
I've made my attitude clear, and Grandma will be prepared. Yi Yunqing's hands tightly embraced Pei Xiuyan's waist. We are husband and wife are one.
You care about me, so of course I will care about you.
Grandma raised you, and you have always sided with me. She will be heartbroken.
Yi Yunqing finished and gave Pei Xiuyan a light kiss on the lips. I know you care about me, and it's enough to know that you understand me.
A couple living together must always discuss things together. Pei Xiuyan picked Yi Yunqing up directly and tried to kiss her, but he couldn't.
He smoked a cigarette, and she didn't like the smell of tobacco very much. Yi Yunqing sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Just bully your husband and not let him have dessert for a week.
Pei Xiuyan. Yi Yunqing couldn't help but smile when she saw Pei Xiuyan's expression. What was that expression?
It felt like she had gone too far.
Pei Xiuyan's thin lips parted slightly. Can we change it?
Yi Yunqing huffed arrogantly with her arms wrapped around her chest, then looked out the window.
Can we do it in 3 days? Pei Xiuyan's hand fell on Yi Yunqing's leg. Honey?
His low voice and pitiful tone almost made Yi Yunqing give in.
Pei Xiuyan said seriously, is it possible for you to take the initiative to feed me dinner and dessert?
Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan and thought to herself, he really dares to think like that. She would never take the initiative, just thinking about it makes her feel ashamed.
Let's go home first.
Yi Yunqing was afraid of giving in, so she looked out the window. Pei Xiuyan started the car, and when they passed by the convenience store, Pei Xiuyan got out and bought some fruit. Yi Yunqing bit her lower lip, afraid that Pei Xiuyan would behave seriously and be too cute. It was killing her. Her heart had skipped a beat just now. When Pei Xiuyan came back, Yi Yunqing noticed that he was chewing gum, which she had never seen before.
Chapter 54 Yi Yunqing's Big Treasure.
After the car stopped, Yi Yunqing got out of the car, and Pei Xiuyan took the fruit out of the trunk. Yi Yunqing held out her hand, and Pei Xiuyan took her pale little hand in his palm.
I mean, I'll carry some of it. Yi Yunqing looked up at the gentle Pei Xiuyan beside her.
Pei Xiuyan lowered his eyes. His voice was deep but his tone was not heavy. You just need to lead me. A sense of happiness rippled through her heart. Yi Yunqing slipped her hand through Pei Xiuyan's long fingers and held it tightly with his. Okay, I'll lead my dear Professor Pei home. Pei Xiuyan's eyes darkened, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. She could be lively and cute, willful and spoiled, or dignified and generous, gentle and proper. No matter what she was like, he loved her deeply. Even if she wasn't perfect and occasionally acted childishly and was annoying, it was part of her, and he loved her for all of it.
Yi Yunqing's delicate little face turned slightly red.
She whispered, Honey, don't keep staring at me.
It's embarrassing.
After getting into the elevator, Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and sucked on Yi Yunqing's earlobe, his eyes behind his glasses full of deep affection.
Yi Yunqing looked away, because there was a mirror in the elevator.
After returning home, Yi Yunqing took off her shoes and ran to the sofa. Honey, I want to eat strawberries, cherries, and bananas.
I'll eat the front ones first, and the back ones later in the bedroom.
Pei Xiuyan said this and then lightly pursed his lips.
Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan, who was standing next to the refrigerator. Who was it yesterday, the little meatball that wouldn't even let you touch it?
Her voice was a little flirty.
Pei Xiuyan washed the strawberries, not because he didn't want
to, but because he was afraid that afterwards it would become even more uncontrollable.
Yi Yunqing lay on the sofa, hugging a pillow, and turned on the TV.
Pei Xiuyan was interested in the evening news, so she chose the news channel directly.
Honey, our school is on the news. Yi Yunqing shouted into the kitchen.
Pei Xiuyan walked out of the kitchen and handed Yi Yunqing a fruit fork. He glanced at the TV and frowned slightly. Students had previously complained that the food in the cafeteria was getting worse and worse. He had gone there a few days in a row and found that either the food was too salty, there was no meat at all, or, what he found most intolerable, there were no eggs in the egg soup. Students couldn't even eat properly, so they were forced to go outside the school to grab a bite, or order takeaway. A takeaway meal costs at least 15 yuan, and boarding students have to spend 40 to 50 yuan a day on food, which is not a small sum for an ordinary college student's family.
So he invested a sum of money.
But this news was probably the idea of the vice principal, who was always afraid that the school would be outshone by other schools. On Monday, I will also go to the cafeteria to eat.
Yi Yunqing fed the strawberries to Pei Xiuyan's mouth. The strawberries today are exceptionally delicious, try them. Pei Xiuyan took a bite, and Yi Yunqing ate the rest.
Tomorrow I'll have lunch with my sisters, then next week I'll participate in the sports meet, and the following Sunday you promised to go to the haunted house with me, and then there's Grandma's birthday banquet, and then there's a 7-day holiday. Yi Yunqing became more and more excited as she spoke.
Pei Xiuyan pinched Yi Yunqing's little nose. 7 days off, can you accompany your husband on a business trip?
Yi Yunqing felt that Pei Xiuyan was really miserable, being at school from Monday to Friday, having to work overtime at the weekend, and having to travel on holidays.
No problem,
Yi Yunqing said, taking a bite of strawberry. Pei Xiuyan leaned over and ate the rest, his lips lightly touching. Yi Yunqing curled up her legs and stamped on Pei Xiuyan's thigh with her foot. Honey, have you considered helping your lovely wife with her thesis?
No.
Pei Xiuyan's thin lips parted slightly, rejecting directly.
Yi Yunqing snorted. Pei Xiuyan moved back a little and took hold of Yi Yunqing's ankle. Be good.
The only advantage of having a university professor as a husband is that my mother will never again be afraid that I won't do my homework.
Yi Yunqing pouted.
She was deliberately teasing Pei Xiuyan.
If she couldn't even write her graduation thesis, then she had wasted her time at university. Pei Xiuyan was helpless. Fine, I'll teach you how to write it. Seeing his helpless expression, Yi Yunqing couldn't help teasing him. Professor Pei, it wouldn't be right if I didn't bully you a little. Honey, that's not what you said last night. You said you'd do whatever I wanted. Yi Yunqing put on a pitiful look. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing fondly. Okay, I'll write one, and you can use it as a reference, okay? Puff. Yi Yunqing couldn't help but laugh when she saw Pei Xiuyan's face of difficulty after he finished speaking. It's not easy to let Professor Pei get a pass in his studies.
The word learn from was used very cleverly. Pei Xiuyan leaned down and placed his hands on the side of Yi Yunqing's waist.
Ha ha.
Yi Yunqing couldn't stop laughing, she was covered in ticklish spots.
Honey, ha ha, no, stop it, ha ha. Yi Yunqing couldn't stop laughing.
In the end, Pei Xiuyan stopped, and Yi Yunqing had tears in the corners of her eyes and a red face.
You're bullying me,
Yi Yunqing said, pounced into Pei Xiuyan's arms, and then began to tickle him.
As a result, Pei Xiuyan, there was no ticklish flesh.
Pei Xiuyan hooked his lips, and then kissed Yi Yunqing's lips.
It was so silly, how could he be so cute? Yi Yunqing hugged Pei Xiuyan and felt everything he brought.
When he let go, Yi Yunqing drew a circle with his fingers on Pei Xiuyan's body. When are you going back to your room?
My little nubs are waiting for me. Pei Xiuyan got up and picked Yi Yunqing up from the sofa.
Yi Yunqing didn't want to be with Pei Xiuyan, but in order to save time, they ended up together.
You. Yi Yunqing leaned against Pei Xiuyan, her legs tensed straight. Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle. Wife. Yi Yunqing gave up resisting.
But the next scene made her heart beat faster, and she regretted it.
Be good. Pei Xiuyan coaxed tenderly. Yi Yunqing was about to cry. As Pei Xiuyan moved his hands, ripples spread out on the water. Yi Yunqing leaned weakly against Pei Xiuyan. You, aren't you ashamed? Yi Yunqing's voice was weak, like a kitten whimpering.
Pei Xiuyan smiled. In front of your own wife, if you are still shy, then what should you do? Until they returned to the bedroom, Yi Yunqing was still blushing. Pei Xiuyan turned off the light.
What are you doing?
Yi Yunqing leaned against Pei Xiuyan. You are not.
Pei Xiuyan's breath. Yi Yunqing's legs trembled slightly. Don't. Yi Yunqing was going crazy. Pei Xiuyan. Well, wife, I don't know when Pei Xiuyan got up. Yi Yunqing covered Pei Xiuyan's mouth with her hand. No, it's dirty, don't kiss. My wife is not dirty.
Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and deep.
Pei Xiuyan. Yi Yunqing was so angry, how could? I'm here.
Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and hoarse. Yi Yunqing let go of her hand, quickly turned around, wrapped the quilt around her body. I'm ignoring you. Pei Xiuyan was helpless, so he patted her on the hand through the quilt. Didn't you say this morning that you wanted to prove that you like me?
I do.
Yi Yunqing kicked her calf back, shameless. Pei Xiuyan had no choice but to hug Yi Yunqing through the quilt. Okay, I'm not your husband.
Yi Yunqing didn't know what to say. Kissing everything, really?
But after about a minute, Yi Yunqing gave the quilt to Pei Xiuyan. Go to sleep, I'm sleepy.
Okay. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing.
Yi Yunqing could feel it, but she didn't want to help Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan took a long time to fall asleep. In the morning, Yi Yunqing sat up in bed and stretched, because she didn't want to go out too early, so she could sleep until she naturally woke up. Pei Xiuyan was no longer in the bedroom, so she guessed that he must be working in the study. She put on her slippers and went out of the bedroom.
Pei Xiuyan was indeed in the study. She quietly opened the door and heard Pei Xiuyan having a meeting.
The sound was rather serious, so she silently closed the door.
Yi Yunqing looked into the refrigerator and finally decided to make 2 bowls of ravioli. She first mixed the dough and then put it in a basin. After the meeting, Pei Xiuyan left the study.
Yi Yunqing was sitting sideways on a chair, swinging her calves and looking at her phone.
Honey, are you hungry? What would you like to eat?
Pei Xiuyan walked over and kissed her on the cheek. Since there would be another team building event in the evening, he had to finish up his work.
Yi Yunqing pointed to the kitchen. I've made the ravioli. Good, I'll go make the ravioli.
Pei Xiuyan said, picked up the bare apron hanging on the side, and started making the ravioli. Yi Yunqing leaned over the table. The girls are going to have hot pot.
I haven't decided yet, I'm not participating. The principal will send me the address in due course. Pei Xiuyan poured the water while talking.
Yi Yunqing turned around and looked at Pei Xiuyan. I heard that the assistant who has been following you is getting married, and it's the male teacher at the school.
Is that true? Pei Xiuyan nodded. Wow, that male teacher must be in his 40s. Yi Yunqing gossiped. Pei Xiuyan turned around and looked at Yi Yunqing, frowning slightly. Yunqing, this is a very bad behavior. Yi Yunqing.
Professor Pei, your behavior yesterday was no better. Yi Yunqing finished speaking and gave a huff, pressing his face against the table. Pei Xiuyan finished making wonton soup and saw Yi Yunqing's pout, which could have hung a soy sauce bottle, not 40, about the same age as his assistant.
Pei Xiuyan just answered Yi Yunqing's question and didn't continue the conversation.
Yi Yunqing ate the ravioli, looked at Pei Xiuyan, and wondered how there could be someone like this, who was serious except at that time. But to say that a serious person should be serious at all times is correct. The main thing is that the two do not conflict when placed on Pei Xiuyan.
Eat obediently, aren't you going out to party with your little sisters later?
After Pei Xiuyan finished speaking, he touched Yi Yunqing's head.
After Yi Yunqing had finished eating, he lay down on the sofa. No rush, we're going to finish eating, then go shopping, and go home at 8 or 9 o'clock. Pei Xiuyan tidied up and put the bowl in the dishwasher.
Bring a jacket before you go out, Pei Xiuyan instructed.
Since he couldn't follow, he was worried that Yi Yunqing would wear a short skirt and go out without a jacket. Okay.
Yi Yunqing agreed readily.
Pei Xiuyan went to the study and got a book. Yi Yunqing watched the variety show, occasionally glancing at the German text without translation.
Pei Xiuyan leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, rested his arms on the armrest, and held the book in one hand, quietly watching.
Yi Yunqing couldn't help but want to mess with him, so she reached out and scratched the book twice. Honey, do you want to read a novel with me for a while?
Saying this, Yi Yunqing turned off the TV, got up, and went back to the bedroom to get an unabridged romance novel. This book was brought back from somewhere by a friend, and you can't usually buy it in bookstores. Pei Xiuyan took the romance novel and hugged Yi Yunqing, who was sitting in his arms. You won't be ashamed if you read this. Yi Yunqing blushed, as the book had just been opened and she hadn't had time to read it yet. She knew that there were no cuts, but it wasn't as if the first page was all ready. Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing, whose ears were red, and whispered, Do you want your husband to read it to you? Yi Yunqing hurriedly pressed the book. Forget it, just read the one you just took. With that, she hastily took the German book that was placed aside.
Yunqing, it's upside down. Pei Xiuyan suppressed a laugh. After Yi Yunqing adjusted it, she leaned against Pei Xiuyan and said, Read it.
If he didn't read it, she would stumble over the words. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and deep, and it sounded very pleasant.
Listen, Anne. L don't want to have sex with you. What's the name of this book? Yi Yunqing glanced at it and then gave up. LCH bin Dan Mal Weg. Pei Xiuyan whispered in Yi Yunqing's ear.
Yi Yunqing bit her lip. I don't think I'm good enough for you. Pei Xiuyan put the book down and picked up the romance novel next to it. Let's read this then.
No, don't. Yi Yunqing pressed the book.
Pei Xiuyan hugged Yi Yunchang. You won't, I can read it to you anytime you want, so it has nothing to do with being worthy or not. Yi Yunchang turned around and straddled Pei Xiuyan's lap. I was just saying that. Pei Xiuyan and Yi Yunchang looked at each other. I'm afraid I'll lose you over any little thing. Yi Yunchang kissed Pei Xiuyan's lips, and the deeply in love and sensitive Pei Xiuyan showed his vulnerable side in front of her, his unease all stemming from her. Pei Xiuyan kissed her very gently. Yi Yunchang let go of Pei Xiuyan. I like to talk nonsense, but I never thought I would leave you. From the moment we got married, I was prepared to spend the rest of my life with you. From the beginning, she knew that she would never divorce Pei Xiuyan, unless he didn't want her anymore.
Pei Xiuyan's Adam's apple moved.
Yi Yunchang hurriedly pushed against Pei Xiuyan. Don't you dare, I'm going out in a bit.
Pei Xiuyan nodded.
Yi Yunchang got up and sat down on the side.
Why don't I try it?
I think you can, and so can I, Yi Yunchang said, putting her hand on her lips.
Pei Xiuyan crossed his legs and touched Yi Yunqing's head. Two different things, I'm enjoying it, you're suffering. Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan in puzzlement.
Chapter 55. Pei Xiuyan leaned back on the sofa, holding a banana in his hand that he had just peeled. Yi Yunchang glared at him.
Do you understand this time?
Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle, and his eyes were full of adoration.
Yi Yunchang lowered his head, took a big bite, and then said angrily, You just know how to bully me, how is this the same?
Pei Xiuyan looked down and gave a slight smile. What do you think? Yi Yunchang glanced at Pei Xiuyan's pants, then stopped. Maybe, probably, well.
I don't want to deal with you.
After a pout, Yi Yunchang got up and walked towards the bathroom. She was going out in a while, and if she sat on the sofa with Pei Xiuyan again, they would probably both stand her up. Yi Yunchang changed into a pair of white sports leggings, and paired them with a pink hoodless loose-fitting sweater. Underneath was a white casual shirt, the collar of which was turned out, making the pink sweater look less conspicuous.
Honey, do you think it's too childish for me to wear two ponytails?
Yi Yunchang pouted in front of the mirror, cupping her face. Pei Xiuyan took a pink ribbon directly from the accessory box. No, whatever hairstyle you wear, it will suit you.
Yi Yunqing's eyebrows and eyes curved. Honey, can you get my strawberry bear bag for a second?
Yi Yunchang pointed to the cabinet where her bags were hung. Pei Xiuyan opened it and saw that there were probably dozens of different bags inside, but only two from luxury brands, a clutch bag for parties and a small chain bag for important occasions. Pei Xiuyan didn't actually know which one was Strawberry Bear, so he looked carefully and then took out a dark red plush bag.
Yi Yunqing looked at it through the bathroom doorframe. Yes, that's the one, isn't it ugly and cute?
Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips and didn't say a word. Yi Yunching put on her white sneakers and slung the Strawberry Bear bag over her shoulder. I'm going out. Pei Xiuyan stood at the door and looked at Yi Yunching. Yi Yunching thought for a moment and kissed Pei Xiuyan on the cheek. I'll go to the office with you tomorrow to work overtime.
Okay.
Pei Xiuyan whispered. Yi Yunching left the house with a smile.
Professor Pei's expression just now was like that of a big golden retriever left at home, pitiful.
Of course, she didn't dare to say this out loud. Pei Xiuyan went into the bedroom, put on the brooch Yi Yunching gave her, took off the expensive watch on her wrist, and replaced it with a cheaper one. Since they were going out to dinner with colleagues, they had to consider everyone's feelings, so his overall style was more casual. Yi Yunching hummed a song in her little Mini as she drove to the agreed meeting place. As soon as she parked, her phone rang. Feng Shi and the others were already waiting for her at the dessert shop.
Yi Yunching got out of the car and headed straight for the dessert shop.
As soon as she entered, she saw Li Tian sitting across from Feng Shi and the others, crossing his legs, holding a cup of milk tea in his hand, and his skin seemed to be a little darker than the last time she saw him. Li Mirei moved in a little, Feng Shi patted the seat next to her, and before Yi Yunching could sit over, Li Tian stood up.
Giving Mrs. Pei room.
He said this and sat directly next to Feng Shi.
Yi Yunching raised an eyebrow. If you're really that polite, you should go wait outside.
This person, he says respectful things, but his actions have nothing to do with respect.
Feng Shi gave Li Tian a kick. Don't pay any attention to him.
This person, if you spend time with him, you'll find that he's sick. Li Mirei nodded as she ate her cake. I agree with that.
Cut the crap, who was it that was screaming around the house yesterday?
Li Tian said, picking up the fork on the table and eating.
Yi Yunching rested his chin in one hand as he looked at Feng Shi and Li Mirei. What's your name?
That would take a long time to explain. Before Li Mirei could finish speaking, Li Tian simply mumbled, boiling water with a hot water bottle, tripped the circuit breaker.
Feng Shi stepped hard on Li Tian's foot under the table. If he doesn't say anything, no one will think he's mute, and he's eating her cake. Li Mirei looked out the window. What a sin. Yi Yunqing suppressed a smile. These three people together were just too interesting.
Fengxi looked at Yi Yunqing. You're just too cute. Ever since you came in, I've wanted to rub your face. Yi Yunqing leaned his face over. I only did my eyes. Try rubbing it.
Li Tian held out his hand. Fengxi snapped. Do you know that men and women are not supposed to touch? You're acting like a tiger. I raised my hand to get the cake. Why did you hit me? Li Tian glanced at the red back of his hand.
The person sitting opposite him was the boss's wife, and he was sure that if he really touched her, he would lose his job, to say nothing of the fact that he would go out with a broken front tooth. Yi Yunqing suppressed a laugh, and her delicate little face immediately turned red.
Fengxi snorted, reached out and pinched Yi Yunqing's face, which was tender and moist. Li Mirei couldn't help but squeeze it too. It's another day of jealousy.
Look at me, I burst 2 beans as soon as I woke up today, it's annoying.
Li Tian bowed his head and ate the cake.
Yi Yunqing saw that he looked like he hadn't eaten anything, so he directly pushed his share over to him.
Thank you, Mrs. Pei.
Li Tian said and pushed the cake back. I'm not hungry, this little girl nags about losing weight every day, I'm solving the problem at the root.
Fengxi pinched Li Tian's thigh in anger. Don't be so rude, I'm a year older than you. Yi Yunqing always felt that the interaction between the two was too ambiguous.
Li Mirei sighed. Fengxi had just climbed out of one pit and fallen into another. Li Tian was hired by Professor Pei to protect them, and when it was over, Li Tian would just leave, and it would be Fengxi who was hurt.
In fact, Fengxi didn't mean it that way.
She was just bored and sat with Li Tian in the community for a while, and learned that he had a sick sister at home. So she liked to chat and argue with him when she had nothing to do, and wanted to bring him along if there was anything delicious or fun. After all, Li Tian was a year younger than her, so she treated him like a younger brother. When it was time to leave, Yi Yunqing was going to pay, but Li Tian had already paid. No matter how poor he is not embarrassed to let a girl pay when they are out and about. Li Tian carried the milk tea and pinched Fengxi's nape of the neck with one hand.
You are pinching me like this, I am angry with you. Fengxi shrunk her neck like a quail.
What's wrong with this person, just walking, what's the point of pinching her nape of the neck?
Do you know what close protection is?
I can't hug you while walking, isn't this considered close?
Li Tian deliberately teased Fengxi. Yi Yunqing took hold of Li Mirei's arm.
These two were so strange on the street, it was better to stay away.
Wow, look, isn't that your Professor Pei? Li Mirei pointed to Pei Xiuyan, who was walking towards them in the distance. Yi Yunqing hurriedly covered Li Mirei's mouth.
Pei Xiuyan was accompanied by the school principal, 2 vice principals, the director, and the deputy director. There were a total of 9 people.
Hello, principal, vice principal.
Yi Yunqing greeted sweetly. Even outside of school, manners are still important.
Pei Xiuyan walked up to Yi Yunqing with a crooked smile and patted her head. I thought you were going to dinner, why haven't you gone yet?
Yi Yunqing took 2 steps back in fear. How could he touch her head directly in front of so many people?
Let me introduce, this is my wife, Yi Yunqing, currently studying at Astor University. Pei Xiuyan introduced seriously.
The principal had known for a long time, having seen the photo on his desk before.
The vice principal looked at Pei Xiuyan, a little taken aback.
The others also had surprised expressions on their faces. They knew that Pei Xiuyan was married, but they didn't expect him to be a student at the university. Yi Yunqing smiled, but a cold sweat broke
out on her back. Didn't they say before that the vice principal didn't get along well with him? Why did he introduce him in front of him? What if it got out?
Fengxi and Li Mirei's faces changed. Who wants to have dinner with the principal?
Thank you, principal, we have already eaten. Li Mirei immediately spoke up.
Pei Xiuyan hooked his lips and whispered in Yi Yunqing's ear, it's okay.
In that case, we will leave first. The principal smiled and said.
Before leaving, Pei Xiuyan once again touched Yi Yunqing's head. After everyone had gone far away, Yi Yunqing let out a long sigh. Forget it, I think they are going to have hot pot, let's go have home-cooked food instead. Li Mirei said, pushing her chin out. Fengxi nodded in agreement. Yi Yunqing and the others went to the hotel, ordered a private room and ordered their usual favorite dishes.
Li Tian held the chopsticks, and he already had second thoughts.
Last time, he didn't protect them well, and this time, he was protecting them a bit too much, eating with them and letting the employer see him. Will he be fined directly? Yi Yunqing stood up after ordering. I'll go to the bathroom first. you guys take a look at what you want to drink, just order it. Feng Shi and Li Mireille looked through the menu and finally chose hawthorn juice, because most of the dishes they ordered were meat dishes. As soon as Yi Yunqing walked out, she met Pei Xiuyan coming out of the private room. After the two of them looked at each other, Pei Xiuyan walked over to Yi Yunqing. How could you introduce me in front of so many school leaders? You scared me to death. Yi Yunqing whispered in dissatisfaction. Pei Xiuyan has always been reliable, and this was the first time, which made her a little flustered and she didn't know how to face and respond. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's hand. Forget it at school, since you met outside of school, then introduce her generously, you can't ignore your wife and treat her like a stranger. Yi Yunqing glared at Pei Xiuyan with sadness, this is. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and spoke in a deep voice, the main thing is that I want everyone to know that my wife is very cute. Yi Yunqing felt a little embarrassed and her face flushed slightly, this is childish, and you're still showing off like this, not afraid of being embarrassed. Pei Xiuyan gave Yi Yunqing's face a soft kiss, I can brag about marrying you for the rest of my life. Yi Yunqing looked around, thankfully no one was around. I'm so embarrassed, I'm going to the bathroom. My sisters are waiting for me. After Yi Yunqing finished speaking, she raised her little fist and said, no drinking, or you won't be allowed to go to bed. Pei Xiuyan had no choice. On an occasion like this, you have to drink a little, so he didn't nod. After Yi Yunqing went to the bathroom, she heard two middle-aged women chatting. Professor Pei's wife was still a student. I still find it incredible. I seem to have heard about it before. It seems to be a business marriage. With a man of Professor Pei's stature, the decision to marry was not his own to make, but rather a calculated one based on the pros and cons. So, how does marrying a student look? It just doesn't seem right. I feel the same way. Straight away Yi Yunqing bit her lower lip. As the director, it felt so awkward to be gossiping behind someone's back. She pushed open the door and walked out, hello, director. The two middle-aged women froze for a moment, then smiled awkwardly, hello. Yi Yunqing turned on the tap and washed her hands. She didn't say much, but it was enough to embarrass them. There was no point in saying more, as it would only lower their status. After all, she was not just a student, but also Pei Xiuyan's wife. The two women left the bathroom awkwardly. They never expected to run into Yi Yunqing. After returning to the private room, Yi Yunqing took out her phone and sent a text message to Pei Xiuyan, not mentioning the incident in the bathroom with the director, but reminding him to drink less. After all, Pei Xiuyan would still be working at the university after she left, and there was no need to worry about gossip. Pei Xiuyan's phone rang. He glanced at it and then gave a small smile. The principal looked at Pei Xiuyan and said, Professor Pei, what are you smiling so happily about? I was just trying to lighten the mood at the table. It's nothing, my wife texted me to tell me to drink less, I get headaches from drinking. Pei Xiuyan then continued the text message, telling him about his inability to drink. He didn't want to refuse a toast later, but he was mainly worried about not being able to go to bed. The president looked at Pei Xiuyan meaningfully, did you hear that? Learn from Professor Pei. You're both married men, so let's just have tea instead of alcohol today. The vice president poured a cup of tea and handed it to Pei Xiuyan. I didn't think things through well during the previous meeting. Professor Pei, please don't hold it against me. The vice president's words were serious. It was all for the good of the school. Pei Xiuyan said, I'll accept the tea with both hands. The principal let out a long sigh in his heart. Fortunately, Pei Xiuyan had given him a way out and not held on to it, otherwise this would not have been an easy matter to resolve. Just then, it got lively outside. Although the soundproofing in the room was good, they could still hear the woman scolding. Pei Xiuyan frowned and stood up, walking out of the room, because he heard it sounded like someone was scolding Feng Shi. Regardless of whether Yi Yunqing was present or not, Feng Shi was a student at his school, so naturally he could not just ignore it. The principal also heard it, and when he saw Pei Xiuyan get up, he followed him out. Feng Shi's face was very ugly. Yi Yunqing put his arm around her shoulders. Her face was cold. How could there be such a person? They were having dinner when Xianmin suddenly barged in and started yelling at them, followed by people who looked like reporters. It was them. They conspired to trick my son. At first, they wanted to marry into our family, but I didn't agree. As a result, they joined forces and harmed my son. You should all see it. Nowadays, young girls don't care about their face if it means money. Xianmin pointed at Yi Yunqing and Feng Shi and scolded them as harshly as she could. Chapter 56.
Chapter 57 Unworthy.
Yi Yunqing pouted, the box of strawberry ice cream on the ground. Pei Xiuyan held her ankle in his hand, his eyes without glasses looking even deeper.
Be good, don't make a fuss, go take a bath first.
Pei Xiuyan's voice was low, and he spoke to Yi Yunqing in a tone of negotiation.
Yi Yunqing grunted and turned her head away from Pei Xiuyan. He promised to cooperate with her, but only half cooperated, and in the end the ice cream was all wasted on her.
Okay, I'll let you wipe the ice cream off later, go take a bath first, be good. Pei Xiuyan let go of Yi Yunqing's ankle and got off the bed. Yi Yunqing sat up and glared at Pei Xiuyan. I clearly thought of it, but it didn't work out, and it's all your fault.
That was a good idea, never mind again. Pei Xiuyan bent down and picked Yi Yunqing up from the bed.
Yi Yunqing bit 3 inches below Pei Xiuyan's collarbone, and a red mark appeared on her skin instantly.
Humph. Pei Xiuyan looked down and didn't say anything.
Yi Yunqing took a hot bath, but she didn't get to eat ice cream, and she didn't get a bargain, so she suffered a lot. Pei Xiuyan held her in his arms, his chin resting on her shoulder, and his nose lightly brushing against the hollow of her neck.
Was the strawberry ice cream delicious? Yi Yunqing asked coquettishly.
Pei Xiuyan's voice was deep, and he whispered in Yi Yunqing's ear, without a wife. Before he could finish his sentence, his lips were covered by Yi Yunqing's watery hands.
Forget it, I don't want to know now. Yi Yunqing pouted, knowing full well that she would be embarrassed, and asked unnecessarily.
Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing. You have to accompany me to work tomorrow, so go to bed early today. Yi Yunqing leaned against Pei Xiuyan, her head slightly raised, and she gave him a light kiss on the chin. She had recently become very clingy. Didn't they say that distance creates beauty, and that spending a long time together would take the novelty out of it?
This can't go on. Forget it, I'm not going to work with you. Yi Yunqing was about to back out and renege on the deal.
Pei Xiuyan brushed the dripping hair back and spoke in a low, slightly serious voice. So can I renege too and not go next week?
Yi Yunqing turned around and looked at Pei Xiuyan. Are you threatening me?
Pei Xiuyan frowned and shook his head slightly. No.
Yi Yunqing stood up.
Pei Xiuyan helped her up, afraid that she would fall. Yi Yunqing casually wiped it off, put on a shower cap and left the bedroom. Pei Xiuyan sat by the bed and looked at Yi Yunqing. It's okay, I'm not angry anymore. I did sound a bit rude just now.
Yi Yunqing ignored Pei Xiuyan as she tugged the quilt.
Pei Xiuyan was silent for a moment. Honey, I don't want to be apart from you for even a moment. I'm very happy that you've agreed to go to work with me, so when you changed your mind just now, I felt a bit lost, and I couldn't control my emotions or my tone very well, so that was my fault.
Yi Yunqing blinked when she heard such a formal apology and looked at Pei Xiuyan.
I'm sorry, I'm being unreasonable again. Yi Yunqing held out her hand and placed it by Pei Xiuyan's lips. I think if I cling to you all the time, it will take the novelty away, so.
I'm sorry.
Pei Xiuyan bowed his head and kissed the back of Yi Yunqing's hand lightly. You can choose to always believe in me.
Yi Yunqing hugged Pei Xiuyan.
Pei Xiuyan put one arm around Yi Yunqing and propped himself up on the bed with the other hand, kissing her tenderly. Go to bed early, I want to go to your company for breakfast, I hear it's very hearty. Yi Yunqing's eyes were flirtatious and her breath was a little unsteady.
Pei Xiuyan got into bed and held Yi Yunqing in his arms. After getting up in the morning, Yi Yunqing chose a more formal outfit.
After all, she was going to the company, so she couldn't wear something too childish. She took out a black dress with dark blue rui buttons from the closet. The chest and sleeves were made of tulle, which was gentle and not stuffy.
Pei Xiuyan usually chose a double-breasted 6-button suit when going to the office.
This kind of suit was rare on the market because it didn't have enough presence or wasn't powerful enough, and it was difficult to wear.
Yi Yunqing took Pei Xiuyan's arm.
Since she had worn 8-centimeter heels and worn her feet out last time, she had learned her lesson. This time, she had switched to small leather shoes with square roots, which matched her retro little black dress perfectly. After the two of them went downstairs, they found that the driver was already waiting by the car. Pei Xiuyan opened the car door, and Yi Yunqing got in, sitting properly with her hands on her lap, otherwise she was afraid that Pei Xiuyan sat in the back seat, his hand around Yi Yunqing's waist. His wife is very beautiful. Yi Yunqing turned her head to look at Pei Xiuyan. His glasses had changed styles, and her hand touched the gold chain slightly. I always thought that you looked very lustful with glasses with chains, until I learned that their function was to hold them on. Yi Yunqing said, and gave Pei Xiuyan a soft kiss on the corner of his mouth. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips. After arriving at the company, Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing to the company cafeteria. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as extravagant. The breakfasts usually eaten at five-star hotels outside might not all be as rich as the ones in the company. Yi Yunqing took a portion of seafood porridge, but as she didn't have much of an appetite in the morning, she didn't plan on eating much. Pei Xiuyan leaned back in the leather chair. The cafeteria was elegantly decorated, with black and white tables and chairs, each seat separated. There were many people eating, so the cafeteria was very large, divided into 2 floors. Yi Yunqing and the others sat in a more secluded location on the 2nd floor. Occasionally someone would come and say hello, and Pei Xiuyan would smile and nod in response. "Honey, can I come into the meeting room with you? I'm really bored by myself in the office, last time I fell asleep." Yi Yunqing held the spoonful of seafood congee up to Pei Xiuyan's lips. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and took a sip, then his brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, Jiang Nan walked over with the plain congee and a small dish of side dishes. Yi Yunqing took back the spoon and glanced at Pei Xiuyan. "You don't like seafood porridge?" "Not at all," Pei Xiuyan said, stroking Yi Yunqing's head. Jiang Nan placed the porridge on the table. "Madam, Mr. Pei really doesn't like seafood, but if you feed it to him, he'll like it very much." Yi Yunqing smiled slightly, actually feeling a little self-reproach in her heart. Usually, she eats whatever potato chips she wants, and Pei Xiuyan remembers. As a result, he doesn't eat seafood, but she doesn't know. When she thought about it, Pei Xiuyan really didn't eat much seafood. He had eaten it a few times before, but after a few bites, he would stop touching it, obviously not liking it. She, as his wife, didn't even know such an important thing, and she had failed completely. Pei Xiuyan looked at Jiang Nan and said in a light voice, "Prepare the documents and materials for the meeting." Jiang Nan turned around and made a remorseful expression. How could she not control this broken mouth? She would lose her job sooner or later. Pei Xiuyan picked up the spoon and was about to serve Yi Yunqing's bowl of seafood porridge, but Yi Yunqing lifted the bowl up instead. Even if he didn't like it, he would put up with it for her sake. She didn't like it. Pei Xiuyan stood up. "Drink slowly, my dear, I promise I won't grab your seafood porridge like I'm grabbing strawberry ice cream." Yi Yunqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pei Xiuyan smiled tenderly. "We're at the office, don't talk nonsense." Yi Yunqing wiped his mouth. "Aren't you going to eat your congee? Are you waiting for me to feed you?" "Not really, I can't." Pei Xiuyan sat back in his chair and handed Yi Yunqing the spoon. Yi Yunqing glared at Pei Xiuyan. "Eat it yourself." "Okay." Pei Xiuyan drank the congee slowly and carefully. Yi Yunqing watched quietly. Pei Xiuyan put down his own spoon, picked up Yi Yunqing's spoon, kissed it lightly, and then continued eating the porridge. Yi Yunqing blushed and turned her head away. "Pei Xiuyan, really, can't you just eat properly?" Pei Xiuyan put down his spoon and stood up. "Do you want some milk tea?" "No, I'm going to lose weight, I seem to have gained weight recently." Yi Yunqing said this and pinched his own face. Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing's waist and walked towards the elevator. Once they were in the elevator, Pei Xiuyan lightly pinched Yi Yunqing's chin and kissed her, not wanting to hold back for even a moment. Yi Yunqing closed her eyes tightly. Pei Xiuyan didn't let go until the elevator stopped. Jiang Nan was waiting by the elevator with the meeting materials and documents, and when he saw the two of them get off the elevator, he immediately went up to them. Pei Xiuyan took the documents and glanced at them. "Are the video and audio recordings ready?" "They're ready." Jiang Nan wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. The meeting room was already full of people: the general manager, the deputy manager, and Pei Xiuyan's cousin, Su Siqing. Su Siqing sat in his chair, pinching his eyebrows together. If he wasn't careful, he would cause a big problem. You have to know that Pei Xiuyan can't stand any mistakes. Not to mention that this mistake is rubbing him the wrong way. Yes, the five-star hotel where the accident happened yesterday was owned by the Pei Group, and as the general manager, Su Siqing naturally couldn't escape. Pei Xiuyan entered the office. Su Siqing was the first to stand up. Although he was a cousin, he was guilty in his heart. Such a big incident had happened on his turf, causing a huge uproar and trending on the search engines. Obviously, Pei Xiuyan wanted to make his identity public, so this hot search has been hanging on the top of the hot search list, and he can't withdraw it even if he wants to. Of course, in the end, the last few negative news about the hotel were cropped, otherwise he could just lie flat. Yi Yunqing stood next to Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan sat in a chair and said in a cold voice, "You must have heard about what happened yesterday." "President Pei, I'm very sorry about what happened at the hotel yesterday." Su Siqing stood up directly. Pei Xiuyan looked sternly at Su Siken, who had stood up. Su Siken took a deep breath, turned on his computer, and cast the screen. I have come up with a solution to what happened yesterday, and I have already fired the manager and security guard on duty that day. Su Siken knew Pei Xiuyan too well. The apology on his lips was meaningless. He wanted results, and the results could not be delayed. The sooner the better. Yi Yunqing stood by, a little surprised. The incident that happened yesterday afternoon had already been resolved this morning. That speed. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and looked at Su Sichen's solution. The negative impact will be resolved within 1 month, Pei Xiuyan said lightly. Su Siken nodded. President Pei, don't worry, this is certain. I ordered 12 dishes yesterday, and the taste and texture were very poor. Pei Xiuyan said, tapping his fingers lightly on the mouse. Su Sichen's hand clenched tightly. Damn it, how did it all end up in Pei Xiuyan's hand? After finishing talking about the hotel, Pei Xiuyan's voice dropped. As the company's public relations department, the first time something else happens, instead of solving the problem, you're controlling the evaluation. Who taught you that? Pei Xiuyan slammed the information on the table. Yi Yunqing was startled, her eyes blinking. She unconsciously held her breath. She had never seen Pei Xiuyan get angry before, because he had always been gentle and kind, and would apologize even if he spoke a little harshly. The manager of the public relations department stood up. The incident had happened at night, so the first reaction was to control the evaluation. The effect now was that no one was paying attention to the hotel anymore, and all the attention had shifted to the woman surnamed Qian. Pei Xiuyan's face was solemn. President Pei, this matter will be resolved immediately. The copy has already been prepared, so don't worry. The manager of the public relations department was a little nervous. The meeting lasted more than 2 hours. Yi Yunqing had been standing quietly listening to the whole time, and she was impressed by the company's efficiency. Not long after they left the meeting room, the apology letter regarding the woman surnamed Chen entering the hotel was already sent out. The manager and the security guard at the time were fired, and the security guard was replaced with a new one. The new letter of apology was almost 4,000 words long, full of sincerity, and included a line inviting everyone to supervise. After entering the office, Pei Xiuyan stroked Yi Yunqing's head. Don't worry, your husband won't scold you. Yi Yunqing smiled, hugged Pei Xiuyan's waist, and pouted with a little mouth, looking like she wanted a kiss. Pei Xiuyan lowered his head and kissed Yi Yunqing's lips. At this time, the office door rang, and Su Sicheng stood in the doorway holding a file. Deadly, too deadly. He won't be able to go anywhere for the next month. Yi Yunqing smiled and opened the office door. Su Sicheng winked at Yi Yunqing and whispered as he passed by, Sister-in-law, save me. I'll go make some coffee. With that, Yi Yunqing quickly left the office. Su Siken. It seems that I should try to please my sister-in-law more often, otherwise when something happens, she really won't help. Pei Xiuyan walked over to his desk and sat down. Brother. Su Siken looked at Pei Xiuyan with a smile on his face. Who would have thought that someone would be stupid enough to cause trouble at a 5-star hotel? You've encountered it now. Pei Xiuyan said. Indifferently. Su Siken put the file on the table. I promise that the turnover will definitely not drop, and if it does, I will make it up from my salary. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips. I watched the video yesterday, and your sister-in-law is really amazing. A few words were enough to shut the other person up. Su Siken changed his strategy. Complimenting your sister-in-law is never wrong. Indeed. Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly, but a hint of warmth appeared in her eyes. Su Siken seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Yi Yunqing opened the office door. Su Siken immediately walked over quickly. How can I let my sister-in-law do this? What if she gets burned? My brother will be heartbroken. Yi Yunqing lifted a cup and placed it on the table. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing's arm and made her sit in his lap. Just make coffee for me. Su Siken held the coffee carefully and looked up. Can I still drink this coffee? Yi Yunqing. Chapter 58, serious and full of nonsense. Yi Yunqing sat in Pei Xiuyan's arms, holding the coffee he had drunk in her hand, listening to them chat about the performance for the past 6 months. She wanted to rob them. Pei Xiuyan held Yi Yunqing in one arm so that she could sit steadily on his lap, and with the other hand he held a pen and quickly wrote on the document. Su Siken leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and rested his other hand on the back of the sofa. Brother, let's have dinner together tonight. It's not too late to finish your work first. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed.
Su Sikan didn't continue, because once the incident at the hotel happened, it was obvious that Pei Xiuyan was unhappy.
After all, this was a mistake that couldn't be more low-level. Yi Yunqing saw that Pei Xiuyan didn't seem very happy, so he reached out and gently stroked the back of his hand. "Brother, sister-in-law, I'll go get busy, let's have dinner sometime."
With that, Su Sikan stood up. Yi Yunqing nodded politely and said yes.
Pei Xiuyan looked at Su Sikan.
Su Sikan rubbed his nose and quickly left the office.
Yi Yunqing put his arm around Pei Xiuyan's neck and kissed him lightly. "You're actually quite scary when you're angry."
It's mainly that feeling of oppression that makes people feel like they can't breathe. Pei Xiuyan kissed Yi Yunqing's lips lightly and his voice softened. "Did I scare you? Then as compensation, how about I go home today and you can taste the strawberry-flavored Pei Xiuyan?" Yi Yunqing said playfully and winked.
Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips and nodded slightly. Yi Yunqing smiled and stood up. "I won't disturb you anymore, I'll go play with my phone for a while, and we'll have lunch together later."
"Okay."
Pei Xiuyan's thin lips parted slightly. Yi Yunqing was playing with her phone, and everything was fine, but then she saw someone claiming to be her high school classmate, who accused her of having an affair with an old man, and of being unfaithful in high school. After graduating from high school, she went to university and immediately met Pei Xiuyan, who became her sugar daddy. There was even evidence attached, a photo of her getting on the bus after school. At that time, she still looked a little green and immature, carrying her school bag and getting on the bus.
Yi Yunqing's hands were shaking with anger.
This was obviously her family chauffeur picking her up for training, but somehow it became that she was being supported by someone. And it was all said with a straight face, as if she was right there watching. The comments below were even more random, saying things like pretending to be innocent, still wearing twin ponytails in her 20s, and looking like she's up to no good. Some people even posted emoticons of their own making fun of the situation.
The cost of spreading rumors is too low. Fake chat messages, accompanied by a photo taken secretly at some point, can be made to sound just like the truth.
Pei Xiuyan saw Yi Yunqing sitting on the sofa, as if he was chatting with someone, typing with his fingernails making loud noises on the screen.
"Honey, what's wrong?"
Pei Xiuyan said, standing up and walking over to Yi Yunqing.
Yi Yunqing forced a smile. "Nothing, just chatting with my mom." Pei Xiuyan bent down and kissed Yi Yunqing on the forehead. "I want to know." Yi Yunqing handed the phone to Pei Xiuyan. "I'm going to die of anger."
With red eyes, Yi Yunqing hugged Pei Xiuyan.
Pei Xiuyan glanced at it.
Zhang Chen's Weibo had been pinned to the top and was accompanied by a photo of Yi Yunqing.
"My dear daughter, you have been very cute since you were little."
Yi Yunqing had dealt with the matter in advance before he knew it. Pei Xiuyan put down his phone. It was out of jealousy that he hid in the shadows and fabricated the truth about what he had done. In the end, he even believed it himself.
It was not worth getting angry with someone like that. Yi Yunqing rubbed against Pei Xiuyan.
Of course she understood the big principles, but she just couldn't control herself. She wanted to scold her back, and she hated the idea of slapping her a few times. They went to the same school and were the same age, and she hadn't done anything to hurt her, so why was she slandering her like that?
Pei Xiuyan took out her phone, reposted Zhang Chen's Weibo post, and added 4 big characters. "My honor."
Yi Yunqing bit her lip. Although she was also going to college, she wouldn't let her get away with it. She had already asked the company lawyer to prepare, and adults must be responsible for their actions.
Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly. "Aren't you going to say something?" Yi Yunqing looked up at Pei Xiuyan.
Pei Xiuyan looked down, his eyes deepened. "What I can do, my wife has already done, and she has done it very well.
The rest is just praise. Do you want to hear it now?"
Yi Yunqing didn't know why, but she always felt that Pei Xiuyan's tone and attitude seemed a bit off.
But for the moment, she couldn't put her finger on it.
Pei Xiuyan finished the finishing touches. The comments were now one-sided, all saying that they were a good match and that they were perfect for each other. Because Yi Yunqing's family is very wealthy, she doesn't need to be supported by others at all, and she can even live a good life even if she doesn't marry Pei Xiuyan.
Pei Xiuyan put down his phone, tugged at his tie, and unbuttoned the first button of his shirt. Yi Yunqing sat on the sofa holding her phone.
She thought back carefully, and she realized that after she found out that someone was maliciously spreading rumors, she took action immediately, and she didn't tell Pei Xiuyan what had happened until after it was over.
"Is that why he's upset?" Yi Yunqing lowered her head.
She tried her best not to cause him trouble, but mainly because she didn't want to live under his wing.
She would have to stand on her own 2 feet sooner or later, and she knew that very well. And she believed that only in this way could she be worthy of Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan held a fountain pen in his hand. Although his expression didn't change much from before, Yi Yunqing could feel that he was angry. "Professor Pei, you didn't tell me anything, so why are you angry?" Yi Yunqing said as she walked over. Pei Xiuyan put down the pen and embraced Yi Yunqing in his arms. As a husband, he failed to protect his wife and was angry with himself. Yi Yunqing bit Pei Xiuyan's lips. "Okay, I want you to rely on me a little more." Pei Xiuyan put his arm around Yi Yunqing and his gaze softened. Yi Yunqing rested her chin on Pei Xiuyan's shoulder and said softly, "You've been tired enough already, and as a wife, I don't want to add to your troubles when I can't share them with you." She then imitated Pei Xiuyan and sucked on his earlobe. Yi Yunqing was leaning against the table, and Pei Xiuyan's kiss fell until the muslin on his shoulders was slowly opened, and Yi Yunqing didn't react until then. "No." Yi Yunqing refused. Pei Xiuyan nodded and didn't go any further. Yi Yunqing let out a sigh of relief. After all, it was in the office, and it would be embarrassing. At noon, Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing out of the company. Yi Yunqing thought he was taking her out to dinner, but she was mistaken. It was Pei Xiuyan who was hungry and wanted to eat. Chapter 59 No Pain, No Gain. Yi Yunqing lay on the big bed in the presidential suite. At the moment, she didn't even want to move a finger. Pei Xiuyan sat by the bedside, tidying his tie. "I'm thinking about whether I should intern at your company or not," Yi Yunqing said, and put her legs on Pei Xiuyan's lap. Pei Xiuyan hooked his lips. "I will restrain myself afterwards." Yi Yunqing narrowed her eyes, as if she had heard this sentence before. "I will pick you up after work." Pei Xiuyan leaned over and kissed Yi Yunqing on the face. Yi Yunqing sighed. It's just that she will continue to lie down in a different place. If she had known, she would have stayed at home. In fact, she didn't know that Pei Xiuyan was already trying his best to restrain himself. Soon after Pei Xiuyan left, the door was knocked on. It was the hotel manager delivering lunch. Yi Yunqing glanced at the time and saw that it was already 2 p.m. What a real pain in the neck. After Pei Xiuyan returned to the company, he held a small meeting and didn't come out of the reception room until after 5 p.m. Jiang Nan followed Pei Xiuyan. He was nothing but a cunning old fox. Fortunately, President Pei had discovered it quickly. Pei Xiuyan gave a faint smile. He had seen this kind of petty trickery many times before. It was just a case of a person who wants to observe the situation until the last minute before making a decision. After he had discovered it, of course he could not let the other party lead him around by the nose. Jiang Nan followed Pei Xiuyan with the contract in her arms. "Mr. Pei, since this cooperation has been completed ahead of schedule, is it possible for you to look at the business trip arrangements for next week?" "No." Pei Xiuyan refused directly. Jiang Nan froze for a moment. She had looked at the itinerary, and there didn't seem to be any important meetings next week, so the manager could finish independently. The original cooperation was completed ahead of schedule today. Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips and didn't say anything, not intending to explain. Because he had promised Yi Yunqing that he would accompany her to the haunted house. Just follow the original itinerary. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the time as he spoke, and Yunqing was still waiting for him at the hotel. Jiang Nan nodded as she held the contract. If there had been any work before, she would have finished it early and then devoted the free time to the school. She never expected there to be an exception this time. Pei Xiuyan left the company. He had 2 dinner engagements, but he had always disliked socializing, so he declined. This kind of behavior, if rejected from the beginning, will become a habit. Yi Yunqing sat on the sofa watching TV. She never looked at her phone, for fear of being angry. Hearing the door open, Yi Yunqing immediately put on her slippers. As soon as the door opened, Yi Yunqing pounced on him. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yunqing in his arms. "Have you thought about what you want for dinner?" "Pei Xiuyan smells like strawberries." Yi Yunqing swung her little legs and said excitedly. Pei Xiuyan tightened his arms. "You can't eat that until after dinner." Yi Yunqing hugged Pei Xiuyan's neck and rubbed her face against his. "I want a well-done steak." "Okay." Pei Xiuyan put Yi Yunqing on the sofa. "I'll take a shower first." Yi Yunqing nodded obediently. After Pei Xiuyan entered the bathroom, Yi Yunqing quietly walked over. Pei Xiuyan, who was washing his hair, suddenly heard the door open. Yi Yunqing hugged Pei Xiuyan from behind and ran her hands over his abs. "Honey, do you want me to help you?"
Pei Xiuyan closed his eyes and held Yi Yuncheng's hands. If you're not hungry, you can. Yi Yuncheng blushed, pinching, what to do, so energetic, if you don't care for it, how pitiful it is.
She's not hungry, she only had lunch a little after 2 p.m. Pei Xiuyan turned around and hugged Yi Yuncheng. Don't cry in a minute.
Yi Yuncheng sniffled twice. The result was predictable. Yi Yuncheng sniffed, her eyes red. How could this be? She sat on the table, looking at Pei Xiuyan with a pitiful expression. Pei Xiuyan leaned against the table and kissed her on the lips. There, you're not being hard done by.
I don't want a steak now.
Yi Yuncheng had wanted to bite Pei Xiuyan after she said that, but she gave up on the idea. She couldn't go further down the road to death. After Pei Xiuyan finished tidying up, he ordered dinner. Yi Yuncheng sat on the table and stepped on Pei Xiuyan's leg. Honey, we're going to school tomorrow, and we're staying here.
What if there's traffic tomorrow?
It's okay, now that our relationship is public, I can take you to school with me, Pei Xiuyan said gently as he sat in the chair.
Yi Yuncheng couldn't help but sigh when she thought about this.
This time, the whole school knows that she married Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan held out his hand. It's cold on the table, sit on your husband's lap. Yi Yuncheng's eyebrows slightly raised, her beautiful eyes full of laughter. Shouldn't you hand me my little pants? Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips. Okay, but I don't want to. Yi Yuncheng froze for a moment, then exerted a little pressure on her feet. Hold it for me.
Do you think it's still wearable? Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yuncheng. This question is worth thinking about. I've already asked my assistant to deliver it.
Pei Xiuyan finished speaking and stood up, picking Yi Yuncheng up from the table.
Yi Yuncheng hadn't recovered before, and now she felt like she was dying. So after dinner, Yi Yuncheng fell asleep.
Pei Xiuyan sat in a chair, looking at the documents he had brought back from the company.
Yi Yuncheng slept very deeply, her face pressed against the quilt. Pei Xiuyan's heart softened.
She was using her own way to dispel his unease. At some point, Yi Yuncheng wrapped her arms around Pei Xiuyan's waist and said softly, Honey, I love you so much.
Pei Xiuyan smiled tenderly. What merit is there?
In the morning, Yi Yuncheng sat in the passenger seat, holding a small cake and a glass of milk, looking sleepy. Because the school was a bit far away, she had to wake up early.
Honey, Yi Yuncheng turned her head awkwardly and looked at Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan reached out and ran his hand through her hair. What's wrong?
Yi Yuncheng felt like rolling her eyes.
She was so sleepy.
Honey, I promise, if there's a class the next day, I won't make you so tired, Pei Xiuyan said, feeling a little sad as he looked at her. Yi Yuncheng drank her milk. I believe you. Pei Xiuyan pursed her lips, as if indeed there was little credibility, and she could only prove it with her actions. After the car stopped, Yi Yuncheng opened the door and received the kind glances of her classmates as soon as she got off the car. Pei Xiuyan took Yi Yuncheng's hand and led her to the classroom with confidence, and during this time, students kept greeting Pei Xiuyan. Yi Yuncheng sat in her seat, and Pei Xiuyan's voice was gentle. Wait for me after class when you go home.
Okay. After Yi Yuncheng answered, she directly leaned over the table.
The stares of her classmates seemed to be about to bore a hole through her. After Pei Xiuyan left, Yi Yuncheng directly closed her eyes, looking like she was refusing to communicate. Of course, there were still classmates who usually got along well with her who came to congratulate Yi Yuncheng and ask for gossip along the way.
Chapter 60 The Jealous Person.
Fortunately, Fengxi and the others arrived quickly, and Yi Yuncheng let out a sigh of relief that she didn't have to answer all the various questions from her classmates. Fengxi sat next to Yi Yuncheng, looking haggard and drained, as if she had been sucked of all her energy. Miss Yi, I'll hang out with you after graduation.
I don't want to work hard anymore. Yi Yuncheng turned her head and looked at Fengxi, reached out and pinched her cheek. You think you can get away? I've had my eye on you for a long time.
Li Mirei rested her chin in her hands and didn't join in the conversation. Yi Yuncheng turned her head and her beautiful eyes stared intently at Li Mirei, as if she wanted to bore a hole through her.
I'm not outstanding, so there's only so much I can do to help you.
Li Mirei sighed after she finished speaking. She couldn't hold on to Yi Yuncheng just because she was the Yi family's daughter. If she was capable, she wouldn't need to hold on to anyone to get ahead, and if she wasn't capable, why would she cause trouble for her sisters? Yi Yuncheng took Li Mirui's arm in her hands, her voice a little aggrieved. You mean, after graduation, you'll just leave me behind, right? Li Mir looked down at Yi Yuncheng, who was hugging her arm and acting spoiled, and if she could, of course she would like her sisters to stay together. But the Yi family had made their fortune in new energy, and she knew nothing about it, and had never even considered joining any company. She defined herself as an ordinary college student. Don't worry, I'm short of secretaries, and you're 100% qualified with your emotional intelligence.
Yi Yunqing said, rubbing her face against Li Mir's. Help me, okay?
Li Mire nodded slightly. I'll try. If it doesn't work, I'll leave.
Yi Yunqing gave Li Mire a kiss on the cheek.
It was a very ordinary thing, but it ended up being seen by the substitute teacher. If the substitute teacher had been anyone else, it would have been fine. But it happened to be Pei Xiuyan. Because of a sudden family matter, she happened to be in Pei Xiuyan's office at the time, so Pei Xiuyan became the substitute teacher.
Leaning forward, Li Miru spoke very quietly, afraid that someone would hear her. Are you sure you're not setting me up? Yi Yunqing looked at Pei Xiuyan, who was smiling, and after a brief introduction, he began the class.
Pei Xiuyan's teaching style made the class feel very relaxed, but before she knew it, she had taken copious notes.
Li Miru looked miserable. I'm so unlucky, I also have Professor Pei's elective class in the afternoon.
Yi Yunqing let out a smile, and she shook her wrist. She hadn't taken such detailed notes since college.
During the class, some people kept looking at Yi Yunqing, but fortunately, she was strong enough inside.
After class, Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing and gave a faint smile.
Yi Yunqing's face turned slightly red. It was obviously a smile that couldn't be simpler, but why was it so attractive? Pei Xiuyan went back to the office and had a cup of tea.
Yi Yunqing looked around like a hamster in a wheel, then quickly pushed open the office door and walked in.
Pei Xiuyan looked at Yi Yunqing and said, I thought you were not coming, you ungrateful person.
Yi Yunqing walked over, put her arms around Pei Xiuyan's neck, and kissed him twice on the cheek.
Not enough.
Pei Xiuyan's lips parted slightly, and his voice was a little deep. Yi Yunqing froze for a moment, then added more. Pei Xiuyan hugged her in his arms. Kiss someone else once, and I'll kiss you 10 times.
Remember? Yi Yunqing bit her lower lip, then whispered, what about kissing the baby in the future? Do I have to make it up to you 10 times as well? The same applies.
Pei Xiuyan said seriously.